EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
This is the final day of the closed qualifier, and only one more team will make it through to the Immortal League. Everyone else will be fighting out in the Divine League, except those two teams that really didn't cut it, Evil Corporation and Motachi, who just sat down there and out of 16 teams couldn't get the job done. But I got two men that can get the job done with me for all of the day. Kyle, Lacoste, how you guys doing? You ready for another epic day of Dota? Why are you smiling already like this, Kyle? You've got the cheeky smile on.
It's cool. I like this job. I like my compadres on the couch, or the chairs, whatever. It's good times.
Do you like him, Lacoste?
Do I like him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, even if I didn't like him, you know, I would still have to like him for the job.
Yeah.
But I didn't like him when I first started working with him.
What?
What? I told you that. What do you mean? When we were in Amsterdam.
I don't remember that conversation.
You don't?
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I really don't. I really don't.
Well, maybe because we were in Amsterdam. I don't know. So,
That was what it was
but
about.
you're a nice guy, you know. I like working with you.
So he really
Banter,
was a
Why
nice
didn't,
Everything's
why
fine.
didn't you
I get
like
it.
me?
Why didn't I like you? Where do I start? But all the things that I didn't like, I now like. It takes more time for me to start liking.
like a
people.
fine wine.
I'm kind of closed, you know.
You have to soak in all of that, Kyle.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's
Yeah.
a bit too much, right? Sometimes you think he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think compost is the best metaphor, you know? At first you're like, well, that's just a pile of shit. And then you're like, wait, but it's got a lot of uses, and it's going to grow beautiful flowers in the fields.
Luckily, our viewers can't smell you right now. That's the main thing here.
No, wear deodorant. No, that's actually a life hack. You'd be surprised how many times I've been told that, like, somebody just smells bad. Like, you'd be surprised. But if you just straight up shower every day, you're ahead of the curve.
Shower at least twice a day. I'm down for that. Once in the morning, once before we go to bed. That's always a nice feeling.
I'm trying to conserve water. I think there's things more important than the
Then
second
your
shower.
smell,
Thanks.
yeah.
I just want to go to bed smelling nice, you know, wake up without all that horrible smell. I'm all down for it.
To be fair, that's something I used to have conversations with my cousin / manager / chef all the time, because he'd make the argument, what's the point of showering in the morning? Like, if you're going to go in your bed, right, your bed's clean, so you should shower before you go to bed so it
Makes
stays
sense.
clean. Otherwise, it's just kind of counterintuitive. You're just going to be dirty, get into bed, wake up, shower, but then your bed becomes dirty.
See?
It's dumb.
I've got all the logic there. There you go. Makes sense. Happy.
All right.
Well, today we're starting with Empire taking on Viking GG. This, though, when we look at this side, right, of the teams that are left in here, this is scary as hell because HR and Viking were the two teams people were touching on to be the teams that make it happen, to be the teams that would qualify. Now, we have already seen 5 men qualify. They qualified yesterday, our first team, and they did it with only dropping 1 game total across the entire closed qualifier, and it was against Bait.
It was Bait. 5 men. Proving that they were just the 5 men to do it. And now we'll see who's going to join them. I think that everyone's probably favoring that side on the top left, Viking.gg.
Oh, yes.
A lot of people assumed they should have been invited. And
Agreed.
I think they should earn it today, and I think they will, because
They will.
Empire hasn't really impressed too much, and I think that HR versus Tempo, pretty clear favorite in HR as well. But to me, Viking, as long as they can keep their composure, they should be fine. But you remember in the Pushka League, they were pretty damn close. They dropped to a team that most people considered inferior in OG Seed, and then they were left on the outside watching.
Yeah, that sometimes is the way it can go. And now it's crunch time for these guys. But Empire, Lacoste, break them down for me. What do you make of these guys?
It's still a fairly new team. They've been together for 4 months. They didn't achieve anything big, few upsets here and there, but very hard to read what this team can do. I just saw an interview with James. It was a short one, but he said we're having a good time. We didn't have a great day yesterday or the day before when they played. They know they can play better, and today they're going to show it. That's just confidence, even if you don't have confidence, you have to say those things. Keep
Of course you're going to say those things. What are you going to say?
Repeat it.
Oh, we played bad. We'll probably play bad again. No, of course they're going to say we'll play better. That's like the
Have
most...
you ever saw an interview, maybe in the CS scene, Banks, where someone said, yeah, this is the best we can play. We can't do better than this, and we're probably going to get out in the first phase.
That never happened.
They don't
No one
say
says that.
Right, yeah. Maybe if you're a team who you fluked your way to victory, right? You just kind of coasted by, and then you go, probably don't deserve to be here, actually.
I remember watching interviews of somebody, who is it, on CLG during TI2. They're talking about how that they just pretty much fluked their way to the tournament, and just qualifying was a blessing.
What was his
really
name?
Famous interview.
A very famous person, right?
I don't remember. It was some guy on CLG.
Some good-looking guy from CLG TI2. Could be Pycat. I don't know.
Probably was. But yeah,
Oh, I
to that
love
point, there was a good meme that went viral about Snoop Dogg and his esport team. And they interviewed him after his team lost, and he was just like, "What the hell you want me to say? Lost feels bad. There's no real way to handle that question otherwise."
I do like the just straight dumb interview questions where you get the funny answer off the back of it. You're not someone who doesn't really know what to ask. It's how did you win? That kind of stuff. And they just come out and they give you a full detailed explanation. Or then you get some people. Did you remember the one, you might have not watched it, when they were doing that NFL league? They did an NFL esports league type thing. Some of these guys were delivering straight firing interviews. I want to see that way more often. Just not the generic answers, not oh, we did so well, or oh, the other team was good. He was that team was trash, we just got unlucky. I'm yeah, that's
I want to see
wanna
more
see.
of that.
Yeah, see?
That
I'm
creates
all
pride.
down for that.
You guys aren't classy, all right?
We want content, we want the fun.
No. We want... Esports is golf.
Literally yesterday you were telling me you want to keep esports being meme and unique, and now you're
I just want to keep you on your toes, Banks.
Yeah, golf is pretty unique because there's 6 people playing it.
Enchantress, Mirana.
What do you mean?
Is that a popular sport? What? How's that fun to watch?
It's
dude
not.
just shoots the ball, and I don't know.
Well, obviously, again, just
I think he
more
hits the
evidence.
ball, not shoots the
Lacoste
ball.
whatever.
isn't a classy man, so you wouldn't understand the finer
Well,
points.
you need to be classy if you want to play golf. That's for sure.
Kyle takes me as someone that would play golf. He goes
I
there
don't
with
play
his
golf,
friends,
guys.
got a cigar in his mouth.
Trust me,
and
he
he's
doesn't look like the guy who plays golf.
What's that supposed to mean?
You need to be, clean-looking guy, not
rough around the edges.
the Jedi-looking guy. I don't know.
I'm an oracle.
Oh, you're an oracle. Okay.
Yeah.
You got me confused there.
Hades' right-hand man is not an oracle.
You've made this up, Banks.
I've not
Stop
made
with
this up.
false. I'm not a false prophet.
You are the evil guy on the panel. You always are, Kyle. Lacoste just balances you out a bit more.
Evil's a strong word. That's only for esport teams with poor branding to stand behind.
Completely agree with that. Yeah, they messed up Legacy logo.
What?
Yeah, I'm just laughing at your joke.
I can't handle this. This
If you could
draft
play one sport, what would it be?
is in or just today, casually for fun.
For 5-10 years, what would it be?
Basketball.
Chess? Production saying chess. I
What
don't
does that
think he's
mean?
smart
Do I
enough
get to
play chess.
teleport? Do I have the
let's
skills
remove
right
this.
now? Or are you saying I have to go play it professionally?
You have to, not professionally. I don't think you can play any sports professionally. Just for fun, any kind of sports.
This is a terrible question. Like, I don't even know what this is. Can we? I was just gonna talk about the draft here.
Brilliant. I love
Mirana
Nicholas.
Void,
Keep
the
it going.
opener for Empire. Big fan. I think Magnus also still an
coming
underrated
back.
hero. I'm sure we'll see OG and Seb picking that up whenever possible, just because it's that easy steroid. Games are going longer. Mag effectively means my carry is better than your carry, and he'll farm faster. So it's just pretty much a guaranteed win condition in that regard. You've also got an AoE BKB piercing stun, which is always nice. Lacoste, do you have anything to add? Probably not. Banks, do you have any questions?
Lacoste.
No, go ahead. I mean, or you can have
We just spin this around, just keep going, this little
all this
circle.
talk by yourself.
Carl does actually
But we
love
do
to
not
talk the
want
most.
to do that.
I think
I want our viewers to actually learn something. So yeah, you have this combination of two heroes, Mirana and Faceless Void, pretty easy thing to set up. You can have like one more position 5 hero. I want to see something like a Wyvern. It's also a great setup for the arrow.
What's so funny?
Nothing.
Please
I mean,
keep educating the viewers with
we're
your
just-
high-level analysis.
We're just having fun here at the panel. That's what this is all is about.
You're having fun.
Banks, are you having fun?
I'm always having
majority
fun.
of us
I've
are
got
having
you too.
fun.
That's not how vote. That's not how democracy works.
This is it.
Unfortunately, that's exactly how it works.
Outnumbered. There you go, Carl. It's a good morning for you, or afternoon at this point.
Nah,
You know,
it's-
the only one that talks more out compared to you two when it comes to a panel is BSJ. BSJ has these amazing monologues he goes off on.
Yes.
And then I think he forgets that he's
That
got a
he's-
panelist, and you watch him, and I love you, BSJ, but you just look over to your panel sometimes, it's like, oh yeah, this
Maybe
is
I
not
should
a
I'm not
Shut
by
up.
myself. I'm not streaming. Oh no.
I'm looking at him, I'm like, this is great insights, great knowledge, and just like Lizard or T-Gov sat there going,
Yeah.
okay.
Nah, it's funny because I've talked with him about that. It's something you definitely can slip into the pattern of, because
Yeah.
you see it with anybody who streams or makes content, is that you're so used to being the sole source of entertainment that you forget that, there's other people that you can talk to. It's like having friends.
That's why I told BSJ that it's easy to work with him.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to do much. You can just let him be the 80%, and you just... Yeah, I agree what you just said. Throw in a joke.
Lacoste is like, this is a free day. This is so easy.
Yeah, one
Yeah,
of the
draft.
brightest minds, though. One of the brightest minds. Dota 2.
Yeah, he picked out the Sven from NA and started to come over in EU. He's just making things happen. Still want to get his update on pub performances, the daily
Well,
updates.
it is nice. I mean, especially for somebody who's just recently transplanted, when you consider that not only...
Transplanted.
Yeah, from NA to...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took me a second.
Yeah, no, I was like,
this
what is he
sick?
on about?
Okay, anyway, he comes here, and not just is he playing in like higher quality games, more games, because there's just there's a more robust player base in EU CIS, but because this tournament's ongoing,
Yeah.
everybody's boot camping, everybody's spamming games once their scrims finish, so he's getting to queue, and he's like, oh my god, it's Miracle on
Yeah,
not
yeah.
IX Mike. This is amazing. And that's legit is the difference. Like, that's what's wild.
It's like
about
there's
the-
actual pro players here I can play with.
Well, IX Mike's a pro player.
Not many in NA, he
Kinda.
was saying.
He's... What? Why? I'm being serious.
Are you, Kyle? Are you?
Yes. He's one of our most celebrated professional players in North America, him and Bulba.
That,
But it's just a limited pro playing pool,
Correct.
BSJ was telling me. That's the problem. And he said half of them aren't playing most of the time.
Well, it's a little tough. There really isn't much NA Dota to play, especially
I was
during the
right.
pandemic. We got league after league for these spoiled European teams that everybody thinks
We
is
deserve
good
it.
or something. You win 2 TIs and suddenly everybody cares. What about the lads in America who are just trying to get to TI? Nobody
We
cares
allowed
about
you
them.
to come this far, Kyle. Off your hard work and merit.
okay, so what do you get here? Like, they kind of block the Slark pick with Faceless Void. There's too much damage, and this is what Viking likes to pick. This is their position. It's a hero that can be played at multiple roles. Right now, it just feels it's going to be position 5/4, depending what they want to give priority to. But great save against the Chronosphere, and they need the carry that benefits from Empower. There are not many left in the pool. Like, I think Troll would be perfect. One of the reasons why Empire banned it out. What else is there left? Like, not many carries love to play into Faceless Void. Like, you just feel so vulnerable. You can get Jug. Like, you need a good laning hero against the Batrider, they banned Drow. Like, Drow is very vulnerable to Batrider in the laning stage.
Are you doing your best BSJ impression at this point?
Go ahead, Carl.
I agree.
Throw in a joke.
You really played a great game of I Spy there. I bet you'd be excellent on a long road trip. Yeah, you pick Venge because it's got good minus armor synergy. You already see there's a mass amount of physical damage amplification on the side of Viking GG. They also have a lasso counter 1-to-1. Surprised they went for Venge over Oracle. I gotta imagine it's because they wanted to keep the role open, but makes me believe this might be a Venge core, and you put the Ench 5 with either Slardar or Mag as your 4 position. I think that just is more solid. But at the same time, I don't know how I feel about offlane Venge, but I know they're willing to play it. But against a Void in lane, it's pretty rough because the stun duration isn't long enough to prevent a leap to get the damage off. And you're susceptible to an early time dilation too after you cast stun and wave.
Venge is much better than Oracle in my opinion because you can break the lasso and you can swap people out of Chrono.
Oracle could also break the lasso, and Oracle could also make someone not take damage during the Chronosphere.
And there we go. Jug.
He's just
So they have 2 abilities that go through Magic Immunity, through his spin, Lasso, and Chronosphere. Right now they need a mid laner. I don't think you want to play Mirana at the mid. So you pretty much know the matchup. We saw 5 men yesterday playing Magnus position 4. I still think they're just going to go with the pretty standard stuff, you know, Mag mid, Jug safe lane, have Slardar on the off lane. Slardar is pretty good, actually excellent against the Faceless Void in the laning stage. What?
You're not even looking at me. You're just talking into the wall.
No, I'm
just monologuing, and then you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Because the screen is right. No, I'm listening with the right ear, the one I have headphones in.
I can't handle this.
The screen is right. You have the screen. You have the screen. You can just...
He doesn't want to look down at his lap.
Yeah.
He wants to look up.
I'd rather look
Yeah.
left and not look at you.
Because how many times am I looking at my notepad and I'm typing things down you guys are saying, I'm just blankly staring.
All right, I think Empire, you just go for something solid like a TA here. I think you need a little more damage for the Chrono. You've got Bat. You could theoretically put the Bat mid and dodge the Jug lineup matchup. I think that would work. LC's banned out, which would be my hero of choice in this spot. But you could also just pick some like stun combo with the Mirana.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's just...
They also think it's going to be an offlane hero that this Batrider is going to be played at mid.
Yeah.
Since they banned out Sanking.
It's a just safer matchup because you really don't want to put Jug mid ever, even if he's the best matchup against the Bat. I'm just concerned that they won't have damage when they go for the Quab. Okay, that could still be off lane, actually, because against Jug, you're just never threatened and you have pretty high base damage. It's a nice matchup against the Mag as well. I like what Empire's got because their team fight's just better. All 3 of their cores are very mobile. The thing you got to worry about is if Viking GG just sort of let the game stagnate, leave lanes early, and then Jug is just farming through stacks, jungle, lanes, etc. with Empower up. You want to make sure that if you're Empire, you're applying pressure and getting good uses of your Chrono and Lasso at pretty much any time they're off cooldown. They
have this great combo. Queen of Pain and Faceless Void. I've seen fails of the week. You know, you can just push people out of Chronosphere, and I believe we're going to see that at least once this game. Like, one hero at least is going to get pushed out by Sonic Wave. And awesome. And I can give you, like, my serious analysis where Viking are just going to stomp them in 25 minutes. Like, they're going to lose, Empire's going to lose 2 heroes. Easy Roche lineup with Slardar. Too much minus armor, empowered Jug. It's too hard to deal with.
Well, before I get your guys' opinions on this, remind everyone at home, EGB.com are partnering with us here for the Omega League, and you can see the odds below, and they think it's more favored for Viking GG. Certainly the better team on paper. But when it comes to the draft, Kyle, starting with you, who do you think is taking this one?
I think Vikings certainly favorited. But I do believe that Empire, if this game is even when we hit the 25-30 minute mark, I think they'll have a bit of an edge. It's really going to come down to the play of the Void. And he could, Void and Quap just have to both end. If they're going to win, if Empire wins, it's because Quap, Void together combined for less than 5 deaths. That's a tough ask.
You're very specific. Okay, I like it.
We've seen a lot of Faceless Void being picked throughout the last few days, and there was like literally no saves. Now you have Venge. What's happening with Shadow Demon, Winter Wyvern? In this game, you have...
Which hero?
Winter Wyvern. Say it again. Winterviver and Weaver. Yeah, so
Good luck, Carl. You tried. Lacoste owned it.
with having one hero that can, just swap you out of the Chronosphere, it's a pretty big deal. And just keeping the buybacks, I think Viking is a very good team at that, especially when you play against like long cooldown, like a Chronosphere.
You are going for who, Lacoste?
Who am I going for? Viking. I'm just talking about Viking all the time.
Cool. Do you want him to say it one more time,
No, we can.
Pardon? What's this? What's this? Why are we swinging? I haven't been told. Yeah, I'm not sure if the commentators are ready just yet. You know what KP's like? He likes to make sure his hair is all perfect. Pycat needs to make sure he's on Super Saiyan mode. Needs to make sure everyone's in a good position ready for this.
Last time I saw Pycat, he was sleeping. The last game he was casting, that was his opener.
There we go. They are ready now. KP, you've probably done your hair. Pycat, I'm hoping I see you in Super Saiyan mode. Let's get into game one between Viking GG and Empire. Remember, in this series, the loser will be eliminated. The next player goes on forward with a chance to qualify. And Pycat, wake up, buddy. It's time.
Pycat, it's okay. They're done with their piece. You can wake up now. Also, there's a Kit Kat there, right? Just munch that up. You'd be right with his rain. But yeah, boys, we got a game. And I feel like the panel was a little bit Viking favored there. So
just a teensy bit.
Yeah, it's just a tiny bit. I think you caught that before you dozed off. I mean, they were getting a bit, it was getting to that point where I thought they might kiss at this rate. But when we focused on this game, I felt like we've heard a lot in favor of Viking. We even saw Carl focus on this. You know how he done that estimate yesterday, where I think it was last time, if Puck dies once, more than once, they'll lose the game. This time around for Empire, he made, I think it was the estimation that if there's a combined death count of more than 5 between Queen of Pain and Faceless Void, then Empire lose.
Yikes. Yeah.
You got to give him credit for being specific.
That's true. He has to get some credit for it. I mean, yesterday it was a 9 that's on Puck. We're gonna see what the counter is today. I think in this matchup, there's a very clear way for Viking to play this game. Like, they just have this Jug, and he has Mag. He's gonna get empowered. There's a Slardar who's gonna amp his damage. There's a Venge who's gonna amp his damage, and the Venge can also kind of save him from both Batrider and Faceless Void. The one thing, though, is that there is this Mag against Queen of Pain in mid lane. And sure, Mag can push the lane, and, he can get his farm, but if this Queen of Pain gets off to a really good start, I think that then Empire could have a good chance, because their heroes they're very mobile, and they're playing into 3 melee cores with a Faceless Void, which is always very nice for the Faceless Void, and they have this Lich to kind of help against all this physical damage and so yeah, there's some chances, I think, but I would definitely favor Viking GG as well, just because how easy it is for them to play their lineup.
Yeah, it's not just a case of if there's stalemates and we farm, we're better off. It's also a case like when you compare what the commitment cost is to getting kills on each side. Like for Empire, it's about this big kind of wombo combo, right? With like Sonic Wave, Chain Frost, Chrono. Viking, they'll get to a point where Slardar will just jump in, stun, follow up another target. They've got 2 swaps to work with. Yes, they have this big RP, but it never feels like we're looking at Mag and going, well, you have to get one hell of a good ultimate to win a fight.
Nah. The Mag in this scenario, he's more of just, he's in power, and at some point, like, he's gonna scale, right, with the physical damage. He's gonna deal a lot of damage on top of, like, the amplified targets from the Slardar, and also with the Venge extra damage, so just Wave of Terror and, minus armor and whatnot, so he's just gonna be dealing damage. I'm getting really confused, though, by this picture on the Queen of Pain. This looks so much like SD, doesn't it?
I mean, maybe I can sort of see where you're coming from a little bit, but I feel like the collar is kind of a giveaway, like this, which I don't want. She hasn't got the collar when you actually look down at her, right? I don't know why they didn't give it.
I mean, the portrait,
that's what I'm saying,
picture,
like,
right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying in the top, right? She's got that little collar thing going on. So it's a bit like, it's more like she robbed Death Prophet's kind of wardrobe, right? It's kind of like a Countess feel to it.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I think looking at the lanes here, bottom lane, I don't really expect that much to be happening down here. I don't think they can really contest this Juggernaut. He can just spin off the stickies. They're going to trade some hits with the Inch, and I don't think that it's going to be very favorable for Empire in this bottom lane. Like, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to do something real here. Looking at the mid lane, unless Lightless somehow manages to outplay Boom, I think this should kind of just be a farming lane for. Well, Mag is gonna go. He's gonna try to push the lane and then go jungle and hit some creeps, and Queen of Pain will just sit in the lane and try to harass as much as possible.
Come on.
Yeah,
Looking at
she's
the top
forced
lane-
into that, right? Because she went with the double Shadow Strike point.
Yeah, and looking at the top lane, it's a very strong lane from Empire, just Faceless Void, and I mean almost any lane with Lich in it is just very strong, and also especially when you're up against these two heroes that solidly rely on physical damage. So I think Empire should do quite well in this lane. I don't know if they're gonna win it very big or whatever, but I think they should be doing quite well, and the Void should kind of just free farm in this lane.
Yeah, and they definitely need that kind of space to the Void, because as this game goes on, as things begin to scale, like you are going to reach a point where you're more or less wholly reliant on what Smiling Knight can do to close fights. Whereas for Viking, you've got 3 heroes that could easily just bring the big deeps in terms of physical damage to the late game from the Mag, Jug, and Slardar.
Yeah, and we actually just saw the Magnus. He was forced back to base. He just put it back. He was kind of low. He didn't really have any regen flying out to him right at that moment. And even if he did, he was kind of too low to use just one salve and go back to lane. So he just ports back to base, and I reckon he's just gonna keep doing this thing where he goes up to the wave, he tries to push it, and then if that doesn't really work, then he just goes jungle.
Yeah, and if it does get too hard, the benefit of Magnus is because you have that empower, you can hit the jungle full time early on, and then give the lane to Aramis or to Celery, whoever needs to basically catch up XP-wise.
Yeah. It is going to give this Queen of Pain a very good game, though. He's going to get a lot of levels in this mid lane. He's going to get a lot of farm. So this is going to be one of those games where, the Queen of Pain has potential to do something. Like, if you play the game very properly, then you can definitely kind of roll with this one. But that's kind of the thing with this Queen of Pain, and why I think, like Kyle, he talks about both this Queen of Pain and Puck to some extent, these heroes where you have a really good start, but if you died, just the once or twice, you give away so much. And that's why most likely we don't see these heroes too much. But with like very, very careful, cautious play and proper play, you can do it.
It feels like we're always bouncing back and forth, right? Like recently we had that, kind of 25-minute death ball meta. We were really hard into that, and it was like, yeah, this is great. We've been sick of seeing Magnus plus whatever lineups and people just hitting creeps. And now it feels like we're seeing a lot more teams return to this traditional. Well, I say traditionally, like old traditional, say 2012, was mid should be ganking, doing a lot of plays around the map. Now, after a while, we shifted into the secondary post 1 role. And I feel like we're now returning to that kind of era where they're starting to slide those picks back in, like Magnus, where it's just heroes that can contently hit creeps for 25 minutes and not feel pressured to make plays around the map.
Yeah, I think it just kind of depends on, what you want to play, what you like playing as a team, and kind of how the draft opens.
Yeah, Celery.
Things along those lines.
7+ sticky nade bombs will do that to you. Looks like they cook themselves some venison, and they'll harass Shadowway as well. They're holding on to the arrow, and the guess will be wrong. But that does zone them away, managing to get the first blood and the bounty runes.
Yeah, they get a kill on the Enchantress. It's kind of nice for the Batrider, since he's not getting, the best CS up against the Jug. But yeah, so he gets the first blood, and he's kind of happy with that. Juggernaut's still just free farming and slightly ahead in the lane bottom. Up top, also Void is... They're just trading kind of evenly. Void slightly up on the net worth. Slardar, yes, same CS, but maybe had to use a bit more regen up against the Lich.
Yeah. But for Slardar, like, getting this sort of CS early on, you're absolutely happy with. Once you have like 3 points and bash in the deep, the Void's unlikely to want to trade off them because he's relying on complete RNG compared to your guaranteed 4th hit bash every time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. The Lich can kind of help offset most of that, though.
Yeah. Plus the Time Walk. But it just keeps them on their toes, because obviously at the early levels, Time Walk has a decent cooldown, so the moment you do have to commit it, you have to respect the Slardar Venge combo.
Yeah, and I like what Mastery is doing down here with the Batrider. He kind of he realized he can just cut waves, and what this does is it frees up the Mirana, so he can go towards the mid lane. He could go towards top. I don't necessarily agree with him just standing there and plinking away on the tower, but just kind of freeing up the Mirana to be able to try to send arrows either on the top lane or the mid lane and try to get some kills. Because the Batrider, he can just farm. He can stack these creeps and farm the jungle at the same time.
Yeah,
and there's not really much that Enchantress can do about it. So
the top. There's going to be a kill into the Lich, and it looks like Celery, he's just realized there's no point trying to contest the bat ride. He's following James around. He's like, whoa, that guy just done like 100 damage to my mid tower. I'll have to stalk him for the next 2 minutes to make sure he doesn't do more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was 100. That sounds a little bit much.
You're right.
You get like 40.
You know when you try and upsell, like you know it was a bad idea, so you just try and upsell it.
Right.
I think that's what I'm helping James out here. It's like, well, I mean, I lost half my health at the time. I hit the tower 2 or 3 times. That must have been like, I don't know, 20% of the health on that thing.
Now the Juggernaut has to be a little bit careful down here for a little bit. He's gonna have quite a few stacks, and the Bat Rider does have spin, and I could potentially turn here.
Yeah, he has got the last 2 available. So now with the spin being on cooldown, Shad should just back up for the moment. I mean, Mastery is low, but if you come to the edge of that tower range, he's going to drag you out towards your death.
Yeah, no points in the flame break, so he's kind of unable to send the Jug back into him, and not enough mana perhaps either.
Yeah, and before they can even get to a kill stage, they have to force the 1 charges out of Shad because he's holding on to 20 at all time.
Yeah, mid lane, Queen of Pain ahead by about 500 gold. We see Viking GG having a net worth lead of around 1k right now.
Yeah, and that should increase as you start to see like Magnus connect with Jug just to give him the empower, right? Because it looks like Jug's going for a bit more of an accelerated build. He's going into the drums course first. We're not going to see a Battle Fury. Don't really need it that badly when you've got a hero like Magnus on your team.
Yeah, I think in general, the consensus has kind of always been that when you have Magnus on your team, all you really need is to just buy stats. Like, you buy items that give you, you know, they provide you stats, right? Because the stats improve your damage and they kind of improve your tankability. And so they set up the Magnus for success as well as yourself.
That was a cheeky kill by Boom. A little bit cheeky out of Lightless. He saw that all the mana had been committed to a kill Moran alongside that RP, so he sees his opportunity. And he takes it. Now, Celery actually needs to be careful because he could go down if he hangs around here.
Yeah, I think you're very happy with that trade if you're Empire. You get to use the Sonic Wave with an Arcane Rune. You get a solo kill on the Magnus, so you get a lot of levels and a lot of gold.
And then, of course, now that the Omni Slash has been used by Shad in the bot lane, that alleviates pressure from Mastery. So all in all, like, Empire are cruising at this point. And now that top has Chrono, at this rate, we'll probably be able to get the hands on Chain Frost at the 10-minute mark. Even top will feel a bit reluctant to play for.
Yeah, I think they're kind of just like, they're going along with this game. You know, everything is kind of just status quo right now. I would say this is slightly favoring Viking GG since they have the lineup that scales a lot easier, like into Roche, into physical damage and objectives. But if the Queen of Pain keeps getting levels, they're also going to scout out this stack now, and they know that they have this stack, so they should be thinking about how to contest this at some point. When the Queen of Pain gets some levels, he can kind of be allowed to play a bit more freely once he gets some items, and yeah, we'll just have to see. Juggernaut queuing up a Diffusal Blade after the drums. I think this is okay. I could see him go, I think maybe I would prefer if he just went Manta straight, because there's going to be more kits coming out of the Queen of Pain. And just in general, the mobility that Manta gives you is very nice to have when you have Magnus on your team.
Yeah, like usually we see people go for at least the Yasha, right? So that you can have that kind of efficiency in terms of farming, be a bit more effective on the clicks, and then you can switch Manta once you see, for example, that Orchid being rushed by the Queen of Pain. It's interesting that he is going straight into the Diffu first. I guess they have heroes that can just immediately fight pretty efficiently off of the laner phase, right? With the Slardar, the Mag.
Yeah, the Mag and the Slardar. I mean, the Slardar, he went for this drum build. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this since, well, I can understand it since the Juggernaut is going to Fusel. Like, the idea, I'm assuming, is that you can kind of just overrun them with these, like, drums on 2 heroes. You have some stats. You're going to be able to fight once you get the Diffusal. The thing is, the Magnus, he's going Echo Saber, like Magnuses usually do. So he's not going to really be able to initiate on people. And going to have an initiation hit.
RP. We'll stop him from Lasso, but now Boom with it drop. Nice swap out. Aramis gives his life so someone else doesn't have to. However, that's not going to work that way. As they get a Sonic Wave onto 2 after Bat Rider catches up with the Lasso. And Celery able to walk away. They don't want to deal with him. They just want to open up a push from the tier 1 tower. And I don't think Viking can contest this, because even when the Mag is up, they've now committed the RP. And they don't have any instant form of initiation because of those drums you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna see how much they kind of pay off, like what the trade-off will be. Like he's obviously gonna be a bit more tanky. He has some, maybe some attack speed once you pop those drums. But I think personally, I would have liked to see something like a Blink Dagger, just kind of rush it, and that way you're gonna be able to play the game quite easily. Just a nice solo kill on top by Shad.
This stage, any kill with Omni Slash is worth it. Do you think it's maybe that Viking, like, we've already identified if they want to get in a farming race, they'd win. But it's almost like they've decided that because we have this inherent ability to farm at any stage in the game, we want to heavily pad our early mid-game presence to try and curb off where Empire is maybe stronger.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can see the idea of this drums. It is to get some more stats, and yeah, there's something there with the, you get some mid game. But I feel like buying a Blink Dagger and kind of, in a sense, you make it so that the enemy team is scared of playing the map, which then makes them a bit more conservative with their farming and where they're moving on the map, which in turn actually lets you farm more. So by buying a Blink Dagger, you're kind of investing in the enemy's inability to play the map, which allows you to play the map better.
Radiant are scanning.
That's true. Maybe the other angle for Toby is he doesn't feel like his other cores want to fight yet, so he felt like he had this window where if he got Blink, there isn't a looming threat on Empire's head or over Empire's head, because at all times Empire's fully aware the other two cores are just off in the jungle hitting creeps.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's definitely something to it. I still could see, a Slaughter and Avenge they can smoke up. This Queen of Pain would be quite an easy target. But nonetheless, he has drums, and I'm assuming he's going to go for a Blink next. We're gonna see here. And we see now Juggernaut. He opted to go for the Yasha into Manta instead. I think this is a much better choice.
Yeah, it does feel like it really comes down to that discussion we just having, where they decided to opt for these early game items, and almost feels like instantly afterwards they've identified they're still not as strong as Empire on these rotations. So just fall back to what's maybe a little bit safer. Obviously, it's going to be worthwhile when you can see the Queen of Pain is building that Orchid as well. You know that Empire are going to probably set the pace in the next 2 minutes off the back of that item.
Yeah, we've still yet to see a Chrono. There's going to be, most likely, it's going to be a level 12 Queen of Pain. He's going to have Orchids. They're going to have the Chrono. They're going to have all their spells ready. And I'm looking for them to kind of just... They need to look for fights right now. That's what they need to do. Their tower pushing is not the best. And so them not knowing how close or if the Slaughter could have a Blink, I'm assuming they should keep track somewhat, like that he shouldn't have it, but they just want to find fights right now. They want to find fights and kill heroes. They don't really want to stand at towers and wait. They just want to look for fights.
Oh, here's a fight. Batrider does get caught out. He was the one posturing aggressively, instantly gets punished for it. At least James picked up the runes, so it's not completely for nothing. But now with Batrider off the map for 30 as the nighttime begins, Viking might feel a bit more confident to move out and look to make a play. And there it is. The smoke's going to come out straight away. They won't have a catapult, though. This is always the frustration of Mirana. Just able to stop these early pushes that are usually heavily reliant on the catapults. Toby sees the target.
Looks like...
Eknal will be an easy pick. The arrow to try and buy some time. These right clicks should be good enough, and they might be able to get James if he's not careful. He's able to leap down before the bash comes through. But that was a smoke, so all in all, Empire should be content with that. They don't for sure know that there's a smoke going on there, as it was a nighttime reveal.
Yeah,
Well,
at the same time, they're kind of like breaking the smoke. I think this is a time where you kind of want to be controlling the game right now. The Viking GG, like, there's no Blink. There's going to be a Blink coming out very soon on this Magnus. He has his Echo Saber. He's going to have Blink. He's level 12. Maxed in power. Juggernaut, also level 12. He's getting closer to that Manta. So I think this is kind of the time where you want to be taking some control of the map, and you want to be using this Chrono, I think. Like, way more than they have been. I don't think we've seen a Chrono so far. Maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen one. And so I think that they should really be utilizing their spells more when they're off cooldown. Like, Batrider, Queen of Pain, and Faceless Void. They should all be thinking about how to get kills.
No, it looks like we might not see a Chrono, and once again, as Toby's able to get away, he was blind mastery. Maybe what happened is Smiler Knight was watching the games yesterday, and he doesn't want to risk his teammates running into his Chronos. So he's going to hold on to it. Because, you know, there's heroes that could blink in, right? Like Bat Rider could get stuck in. Your mid could blink randomly into your Chrono as well. These things could happen.
Are you trying to say something here?
No, I'm just saying that Chrono is a dangerous spell that can hurt your own team as much as the enemies.
That is
true. Not really hurting Magnus here. So stupidly tanky. Gets away with that. Omni Slash does come out. Now Smiling Knight will look to back away. He has got that Chrono. Now this is his moment. There's nobody nearby. The pause will give him ample time to think about where he wants to place this. I don't know if they've got the damage without the Chain Frost. And Queen of Pain, she's a little way away.
Yeah, it looked like a really good fight, and then nice Glimmer Cape coming out of... Was it? I thought I saw Glimmer Cape.
It was Celery,
out of the Enchantress, yeah. Enchantress, Glimmer Cape on the Magnus, and then a swap to kind of get him out of harm's way. And now, yeah, the Lich is dead. The Queen of Pain is not in the best position. They have a Chrono that they might use it, but Juggernaut is very tanky right now, and so is Slardar.
So is this Magnus. They're still trying to kill the Mastery. He should be going down for... Oh no, the Skewer away! The Sonic Wave's going to miss from Lightless. He held on for it too long, and as a result, they're going to lose more heroes. Venge actually goes down the side of Viking. They're still hunting on the Smiling Knight. They do have full vision on him. Toby's got the blink in 3 seconds, but there is a time walk away. However, he's got the river to work with. They decide against it as it's too close to the tier 1 tower. All in all, though, like you said it yourself, Empire, you expect them to be the ones making the, setting the pace, but I feel like what we just saw in that last fight is how heavily reliant they still are on magical damage, and how much that Glimmer Cape you mentioned is going to screw them over in these engagements if they don't deal with Celery first.
Yeah, I feel like their kind of approach to these fights is a little bit wonky. I think they need to be shoving lanes a little bit harder, and unfortunately for them, they don't really have the best heroes. Like the Void, he can't really push lanes that fast. Queen of Pain, you can do it somewhat quickly, but also not the fastest lane pusher, and their supports, they don't really do it either. There's the Bat Rider, he's okay at it, but they need to be shoving these lanes so that they can force Viking's heroes to show up on the map, and so that they can get these kills on them.
Instead,
but Viking GG...
Yeah, they're getting caught out when they're trying to shove. And you can kind of see the problem, right? Like, it's not just that Viking now have so much mobility. It's like you mentioned, like Queen of Pain not the quickest person pushing in waves, and the way she has to do it. It's not like one of these heroes that you can have in a lineup that you might have like a hero where if it looks really bad, you just macropie and walk away. Like you're always showing like this, and this is what occurs every time. He does manage to get away this time, but Toby won't die for it. It is a tough game. It's a very spooky one. It's not like Smiling Knight's clear on these waves either, because he did go for the Midas build.
Yeah, it's definitely a very spooky game because there's so many plays for Viking to have right now. Like they have these 2 Blink Daggers, they have the Venge. They're not gonna pursue the kill on the Void. We've still yet to see a Chrono, and he's going for the SNY. I'm assuming this is going to be disassembled into Manta and Halberd, which kind of makes sense in this game. But yeah, Viking, they have so many options. They can make plays with the Magnus, they can make plays with the Slardar. The Venge can kind of join anyone. They have the option of killing Roche. They're pushing lanes very quickly, and it makes it difficult for Empire to play because they have these 3 kind of squishy heroes in Void, Bat Rider, and Queen of Pain, and they have to be showing on lanes to push them out so that they can make kills possible. But that gives opportunity to Viking.
It's also the fact that almost anyone on the side of Viking can go to these lanes and kind of confidently push, right? Like when you think about Empire, their supports are reluctant to approach these lanes to try and shove stuff out. Whereas half the time, Celery is just casually in the lane hitting creeps because he knows he's not an easy target for them. They'd have to commit big ultimates onto a POS 5, which they're reluctant to do.
Yeah, I mean, the Lich, he can go up and he can drop a Frost Shield on some creeps, right? And, Mirana can throw some arrows on range creeps and kind of make the creep wave go the other direction. That's kind of what you're wishing for. But yeah, not the fastest way of clearing waves for sure.
No. And they're just trying to have the wave casually push down this tier 1, but Viking have kept it up with 50 HP. They probably won't deny it just yet. Maybe if they could get the Dire tier 1 killed first, they'd be a bit more content. The problem is they barely put any pressure onto Empire's mid.
Yeah, and that's kind of just the Magnus Queen of Pain matchup so far. Like, I think what they're doing now could be a good move here. They definitely are going to push faster. than the Empire lineup. They're all rotating towards top. They're gonna take this area. I wouldn't mind if they kind of swung back mid and went for this tower instead, as it kind of opens up Roche more so, or even just snuck into Roche.
Yeah. They're lingering around, but they've just lost their tier 1 in the mid. So if they did decide to go for that early Roche, they have less TP points now, right? They've only got their tier 1 top, which might make them a bit more reluctant to try and sneak a quick one.
Yeah, they don't necessarily even have to force the Roche. I mean, what they can do is they can just kind of like show up in this area, like linger around this area, like go to top, force Empire to come back, and then they just return back to bottom, and they're gonna push the lane so much quicker. The one thing Empire have is they have this Bat Rider with some nice mobility, so they can kind of, you know, play the map quite quickly. But at the same time, you don't want to keep playing this game forever if you're Empire. You want to be able to start making some kills happen, because sooner or later there's going to be a BKB on the Magnus, there's going to be a BKB on Slardar, and Jugger is just going to get tankier and tankier. So it's not going to get easier for Empire to play.
Eknart is not tanky at all. Life is definitely not easy for the Lich as he gets chased down. But he'll say, I tanked the gank for my teammates, so they don't have to. But this is always the problem, right? Like you mentioned, they're going to try and force Empire top, and they have to come top to defend a potential Roach situation. All the while knowing that they can never do it themselves. Like you look at their lineup, they're not capable of taking early Roaches. Whereas, as we're about to see with Viking, now with that level 2 corrosive haze, they're going to just erase this big boy and take his heart and use it as a second life.
Yeah, it's gonna go down so quickly. Empire just saw it scouted out, but Roche is already dead.
Yeah, no opportunity for the first Chrono of the game. Instead, he's just got to run away.
Yeah, and I kind of have to wonder, like, what's the idea here? Like, are they actually just gonna be content to keep going late game? Like, the Enchantress it's not gonna be the absolute best scaling position 5. And Venge is okay. The swap can definitely be very helpful later on in the game, but it is pretty dicey, I think, to keep playing this game for Empire if they don't make something happen.
Yeah, you could see them potentially being able to like bounce back in that hyper late game situation as it is a Void, but that's a long way off. And Bat Rider is a long way off living as he gets caught out on the enemy territory. They'll hunt for Eknart again. He wishes he was the one with a Glimmer Cape instead of Celery, as they'll be able to find him. There'll be a blink away by the Quap. However, there is a swap on the Mirana. James can't get out in time. He knows he's going down. So 3 dead on the side of Empire. Already taking the tier 1. Viking are going to continue the push because Shad never left that mid lane.
Yeah, just a very kind of easy to execute, clear idea of what to do here for the Viking lineup. The Juggernaut just has to, you know, hit creeps and just keep farming, keep pushing lanes. And Empire are the ones that have to make moves happen, and it's just not happening right now.
No, you have to question when it is going to, right? Because Smiling Knight, I mean, he's got his Manta, he's got his Heaven's Harbor now. It almost feels like every time we're checking in on him, like we're assessing his item choice and we're thumbs up with it. But it almost feels like it's too late for the state of the game, right? Like now, there's nothing to be done. You have to wait out the Aegis. By the time that is expired, you're probably going to have a Skadi on the Jug, and you still are unlikely to have your Butterfly complete.
Yeah, the thing is, like, he's keeping, or he has been for the most part of this game, thanks to the Midas and to him just farming, he's keeping somewhat of an even pace with Juggernaut, but that's not really enough. You want to be ahead, because there's a Slaughter on the enemy team, there's a Magnus on the enemy team. Like, these heroes, you're gonna die pretty quickly anyways. You know, if you get caught in an RP, even potentially just a Slaughter stun into Amp and Venge, you can still die as this Faceless Void, even though you have quite a few items.
Yeah,
whereas the Juggernaut, he has very easy access to this Roche. Killing the Roche for them is so easy, so he's gonna be playing with this Aegis, and
his item choice is easy, right? Like you mentioned early on, for him, whenever you see Magnus, what teams tend to do, the carry is going to pad stats, right? He just wants to tank up, because he's always getting that effective damage out of that, plus the Corrosive Haze and the Slardar you mentioned. Whereas for Faceless Void, it almost feels like we're sitting there going, you kind of need to tank up, buddy. But we also need you to have a crap ton of damage, because eventually our other heroes, the damage output in these fights is going to fall off hard.
Yeah, and for people thinking in general, like, it's only a 4K advantage at 26 minutes, and we're kind of reiterating how, you know, the game is in Vikings' hands and how Empire are the ones who have to play, and this is kind of because this is how it feels when you play these type of games. you feel the pressure because you understand yourself that your lineup is not going to scale just as well unless Empire have some sort of idea where they think they're going to be taking this late game. And if that's the case, then, you know, maybe they have some information that we don't. But otherwise, the idea is just, you know, they can sense that they're getting kind of out-farmed and the pressure is on them. And that's why we're kind of mentioning it.
Yeah, it is. I think the other way to like think of it is when you look at the way that you're building, and James will TP out, by the way, just about gets out. When you look at the comparison of the way these two teams build, it almost feels like Empire's IMs are reactionary to the state of the game, whereas Vikings, they're able to like align themselves for later on without much consequence. As there might be consequence for Shad, they can't even get through the Aegis though. Smiler Knight, it's not worth the Chrono, he knows it, because he never knows where Aramis is. He only assumes that the Venge is nearby.
Yeah, they wanted to try to kill the Juggernaut before, like just kill the Juggernaut without using the Chrono, so they could get the Aegis and then just Chrono on top of where the Aegis, like where we would respawn, but not enough damage at this point.
No, and good luck making that kill happen now. He just completed the Skadi up to 2.5k HP on this Jug.
Yeah, things looking kind of grim for Empire right now.
I mean, where is your play? You can split push only so much. You're running out of towers to kind of sacrifice to the Vikings, and they are actually beginning to look like the Vikings are old. You know the, like the kind of infamous legends of how like Vikings would raid and they'd like, you know, they never conquered, but they'd invade and take the loot. It actually kind of eventually got to the stage where the locals would like just gather all the treasures and go, "Is this enough?" And the Vikings
just
would
give it.
like, yeah, sure, dude. We'll take that and we'll leave.
Right,
So
right.
it almost feels like that's the state of this game, where Viking have gotten to a stage where they show up and Empire like, oh, we tried the resistance last time, it didn't work. Maybe if we just like throw a tower at them here or there, they'll let us continue existing.
Yeah, at this point, it kind of feels like they're just handing over the goods to Viking. Aegis was reclaimed just a few moments ago. Juggernaut queuing up an Abyssal. Slardar with the BKB completed. BKB on Magnus, just keeping up with the item progression. The Queen of Pain she's quite farmed. She has Shiva's Orchids, so not doing poorly by any means, but
she
gotta
suffers
wonder,
from the
is
same
it enough?
exact issues. Well, that's the thing, right? They kind of reached this point where they have to commit to this idea of kill first, because like, what other choice you have as the Queen of Pain now, right? Like, if you rush to BKB, we already mentioned the amount of physical damage that Viking have, so you can't go that route. You need to like spike up your damage somehow. The Butterfly is going to help Smiling Light in a lot of ways, but other than those two, there's nobody else in this game that's able to really, you know, give a bit of Vavavoom, give that item that puts you over the edge in terms of having enough to burn through Viking's heroes.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure that just like Void getting a Butterfly or getting, I mean, any item for that matter is going to be enough. Like, they're going to be relying quite a bit, I think, on like magic damage this game. But there are 2 BKBs and a spin, and there's a Glimmer Cape and a Venge, so dealing all of this magical damage is not going to be the easiest thing. Like, I feel like this Void is going to need, you know, some pretty big Chronos hitting multiple heroes, and we've still yet to see any hero caught inside a Chrono.
No, right now, like, I almost feel like I'm in the minus Smiling Knight. He's picked up his Butterfly. It's like, maybe if RNG favors me, they'll just miss more than 35% of the attacks, and I can eventually win the fight.
Yeah, who knows? You know, he's
Get up
trying to
level
become
25,
PA.
Get the backtrack, maybe.
He's cosplaying as PA right now.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Because
just get
PA's
second
ult is
Butterfly again.
passive, and so far his ult has also been passive. So
There it is. It makes sense. And that would mean he has 2 passives. Also, he's building in the Heaven's Halberd, so he'll have more or less the same amount of evasion.
yep.
And eventually
It all
he'll be
makes sense
better
now.
when he gets his backtrack.
I mean, it all makes sense now.
So he'll survive. The problem is, can the rest of Empire, or can they find someone to kill? They go for Shad. Last year, the Dragon Way. Aramis trying to get close enough to save the day. He needs to get closer, but he doesn't need the assistance. They don't put a dent in it. Meanwhile, look at the backline of this fight. Queen of Pain just goes down. The RP just makes her go splat and goodbye, and Eknart will be chased down as well. He'll die. James is able to TP away. Mastery is trying to run, but you're approaching river territory. And this is Slardar lands. Oops, Slivering Crush off the mark. They're going to activate the drums and chase forward. They have full eyes on. He'll go for the 4-staff TP away, but that ain't going to be good enough. They charged up and primed that bash just for his face, and another one dies. Now 10,000 net worth lead all of a sudden for Viking.
Yeah, and that's the Queen of Pain that's been farming like for 30 minutes, and he goes down in I mean, I don't know if it was 1 second or half a second or somewhere along those lines. And Void's still just unable to kind of use the Chronosphere. They throw out the Chain Frost on the Juggernaut. He just uses Spin. And they just don't have... There's just not that much that they can do at this point.
No, you can feel the desperation when Pop went that deep because she was clearly trying to just keep eyes on the Venge and make sure that they can't go for that swap. But they didn't even need it. I think they done maybe 15% damage to Shad before he got that spin off.
Maybe 15%.
Yeah, I'm trying to be generous here. You know what we say? We inflate the numbers to make them feel better about themselves. And, you know, it's like right now, you know, one number I can't increase is the amount of chronos we've seen this game. It almost feels like Smiling Knight is trapped in the perfectionist mentality, right? You know when you first start playing Dota, you're like, if I hit a 5-man black hole, we'll win this game. If I hit a 5-man chrono, I can win this game. But it's never going to happen. Viking do not need to stack. Like, you look at the way their heroes work. Best chrono situations, what, maybe 3 heroes if you're lucky?
Yeah, and you know, it is against a vengeful spirit, right? So he has to catch he feels like he has to catch multiple heroes in the chrono.
Here we go. This has to be the one, right?
Yes,
there we
there
go.
it is.
It's a chrono, and there's the swap straight away. All right, so you kill off Aramis. The buyback comes out for Batrider. Even takes long to kill off Aramis. Now Smiling Knight needs to be careful himself. Time walk towards the south side of the fight because Boom with BKB is hunting this Queen of Pain. Lightless is going to die off and be brought down. Now they can turn their attentions fully to the rest of Empire, who've already committed 2 of their buybacks. They know where Smiling Knight is, and it is Toby's territory, as you're about to find out. But you can't blink just yet. The Flamebreaker is stopping him. He does have full eyes on, and I don't know if this Faceless Void is getting out of this. Maybe if the mischance works. Here we go. So far, it's kind of working. But with reinforcements coming, I don't think it's going to work for long enough. The disarm is on him to make sure he can't bash in return. He's running out of mana. And the arrow really won't change the outcome here. Smiling Knight keeps trying to move away. The supports are here to assist him, but the drums get activated and Shadow chase him down. Just trying to burn that mana. I think Smiling Knight might get away with this, but they are going to sacrifice supports. Eknart gets brought down. That's his dieback. And while, yes, you did just keep the Faceless Void alive, the way that chase went conveniently moved Viking towards the lane they now need to push.
Smiling Knight, he survived. But
He
at what
did survive.
cost? At what cost?
Well, I mean, he did have to give up that perfect rate of 0 chronos this game.
Yes.
It did get him a kill. Not the
On the
kill he
bench.
was looking for, though. Yeah.
No, and I think at this point, there's just very little you can do. There's gonna be a Roche, and it's gonna go down in...
Very
I don't know
fast.
if that was... I mean, that was
like... I clicked over, it went
few
from
seconds.
like a third
Yeah.
HP to no HP in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, Empire, what they can do, they can try to kind of get any sort of fight. I mean, like, if you're Void at this point, I feel like you queue up a Rapier and you kind of hope for the best.
I mean, he's
They're
got
just-
damage ideas. He's going for a Daedalus, but it's hard to see Viking giving him enough time to even get to that item right now. Like,
Yeah,
they have them fully on the ropes.
They're just lacking very heavily in damage right now. Their supports are not dealing enough damage. Their cores are not scaling well enough, not dealing enough damage, and the game, it's just in a very rough position for them right now.
All right.
James is gonna get.
All right. Well, while they were killing Mirana, there was an awkward moment on the left because Batrider had to lasso and TP away from Celery.
Right.
Immediate tip is appropriate. I mean, if you're Celery right now, you're like, I'm not really sure what that was about, but okay. No lasso to worry about for a while. Toby, disarm out under the void. Smiling Knight just wants to get those clicks in. There are reinforcements nearby, and there's the RP coming out, and they'll just eviscerate everybody on Empire, bar 1. Smiling Knight once again trying the same escape pattern as last time. This time he doesn't have supports to protect him, but he's a lot closer to his base. Toby is a little bit reluctant to let him go, but it doesn't matter. They've got the creeps coming in. They've got access to the base. Even bot lane's pushing in, so if they want to go for Megas, they can shift over there later.
Yeah, they're just gonna play it safe. I feel like they could almost just kind of just start hitting the tier 4s. I feel like there's not that much that you can do if you're Empire at this point. You have 2 heroes dead. There's no lasso on the Batrider regardless. They know he has no buyback. Yeah, the Lich will
Calm
be
down,
alive
though.
soon, but
Calm down,
Yeah.
Plycat, because there's a 1% chance, sorry, that Empire can win this. All right? They just got a split push as quickly as Viking kill Roche. And they're not doing it. That's a GG.
yeah.
Well,
and,
that was a pretty underwhelming end to a game, although we kind of knew it was going this way, right? Like, Was there really a point where Empire felt in control of this game?
No, I don't think so. And I think it was kind of disappointing, to be honest. I think that at least they had some chances of playing the game. You know, they had this Queen of Pain who got off to a really good start. They had the Void, they had the Chrono. They just didn't use any of their spells for the longest period of time. They didn't make any plays happen. It kind of just looked like I don't know if they had the idea that they were actually going to outscale this lineup, or if they're just players are unable to make calls or they don't have ideas. But it was just kind of disappointing because I think while I definitely favor the Viking draft, there are ways to play this game if you're Empire, you know? They just never really, they didn't try anything.
Yeah, I think from your summary, it's like you think you can either outfarm a mag lineup, which is maybe a little bit delusional, or you just lack the confidence after the first few engagements. And we'll just have to hope that they've got more confidence for game number 2. But right now, I'm a bit worried. This could very easily just swing in Vikings' favor with a 2-0 if this keeps up.
Yeah, looking like it.
Certainly looking a little bit shaky there for the Empire side. Thank you very much, KP and PyCap. We'll bring you guys back in for that second game. But that was Viking from start to finish. It was doing it in their style. Felt very confident throughout of it. And like they were saying there, just maybe a lack of confidence, a lack of ideas on actually how to do the job they were.
Damage amplification, Banks.
There we go.
More people should learn about this when they go to Dota school. The same way we should be teaching kids in middle school about compound interest, because it affects us in the same way. If you take percentage increases on amount of damage dealt, there's no way to replicate that on the enemy side, because you're not just increasing your DPS output through item purchases, but each item is inherently more valuable. Stocks, they always go up.
Well said, Stonks. So, yeah, this game was not really fun to watch, I would say. Where
I had a blast.
You had a blast? Okay, where one team just,
right.
you know, kind of dominated, but it was a slow, methodical game. It's all it took, like one mistake near the Roche pit where you kill one guy, and suddenly they take the Roche. They give Aegis. You do not want to finish the game with first Aegis, just build up more advantage. And Empire, they seemed like they did not know how to use their heroes. It seems pretty simple. On the paper, you have Faceless Void, go in, try to use Chronosphere, but that's what I said before the game. Like, why are people not getting saving heroes against this Faceless Void? And I guess that's one of the reasons why it's so hard to play into. Like, if you use a Chronosphere on the target that you want to, you know that the hero's gonna get swapped.
Yeah.
Back to me.
Yeah.
He's waiting for a Lacoste monologue again.
Yeah, check the
Basically
notes.
tell you
What
to
you got
take it
written
all
down.
away.
I don't have too much stuff, you know. I have an
man.
interesting stat. Faceless Void had 0-0-1 exactly at 30-minute mark. You know something's off.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Does he know that?
Does he know that his hero can also do stuff instead? So, you know, you can kill
He can be
kill
active?
people with it. If you use time dilation, you'll also gonna get assist.
He had a very odd item choice as well. He went Midas into Sange and Yasha, then split the Sange and Yasha into Manta Halberd. But it's just like the way it went down. I think splitting makes sense, but it's just odd to me to do it like immediately. It's like, yeah, I got Sange and Yasha. Now,
Let's
disassemble
that.
You thought that's what I was going to do, but we're going to split it into 2 items. They'll never see it coming. But ultimately, it just doesn't really give you a power spike. You know, it's not an MKB, it's not a BKB, it's not a Battle Fury. It's just casual SNY. So it's not really itemizing for farming, but yet the score is 0-0-1 at 30 minutes. And ultimately, this is what we talked about. A slow, stagnant game always favors the Magnus team because you have a Jug. He doesn't need a Midas. He's going to be able to keep up with you no problem because he's got Cleave.
It's not just Jug. You have this Slardar who is extremely farmed. Like, if you empower him, he can easily kill the supports in 2 hits, and they have Enchantress to dispel the Frost Armor, so Lich was really not that useful in this game.
Did they pick Lich into Enchantress? They did, didn't they?
I believe they did.
Should they have done that, Lacoste?
Not in my opinion, but what do I know?
Not much, but
still better
Clearly
than,
more than them.
still better than picking Lich into Enchantress. They wanted to have more damage, like more team fight, but if you're not team fighting, like this whole lineup doesn't make much sense.
And you guys put a lot of emphasis, right? Not just on the Faceless Void, but the QoP as well. And it just wasn't a game that was going to work out for Empire. They weren't playing up to the standard we'd seen them play for. Maybe, I don't know, it's all, we can talk about the draft side of things, but that's what the gameplay itself wasn't there.
This is kind of expected, at least for me, where Empire, they beat only like 2 teams who are also not that great. Like they managed to beat Khan and let me go through my notes. Yeah, 5 Comrades, which are like not the popular teams. You know?
So you delivery. He has to check his notes. Name a player on 5 Comrades.
5 Comrades, Comrade number 1, Comrade 2, Comrade 3, Comrade 4 и Comrade 5.
Okay. So yeah, not anybody super memorable on those squads. I can understand the cost point. They're also going up against pretty much the undisputed #1 seed in this entire qualifier. So yeah, Viking, I expect them to keep winning. And with that knowledge, I think that their draft also makes a lot of sense. Just kept it simple. They had answers. The cost continues to just drone on and on about this Chronosphere and the swap, but ultimately, you know, they have Lasso and they have Chrono, and they're both just hard countered by this Venge support, and then they draft all this damage amplification, just kind of guaranteeing at some point we'll be able to do more damage than you. We're going to crush down Roche whenever we get an opportunity, and we can kill buildings behind our Jug who just walks up with Empower. So it's just easy for them to play Dota, and then once you got a lead at 30 minutes, the game's just over.
So without seeing the next draft, just from watching that first game, do you think it's just going to be Viking all the way, 2-0? There's going to be a clean sweep for these guys?
Yeah, it looks like it. I kind of expected a faster game, but Viking has been playing a bit more slow lately, where they, you know, don't tend to go for
You dropped the
any
lemon.
kind
Don't
of
worry,
rush. They don't want to make mistakes, so they just take it slowly. It's also a sign of, like, I wouldn't say like confidence, because if you were confident, you would just go, but it's a smarter way to play. Like, we're just going to wait 5 extra minutes, wait for the next Roshan phase.
I think you can be confident and still take your time. It just means you're not
dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not rushing and then making some errors and costing yourself a game. We saw that a couple of times from teams that were supposed to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just agree with me. I like this. This is the first. You guys agree with me on it. Now, you know, for 5 men managed to qualify yesterday, how do you reckon they would handle up against the Viking? How would you put them in from what you've seen? Are they pretty close overall? Or? No?
I think it might be all right, but it's going to be very draft dependent. I think that ultimately that's what a lot of these opening matches are going to be. Even when we get into the Mortal division, it's just going to be it's going to be so much about strategy and execution. I don't know how much play even is really playing a part yet, because it just feels like this patch isn't figured out at all.
Yeah, I talked to Mitch a bit today about their match tempo against HellRaisers, and he said, like, it's all going to be dependent on the draft. Like, if we get a better draft, like we have it, if they do, like, we're screwed.
Yeah. It's not like League of Legends where it's just everyone's got skill shots. It's like, ha, I got you first. Dota, it's kind of tough. We used to not make fun of it, but the Han balancers way back in the day would always make fun of Ice Frog. Meanwhile, they're adding a new hero every 2 weeks. Like, I can't even. We didn't have counter wards. They thought that it was dumb that you could just de-ward your pull. So they're like, we won't let you counter wards be available in the shop until
those guys were getting paid for.
They were getting
job?
paid.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say, however, our lead balance designer was a young Earth creation. So changing his mind was really difficult. Oh, what a day. What times.
I can't believe this game is not alive.
Stop. The point is, the consensus, and this is something that even, you know, fans of Dota would admit, is that everything in Dota is broken. Everything is OP. But there's also hard counters to almost everything that's broken. So,
can you stop?
When life
stop breaking the set.
Okay. The point is, everything's broken. So there's certain heroes, like Cheese is a really silly phrase we still use. But back in the day, you know, you could get Huskard, you could get Broodmothered. But even nowadays, like to play against Bat Rider without an answer is really difficult. Drow, Magnus, like. Even you get where I'm going with this. It's just very much about matchups, and if you don't have an answer to your enemy's win condition, it's so hard to win the game. It's near impossible. Most.
It's like, oh, you've got that, but I've got this. Boom.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was like.
I thought that was a draft.
Yeah.
Do you think we're gonna have a draft that quick? When have we had a draft that quick between games? It hasn't happened yet, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta. There's a lot to break down, Banks.
Clearly. Care to
Right,
start?
Lacoste? You were mentioning off camera about that thing.
Yeah, the thing I was saying off camera was, these matches are hard to break down because they last for like 10, 15 minutes more, so there's always something to talk about.
You're not used to lasting that long.
Yeah. Well, I have a comeback like straight away, but I can't say it on the camera.
Oh, you're hindered by being on a broadcast, Lacoste.
Yeah, it's being PC.
Whenever I work with Lacoste, I feel like it's like 12 or it's like midnight, 1 a.m. And it's just like, wait, it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Does that happen to you?
No, I get up at normal time. Every day seems to be the same. Every day has been the same for the past 9 days.
I think he meant like the time passes fast in a good company.
And that's not what
You think he would go for that, Lacoste? I thought
That's
you knew
very
him.
positive. I'm glad you think that I would think this, but it's not
actually
the case.
negative, but whatever.
What?
Never mind, Kyle. I'll explain later.
All right, cool. We'll add it to the list.
Yeah, so
We're
what
done.
Lacoste
That
explained a
one.
lot to me over the years.
The one thing you guys talk about a lot, right, is that the difference in how the tier 1 teams, the best teams, are going to be able to use their drafts and how sometimes even the drafting won't matter as much because they were just better with their options, their heroes. Is that something that you think you're going to see even with this patch, though? Do you think it's still going to be the same? Like, they figured it out more, where you're saying for these games it's very much just the better draft 90% of the time is winning?
Well, typically, I think that the pro teams, they just go that like one layer deep. They go the one layer further because they want to stop. I can't focus with you next time. God damn it. They go one layer further. So typically with these tier 2 teams, they'll say, okay, you pick this and you ban this and this. Like,
That's it. Like this is the best we can get. Like,
yeah,
but
so
there's
they'll
so
pick
much
number
more.
3 on the list. The top teams like Secret will come in expecting you to pick something, and they won't just have like an answer. They'll have like a draft concept built around you taking the opener they expect. And oftentimes they'll pick heroes out of the unknown pool instead of just focusing on what's already been shown. They'll have new stuff. Because there's a lot more history and knowledge that they're drawing upon. Because Puppy, he's seen you first to Bat Rider. People were doing that TI1, TI2. He's had 10 years to think about how to beat the hero.
Exactly.
What's so fun? What?
No, I'm just thinking about, oh, you surprised the team Secret with the Bat Rider pick. Like Puppy's like, wow, what should we do now? I've never played against this hero. How do we counter it?
Yeah,
it's like Kyle playing chess against Kasparov, let's say. So like you can't really surprise him.
Yeah, he's seen it all. It's like, you're going with
Swindlemelon's B3, whatever.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you got me. What do I do now?
I'm used to D4 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what you're used to.
D4, D6, whatever. I'm trying to get better at knowing the, what's it called, like the positions.
I don't know. I'm not good at chess.
Yeah, I think everyone at home could guess that, Lacoste.
That
Maybe
explains
Connect
a lot.
4, or you'd probably be pretty good at Uno. You just have to match the colors or the number.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Production's asking if this is a compliment.
It's definitely
no, it's
not a
not.
compliment.
This is straight up insult coming out
Between
from Kyle.
these two? No, definitely not.
How good are you at rock, paper, scissors? Because I think that game,
I'm like a champion. You want to go?
best
Like
out
best
of
of 3?
Okay, how do you do it?
I
though?
think I beat you one time, and then you said like, "Yeah, I didn't think this through. I don't
Of
know how
course,
to play."
let's sound
I don't
like
know,
Kyle.
like you're so bad that I can't apply logic, like logic and rock paper. Let's go.
Okay, but
Okay.
wait a second, you got to agree on how you're doing it. Is it on
It's-
the 3? Is it on the
One,
1?
2, go.
Okay.
No. That's
Oh,
it's rock, paper, scissors, and then you shoot on the 4th.
Okay,
So
we're good.
bum 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 bum.
Okay,
Okay, best 2 out of 3.
best of 3.
All right, da 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 da, 1-0.
Okay, I'm not used to losing the first round. What do I do now?
Are you ready?
Okay, let's go.
Bum 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 bum. Ready?
Ready. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. I got into your mind. I see the way you're thinking, and just needed that one game.
What he doesn't know is I'm hustling him right now. We're gonna do it off camera for money later, and it's gonna take him for everything he's got. I know your tell now. I know his tell. You watch Casino Royale, right? You're English.
okay, I know
Like
James
Hospital
Bond is to
Sheep?
do with English, but I think a lot of other people to watch that as well.
Well, then you know what's coming next. A draft. No.
No.
I actually thought you had the cue there.
I wish that would have been really cool timing, but no.
Production squad, like scrambling. No, what do we do? Carl's asking for the draft again. You can't rely on the draft to come anytime soon, Carl. You can't, man. It's not going to work out like that.
Yeah.
It's just where
We'll break down the upcoming draft. Viking GG, big favorites. If you're Empire, I think you just got to pull out something special. You just want a first 2 Void into a mag, and then go for this weird, like, I don't know. Whenever I see somebody last picking Quap, it's a little questionable.
What do you want to see? First pick Quap?
It's just that Quap is solid because when teams that really like to use Quap, they're comfortable picking it earlier because it's open. Zai will play it off lane.
Yeah.
Some teams will play it as a 4 position. But when you're last picking it, and it's sort of this jack of all trades, master of none, you'd rather have just a more niche pick for your final selection, especially if it's going to be mid. That's where you want to pull out something that's like harder countered in an ideal matchup. Stuff like TA, like Necrophos. Even if you want to get wild heroes like from previous patch, Sniper, you know, something that can actually be your win condition. Quap oftentimes is never, he's a complement to the win condition. It's not actually what's going to win the game.
All right, seems like we have something, and that's draft right there.
That was the worst draft.
Lacoste ruined it.
attempt.
Oh, he wanted to ruin it
of
for me.
bringing that up.
Production
Whatever.
said,
We'll
I'm
show
the
you.
champion, and he see, you know, the ego won't let it go. 'Cause
Oh,
like,
is that
I'm
what
the
they said?
champion. That's what they said.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Here, hang on. Can we take the draft away?
Take the draft away, please.
Carl has no power.
Take it away, and Kyle, move your hands. Put it back on. Okay.
Better now? You feel
And
powerful?
I feel better, yeah.
All right. Dumbass.
Just flexing, you know, Lacoste.
I can't
Enjoying
believe
this
I lost.
moment.
I can't believe I lost. I knew I should have thrown paper. I'm
Oh,
actually
Lacoste, did
sorry.
you see the video we put together for Carl yesterday?
No, I didn't.
We need to play that again at some point for you, don't worry.
No,
We'll
I
make
think
sure we
we've
bring
seen
this
it
one
enough.
up.
We don't want to alienate our fan base. You know, the viewers expect high quality Dota 2. They don't want just random meme content making fun of panelists.
I think T-Gov is in chat and he can do a poll for us and they'll say they do want more meme content.
Polls. You know, the app is broken, so if you get a poll request while you're on the Twitch mobile app, it just pops up on the screen. You can't get rid of it.
Didn't happen to me.
You know, it's actually interesting. I bet you, because I'm a mod. Are you a mod in the WePlay chat?
Yep.
If I'm not, like, I
Here's-
better
well,
be.
I'm just stating. So let's say hypothetically there was somebody out there who was a sponsor. I could make you a poll for money. Just don't tell WePlay about it. Wisp Gyro, another example of an awesome opening combination. When you already feel like you're the better team, just straight up, it's Wisp Gyro. This is probably the strongest combination that has
Ever
persisted for years.
existed.
Like 5-6 years now, it feels.
Yeah, these two heroes go way, way back. Like, they've been nerfed, but somehow always managed to be paired up together. It's unconditional love.
Sure. I wouldn't know what that feels like.
You will do one day, I'm sure, Carl.
Really?
Yeah, I promise you.
Don't make promises you can't keep, man.
I can keep.
Lena
I will.
Enchantress as an opener. Yeah, that doesn't, like, seem
Doesn't
particularly strong. Like, well, what are these two heroes? It seems like someone ran those.
Stop being rude.
I'm not rude. It's the feeling that I get. Like, what are you trying to achieve with these two heroes? Like,
Lacoste is looking for logic, Kyle, and he sees none in front of him, and he calls it as he sees it.
So, yeah, and they just got clockworked.
okay, this is the issue. Like, you have two heroes who can't get out of the cogs, and they have
true.
no escape mechanism. And there's
And
going to
they're-
be like another. Yeah, just go on.
The trouble is that usually you want your opener to complement each other, whereas Lena and Enchantress are both weak against the same things. Now you pick Underlord into Clockwork. This is already an insane clock game, because no matter what role he is, wherever lane he is in, he's going to have an advantageous matchup in a side lane. He'll be able to kill somebody. And I don't know if Underlord Lena is... And now they pick Void?
You said you wanted something crazy from Empire. Maybe this is it. They've just lost their mind.
Well, I don't want to be rude anymore. Just do it yourself.
It's like, you tell them,
Talk
man.
about the draft, Lacoste. What do you think?
Yeah, these two heroes, first three heroes, are very vulnerable to Clockwork, and especially against the Batrider. Also, Faceless Void doesn't love to play into that hero. Now, at least Viking doesn't have like a real save. You have a relocate, but it's not a swap, much harder to execute. But I don't see too much synergy between the four heroes of Team Empire.
Well, in concept, they all play really well around the chrono, but they
had that in the previous game.
Yeah, that's my concern as well. I've always liked Underlord and Void as like a matchup because Underlord, his Q actually does significant amounts of damage and you have nice area control. So it's really tough to play into these two heroes in a choke point. And in addition, after you use Chrono in the late game, Underlord gives you this free Uber out. So you can blow your spells a little early or perhaps ineffectively, and then you're still going to have this escape mechanism instead of just being forced to sack heroes on the retreat. I like the Quap ban, make them play a different hero, it makes sense. But Empire, you got to pick some kind of win condition here, and I don't really know what that is. You need tower pressure, because that's what was missing from the previous game as well. But it's just very limited. With Quap banned, you could theoretically go for something like a Puck, but none of the heroes with natural escape mechanisms to get out of cogs are still available. Like no Quap, no Morph, no Storm, no Void, no Ember. What's next? What do you even go for? The cost.
That's a good question. Like, Banks, give me some stats about Lena. I think she's
100% at the moment.
100%, like 6 out of 6.
6 out of 6.
Yeah, I remember correctly. So maybe they just went with that. You know, let's check the Dota buff, see the win percentages, and it's a flex hero. It can be played at mid. It can be played as a position 4. So everything's still opened up for them.
Good point. You just go based off the win rates.
Enchantress is 7 for 13.
I will say that's something I think more teams should just do more often, at least like once a month. Just go check your Dota buff and look at what heroes are good in the patch, but specifically what heroes does my team play well? Because I remember looking at it. We went over our stats over like a 3-month period back when I was on call, and we realized that we had like some absurd scrims plus matches win rate with Spirit Breaker, which was pretty much the identity of our team if you knew us back then. But we'd won like 17 out of 21 games with the hero.
Didn't you have an Haas for that?
More. Huh?
Didn't you have an Haas for that to do the stats for you?
Only for a couple of months. And he was usually going off about some random stuff. Supply side economics, like I don't know, the maturation rates of different bonds. Like, it was nothing to do with Dota most of the time.
Like, you need to invest, like, when you're younger and stuff.
Yeah.
So what do they take Puck.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a really good Puck game. You have very limited catch. Most of the heroes that can catch Puck build into, like, faster Orchid, which is Puck vulnerable to, are gone. There's no Queen of Pain. There's no Void Spirit.
Yeah, we were talking about they banned pretty much all the replacements for Puck. He was like the last hero that would not fear Clockwork that could be played in the mid roll. And,
well, you can always get Dragon Knight. I believe it's a guaranteed stun, some tower pressure. He's tanky enough to survive the combo in the Chronosphere, and a good laner against the Puck.
Yep. I like Hunka a lot too against both Void and Underlord. You get the pullback after the Uber. You just want something with catch. And that's, of course, why Empire was banning that out in the last phase.
I do that sometimes, just see the ban and then pretend I didn't see it.
I didn't.
And talk about it.
You could go DK.
They can go DK? That's what I just said.
Did he actually just say that? Look at you. Chip off the old
just
block.
Not paying attention.
All right, what's the other option, Kyle? Give me one hero. Like, if you were... what Nahaz was, the complexity, what would you suggest?
You could stuff in. There's so many bans, and they're like all mid heroes. I was thinking maybe a Viper, but that's not realistic. They go for Venge again. So it's bat mid, clock off lane. I don't mind that because it's a pretty sick clock game. We talked about why. And it's just an incredible matchup because a core clock, when you can independently hunt and solo kill both enemy supports, that's pretty sick. It almost guarantees you'll have a nice performance. Your gyro is going to be this hyper carry, so you don't really need something else to soak up CS. You're just going to play as 3 on one half of the map while the Wisp gyro try and eat the rest. Could work.
It's also a possibility that they run like Venge mid, Batrider as position 4, possibly.
Yeah.
Like everything's still open for them. I've seen Thompson playing position 2 Venge.
It could work. Yeah. It's pretty okay against Puck too because it's a lower armor hero. You just spam the wave and try and hit him in the face. But the problem is you can juke stuns so easily.
Yeah.
I don't know how they'll want to play it out. Maybe he'll just go for the CSing build, like skip stun. Why? Who needs it?
Just max out the aura, and if you die, you're most likely gonna get return kill with the illusion.
It's true.
At one point, it was looking like you were super against everything the Empire was doing, but you've managed to find a little bit of sense in the madness. But you're still not sold at all on it.
I'd still have to lean for Viking. I just think that they're the better team. They've got a chip on their shoulder. They lost the push qualifiers. They really don't want to drop the ball again. They've been working really, really hard. Also, shout out to their coach, Mortal Faith. He actually even posted some chat or voice comms of some of their recent matches, which I wish more teams would be willing to do because it's really nice to get that peek behind the curtain. But I think they're doing a lot of things right, including this draft, and they're going to pull it out.
Well, let's see what these EGB odds are going to be before I ask you, Lacoste, and how it's all going to go down. Still massively favoured for Viking. As is to be expected, they are 1-0 up. It's looking like a 2-0.
Thought they're going to drop after the first game, because Viking just seems like a much, much better team. If you look what Empire did with the draft they had, that's not confidence. They seemed pretty lost.
Lacoste, Viking all the way?
Viking all the way. They're one of my favorite teams right now, even though I should stay non-biased.
Yeah, you can hear the bias in your voice. You're very excited. You can tell you're a true fan of
Viking all the way.
Yeah, we're going to go with Viking.
He just sold it with that little bit more emphasis, right?
What was the name of the team again?
Winter Wyvern.
Thankfully, that's not the team there.
He just loves me saying, heroes that has W in the name.
Well, no, Viking does not have a W. That was why I asked you to repeat it.
Can you hear the difference?
Give us one more. Go on.
Viking versus Winter Wyvern.
On that note, we're going to get ourselves into the game. It's back with KP and Pycat. We've had some fun on the panel. It seems like it's Viking all the way. It seems like you boys are going to get a 2-0. Let's watch the madness unfold.
I mean, I hope it's not a 2-0. You know what, Pycat? We got to look on the positive sides here, okay? Judging by Empire's performance in Game 1, it couldn't have been much worse.
That is correct. See, you have this thing going already. The positivity. It's good. Some good vibes. Yeah, it can't really get. I don't think it gets much worse than that. I think.
No.
Smiling Knight, he wants to redeem himself from last game. I think we're gonna see at least 2 Chronos this game. Hopefully more.
You know what? That's what I was thinking, right? Because I was trying to break this down, and I had to do some UK Dota, 50k MMR logic, right? Minus 49k MMR logic.
Yeah.
And then you come to the assessment. The problem is that Smiling Knight, he saw all these great things they could use in Chrono, like Sonic Wave, Chain Frost. It's if they're not already, I don't want a Chrono. But in this game, what's he waiting for? He's waiting for, he doesn't have to worry. It's I've chronoed. Can you, I don't know, throw out your Illusion Orb, whatever. There's no big ultimate I have to, pair this with.
I see. Okay.
There's no pressure.
I get it. No, I get it. So now he just doesn't have to wait for anything. It's he can wait for the Lina stun, maybe, or the Laguna or something.
You just go. You're like, oh, look at that guy. I think there's a guy there. I mean, I just saw someone farming there 20 seconds ago. Bam, blind through the tree line chrono.
Yeah. Nah, in all seriousness, I still think that, I feel like I would favor the Viking GG draft, and I also think that, kind of judging from, overall recent performances in last game, they're expected to take this. They still have the Venge versus the Void, so they're still gonna have this swap if anything happens. In this game, they also have the Wisp to kind of relocate people out of Chrono. Now, it can go both ways, where you can kind of end up in the Chrono and, sure, it doesn't work, but they have some ways to deal with this Void. They don't have as easy of a game, I would say, as the last one. There's no Slardar, Magnus, etc. with the Jug, but it definitely has a nice tool. Venge Gyro has always been quite the powerhouse once they get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it might be fair to say that Empire, if you go into a farming race with Viking, your odds are a little bit better because you have this Void in the hyper late game scenario still, but then you also have Underlord, Park, even the Lina, these heroes that can shove lanes and actually farm creeps pretty quick. Whereas
the one thing,
have the attack.
Yeah, the one thing that they have going for them this game, at least Empire, I would say, is that I think this Puck he should do quite okay against the Bad Rider mid. And I also think this is, if anything, this is actually a pretty decent Puck game. They have a very limited amount of disables to kind of catch this Puck out. There's maybe the Clockwork hook into some Cog pushback, Other than that, maybe the Bat Rider, but those are not the easiest things to get off on a puck if you play it properly.
It's fair you bring that up. That was something that the panel highlighted. Is like up until that pick, it almost felt like I want to say Empire. It kind of looked like they covered half their screen, right? Like they had an idea of what they wanted to combo together, but it was never something that dealt with what Viking were bringing out, right? They waited very late into their draft to start picking heroes that do well against Vikings heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, that's not always the case, but you know, like when you get these late, like the later picks, of course, they're not gonna have as many counters, right? And so maybe he asked for this puck, saying, you know, just give me puck and I'll pop off.
Well, we've seen that be a very thin line to try and walk in the past here in this tournament so far. Like Puck's this type of hero that you die once or twice and you kind of feel like you lose momentum. Speaking of deaths, Toby is going to be the first blood, and it looks like Aramai should be brought down as well. Throw out the stun and be able to back away. And it looks like Smaller Knight RNG is in on his side for the secondary.
Yeah, off to a very good start so far. Empire doing really well in all 3 lanes up top. They're kind of crushing this lane right now. 17-6 versus 7-1. Lina, of course, being a very, very strong support in these type of lanes against these low-range heroes. Both Gyron and Wisp are kind of easily... It's easy to hit the stun and just keep right-clicking them. And the Underlord with a lot of base damage, easy to CS. Mid lane also doing well. And bottom, we see the first blood. So completely different start this game for Empire than the last game.
Yeah. They do have to be a little bit careful when Viking get free, right? Because that's when a Gyro can try and just pop on for a kill when you got that level 2 Rocket Barrage. But obviously the flip side is, you know, it feels like Underlord, his laning phase usually gets a bit more chill if he gets to level 4-5 without any pressure applied to him.
Yeah, and what I think is also like, yes, there's this idea of Rocket Barrage being useful, you know, level 3, etc. But the issue is that they're always going to have the wave pushing. You know, Empire will always keep pushing this wave. They have Lina stun to push, and they also, of course, have the Firestorm. So the wave is always going to be pushing towards Ike and GG. So running them down against a bunch of creeps is not going to be the easiest thing to do. So I'm expecting this lane for Empire top to keep going at least quite well, if not very well.
That's fair. And then you reach your point where Mastery is self-sustained, and that allows James to rotate. And it is a hero that can be effective at that point. Like you get you to level 6, you've got this big-ass nuke along with a stun. And as you already said, it's a good puck game. If you see those two kind of converge together in that mid-game, it feels like they have the potential to kill anybody on the side of Viking.
Yeah, they're gonna have some opportunities, whether it's the puck rotating towards top or even bottom. The Lina could rotate to mid. Maybe not as likely to go bottom, but it could happen as well. Empire definitely have a lot of possibilities for plays this game.
Yeah, I think mid's a case of you leave it be unless you feel pressured, because you always know that like there's a bigger pressure on Vikings heroes to make something happen, to get value in terms of kills early on. Because on one side it's a clockwork, which I feel like we always talk about this hero, you know, you pick him in the core role, you get him early gold, but he doesn't really have an ability to farm later. He's really kind of pressured into killing. Whereas obviously the Void is kind of content with this farm stasis. And then with the off-lane comparison, Mastery is playing an Underlord. He's happy and content to just end up farming as well.
Yeah, and I think that like while Empire can rotate if they want to, they don't have to at all. You know, by any means, if you're doing well in 3 lanes, there's no real need to try to make any sort of rotations happen. It's kind of up to the enemy to try to make something happen, and you can just respond to whatever it is that's happening.
Mm-hmm. Even if you're just winning 2 lanes, like you're pretty content in most matchups, unless it's something that immediately counts your whole team. You don't really need to respond to it. In fact, it's like one of the big mistakes. You know, we've all had that in our own experiences in our pub games, right? Like your mid, he dies once. He's like, everyone come mid or I'm going to delete my items. I'm not naming any names, but you know the people. And you go, dude, just chill. We're winning 2 lanes right now. We can win the game.
I mean, who were you thinking about, though?
There's plenty of names that I've heard of. I've seen a few myself.
Yeah.
I mean, you got any you wanna share? Is there an infamous person in your pub game?
Just trying to see if you want to make any call outs, you know, any of them. The angry mids.
The angry mids. I mean, I'll actually be honest, these days, I don't usually get the angry mids. I get the clowny mids. They win their lane, and then they find really stupid ways to lose the game.
Okay, yeah. That can be equally as frustrating. Nah, not really, though.
No, you kind of giggle
angry
along the
mids,
way.
yeah.
Like, yeah. You have to
just roll with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think my favorite one was, you know, when you just had like your AM supports a year or two ago, and they completely dumpstered the map, and then 20 minutes in, they just beat every fight. You know? I mean, it was entertaining to watch while it worked.
As you should with an anti-mage support.
And I tried it recently. I didn't even know what to build. I felt spoiled. But in this game, you know, the builds should be a little bit more clear. I don't think there's any kind of diversification from your standards, right? You're going to see probably Lightless take these initiation type items to set up for the Void, and then for Viking, it really is all about this hard right-clicking pulse one and all the utility in the world to set up him in the fights.
Yeah, there's some kind of clear-cut ways of playing this game, and also what's kind of nice for Empire this game is that they have some pretty good wave clear now. They have Alina, they have Puck, and Underlord, so Faceless Void's job is not going to be as difficult. Like, one of the more difficult things for Faceless Void is when you have to be showing constantly on the map, and then also you're expected to get Chronos off. That's a very difficult thing to do, but when you have these type of heroes, it's much more easy for you to just go farm jungle. And your lanes will still be pushed, and so coming out of, you know, out of fog or out of somewhere where they don't know where you are, it's much easier to hit Chronos.
Yeah, I kind of felt like the full way I read that is there's less pressure for him to get good Chronos, which is what we needed to see. And to be honest, he's off to one hell of a start. You know, he's already been involved in the same amount of kills as he was at the end of that 36-minute game rather earlier. So we're looking up here. And this also means the kind of the pace setter for Viking, this clockwork, is already having his head just muddled in the dirt a little bit.
Yeah, Toby not off to the best start so far. It is a pretty decent clock game, I would say. If he gets to, you know, his level 6, 7, whatever, he has a lot of targets in the Enchantress. Even to some extent, the Underlord and Lina can all kind of be killed by this clockwork.
Yeah, it's just, do you think there's a case of too many targets syndrome where, like, you know, you feel like there's so many valid targets that it's kind of like those games where people give Doom so many high priority targets that, well, even once you've used your ultimate, we still have these big team fight spells to beat you with.
Nah, I don't really think you can have too many easy targets. It's just, you know, take your pick.
You see, you kill. You
scenario.
don't care what it is, other than maybe like the puck.
I think later on in the game, once you realize, you know, kind of what heroes need to be focused in team fights, then you can change your priorities. But having easy targets to kill across the map is always nice.
Yeah, and considering it's clockwork for heroes, his ultimate is a very low cooldown. It's not as if you feel kind of pressured into this kill needs to happen, but then I don't have my main spell for 2 minutes.
Yeah. And we're going to see this rotation up here from the Puck, and I don't actually like this. I don't think this is necessary at all. Like, they're already pressuring this lane, and the Gyro he's not free farming by any means. Yes, they have a catapult, so it's okay, but this kind of just shows the Bat Rider that, you know, you can just sit here at mid, and you can just farm and push out this lane. Maybe you're not going to take the tower, and, you know, maybe they'll do quite a lot of damage up to this top tower, or even take it, but you're kind of just showing, like, you're showing up with this Puck and you're not really accomplishing anything.
No, it does feel a little bit floppy. I mean, they've done most of the damage to the tower. And of course, the thing that makes this not too bad of a time is the fact that Boom didn't have a catapult in the mid lane to push in response. So they will lose the tier 1. It looks like overall, you can see Boom was moving back and forth. He gets his rune, but like, it's almost as if he wasn't sure if he should be coming top to commit to a fight or not.
Just as I envisaged.
Yeah, I don't really think you want to be going up there. You're just going to run into a coil and some spells, some Lina spells, some Underlord, Firestorm, and whatnot. I think you're kind of just content farming. He just gets to keep farming. He's gonna look to get these BOTs. And so far, when I've seen Bats do this, I haven't been very impressed, but maybe this is the one.
Maybe, because I mean, this game you at least have the reload plays, right? So it's like you can definitely like body your opponents from one side of the map to the other with that kind of rotation. But maybe something like drums would be a bit better. Oh, boom! We'll get the last 2 out. They need to try to TP away, but that means you are tanking the gang, so Mastery is able to escape.
Yeah, and you're doing this mid-tier rotation top to kill the position 4. At the end of the day, yeah, it's okay. You know, they get the Underlord out of the lane too. He had to port back space, but he's not gonna make a rotation towards maybe the mid lane. Looks like.
He's coming here for the push. I mean, Lightless is already dishing a hell of a lot of damage to this tier 1 tower. I love the Empire. They're just trying to set this really, really rapid pace where it's just we're going to collapse across the map, take the tier 1s out of the equation by like maybe 15-minute mark and not give you a chance to like play out on the map. Good call out on the Bat Rider, the root follow up. Nice push away with Flame Break will save his life though. I don't know if you can push this now. Maybe if you see another hero from Viking shop, you rethink this. But right now, it looks like Empire is willing to commit. They brought 4 heroes here for this.
I don't like this rotation by the Underlord at all. I think he should just be running back top. I think potentially even the porting out of there was a mistake back to base. I feel like he could just have ported back to his own tier 1 tower and kind of just return to the lane and sat there. He gave Gyro just some free space to sit in this lane. They went mid, they wasted a bunch of time, they wasted their coil, and it's just kind of unnecessary. He doesn't want to fall behind in levels and farm. You know, he was having such a good time, and you don't need to force this so hard, right? Like, you're gonna scale well with these heroes. If you just sit and farm in lanes, you're not gonna have too many issues. As long as you're keeping tabs on the clockwork to some extent, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I almost felt like the root for error was too high as well. Like we saw how close they came to, you know, getting a kill on that Bat Rider if they land that stun. But there's so many variables in that gank attempt that starts with the Dream Call but gets more complicated with each phase that it does feel like wasted space. Now Gyrocopter, like he gets a few levels, gets a bit more gold, and that like it feels as if you're not pressuring Gyro super early, you allow him to get past this more difficult hurdle they encounter at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he was off to kind of a rough start, and now he's, you know, trying to recover. You can see his net worth is he's almost catching up now to the Underlord and the rest of the Empire heroes.
And he should be able to accelerate past the Pulse 1 on the side of Empire as well, because if you look, Smiling Knight, it's not like he's just rushing straight into Midas. He's going for this Mask of Madness build.
Yeah, and I think this game, it might actually be fine. He doesn't need to be this. They have a Puck, which is not the best hero, like not the absolute carry, but they have quite a lot of damage anyways in this Puck, and the Lina can scale, you know, into some sort of Axe build where you still deal pure damage. They can do a lot of damage. This Underlord can become tanky and strong and just keep fighting, and so I think this Mask of Madness build is fine.
Aramis will be brought down. They're going to force the TP rotation in. Gyro does arrive as well. Now they're going to move across with the hook shot straight on top of James. Cooldown comes in and Ignite as well, and the follow-up stun should enable them to get both kills here. As Empire supports go down, and Empire wants to start that fight. So this is all response from Viking. They say, fine. If you want to fight, we're ready to go. The Chrono, just about able to hit into Boom as he's on the high ground here. Lose your through should get him low enough that they're able to find the kill. They need to get out now, though. Smiling Knight doesn't have the time up for a few more seconds, but Toby, can't kill them all. They're tanking the batteries all together. Shadow's just being ignored at this point. The Rock Barrage will come out to get the kill on Mastery, and Aramis looking for the swap opportunity. He'll get it back onto him with the home missile coming in Smiling Knight's face. They'll be able to find that kill. And Nightless has to move away. The Loser Orb was thrown in the opposite direction, so it's a risky escape. He's able to get out, and Aramis needs to be careful himself as he's extremely low. The Laguna used to just ensure the kill. Bit of a blood sport clearance in the mid lane as both teams hemorrhaging a lot of kills.
Yeah, a very back and forth kind of fight. I think with the tower going down, it's totally fine for Empire. Still, it's kind of nice for the Gyro. He gets to survive this entire fight. The Void does go down, so he gets slowed down a little bit. At least he gets to use his Chrono. So, you know, at least now he's used as many Chronos as the last game. And we're only at the 12-minute mark. So
an improvement. I mean, look at him now. See, he's improving all the stats. He didn't have any death last game. He only had 1 kill. He only had 1 assist. He's already matching or getting better. Lightless, however, not feeling good about this. We'll go down.
Yeah, and a very, very greedy play there. He orbs one way, and you know he blinks in and goes for this Waning Rift to steal some neutral creeps, and then he gets punished by the Clockwork Hook into pushback, and just a bit too greedy there. You know, trying to make some stylish plays. Not at all necessary at this point.
Yeah, that's the. It feels like a comparative feeling to when you're talking about someone who's like, oh, my Midas has been off cooldown for 5 seconds. Like, yeah, you get a little bit more farm, but right now, like, you need to set that pace. We already highlighted, you know, Puck. It is this type of hero that you walk a fragile game. If you die too many times, your relevance is completely gone. He hasn't had too many deaths yet. Boom, however, is feeling a bit of pain. He's gonna be found for the 2nd time. Once again by Lightless.
Yeah, and now we can see that the Gyro has taken the #1 spot on the net worth chart. Some of the other heroes on his team on Viking GG are falling slightly behind, but when you have this Gyro, when you have the Wisp Gyro, you can always make things happen.
That's true. And it's also the case that when you look at the other heroes in Viking, while it is nice on any hero to have more gold, right? It's not these heroes that necessarily require gold to fulfill their functions in the engagements. Lightless.
Yeah, we're gonna have a chase here.
He couldn't quite get there. I think he was about
Is he gonna dodge it? He has to dodge it.
Wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, Boomy can dodge it, though. Nice swap out, save the day. And now James is getting extremely low. There's the chrono again. Connects onto 2. He's just trying for the kill to Aramis. Should be able to find it. Boom should be able to retreat, but the route is there. Nice heal up coming out from Celery. Will keep him alive with a double heal from the mech. And Toby just wanted to let everyone know that he is here. Waves at them as they walk back to their side of the map. Smaller Knight, he didn't dodge it. Only had a built-in ability for this. All in all, good fight. They forced Viking here again. They are starting to build a little bit of a lead net worth-wise on Empire. Yeah, Gyrostar's that top spot, but if they keep forcing them away from creeps towards these engagements that are stalemates, it's very obvious that it's going to benefit Empire in those situations.
Yeah, and Empire, I think I mean, like, ideally with this lineup, you want to be slightly ahead. The one thing is, though, that there is this, it's just a one-core gyro. And while you have this Wisp steroid, there are multiple heroes on the Empire side that are going to keep scaling. And they're going to have a lot of...
Wisp. Ooh, okay, he dies pretty quick when he's found alone. And it looks like the fight is going to continue. Eknar tanking a lot. Vikings just need to get out quick because they're coming in. Smart Knight might not have a chrono, but he's looking to bash up here. Druid goes out and Gyro's been found. That's your one core lineup without the Io. Not very tanky at all. Aramis, a little bit slow here to try and escape courtesy of that time dilation. They will find him as well. And they can turn this into a push on this tier 1 tower to shrink the map.
Yeah, we can see now, like, Empire have a lineup where they have a lot of spells and a lot of tools to be able to fight early. And they also did well in the laning stage. And so now they can just kind of group up and keep going for these fights into pushes. And that's exactly what we're seeing them do here.
Yeah, it feels like the biggest difference between this game and the last one, memes aside about chronos or whatever, is Empire's understanding of their timing, right? Like, they're very clearly identifying when they can make moves happen on the map, when they can convert objectives. Whereas last game, they did feel like headless chickens.
Yeah. I can also, I don't know, to me at least, from what I've seen in recent games with this Bat Rider, people rushing these BOTs,
yeah,
I've yet to see anyone be kind of successful with this. You just kind of feel like this hero is just falling behind and he's not doing enough. He's not dealing enough damage, and I'm just it's just slightly curious.
It feels that way. Hook shot in. Eknar's been found. He's still alive, though. This is such a frustrating kill. The Light Strike Array coming out as well. They'll get the kill, but now in trouble. Drew calling to free the swap out. Trying to split up the fight a little bit. James gets separated from the puck. Will be brought down. Lightless needs to retreat quickly. Down to half HP. The stun is out on a Smaller Knight as well. He's going to throw out that chrono onto 2. Catches Boom. He can't really get the kill on Gyro. Look at the heals coming up from the IO. He's going to waste the entire chrono. Smaller Knight needs to get away, but the Master Man is to stop him. Time Walk away just in time. Lightless able to also escape, but there are still numbers for Viking. And with the Gyro up, they might consider hanging around to push the tower. However, Mastery does arrive. Roots 1 to 2. They're splitting up the fight a little bit. Lightless is getting low, but able to juke and jive away from this. And Celery will be the one to go down. Shad needs to retreat. Toby's going to be chased onto, but does have the cog. It looks like that should be the end of this aggression, but once again, Viking just biting off a little bit more than they can chew, maybe initiating on the wrong targets.
Yeah, it looked like a very good fight for Viking there for a while, but then we saw the nice turnaround with the Chronosphere from the Faceless Void, just realizing he could man up on the Bat Rider, and then managed to jump away before any stuns were cast on him after the Mask of Madness expired.
Yeah, it feels like Viking are skirting this fine line of we should have enough effective HP in these fights, courtesy the IO. And you can see how close they are to kind of getting over that hump that is Empire's potential nuke. But they're still not there yet. I mean, it's not surprising, right? You've got the Puck, you've got the Lina, even the Underlord. The amount of damage these guys dish out at this stage in the game based on levels alone is significant.
Yeah, Empire definitely are not lacking in the damage department. However, Viking, they might be soon if there's more damage mitigation. Underlord is building towards a pipe. He has a 4-staff like to kind of counteract the clockwork, and it's fine, I think. But once you get this pipe on Underlord, maybe we're gonna see some Greaves, I don't know, Crimsons, things along these lines. I think at that point, Viking might struggle with damage.
Yeah, it's not like they're getting damage elsewhere, right? Like if you look at Bat Rider, he's actually building the BKB next.
Yeah, Clockwork is going for Orchids. Kind of a curious choice here. Gonna see whether it pays off or not.
Well, the problem is that Puck he's almost got the Yules already.
He has the Yules flying out to him, and Void already has his BKB, so we're gonna see how effective he can actually be with his Orchids.
You know what it is? It's that moment. You know when you overestimate the importance of a kill? They saw how long it took them to kill the Enchantress. Like, if he just couldn't cast Nature's Attendant, and I amped up my damage, easy kill.
Dire are scanning.
More likely they're looking at James. I mean, in fairness, James has been pretty impactful in the last few engagements. We'll see if he can actually do it again as they're spoken towards them. Green call out to 2. Aramis trying to wiggle around and buy enough time they can't hit onto him. And it looks like they're getting the gyro away. Aramis will go down the Laguna. Cooldown connects on the 3 though. It's going to slow them down a decent amount here, but they're able to back up to the high ground. And Viking just need to get out. They are ruining themselves again though. They need to be a little bit careful. That should be the end of the engagement. You're kind of happy if you're Viking though, right? That's a smoke into your territory that only nets them a kill onto your Venge. They do still have the Chrono on the side of Empire though.
Yeah, definitely not a big issue just losing your Vengeful at that point. You don't really care that much. He's gonna, he has the clone ready for a little bit, and then he's gonna just restrict kind of quickly because of the low levels.
You cold-hearted son of a POS one. Venge just have feelings too, like that. All right. Oh, that doesn't matter.
Core Venge, maybe. Core Venge, maybe. Support, nah.
Nah, it's fine.
I mean, you literally have a spell where you switch place with an enemy hero or with an ally hero to kind of save them, or kill an enemy and you sacrifice your life. I mean,
you're doing it wrong, Pycat, so they can save you.
Uh-huh.
You swap them into the mess.
Okay.
Speaking of messes, a little bit of exchange. That poor, innocent Venge that has a soul that should be cared about has gone down again, but they make it a trade. They find the Lina in the bot lane.
Yeah, the Lina and the Puck initiated onto the Bat Rider, and we saw it relocate down to save the Bat Rider and get a counter kill on the Lina.
It did feel greedy from Empire as well, right? Because they are essentially making that split play on 2 areas of the map, and you know that Viking have the mobility to get involved in multiple locations. If it's not the Bat Rider, it's going to be this Gyro IO reload.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're gonna have to pick one of them, and if they don't pick it the proper way, it might backfire. They could lose multiple heroes, and so I think making multiple plays in different lanes is totally fine here for Empire.
Yeah. The dicey part for Viking, as they do get out, it was close. He had the Chrono available as well. And it's this case of, if the Gyro IO is showing, you need to caution yourself, right? Because you saw how quickly they moved towards top. They realized that obviously the easiest counter to the Gyro IO combo reloading in on us is if we just go directly for those targets. Then they can maybe bring one person there and it's like a 3 versus 5 because Viking are so split across this map.
Yeah. We're finally now gonna get the BKB on the Bat Rider, so he should be able to start, kind of contributing a bit more in these fights now.
Unless he dies at the beginning of them. I don't think they caught a glimpse of that, so they do not know about the BKB. They will now that he's approached the creep wave though. In the bot lane, looks like Clockwork has been caught in the coil. He has got level 1 or level 2 rather hook shot to try and get out. Where can you run though? When he sees there's this many heroes, he knows there's no way out. Does force pressure off the other side of the map though, so this should be an opportunity for Viking to just go back to their primary jungle, farm up, while Empire try and rotate back towards their original positioning.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice, at least this game, you see what Empire are doing. They're kind of just running around the map, trying to look for these kills. Underlord, he goes to a lane, he pushes it out with one Firestorm, Puck kind of double nukes, and the wave is pushed. And then they're just going from place to place and trying to get kills.
That right there is a Chrono. That's how crucial the IO is in the eyes of Smiling Knight. He didn't even hesitate. He didn't try for the first hit bash. He just identified this target right here will have 160-second cooldown.
I mean, he's part of more kills this game at the 22-minute mark. He's part of more than twice as much.
Yeah,
more than twice as many kills as they had last game.
So. Well, he's been part of over 6 times more kills last game. Pretty impressive numbers. Do you think he's maybe getting a bit overzealous in the opposite direction? Like last game, I won't Chrono anything. This game, he sees anything, he'll Chrono.
We'll see. I think chronoing the IO in a situation like that is completely justified, so no issue with that.
He knows he's not leaving. away. He's leaving back to his base. BKB's come out though. Smiling Knight did use his BKB, but they got Lassie to trap him in. However, Mastery, he's not dying quick enough. They'll get out. He's building up for us that he cannot be brought down. And James, yeah, he'll be a casualty. He'll try for the TP out. It's Q's, but Aramis will not let it occur. But all that effort and all you get out of it is a kill on Epoxy Lina.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Aramis didn't use his swap. He could have either saved the Clockwork, or even he could have used it to swap one of the heroes out of the Underlord, or even the Underlord himself. And that way they could keep the fight going. But he was just holding it, maybe unsure of who to swap, or, you know, like what was the right play. And so he just ended up doing nothing, but could have netted them a few more kills.
No, yeah. I know Viking do like to run the core Venge a lot, but Aramis should know that he's not in the core role. Then again, maybe he heard my fear at Viking. He's like, you're right.
Right.
They should die to save me.
Greedy support players.
I think the way I've been quoted before, because I play a lot of POS 4, they said, you're not a POS 4 player. You're just a core that doesn't like responsibility.
Yes. Yeah, that's the easy one, you know, the greedy position 4.
Where
you
like,
get
well,
all the
you
farm
died,
and no responsibility.
It's so nice. The best part is when they're like, why aren't you dying so I can live? Like, bro, I farmed this map more efficiently than you the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then you have the Gimp core. While you have the position 4 Lina just shoving all the waves.
Hey, you should have farmed better. It's not my fault that my right-click damage was higher on the lane, all right?
I hear that.
Gotta take responsibility for your own actions. The Empire, I mean, I gotta give them credit. They've done that in this series. Compared to game 1, they've taken full responsibility that they screwed up heavily in terms of just letting Viking always set the pace. This time around, really feels like Viking have almost exclusively been the ones responding to Empire's movements.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a consequence of the laning stage going how it did. You know, the heroes being stronger in the lanes from Empire, and also the fact that this game they have heroes that can push waves. As you see now, what's happening is you can see top, the creeps are already pushing in close to the tier 3. The mid creeps, they're...
Lasso. Oh no, he didn't see the axe on the Batrod. He actually got stunned up. The Chrono on him as well. Everything to get rid of him, but now the hook shot in, find enough time. Light Strike Array stuns onto him. Nice swap out is going to keep the Batrod alive. Aramis hasn't even gone down. They've tanked all of it. Now Smiling Knight, he goes the wrong way with the Time Walk. They should have the damage to bring him down. The LSA will not work against Shab with his BKB up. And now they'll hunt for more. Eknar is in range of the TP out from Mastery. They do get a buyback out of Aramis. They don't want to achieve much as Empire are able to get the rest of their heroes out here. They did lose the Void at a critical moment as well, because this is the Roche that both these teams need desperately to start taking control of this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary Roche to go for. I think you at least want to get a few more kills if you're going to try this Roche.
They're trying, but it's so hard, right? When you look at the heroes on Empire, how much they have to commit for that Void kill, for example. Like, the only easy kill is maybe James. With all this cast range, you never see him close enough for the fight to pick off.
Yeah, and I think actually we're going to see a swap into the Underlord here.
LSA, Aramis is stunned up. Mastery is not really taking anywhere enough damage. The hook shot into pushing back into the Dream Core means that they can't run after him, but they will bring Mastery back to them. And that is going to be the dieback on Aramis. The Laguna does not do anywhere near enough damage to Celery. The sun's coming out from Lightless. He did chase in. He has the illusion of to get away. I think Viking have bitten off more than they can chew now. They need to retreat.
Yeah, I actually think this was quite a big mistake on Aramis's part here. I think his buyback was completely unnecessary. And it's also one of those scenarios where you feel like, and he maybe feels like, well, now he bought back and now we have to do something with this buyback. And that's kind of how it felt in that scenario just now, where they feel like they're forced to go Roche because the Venge bought back to kind of justify the buyback. And then they are forced into this awkward Roche versus Puck and Underlord. And so they trade off the Venge for the Underlord, and you might think it's good, but now at this point, I think it might just end up being Empire who are able to take this Roche. We're gonna see how it continues, but maybe slightly unnecessary there from the Venge to just buy back.
Yeah, it's just the sequence of events, the way they approach these fights, right? The only clear target for them most times that is showing is this Underlord. But he is at that point where, given your kind of effective net worth of the game, your items, your damage output, it's not enough to get him over that hurdle and make him a quick kill, which means you're wasting so much time on the Underlord. And you look at the heroes the Empire have, they thrive on this lack of pressure applied to them, right? The Puck, the Lina, the Enchantress, the amount of damage these heroes put out when unhinged and unhindered in the fights is ridiculous. Lightless, he does get silenced up. They should have enough damage to kill him off the balls. They do get the kill. So no puck for
Okay,
65. Could they roach with this? I don't think so, right?
The Orchid's coming in very handy there. He had wasted the Yules already, and he uses the Orchids. And yeah, they could potentially roach here. There's no buyback on the puck. They don't really know whether he has buyback or not, but I would not be surprised. There's gonna be a DD spawning top in 1. No. I mean,
Close
you know,
enough.
if it works, it works, right? And then so
This is you're learning quickly. Like that. The whole idea is to speculate a bunch of crap, be wrong 98% of the time, but those 2%.
2%, you look really good. So
Yeah, you know, like imagine the people that bet on Empire right now to win game 2, right? When the odds were looking how they were, right? They're like, everyone else is an idiot. Although I will give Viking credit, they're making sure that this net worth lead that Empire has doesn't grow. It's been at 3K every time I've looked at it.
yeah, and I also think maybe Empire have had some small part to play in this. I think the last engagement was kind of awkward by them. There's gonna be a Daedalus picked up now by the Void. Maybe assemble it. And then we might see them try to smoke up here.
He's just straying.
I'm very curious, why is Void not... He has this locked...
Radiant are scanning.
I'm
Lister's
not.
inventory.
I don't think he's realized, if I'm going to be telling Austin there's one Pycat. Considering you could also have a Wraith Band right now. It's not just the item's not complete. You're stopping yourself from using your other stat item.
Hell.
You know what? He didn't want it to be too one-sided when he beats the crap out of Rush.
Fair.
He
fair enough.
might want it to be one-sided when he fights Viking, though, because they're prepped and ready. Boom is looking for an initiation. He sees anyone, he'll go for it. Especially with those spider legs now. He'd drag them up to the high ground.
What is happening right now? This is all I can focus on right now.
It's the carry player, and you're like, I wouldn't do this. Why is he doing this right now? He just has to unlock the item.
I mean, it happens to the best of us, you know?
Variety is the spice of life, Bycat. Usually we're getting tilted by people not picking up cheeses, all right? This is something else to focus on.
We might see some sort of initiation here. Bat is looking for any good sort of target. Any target that is not the Enchantress can be useful to initiate on. Yeah, the Underlord might also not be the best since he's very tanky, but they could potentially bring him down as well.
Yeah, you know if they see Park, that's an insta-go, because that's the biggest threat right now that he's got that axe. And he goes in, Dream Call out onto the Bat Rider. Well, he was looking to initiate, he got initiated on, he's just randomly dodging about. Nice reload out, but that does mean you might find it a bit dicey to try and breach this Roche engagement opportunity. Smiling Knight, he has got that Chrono. They move on top of Toby. He's got the Orchid if he needs to silence someone. And there it is, last two straight in. The Lotus returns it, though. They need to actually silence up the Void, but it doesn't matter. He's got his BKB. Chrono goes out on the free. Buyback comes out from the clockwise. He dies almost instantly. Boom. Is being brought low, able to move away because the bash damage is magical. Mastery trying to get his team out. They need to stack up and look to escape. They haven't got the damage. Because they're stacked, the Rocket Barrage cannot focus on Underlord, but they did leave Puck behind. Toby needs this kill. His buyback was committed. It needs to be for something. You see an attempt to move away. Lightless will just try and juke him. He'll blink past them after using up the Venge, and it looks like he's actually going to be away from this. Manages to make his escape, and that's a big buyback forced as well now that Toby won't have it. They might think about going back into that pit once Lena's back up.
Yeah, once again, I feel like Aramis he's just kind of holding on to his swap. He could have saved the clockwork once again, and maybe he's following maybe he heard you, you know? He got the memo of don't save your allies, just save yourself.
There you go. He's probably sitting there, he's like, Clock, you haven't used your silence yet. Use your Orchid, then I'll swap you out.
And I actually think in that fight, the Void would have killed the IO if he had combined his Crystallis into Daedalus.
You know, you're not gonna let that one go, are you? Even if Smaller Knight wins this game. LSA, Toby, he needs to be careful. He did buy back before. BKB from Boom, trying to do damage to Eknar. Eknar trying to move away under the protection of the Glimmer Cape. The Bash has come out in a bat ride. He needs to actually use that last move, but the Lotus is stopping him, and he's getting low. He's going to be brought down and killed off. They will actually force the buyback straight away. Mastery did die, so the damage they can output is going to be much more noticeable in this fight as there's no longer the protection from the Underlord. And James will feel that wrath and fury of the Gyrocop as he gets brought down. They are hunting past tier 2s. They seem to have forgotten they haven't taken out any tower in this lane yet. So they'll ping it, go for that tier 1. I mean, Roche has still not been touched. There's been some pokes, there's been some prods, but neither team feeling comfortable. There's no chrono for 55. If Viking want to go, this is probably the best opportunity they're going to get in the next 2-3 minutes. Especially with a DD, but instead they're reloading down. They're hunting. If they see the DD, they should be straight for the pit. Oh, look at that. Exactly what the doctor ordered. This could be quite a fast one as well.
He's starting to look pretty big now with the butterfly, SNY, the BKB drums, etc. Now he's most likely going to end up with an Aegis here unless Empire managed to reach there in time. The chrono's still on cooldown for 15 seconds, so it's going to be a quick Roche. A nice Cogs kind of protecting there.
Yeah. They'll slow Shad down by a second or two, but there's no easy way to go about this. They could try for the steal. LSA to come in. Oh, they get it. Egg is picked up by Lightless. Now the Dream Call goes down. BKB from Shad just needs to move away and needs to be careful. Egnart being harassed away. Smiler Knight will make his escape. He has got the chrono to work with, but no BKB. He's just going to hit onto Toby in the meantime. And they are slowing Smiler Knight down. He needs to actually run away. I don't think they can get the kill on the clockwork here. They'll have to leave behind Egnart. He's going to die, but Lightless. And he's going to be happy with that one. He'll go for the TP away, and they do have the damage. I said he was going to be happy with that one. Now he may be in a little bit of trouble. He does have the mana to escape. They don't really have the way of stopping him. He'll be able to look to make his escape, but nope, there's the Orchid. Yules. This should just be a move out, but the Swamp's going to come out beautifully timed, and I think Puck's going to go down here. Yeah, Lightless is dead.
Yeah, but that was so clumsy. I mean, there was the perfect pushback by the clockwork, and he just swaps him out of it, but they get the kill nonetheless. Nice steal by the Puck, but in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah, they need to be careful. It feels like Empire haven't identified how big that loss was around the pit. Because they're still posturing as if there's some sort of rebuttal waiting to happen.
And maybe this was the idea all along by Smiling Knight. I'm not sure, but like now he has the MKB and he has the Crystallis. But I'm just curious as to why he has the Daedalus recipe in his inventory.
I think he was close to buying, and we'll pause on that thought because Master's being jumped onto, hook shot in. Smiler Knight does commit the chrono. They need to actually get rid of one of these targets. Instead, they realize they have the damage to Gyrocopter. They don't have to force Celery's death first. But Celery, he won't be able to escape. They had full detection on him. Boom, in a lot of trouble alongside Toby as well. They're trying to make their escape. They say if we split up, the odds are neither of us are going to live. As they'll just hunt down Clockwork after they finish off the kill on the Bat Rider. And 4 members of Viking are dead. They got a little bit greedy. They stacked it a little too hard. And they got reminded that there is a chrono void in this game.
Yeah, nice chrono coming out there. And probably Gyro kind of being caught off guard by the fact that he now has an MTB. So all the hits landing. And he's able to deal enough damage to burn through even the region from the IO.
And on that matter, like we were discussing just before that fight happened, I guess he saw that Gyro had components of the butterfly and immediately understood that like there's clearly more value in this MKB. But he'd already bought the Daedalus recipe at that point, right? Like maybe it was
definitely
already
a
flying
possibility.
out. Yeah.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
I think we are willing to do that this game. You know, if this wasn't such a difference from last game, we might still judge him a little bit. But you know, he's proven his haters wrong. He's like, okay, I'll admit some funky stuff happened game 1, but try and find flaws in my gameplay game 2. 9-2-12 on this Void. He's definitely been a lot more present this time around.
Yeah, he's working on redeeming himself from the last performance.
That makes the victory all this much sweeter, right? Like, I was getting a little bit worried the only comeback we were going to see was that rock, paper, scissors fight on the panel. But this is looking like we could end up with a game 3 at this rate. Like, if I can have their moments, but Empire keeps striking back just as hard.
Yeah, and then the question remains, like, if should this go to game 3, is there gonna be another Faceless Void, and what will that performance look like? Is it gonna be, is it gonna just keep increasing the performance, or are we gonna see something completely different at that point?
I mean, that could be the plan, right? 'Cause, you know, if you set such a low expectation in the first game, right, it's just rising from there. Like, you know, that's your bottom level, all right? You can't really do much worse than that, and then you just look to trend upwards. Like a sales forecast, you know, it always looks more impressive when the graph shows the movement upwards. Constantly.
Right. I see. Okay. So just going upwards with the performance on the Faceless Void.
Exactly. Whereas, you know, you look at comparison for Aramis, you know, like the Vengeful Spirit in the series, you know, hasn't had as many opportunities to look flashy this time, so his graph looks a bit more wiggly and woggly and all over the place.
Yeah, and I think one thing, like, this Roche fight kind of where the Puck manages to steal the Aegis, he does end up going down and a bunch of heroes go down. But if he had not done this, this would have been a fight versus a Gyro with the Aegis, and that would have looked completely different. The Gyro would have come back to life and just been able to keep fighting. But since he doesn't have that Aegis, maybe somewhere in the back of his mind, he thinks he does have it, because they just killed it. But then he just ends up going down to this Faceless Void damage.
I see. So your theory is like he done that big critical mistake you always got to get out of the habit of, where you plan out the next 10 minutes perfectly in your head. That's how it's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, not so much just, it doesn't have to be the 10 minutes. It's just the fact that,
it's the future.
He doesn't expect, he doesn't expect this chrono to be coming out. And I think I have yet to see kind of Aramis really be, even very useful in these fights. He's either getting picked off very early on, or he's kind of just like standing around and, watching some of the fight take place and not using, I feel at least, the swap when he should be. So.
It's not like you could sit here and go, well, I've at least been garnering a lot of gold because I've had this Philosopher's Stone. He's the poorest person in the game. It's not like, he hasn't got 2 free active items that he needs to be able to use in those fights. So like there's more value in his utility. Like, yes, you have a Solar Crest, but that's it. Maybe it's because of the Puck coils. He's like, well, I could swap you out, but you're going to be stunned so long they'll still find you. But even then, it does feel like he's skirting the edge of the fight in the role of a Venge support where you're like looking to save someone with swaps, but the follow through is never there.
Yeah, and maybe he needs something along the lines of a Glimmer Cape or, I don't know, Ether Lens to make it easier to use this, but kind of looking at him to step up a little bit in these fights and, do what he has to do.
Oof. Viking, they want any opportunity to make this a 2. Like, how long they got left? You can kind of understand the kind of anxiousness to play, right? Because obviously these guys had to wait. I think it was about an hour extra to start because China went long today. And of course, these guys, whoever wins this series, they're gonna have to play again at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's also just something with just in general pausing in Dota. It's just like it kind of throws you off. Like you lose your momentum. Like you get thrown off a little bit, and it's never fun having to wait for a pause in Dota. I don't really want to, like, it's not my place to say whether this is the right thing or not to do, but you can understand it at least.
You kind of take it much. You can, yeah. That's human nature. But who's like the most fervent? I'm trying to find a nice way of saying it. Who's the most actively vocal about pause time, like in your experiences when it comes to pro games? Like they're the ones going, how long left? Are we ready to go? Have they been given their penalty yet? That sort of thing.
That's a good question, actually. I think it depends on tournaments and kind of on the... Like, I know, for example, when I played with Peter, PPD, he could be kind of... the thing is like this, though. I feel like he would do it in scenarios where he felt like either the tournament organizer or the enemy team had somehow done something wrong.
Yeah.
If there was just someone that you had respect for, he wouldn't... he would just... like he would just be like anyone else. But if he felt that there was, some wrongdoing, then he would be vocal kind of about it.
Well, I respect that. Like, I was definitely thinking the one that came to mind for me was PPD. Like, he's got that confidence to like demand that, if there is kind of what he feels is an infringement on the rules or something's not being done correctly, he's not the type of person who's gonna just kind of sit back and share and go, okay. Like, he won't take it laying down.
Yeah, no. He would not. We've encountered a few of those. I think there are a few players out there who are somewhat similar in that sense.
I think usually it's like your captains have to be that way, right? Like, you're kind of fighting for your team's like angle in the discussion. So if you're too shy to raise any points you have, then you're going to be outshadowed. Moved by Viking. Not going to land any kills for them. You can feel a fragile state in this game, right? Because there is exposures on both sides. Like, if Void dies right now, no buyback. Gyro, no buyback, but he's almost got it at least.
Now,
yeah.
No, but definitely in somewhat of a volatile state. Puck, no buyback for another 5 minutes and also no gold. So him going down could be a big issue.
Yeah, he's well protected because he has got that Lincolns now. So not the easiest opening target. This just feels like a kind of game where one person's actually actively trying to sink people's battleships, and the others are just trying to cruise around the map. You can just see Empire like, oh, they're here, they're definitely here, and Viking like, no, you don't. We're just gonna shift to the left again.
Yeah, but we do see this Empire. They're kind of just running around and taking out all the vision from Viking. They just placed these wards, and now all of the wards are just gone. So their map is kind of dark. We're gonna see a smoke up. They need to find a good target here.
The dangling shard. So he does have that buyback. Boom. Uh-oh. He knows something's not right, but you don't find the high ground. He'll go around. I like that LSA coming out. They were a little bit worried that there maybe would be a jump on Lightless as he tries to retreat.
And this is the difficult thing. They're running into vision without having any vision themselves. So
yeah,
never.
You can see they were trying to get rid of that vision as well.
Yeah. They placed this kind of sneaky ward here on the, not on the high ground, but you know the.
It's the I hope they don't flank us
yeah.
ward, right?
Yeah.
You know, if they don't, feels wasted. But on the off chance they do, like that's a kind of critical flank that could win the game for Empire. So you have to invest the money like that. And Egnar, he's such a frustrating target right now. Almost 2k HP, Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest. It's not the entry kill you were hoping it would be at this stage in the game.
And a double damage in the Bottle of Void now. This could be very, very ugly.
Unlikely to be pretty. Maybe he gets baited into going on Gyro, who is the one with the buyback. So like, if you're Viking, is that kind of your Gambit's play where like, yeah, we would lose the Gyro, but we could then fight on equal terms with Empire?
It's really hard to say. You never really wanted to sacrifice your Gyro. There's gonna be an Underlord ult.
Well, the Dream Call has been tested and found wanting. Boom is able to get away.
Time is two-faced.
They're just buying time. Roche could be up in just over a minute. Viking will be aware of this, so they need to kind of prep themselves ready for the next engagement. You can see Shad, yeah, he might end up in a scenario where he has to choose between Daedalus and buyback.
Yeah, and it kind of, I'm starting to feel like they're kind of a little bit low on damage now. So I wouldn't really mind him picking up this Daedalus, I think.
Yeah,
He's gonna try to go for
gold buyback.
Yeah, he wants both.
Boom. He refused to use that BKB. Oh. Okay, they forced the TD out. He has got to be thanking Gabe and RNGs at the same time that was not a bash, though.
Yeah, and Void held onto the Chrono. I think it's fine. You could Chrono there. You don't know if there's going to be a swap. And also the Bat Rider might have a buyback. So if you waste your Chrono on the Bat, who then buys back, and then you have to fight for Roche, that could put you in a very awkward position.
Yeah, whereas now you've at least forced the BKB out. You force them back to their base for the moment. Like, you can already see they're shrinking the map to the extreme. And they've got a Kura in the pit, ready to find out when it's going to come up. And it looks like it's going to be a minute spawn. So this should favor Viking. It allows them to be in a situation where they'll have buyback for the Gyrocopter. And he now has that Daedalus.
Yeah, so pretty much the only player without buyback right now is Puck. And it's not for another minute.
Taking a Puck, trying to stop this Lassie dragging on the chains. But he's brought low and killed off pretty quickly here. Buyback does come out quite early. He's looking to get involved in the fight. But Viking have split themselves up a little here. They don't want to give that max value Chrono to Smaller Knight. And Gyro hits particularly hard at this stage, as we're seeing. Especially with Avenge in range for that Aura still. On the side, Celery's been found. He's been silenced up as well, so he can't look to move away just yet. But he sidesteps the pit and is able to get a long escape towards Shad. And now Smaller Knight needs to be careful himself. They force out the BKB. The Chrono's going to be there straight forward on his Celery. He needs to go for the swap play, but he's not doing it. And his Shad's going to be brought down. He does have buyback. Io has his buyback already been used. He gets back into this. They didn't want to go for the double buyback reload play. Instead, they'll just let them back up. They're like, okay, you don't have Chrono now. So they could try and bait this situation where Empire goes into the pit and they buy back for the reload play.
Yeah, I feel like he really dropped the ball on this one again. I think he didn't swap the IO out, which, yeah, okay, it's fine. I could see a case where you swap your IO out as well, because then the IO can save the Gyro. You can just relocate him out, and at that point, the Chrono's just wasted. And then he also, instead of swapping the Gyro out of the Chrono, he tries to swap the Faceless Void out, who is then Lotus Orb, so nothing happens. And with that, a dead Gyro, a free Roche and Aegis on the Faceless Void, and now a very difficult position for Viking.
I mean, Vikings should at least be able to get up to their full strength, right? 35 seconds, the gyro is up. They were able to find a kill into James, but I also love the fact that even though he has brought back, that is his dieback, he respects that he just needs to be this damage absorption target outside the pit, far away. So it's like your early warning beacon for Team Empire.
Yeah,
Buys it.
losing the Lina is it's not the end of the world. He has no buyback, but it's okay. They're still gonna just wait for this chrono, another 70 seconds. Not sure, they might wait for the butterfly on the Faceless Void, and then they're gonna go when the Lina's back and when the chrono is ready.
Meanwhile, Viking, they're going. They're smoked up, they're moving out. If they could find a target like Lilas, it's perfect.
Scanning.
They have the means to pop the Lincolns and then go for him. They are hunting right now. Ready to reload
Radiant are
in a matter of
scanning.
seconds.
Yeah, and I don't like this play at all. I think I understand that Lina's dead and they don't have chrono for a bit, but the thing is they're trying to do this while all their lanes are pushing, and it's just not gonna happen.
It does feel very choreographed, because the other factor that you go consider is Shad's positioning, right? Like, they were under wards. You can see how defensive his location is farming wise. So it's, you know, it's not a case of they're dangling the gyro and waiting behind them at that moment.
Yeah, a bit too easy to read that one. I think there's gonna be another double damage on the Faceless Void now.
Of course, because, you know, the first one, it seems only fair. Like that, his first DD never got its own moment in this, you know, Starlight. All it did is force the BKB.
Oh, they're gonna use coil on the Illusionist Cape up here.
The best part is they're not even stopping it from, you know, doing this piece. They just take it as their own member of the army for 10 seconds and then walk it off. All right, that's a little bit awkward moment. Shad says, that's okay. Let's see if they want to use any other big spells. Maybe Chrono this time? I mean, this Illusionist Cape illusion does hit pretty damn hard.
Yeah, there's this Underlord here, and you really don't want to go on this guy.
Yeah, Boom had to BKB just to try and escape. He doesn't want to give over that gem, so he will retreat to the south. They do ping Toby. They're trying to enclose upon him, and the chrono goes down for the clockwork kill alone, and it will get it. Even use the DD to make sure it occurs. Does that chrono feel right, though? I feel like that one may have been the awkward chrono of the game.
Yeah, I don't really see any big point in using chrono there. Yeah, you get a kill, but now you're not gonna have chrono for 150. You might not get to use your ADS. Maybe you'll get to use it towards the end of it with the next chrono when it's ready. But you waste your DD and this to just kill a clockwork, and they maybe they're able to force out a buyback because they're gonna go hit this base. But they could also just, this Void could get dragged into the base if he's not careful, and he could be in an awkward position.
Yeah, and it didn't even feel like an insta keys to the base situation, right? Like, you had to run across the map to get to this stage where you're sieging the base. Now, getting through it pretty quick, even with that repair kit there. LSA does stun up Shad. Mastery's stuck in the base a bit long, is able to get forced after way, but you don't get the building, and you're not going to force the buyback because the creeps aren't going to arrive in time for a second push. Like, yeah, you get that tier 2 bot, but considering what you just committed, the stage in the game you're at, like the control you have as Empire, this feels like the minimal reward you could have got for your efforts.
Yeah, you're getting some damage on the mid tower. That's, I don't know if they still have a repair kit. They maybe do. Yes, they still have 2 charges. So, and they get a bottom tower, but yeah, in the end, maybe not the most ideal way to use this chrono.
No, and you're not really in this safe position as soon as that Aegis is gone, right? Because yeah, Void has buyback, but a big part of their initiation, a big part of the plan for success has been Lightless, and he's still almost 2k gold away from buyback. So he is a big weakness in their lineup if he gets jumped on first. Speaking of jumping on, Dream Call attempted. Close but no scar.
Was it another Illusionist Cape or?
I think that was just Boom was slightly out of range. It's either that or Lightless really liked the pretty custom effect he gets from his gear.
Right. Yeah.
It is
so
quite.
MKB out now on the gyrocopter, so he is going to be able to deal with that butterfly on the void.
They're trying to force him response to defend Boom. Swap out, there it is. Keep him alive. Aramis gets relocated out as well. They're trying to keep everyone alive, and it's actually going to work. They're going to get away with this. And there's the Aegis gone. This is the backup time. Even when you've got Chrono, you realize now the way that has just occurred, you haven't forced enough out of Viking to fight them straight up.
Yeah, and finally we actually saw, you know, a proper swap come out. Not trying to get the enemy or anything, just swap your ally out.
You know what it is? It's because he's got a flicker now. He's like, oh, well, you know, I will swap myself into Death Zone and then press the button and pray to RNGesus.
Mm-hmm. Seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, you know, it's like, you know, when people, they plan their drafts around like level 25 talents? Aramis has planned his playstyle around getting the correct tier 4 item.
Oh, and another
Lightless.
coil. I'm not sure if the coil is broken or if he's just not... I'm not sure what's happening here.
Well, it's kind of worrying because the use of the ultimates in general in this game have been getting worse as time has gone on. And it almost feels like Lightless thinks maybe we're criticizing the amount of ults he was using last game, and now he feels the need to throw it out all the time. In fairness, with that Octarine core, though, you kind of can't blame it. It's a 45-second cooldown. But in those 45 seconds, they look to start a fight already. Boom, BKB's up and moves away. Shad is able to retreat. Mastery has no mana left, so I don't know if they're going to pursue this too hard, but Smiling Knight is coming. He has got the Chrono. Moving in, Lightless. Let's get the Yules out. Sans as well, and an AoE. Now there's a Chrono straight in on top of the Gyrocopter to bring down Shad. They'll be able to get rid of him. Celery's the next target, and he does get killed off by the big crits. And now they'll turn, looking on Aramis, able to bring him down as well. Buybacks will come out. They need to punish this now that all the big ultimates have been used. They chase him, but they lose Clockwork instead. He's going to buy back. I was still dead for 100 seconds, but they do find the Kundalina. Chase him forward looking for more, but Smart Knight's able to move away with the Time Warp. Has the cheese to work with, so it's not going to be an easy one to bring down anyway. They get some big crits and a solid stun. Yeah, they can do the business, but that's a big ask. Mastery is going to be stunned on the side. Lois to try and protect himself from any follow-up. BKB from Boom to make sure he doesn't get followed up himself. Puck is able to move away. Eknar is going to be stunned up and chased onto in the meantime as Viking ensure they at least get a kill on the Bambi. So 2 dead on the side of Empire. Roche could spawn in just a minute's time. If you get the most glorious 2-second maximum spawn time on Roche, Viking, they could put themselves in a good position here.
There's gonna be a DD bottom, but once again, like, Aramis completely dropping the ball on this one. He swaps the gyro out when he's already dead and forcing the gyro to buy back. And I think that was just like a very easy... He was, you know, he was in a completely fine position and he could have just swapped the gyro out, but I'm not sure exactly what it is, if he's just hesitating too much. But causing the gyro to be forced to buy back now. We are gonna see the Roche timer soon.
And it's not just the gyro as well. It's 3 heroes that are forced to buy back in that situation. Those heroes have been looking for a play, but they can't find it. Mastery should be able to TP out of this. And now it's a question, like, what do you do as Viking? Let's see if the gods favor you. 2 seconds until Roche could spawn. And then
Instant
gods
spawn.
hate you. They hate you. No, they hate you.
Nope.
But like, when was the last time, Viking, that you picked Zeus? He's a god. You didn't pick him. You don't love gods. We don't love you. 1.5 until Roche is up.
And we're gonna see an A on this, on the gyro here, and this is like, you know, this is some weird thing because he has his teammate and his teammate is supposed to swap him out, but he doesn't feel safe because it's just not happening. And this looks so awkward now. Like, you really want to have something along the lines of a Satanic or, I mean, Rapier, whatever. Like, you want more damage, you want to be stronger in these fights, but he feels like he has to buy an A on this, and this is very awkward.
Yeah. This is like, part of this has been caused by that Lincoln's pickup because we said, you know, that stops you being able to swap out Empire's members. But like, really, in these engagements, Aramis always has had the option to swap out their Lord and Savior Shad, and quite often not feeling like he was able to do it in a good position.
Maybe he just didn't have his morning coffee, or, you know,
warm up.
Maybe it's something else. Maybe Shad said something rude to him before the game. He's like, you know, just swap me out, you idiot. And then he's like, nah.
Maybe help is disabled.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine that? After this, you just check your options and realize why you never got swapped, and it was your fault all along.
To be fair, he got swapped. He was already dead.
That's true. He has been swapped, so we can't use that excuse. Aramis maybe, I don't know, overrating his auras. Oh, this time he's thinking about, am I the core? Do I swap Tobian? He decides against it, but now he's dead for 110 seconds, and Roche just came up. Empire, oh, they're looking at this, and they have to just, it's a feels-good moment. They can do whatever the hell they want. They're going to pursue forward, see if they can find a secondary pickoff, and then they'll immediately turn around, turn their eyes on this poor lad who's been sitting alone in the pit for all of 10 seconds before his face is going to be murdered.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is going to be a free Roche. It's going to be a refresher shard here. Most likely going the way of Puck. It's not the quickest Roche.
There we go. They seemed a bit hesitant. I think until they saw Gyro IO bot, they were concerned about some sort of play out the clockwork, right? Like that's the thing that's always in your mind when you go for these Roches is they do have a clockwork. Check all angles of approach.
Okay, so they're gonna give the Aegis to the Faceless Void, and they're also gonna give him the Refresher Orb. Maybe tired of seeing the puck just whiff those coils.
I think he maybe wants some more stats on the Faceless Void then, because if he doesn't have full mana, double chrono.
Yeah,
might
I
be a
mean, he
little
might
bit dicey.
fight. He might try to fight. You know, like waste the Aegis and then get back with the Refresher Orb and try to fight again. Just some idea.
Yeah.
But maybe he just doesn't want to see the double flowers next to each other. You know, doing nothing. So
They are pretty. Well,
they're
unlikely to
not
see
bad.
that.
They're not
Instead,
bad.
we see Lightless go, well, if I can't hit my spells, I'll just go for target runs. He's going to be going towards the Dagon build, finish himself off at this stage. There's not really much more a puck can build in this game, unless you go 2 more hours and decide it's right-click time.
Yeah, you could go something like the Scythe. There's no Lotus Orb so far on the Dire lineup, so Scythe of Ice wouldn't be the worst choice, but Dagon is also a fine option.
Cool down with a repair kit to try and slow down this push, but Empire, they want objectives. Glyph has been forced. Viking don't have an easy way of getting the next wave before it arrives. They're going to be forced to fight soon. There's a lot of balls around Smiling Knight, which means there's none around Underlord. They do actually hit with the call this time. Mastery down to half HP already. Starts on the Void. He doesn't want to use that BKB just yet. He is sustained through this, though. Laguna on the back rider. Jump in straight away. Smiling Knight does get swapped even deeper. BKB. Chrono goes on to free. Straight away, Wailing into Aramis to get rid of him quickly. We'll move across to the additional target of Toby. But Toby's maybe a little bit too tanky. The Hex is good enough, though, to bring him down. They chase forward for more Smiling Knight. Looking to end this game right now. He goes to the Juggler. Io tries to eliminate him. LSA comes out into boom. BKB from Shad just to try and retreat. Io does buy back to protect him, but they hunt for more. Smiling Knight wants this kill, and with the bashes, he might be able to get it. LSA is off the mark because the BKB is running just long enough. They do hit him up again with that Princess Knife. Has been doing a lot of work so far, but Empire see the opportunity to try and end this game. They're hitting those tier 4s. Cheese does get eaten. They decide, wait, no, the game isn't over. The gyro is still a factor, and a dangerous one at that. So they'll go for the easier buildings first. Open up, push in with the creeps. Long time dead for members of Viking. No buybacks available. It's all on Shad, and this is going to become obvious very quickly. LSA jump in on the Shad. He's going to be brought down, and I do believe we are going to require a third game here. What a turnaround from Empire in game number 2.
Yeah, and you really don't want to just like pin the whole thing on one person, but I do think that a lot of this comes down to the fact that they were like the swaps weren't there when they were supposed to be, and a lot of these fights I feel like were lost or were kind of turned the wrong way when they shouldn't have been. I think one other thing that they could look at is kind of how the laning stage went. They did lose the 3 lanes, and so playing from that point on is of course not ideal, but I think they had some really good chances with the fights, and they kind of played the map okay. But yeah, I mean, maybe rethink your laning stage. You don't really want to lose all 3 lanes, but I would say that this was a lot about the Vengeful Spirit not really doing its job.
No, and as a result, we're going to get a third game. And honestly, this one feels up in the air right now. I can't see the future, but it feels like there's maybe some mistakes being blamed on Viking's side, not just how well Empire played.
Empire certainly did play well, guys. Thank you very much for taking us through that game. Our panel, let's just quote you here, Kyle. It looks like an Underlord and Void game, but... And then you went on to your spiel about how Viking would go take this win. Then upstairs, you two discussed it further and were like, actually, this draw.
It's just like the way the game played out. Bat clock. You're running a gyro hyper carry with 4 heroes that just don't deal damage, and you're not really playing with the right amount of aggression. So the game's kind of it's just real slow. And you know, Pinecat was going on about it. These 3 heroes on the side of Empire all have a ton of wave clear, and they're all actually like they deal damage. They're building tanky items, and it's just gyro versus the world. It's
also gyro into Underlord. Like he needs to be in melee range to deal damage. Like you just can't rely on Gyrocopter to deal physical damage. Like he's also relying on Rocket Barrage, so he needs to stay close. And Underlord's like, I don't care. I'm just going to throw my body.
yeah. They call him Big Butt for a reason. He's got the ability to block.
Yeah, that's his Chinese name, right? Big Butt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's his nickname. It's a legit thing. That's what his... I don't remember the translation because my Mandarin isn't as fluent as it used to be, but that is the nickname.
How good is your Mandarin?
Terrible.
Oh, okay.
It's non-existent.
You read how fluent my Mandarin is like you
Yeah.
actually had.
I know like 10 words in like 15 languages, but that really doesn't,
Yeah.
you know, saying
That doesn't
thank
That's
count
you-
pretty
as
useless.
Yeah. They're just random words though. Don't put together a sentence or anything.
I mean, depends what you want to do. Like,
Yeah. There's a lot of really, here's the thing, there's a lot of really cool words in
Mm-hmm.
different languages that English doesn't have like a way to express as like as properly. Like I've always loved joie de vivre as an example in French, which is like the joy of living. And then there's one in Chinese that's fait hua, which is basically like useless talk or bullshit. But when you
So
say it
that's
said by,
what we're doing here, huh?
huh?
Say that again?
Yeah, you go
Fait
fait hua.
Fait hua, fait
Yeah.
hua, fait
And there's
hua.
a German one that I can't pronounce. It's like Schadenfreude or something like this. It means the joy one experiences at the misfortune of an enemy.
Well, that's certainly what Empire was feeling, right?
Yeah. So if you like do this, right, now you're happy, it's because
I wasn't happy
you
because
get
you hit him. You hit him twice now in 2 days.
Yeah, that's bullying.
Keep
huh?
talking, we'll make it a third time. But yeah, so to clarify, basically the draft just runs out of gas. And also the itemization from the gyro was a bit weird. When I see this strat work, I typically expect to see just a rapier come out pretty early on. At least like there's no satanic either. It was like butterfly into daedalus, which is just such an awkward item combo for the gyro.
Yeah, there are a few things that were much more different than the game number one. For example, Faceless Void, what he was doing. We mentioned that in the previous game he was 0-0-1, 30 minutes
Yeah.
in. Like he was much more active this game. It's also because of his item build. He didn't go Midas. Instead, he went Mask of Madness into BKB. So, you know,
He
he's
could
ready to
fight.
take a
Yeah.
fight.
He was on.
It's crazy. It's
what
about
you need.
killing heroes in Dota, not just creeps. Who would have known?
This will be again Lena keeping her 100% route as well.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah, there's also some cool interactions in that game. You know, Vengeful Spirit, she was the one dying first most of the time.
Yeah,
so
Pike got touched on that.
Enchantress uses Enchant, what a cool name of the spell, to take over that illusion. And then you have an extra attack range. And
Which shouldn't work
Yeah.
because Venge illusions are supposed to be, what's the term again?
strong illusions.
Strong. Another really creative, interesting
Yeah.
name for a mechanic. So they shouldn't be enchantable, but yet the Venge kind of, like, maybe you just don't skill aura, right? Maybe you should
Yeah,
have
I
a
mean, that's why you
toggle.
last pick the hero, so you don't get one of the skills. You just get the 3 skills.
Yeah, the main thing is when you look back at the draft, picking the Venge 5 as the overall last pick in the draft,
Yeah.
that's where it's weird because on paper, you know, you've got good matchups, but you can see there's a huge disparity in the amount of damage these teams could deal once we hit like 15, 20 minutes. Underlord's got a pipe, he has a Lotus and something. He's just so tanky, he just walks in. And Clock Bat are effectively dealing as much DPS as your typical 3 or 4 position, even though the Bat was mid. So you would have probably preferred to see the Bat Clock just laying together. You put the Wisp with the Gyro still, and this last hero is just gotta be a mid hero, right? It has to be.
That's why I suggested a Dragon Knight, because it seems like a much better option. Instead, you have Gyrocopter, who's your only damage dealer at the later stages of the game. That's not going to be enough. Like, you needed to end the game, but they lost all 3 lanes, and it was a problem to make a comeback.
And another good point about that is that it also means that you now have 2 cores that prefer to consume vision versus provide it. So you don't want Bat to show in a lane. You don't really want Clock to show in a lane.
That's a great point.
And Venge can't push waves. So you have, and this is why PyCat was stressing it so much, because on the side of Empire, Underlord's just going to, hey guys, killing the creep wave here. All right, cool. March down the lane. Puck, bing bang, wave's dead. You know, it takes a quarter of a second, and Void's just farming up. So meanwhile, as these waves push towards towers, like Clock Bat either are forced to show, or you just watch the creep wave do nothing.
Yeah, we were
And,
discussing the game like after the draft. Like, we are having a bad read on this. Like, this Puck and Faceless Void, like, they have no lockdown. Once they get the items, it's going to be impossible to kill them. Even if you like kill them, it's going to take a lot of time, which means the heroes that you killed before are going to be respawning. And this Vengeful Spirit, she died multiple times before the fight started, and that was the key. Like in the previous game, like, she was the one swapping people out, putting them out of the danger. And this game, like, there was just Enchantress taking over the illusion, which benefits your team, and Underlord was way too tanky. Also, the way he itemized, like, you have this Lotus Orb, so Gyro can't even use the rocket. It's like the easiest spell to bounce back.
Now, guys, I've got to say, though, this is where it gets very scary for Viking, right? You were kind of favored at their draft initially, then you looked at it and you thought, okay, no, we can see sense in what Empire are trying to do. Actually, when we were discussing it, when you're seeing it go down in front of you, you're looking at Empire and we're a little bit, I'd say a little bit worried about what was going on, how they were going to make it work. They do make it work, and now Vikings on the back foot going into this third game on the team that was supposed to be the clear favorites in here. This shouldn't have been even a 2-0 on paper.
I think they played themselves. I think they almost out-prepared, over-prepared rather, because the IO gyro makes a lot of sense as an opener, but instead of just keeping it kind of simple like they did in the first game, they left a pretty big hole in the draft, which was just the ability to clear waves and the ability to deal scaling damage. And I think if they just kind of kept things, if this was a Vici Gaming draft as an example, they're last picking Dragon Knight. Like, they just are. Maybe they'll go for a TA. But ultimately, they're not going to be put in a spot where they need to play better than you to win the game. They want to make sure that in an even game, you're going to have a fighting or better chance to take the W. And you just don't have that when you're all in on this idea that we're going to constantly find kills. Again, as some Kippy was saying, like it feels like Vikings playing reactive the whole game.
Yeah.
They have to.
Yeah, you can't just run in, group up, try to kill a hero like Underlord. Like, you need 4 heroes at least to make a kill on him, and there's going to be a Chronos hero on top of that.
And how do you kill Puck and Void? If you effectively need to blink lasso into Venge Stun or Rocket or Clock Hook. So already you need at least 3 heroes to find a kill, and it's got to be perfect, and you have to 100 to 0 it.
Yeah.
On Underlord, that's not going to be possible, and as Lacoste so eloquently said, other team will be there.
Yeah, it's not just going to be them, right?
Clock try to itemize differently, just going for that like Power Treads Bracer into Orchid so that they have some kind of a lockdown. But the problem is this hero doesn't really flash farm. You also want to play from the fog as that hero, so who's going to be showing on the lanes? Like, that's the issue.
So, that's a lot of weather terminology. Could you explain some of those for our newer viewers at home?
What did I say?
Flash farming?
Like flash farming, he's shoving out the waves quickly. Killing the creep wave, like you can use battery assault plus
That's
rocket.
not really what it means. I was just testing.
What did you mean?
Flash farm, it's like flash flood. It's just like it's not there and then it's there. So it's just like wave dead. A Puck is a flash farmer.
Yes.
Flash farm.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. Like, he needs to use battery assault.
That's not flash. Oh yeah, so you're saying it's not a flash farm.
It's not.
All right,
not.
we're on the same page.
Like, Clockwork doesn't
I'm
push
glad
the
you
lane. I
guys
mean, you
brought
need
that
to
up.
use rocket plus be there, or you can just, use a rocket on the creep wave, and you're not gonna get most of the CES, but you're gonna outpush the lane. Still, you're not getting XP, you're not getting gold.
Bang.
Now, a scary thing for me here, guys, and we
Hurricane.
speak about Hurricane's definitely scary. Luckily, don't have to deal with
It's going to be a really bad hurricane.
Hey, it's not like Flash farming. What is he doing? Like, Flash as a superhero milking a cow on a farm? That's not it. Like, I thought you had a wrong read on that, but
Okay.
glad we
Speaking of,
clarified.
The Boys is coming back.
Oh yeah,
I
season
cannot
2
wait.
Boys.
Hell yes.
Have you watched it? No,
It's a great show.
It's a great show. It really is.
It's
a bad.
it's the most realistic superhero movie / TV series you're gonna see. Because let's be real, we wouldn't get like these superheroes that are all
Captain America.
cuddly and shit. Yeah, they got superpowers.
And they're just doing wild stuff.
No, they're just bad.
Yeah,
They
they're
do
just
it,
not very nice people. They're trying to
benefit
make
themselves.
money. Buy private islands and stuff.
That sounds brilliant. That sounds actually more like what we'd see.
Like one of the opening scenes. Well, actually, the opening.
Don't
scenes
spoil it.
Spoilers alert is great. Like, it shows you how good of a show it's gonna be. Like, you don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
We'll go watch the trailer for that one then. I haven't seen it. Maybe people at home haven't seen it. Let's go with that one. Now, the question I was going to ask you two is, when it comes to this, right, Viking were the team that's been in these big events, the team that some people are saying should already be an Immortal, should be qualifying, should be winning these games.
Oh, they should win this series.
Agreed, but how much does now the mentality of now the kind of oh shit moment come into this where, wait a second, the pressure's really on now, we are 1 game away, this is single elimination, and we could again not be qualifying for a big league. Like, do you reckon the pedigree within this lineup will be able to deal with the nerves and that side of it?
When you approach a game 3 of a single elimination qualifier, you need the same warning label that you typically see on Lego sets. Warning, choking
Do not
hazard.
choke.
Yeah. It's very possible here, and I think you got to be careful. I want to just see them draft something balanced. Probably just ban Void. Like,
I'd rather choke on a Lego than step on a Lego, to be honest.
It's true. I don't know though.
Well, no, because if someone's there to save you from choking on a Lego, then yeah, cool, like they help you get rid of it. When you stand on it, that pain lasts for a long time. Even after you've stood on it, you're like, God damn.
Because I'm pretty sure choking on a Lego isn't like pleasant though. It's still gonna hurt.
Depends how big you are.
Why does Lacoste have a knowing smile right
He's
now?
like, I once choked on a piece of Lego.
No, I don't want to say it. So yeah, I agree with all
brought
what
it
you
up.
said.
You brought it up.
no. Trust me, Lacoste doesn't swallow very much. He pretty much says everything when it comes to mind. If he isn't, it's
So
a
what
good
do you
reason.
say? That I should swallow instead of choke on a Lego?
Shut up. Want to talk about the game? Carry on. God damn it.
You're not even close in time, boys. Not
It's
even
not working.
Close. And also, Carl, you didn't answer my question. You again swerved around it all. I'm saying mental strength when it comes to this for Viking. The pedigree of these players, are they used to being able to handle this pressure? Can they handle this pressure? Because for Empire, then
I have no idea. Maybe they're
right,
like,
you didn't speak to him.
you don't
Put him on the
know.
list.
Pressure gets to all of us. Some of us turn into diamonds. Others
Crumble.
crumble.
Lacoste, maybe you can give me more insight into it.
Viking, they already made a comeback. Like they have much more experience against Team Unique. They lost the first game, and it was pretty easy game for them, even though they lasted like 40, 50 minutes. But still, they were just taking it slow. And I see no problem in Viking coming back, and I think they can also learn. I think they messed up with the last pick. Even with the Venge last pick, position 5, they could still won the game. I just feel like the positioning also of Venge was just not there.
Okay.
Well,
Empire,
sometimes you play good, sometimes you don't play as good. Like first game, she was always on the spot, and the second game is just a completely different story.
Just
Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Yeah.
sometimes I think that I'm not sitting next to Lacoste, but rather Homer, who just happens to talk about Dota instead of composing epic poems.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Homer Simpson. So
I like how that's
worried
where
for a second.
Just a quick no, and then that's it.
Uh,
For Empire, though, they're in a position where no one expected them to win anyway. Didn't expect them to get so far within it all. So for them, right, Lelouch style, they can just chill with it.
Yeah, you look at these names, you really don't expect them to go far. But as James said in the interview, like they feel confident, and like after losing the first game, bouncing back like this, it really is something.
Why are you smiling now?
nothing. I'm just enjoying myself, having a good time. I missed Dota. It's nice to see the makings of Tier 1 Dota. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there slowly.
That's actually a point to look at from these two teams. Do you think either of them really can hang? We know Viking have in the past, but with this level, can they?
The thing is, they don't have the consistency. That's the trouble. And you just won't see teams lose. Like, they won't get out-strategized. It's something Nahaz love to talk about. Big difference between strategy and tactics, right? Strategy is like your overarching game plan. It's like, how are we going to win this game? How do we game plan, not just in our heroes, but blah, blah, blah. Tactics are the individual decisions. Smoke moves, how are we going to fight, who are we trying to kill? That's all tactical stuff. And the top teams, their tactics are kind of just like a given. They're all going to play their heroes and click their buttons really well, but their strategies are almost never going to be compromised. It's why when you see OG, Nigma, Secret, Liquid all play up against each other, you'll see an edge in one area of the draft, but you're never just in a position where one team is like, okay, well, they lose after 20 minutes. Or you always can see the weaknesses and the strengths, whereas in this case, it just feels like Vikings sort of outfoxed themselves, as we discussed for some time, which, beautiful, we're here. I knew it.
It's been there for,
It was there
most
for
of
a
your
while.
monologue, but yeah, okay, calm. Yeah, that power, you love it so much.
I was just so distracted by the absurdity of my own thoughts that I just didn't happen. They did ban Void. It's nice to see. The Phoenix first pick from Empire.
I would not be surprised if they just go straight up Gyro Eye once again against Phoenix. You need something that
I don't
hits
think
the
you
egg.
do. I really don't think you do. I don't know if that combination is strong enough anymore. And real quick, Banks, this is the other thing about these drafts is we basically called it, right? Mag Veno is still banned going back all the way to 3 days ago. These heroes are just constantly removed. And now Doom Void from Viking. And they again go for the IO. Probably for a Gyro. Like there's no... You don't see them going into that next bucket of heroes. They just kind of stay, okay, these are banned, we'll pick this. And it's not proven to be successful.
It's that bit easier to think about compared to what we expect from the Tier 1 teams that will
Correct.
delve a bit deeper and go,
Yeah.
actually, we're going to surprise you with this. Not anything here, right?
Oh, I thought you had something like
Yeah, I was
this.
like,
and
whoa.
wow, what is
No
it?
one told me anything. Though.
I
I
thought Paul
wasn't
was
going
going
to
to come out and run onto stage.
I love how you were both taken by that. I sold that so well, unintentionally.
Well, you motioned. You're like, we have a
Hey, every-
surprise.
Still didn't happen, did it?
It's fine. I get all emails about that stuff all the time. Like, congratulations, Kyle. You have won. And it's always a lie.
The Nigerian prince. Did you see?
Never got that email.
So you see those scammers? They actually got found by the FBI or some sorts of fraudsters. All these ones have been sending out emails. They had millions, like Lamborghinis, planes, like ridiculous stuff. And eventually they all got found. So that some poor person's been sending all that money all this time. Like, yeah, I'll send my bank details.
It's actually, I will say, those are not the ones that get people. It's actually kind of messed up because it does happen quite often. But usually scammers prey on like the elderly.
Yep.
And they just pretty much, because it's relatively easy to find people's family information. So the most typical one is they'll call like a grandma and say, you know, your son or your daughter's in prison or they need help, whatever, or you're in debt and we're going to go after your family for it. I had a family member get conned by that sort of thing. It's unfortunate. It's also really widespread. Like I have a couple of grandparents. They get like 1 or 2 of these phone calls every month, and there's no real way to remove yourself. Although, strangely enough, I only really hear about this happening in America.
We get it a bit in the UK, but yeah, most of the stories I hear are American-based. I also think, like, if you just don't have a normal telephone, you just have a mobile, it's easier to avoid them as well. I don't get them on mobile as much.
Do landlines even like exist?
They do exist, yeah, but my mum still has one. My mum's still there rocking the landline. I'm just like, why, Mum? I've never called you on this.
Yeah. On an unrelated note, you should call your grandparents, guys.
Any of your family members, especially in times like this.
Yeah. They want to hear from you. It's very few people in life, you probably won't find any, I certainly haven't, of people that are just willing to talk to you and listen to you talk about yourself and your life. Those are very rare. I tried to talk to Lacoste about my feelings a couple times, and he just told me to go, well, it was rude, but
Send
I'm
I
all
don't
people.
blame him, though. We have to listen to you a lot. It's very
Emotes.
different.
Send a couple of emotes, and that's it. The conversation just ended.
Pretty
Like,
much.
I was not there for him, but I'm there for Rich. Whenever he calls me, 3 a.m., 2 a.m., doesn't matter, you know. He says some dumb stuff, I always reply. I need to take
He's just
care of
telling
Rich.
you about like what happened in WoW for the day, and you're just like, yeah, great, Rich.
Nah, it's always glad to hear from Rich, and I'm can't wait for him to come back, you know. In Ukraine, it's always something else, you know. He always has stories to tell.
I hope not this time, because he's supposed to stay inside.
Stay
his
inside.
apartment
Yeah, Lacoste.
the entire month.
Don't encourage him.
I don't know if you realize who you're dealing with.
I do. We're getting, if necessary, we will get a tracking anklet for him.
Kyle's going to get one of the WePlay security here that just as we come in, just have it stood outside of Rich's door. You're only allowed to leave between these times.
Yeah, can
Yeah.
you...
Well, no, but he. Uh-oh.
What?
Just ignore that. We'll just keep looking at the draft. Come on.
We're back.
We're getting Mars in. That might be the first Mars we've seen throughout the closed qualifier, I think.
It is.
It's a
we got
strong
one behind
combo.
you. Us. But that's the thing. You got to always, this is just good for negotiating.
Watch your back, you
Those
know.
at home. You just sell stuff as a benefit, even if it's potentially a downside. So you say to Rich, you know, hey, we've got private security to keep you safe the entire event. What he doesn't know, or sorry, bodyguard.
Yep.
But really, it's our bodyguard. Anyway,
He's protected at all times. I love it.
Mars
So,
is
can
pretty
you
solid.
please
against Gyro.
repeat what you said after I said that they're going to go with Gyro IO once again?
I didn't think they were going to do that.
I see fit.
Okay. No, I just wanted to hear it, you know, see.
Did you win something? Is there some sort of a...
No, I already won in rock, paper, scissors. I had enough of wins today.
The Grimstroke slaughter makes a lot of sense. You typically see Grimstroke with heroes like Beastmaster just because you've got an ability to double up on a BKB piercing disable. Slaughter ulti sort of functions the same way, and it's quite nice against these really squishy backliners. But what I like to see is that they have some real damage amplification. That was what was missing from that previous game, where yes, you've got Avenge and a Wisp, but there's just nothing that's really helping this Gyro. There's nobody that can get out. If there's an Underlord in this game, and Slaughter pops on him, amps, the Gyro is a threat. Without that assistance, you're just tickling. The Troll, another hero, much like the Void, that matches up pretty well against the Gyrocopter. You can just get on top of him, pop ulti, try and eat him for lunch. Slardar also suffers a bit because you're not able to land the bash procs, or rather your auto attacks miss, which means you're not getting a bash proc. Thus, Troll hits you and stuff. What were you saying, Lacoste?
I was saying that the Viking needs a hero that is very mobile. They have no like guaranteed stuns. It's very hard to, land a stun on something like a Puck, Queen of Pain, also the one that comes to my mind. What else is there? Like Storm Spirit's banned out. That's a pretty good ban from Team Empire because it's very, very good against their lineup. What could they combine with Grimstroke? Like you have a rocket, you have
Gundam.
What?
Nothing. Sorry, I thought we were going somewhere else with that.
Oh, Pagna, that's a good ban. Like against the troll, you have the Cripify. All these spells are pretty costly, especially from Lina. So it could work very well just, having that Nether Ward.
It's a way of keeping the Gyro or the Wisp alive. Whenever you have a Wisp, it's really helpful to have that secondary save. Just because if you buy a little bit of time for whoever's getting bursted, you'll have a reload coming through, a tether into mech, something to help out your ally. So I think typically, like I know Liquid as an example, love running Oracle plus Wisp as a combination because you just keep each other alive, which means you have to target the cores, and then they're just free to do stuff because the supports will keep them alive, yada, yada, yada. But right now, I'm a little fearful for Viking just because Empire's team fight is so powerful. You get the Phoenix Mars ults down, what does this draft do? Like, these supports just feed. You need BKBs on both cores.
Yeah, you definitely do, but they have no saving ability. Like,
True.
They don't have the best egg protector. Like Mars.
Gotta get the chicken.
Gotta get the chicken, okay.
What came first, by the way?
No, don't.
Chicken or the egg?
Don't go there. I think we had this discussion like 17 times somehow on Dota panel. Yeah, maybe not
He
you and me.
probably brought it
but,
up.
I've never heard it. I've never had that discussion. Please.
I'm not having it again. And Banks is also saying, no, not this time. I also heard from production, they say like, no, please don't talk about it. So
They didn't say that. I would have heard them.
they don't talk to you.
I heard it.
Really?
Yeah. See?
Oh my god. They're keeping me in the dark.
You can be left out of some conversations. You do realize
That's
that?
really unfair.
No. I have a personal one every now and again. Lacoste has one as well. You don't get any kind
I
of
love our production guy.
production guy. He basically may as well be here. Like, Twitch chat, you not getting to hear our production guy is actually, like, you're unlucky.
Yeah.
You need him.
It's a lot like team comms. Like, I wish we could watch games with team comms. Similar, I think you'd better understand what's happening in our heads if we could hear inside.
With the team comms, though, right? Do the players agree outside of, like, really big events like for the
Oh, no, they hate it. No,
Oh,
this is the
okay.
thing. You got to keep in mind that Dota 2 is incentivized completely differently to every other esport, where in like League of Legends and Counter-Strike and Valorant, whatever, a lot of the gameplay, it's focused on building a fan base and like a sustainable ecosystem. In Dota, it's just win. You don't need fans. You don't need to do interviews. Just win. Win a TI, you're set for life. So why would they want to share the inner workings of their strategies when the entire goal is to win and beat everybody all the time?
So we had a thing in CS where no one was happy for the team comms to be recorded or used, and now recently we've been starting to get it where we can listen to it the whole time during the game, and only like we just can't play it back or anything. But it gives us extra insight. I think that's helpful for doing stuff on panel. Would that not be good for you guys?
It would. Like someone saying, yeah, we need to like smoke gank right now.
We just signed agreements with the team to say we won't like tell their tactics, stuff like that. You know, like, we won't provide everything else. But getting that insight, we can see like, well, this player was real tilted at this point.
You got to also keep in mind, like most of our top teams are owned by the players, whereas in Counter-Strike, it's a different kind of situation.
Well, before I just get the information, because I do like this
we have the
conversation, we got the EGB odds. It is still favoring Viking, but it swung a bit more to Empire. They did win the last game. They've got 100% Lina in there. Kyle, which way are we going? Which one is taking the win? Who is being eliminated?
I think Empire's draft is better. I think it's definitely more of an advanced level draft where it doesn't really have any big weaknesses. Your tower push may be a little limited, but your team fight's great. You got catch, you got strong lanes. If you're going to win this game as Viking, you kind of need every one of your cores to have a solid game. Gyro's got to go off. And my concern is just they don't have the team fight. If you meet in the river, all 5 heroes cast all their spells, like Empire's going to just crush them. You need an insane BKB timing for your bad Gyro and Slardar. It's a really tough one for Viking. I don't know if I believe in this Wisp Gyro.
So you're going with?
I'll go with Empire.
Woo! Empire, first time coming out of Kyle's mouth.
Sadly, I have to agree with Kyle here. Like Team Empire, they have much better draft, I would say. You know, you said it well, the easiest way. Like if they click the buttons in the river, it just feels like Team Empire is much stronger. And like with the rum buff, on top of Troll ulti, these are going to be like prolonged team fights with the Sunray healing them up. I just don't see them bursting neither Troll nor the Skunka before the fight starts, and that's going to be a huge problem.
I'm shocked. Empire didn't come in as the favorites at all. Many people expect them to be 2-0. They've come here, they fought hard, and they seem to be drafting better. What is this with Viking? I don't expect this from them.
I think this 10th pick is not utilized correctly. In the previous game, we had Venge. Now it's a Batrider once again, and it is a single core. You have a Gyrocopter, who you're relying that is going to deal the most damage. And once again, if the game drags post 40-minute mark, he's going to have issues.
Well, let's see if he does have issues. Kyle, Lacoste, thank you very much. KP and Pycat are ready to deliver this. KP, you got your third game. You got what you wanted, but which way are you two going? And look, the final form of Pycat has finally showed himself.
Whoa. What? Your hair's changing now. You know? Damn, he's getting stronger and stronger, all right? You know who's getting stronger and stronger as well, Pycat?
That's the highest level.
To the point that the panel has completely backpedaled from the beginning of this series, remember? Where they're like, yeah, I think Viking got this. By game one being done, they're like, 2-0, easy. And now they are Team Empire fanboys.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it to some extent. I also kind of think that, I mean, like, from what I've seen so far, this Batrider has never impressed me in recent times. It's always this Batrider. He does okay-ish in his lane, and then he gets some boots of travel and runs around and doesn't do much. I do like the Slaughter, though. I think it fits them like much better. It allows them to go and take Roche. It allows them to fight easier. I think it fits Toby better. And they don't have Avenge anymore, so I'm kind of happy about that. At the same time, I can definitely see, like, there's this Lina against this Wisp Gyro lane once again. I think there's the Mars too, and it's not weak by any means. He's not an Underlord, that's for sure, but he's still kind of strong. I think if the Batrider kind of does better than just okay-ish in the mid lane, I think Viking have a really good chance, because it's a very good Batrider game. It's just like, there's no bad counter whatsoever in this game. And so if he does well in his lane, I will say Viking will win this. And otherwise, I'm going with Empire.
Okay, but you did like highlight your concern. You felt like you don't really see this hero win at the moment. Does it feel like Batrider, he does feel like that cookie cutter pick these days, right? Like, there's not necessarily like a downside of the hero. Obviously, there are like some decent counters, such as things like Lifestealer, Slark. But overall, as a hero, usually you expect to have some sort of like relevance or position in your plan in the game. Kind of fills holes in lineup, right? Like it used to be, you know, you go back like a year or two, it was Mirana was that kind of cookie cutter. And then Kunkka, it still is considered one of those kind of fills all the gaps in your lineup type hero.
Yeah, like, you know, you want this Batrider to kind of, you want him to do well in the lane, and you want him to be able to play in this game where there are not a lot of bad counters. And then, yeah, he can definitely be, you know, a very useful hero. But most of the time, we just see this Batrider do, you know, okay-ish in the lane. Then he gets these late boots of travels, and then he just gets some BKB around this 20-minute mark, and he's just not that useful. So
yeah, I felt like that was our we both kind of like had that concern. You were very kind of vocal in it. The boost of travel last game wasn't like, didn't feel like it was doing anything. It's almost like a key point where you maybe want the Batrider to bring a bit more to the fight. Some like drums might go a lot further, or maybe possibly like the blink, like these type of items compared to the boost of travel, which feels like you're just trying to look for an excuse to maybe pull attention cross map and farm. Speaking of pulling attention, our attention is taken top where Turby, I don't feel like this was too unexpected, considering like you can already tell Slardar is not comfortable in lane when he has to go for Slivery and Crush level 1. And it's not surprising he's had to do that, considering he's against both attack slows and miss chance on this lane.
yeah, Slardar should not be super happy up here, Troll being one of the stronger laners out there. And also Phoenix now Ignart going this. I like the fact that he's just going for like a lot of regen on this Phoenix. Sometimes people buy boots. That might be more so on the 4 Phoenix, but still. He's getting some regen, and they should be able to fight this. I think the Grimstroke Slardar lane is not particularly strong, especially going up against a hero like Troll.
No, you gotta imagine what's the combo for them here. You're like, oh, well, I can already see it coming. Inkswell, Guardian Sprint, and then run away from Troll.
Hopefully not the case. Hopefully not the case for their sake.
Would you really want to run towards this Troll? Maybe if you bring like an extra hero. I feel like in a 2-on-2 vacuum, if you're not killing Phoenix, you're not killing anyone in this lane, right? Like Empire-wise, Smiling Knight should not die.
Yeah, but to mention something, I mean, you were talking about like the boots of travel on the last game, and I'm assuming this is kind of the go-to build right now on Batrider. You know, it's like people want to do people like to do the conventional things because you don't want to, you know, like you don't want to do too unconventional things and feel like you're being stupid or whatever. But I don't know. To me, at least it seems though as if like this boots of travel build, it really works when you're having kind of a good game and you can kind of utilize these boots of travels and you can keep fighting with them. You know, like going in and out of fights. But I feel like what's happening in a lot of these games where I've seen it is that the Batrider is just not strong enough to fight, and that's why I feel like you could invest this gold into something else that actually lets you fight. And then after this, you can get boots of travel if you want to, but kind of secure the game first before you go for greed.
That's a fair way of looking at it, right? Like, it feels as if it's the fragility factor. I think in more recent patches, Brewmaster's had a similar issue, right? Where like, you know, it's not these Bumboos travel, but in terms of like the way the hero functions, you do a split, you feel like you're very strong. But if like the enemy team is even or ahead of you, they're not considering you a threat. They'll literally just kill all the brew pieces, bring you down, and remove you from the fight. Batrider is similar in that what feels like a hero that should be at a front line to an extent can very easily just fall to pieces, just like this top lane, which is
and once again, like I'm kind of curious. Like Aramis is just holding his Inkswell here. He could have just easily just Inkswelled himself and just ran into the enemy heroes, but he kind of just sells his Slardar. So
and this is problematic. I don't really like when you think of heroes that are picked to kind of win the lane and propel from there. Slardar is one of those, right? Like it's not that you won't be able to do anything later, but when you talk about these two lineups, I feel like we're putting a lot of emphasis on the presence Toby has to have in that mid game.
I don't necessarily know if Slardar has to have a super good game. Slardar is he's not the best laner, right? Like he's an okay-ish laner against certain melee heroes, but you know, you just get the amplification for later on for killing Roche or for killing certain heroes later on in the game. But I think the person that needs to have a good game here is Boom. And yeah, so far I'm not really impressed by his laning. Kunkka is quite a bit ahead, 600-700 gold almost. He's up on levels, and once again we're seeing these boots of travel queued up. And yeah, so far I'm not really a believer.
I mean, maybe his thought process is I can out-rotate compared to like last game where like your opponent has a lot of mobility. Kunkka is much slower for heroes. So maybe you could pivot into that. It's just like, where are you rotating? Like, where do you feel strong? Because my concern is the Empire, if you rotate towards their towers and they TP in, they've got things like the Kunkka boat. They've got the Mars Arena. They do have ways of countering your plays pretty strongly.
Yeah, you need to kind of get some messy fights where the Batrider, where he can just, you know, like use Sticky a lot to sort of make everyone's turn rate really bad, and then kind of just play around with the mobility of the Wisp Gyro, the Slardar, you know, the potential Inkswell, etc. Something along those lines.
There's definitely a given that, as you said, like the critical point is Boom has to have a good start of this game, because if Slardar's already kind of a little bit down on his luck, having a bad time of it, there does quickly become a concern of who's going to be able to frontline alongside Shad, right? Is this Gyrocopter going to have to just stand his ground in that mid game as a frontliner? And if that's the case, you don't really like Vikings odds, right? When you look at the heroes that Empire have, they'll rip you to pieces.
Yeah, and Slardar is queuing up a Midas, and I'm really not enjoying this. Like seeing this, I think this is it's a very awkward choice from Slardar.
I mean, I get you feeling a little bit of a need for recovery, but I know we had our not doubts, but we were like, maybe there's different options last time we saw his Slardar where he went for the drums first. But that's an item that's going to have you active, and sure, you might, you know, throw out a few more clicks for Midas, but it doesn't really set a pace for who's going to be the pacemaker. It just puts even more pressure on Boom to perform, and he'll do that. He finds Mastery. Easy kill into the level 4 Mars. And they force the rotation from Kunkka, so completely responsive, and the only thing he gets to do is watch his teammates die.
Yeah, that's I'm really not sure about this port in from the Kunkka. Like, I think the rotation to begin with is not really the best. Like, by the Batrider, I think it doesn't actually accomplish that much killing this level 4 Mars. And yeah, they do get, in the end, they get the extra kill on the Lina and the Kerr, which makes it worth it because the Kunkka also rotated. But I think if you're Kunkka, you're okay with this rotation. You can just stay mid, you can hit creeps, you can push the lane and deal some damage to this tower, and bet if he loses his mid tower, he's gonna feel really bad.
Yeah, it's quite the awkward situation because now you have to walk back to lane. You still got this boat to hold on to. Like, this is the point where you should maybe be making a place. Maybe you mirror that and go top, right? Like, I know Slardar's been suffering, but there's possibly 2 easy kills for Kungu to be found in that top lane.
Yeah, it's a long walk though. He'd have to.
Oh no, I mean if he like TP'd up to set someone up, or
right. Well, he just
it feels
wasted
like
his
he's just
port, right?
responding.
So
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if he didn't come bot originally, because it just feels like right now the mistake he's made here is instead of actively making his own plays, he's just assuming because he's ahead out of the 2 midders, he should be responding to anything Batrider does.
yeah, sure. No, I think he doesn't really have to respond at all to anything. And I maybe if they start diving really heavily up top on the tower, or if they're bottom and they're diving on the tower, then yeah, you can port in and try to get some counter kills. But this just seems unnecessary. I think he can just play his own game and just be happy that he's farming a lot.
Yeah, it's also the case of, something we hit on last game, the whole win 2 lane should be enough. Like, he's winning mid, top is being won by him. It almost feels like his concern is, oh no, we're starting to lose bot. It is the Gyro IO, that is the win condition. I need to address this right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. The idea of needing to do things in general it's never a nice one. There are games like, for example, for the first one, I think that's a game where Empire need to make moves because they are going to eventually fall behind if they don't. But in this game, you don't really have to do anything. You can just kind of play your own game and you're going to be fine.
Yeah, you're definitely set up for later on the game. Like Kunko, the way he transitions means he always keeps his effectivity, especially with that run buff. Mars, huge with the Phoenix, and then like Troll versus Gyro. I think the panel's glazing over a bit. It's like this is a good matchup for Troll. He should be able to handle the Gyro in the late game.
Yeah, that's where it's like it becomes a little bit interesting because there are a few tools. Like both of them, there are some awkward things to engage into for both of them. Like the Troll has to fight against amplification from the Slardar. Also, there's a lasso from the Batrider. He also has to try to go through the Gyro and the Wisp. At the same time, there's a rum buff for the Shadow the Troll, and there's some Phoenix Egg in Mars Arena. So not the easiest job for either one to kind of just go straight through, but I kind of have to favor the team fight of Empire.
So it seems that Empire have their own issues right now with Dictator.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is there a VoIP service called Dictator? That's got to be a mistype.
Maybe Discord problems?
Probably. I mean, it's either that or Stalin has returned from the grave and is yelling at them. But that one's less likely. Yeah, we'll hopefully get underway in just a few minutes. But yeah, as you were highlighting, is that case. Like Empire, they're in this chill state. They definitely have a strong team fight. Whereas Viking, honestly, everything about this draft says I need pickoffs.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to play the map once they get their boots of travel on the Batrider and whatever else items that they're looking for. I'm guessing, yeah, some face drums on Gyro. I think that's fine. He can get some mobility. It's not a bad idea. Like I said, I'm kind of surprised about the Midas on the Slardar, but we'll see if he actually ends up going for it or if he changes his mind.
Definitely feeling a bit committed, and they're committed on Aramis right now. Inkspell's going to come out. He'll just stay on top of Small Knight to make sure he gets stunned up. Burn through from Meknart won't be enough to kill off Aramis, and Toby makes sure of it with the crush. Like, we'll force the Grimstroke back, and they might actually just turn their attention towards Toby now, because now you're in a situation if you move up to the wave, they've got vision, they know that Grimstroke's not here. Boat in the mid lane. Drag back with the X. Does catch on the boom. The torrent follow-up is good, and there should be a kill on the Batrider. That's what Lightless needs to be doing.
Yeah, very nice execution there from the Kunkka. He timed it so that he got the stun from the boat, and while the boat duration, the stun was ending, the torrent hit, and he got like the maximum amount of disable that he could. So well played from Kunkka.
This seems to have helped him out. This is, of course, the kind of weakness that Boom may experience. Like, while you have good strength gain, like overall your health isn't a small pool. Because you're going for those boosts of travel, you haven't got any sort of stat padding other than a single null talisman.
Yeah, and they were talking a little bit earlier about how, like using this last pick to something useful. And right now, this is a last pick Batrider that has, he just got solo killed by the enemy's mid hero, and
maybe he would have had
really
some relevance if he used the lasso, but he didn't, and now he's just going to die. As you said, that is the last pick Batrider. I mean, he could have lasted. I guess he saw Lightless was coming. He's like, what's the point at this stage? I'll just get X'd. But, you know,
Yeah, I mean, he would die no matter what. And he also saw that the troll had already used Battle Trance, and he was not really gonna die, so there's no point in wasting that ability as well. He's gonna feel very bad now, though, because he just ported to a lane, and then he went there and he died again, so he's not gonna have TP ready. And he's very far away from his bots right now. Whereas Kunkka is level 9 going on, well, 9.5 soon. So 2 levels behind the Kunkka now, and 1.5k net worth.
yeah, it's gonna get wiring pretty quickly. It feels like in this situation, the kind of mismeasure Boom's had compared to his gank attempt bot is like you were rotating as the mid to that lane, whereas when he came top, that's him accepting a lane switch with Toby so he can go for his more greedy build.
Yeah, and maybe this is kind of the idea that they know that this bet is gonna, you know, he's just gonna be some guy with, I don't know, lasso. He's gonna have some bots and he's gonna buy space, and Slardar will eventually transition into becoming a bigger core. Like we can see right now, Toby, despite his 2 deaths, he is the highest farmer on the Radiant side, and he's actually ahead. Well, Troll just getting ahead of him, but he's up there in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he should accelerate now that the Midas has been cleared. And I guess like the highlight here really is maybe it was a case of they didn't feel like the Slardar would match up against the Kunkka that well in the mid, maybe, or rather they felt that the Batrider could pressure the Kunkka, and they've always intended to treat this more like the POS 2 POS 3 role switch.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether it's, you know, kind of what happened in the game or if this was the initial idea all along.
Yeah, reactionary versus kind of like assumed. Although I guess it'd be fair to say like there must have been some kind of plan to this extreme, considering Toby had 2 deaths and there was still that prioritization of Midas building.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
We'll never know, because as the panel said, we don't get team comms.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And I tell you, that would make our job so much easier. Have you ever watched any other like CSGO or like Call of Duty broadcasts?
I've watched a few here and there.
It's so easy. Well, no, I'm not going to underrate. Like, the stuff they do is good. Just like this ultimate from Mastery, but the stun comes out onto him. Laguna through with the boat. Boom. Stunned alongside his comrade. 2 dead on the side of Viking. That's both their cores. And now they're looking for the third one. They've X'd up on the Shad. Shad is going to turn around and fight, though. Trying to push them back. Mastery is low. They get the tower, so Mastery should be fine. And looks like Viking have to back away. And you see, this is what I'm talking about right now. See, in that moment, if this was like some different esports scenes, we would have cut my voice out. We could have just sat, sipped some cup of tea, and we would have listened to team comms for 30 seconds.
Yeah, but would you really feel like you were doing a good job then, you know?
No, you're right. I would. I mean, it would be, you know, you feel like, oh, this is a pretty chill gig. But you're right. I miss out on the fun of hearing my own voice, being the egocentric maniac that I am.
Yeah, so there you go.
There we go.
Things are the way they are for a reason. So, nice team fight from Empire there. Like you said, good Mars ult, and then on top of that, Lina stun, and on top of that, a boat. They get 2 core kills and a mid tower. So, very nice team fight and good. Well, not so much a trade, but a good move by Empire.
And that's going to ramp up now. That's the other thing. Now that they've seen this Midas on the Slardar, they're going to look to maximize the punishment they can dish out on Viking, as they realize very clearly this team is not ready to fight and won't be for quite some time, as Aramis has to concede in the top lane. Boom gets out though, so it's the only casualty they're going to have. Really, it just feels like Viking's goal right now is to dodge as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's never a fun thing to have to do when you're up against a hero like Kunkka, who has such an easy time, you know, finding these heroes. Just 1x, and the range is 1,000 range ability, so very difficult to just run away from.
Yeah, and they have good follow-up, right? Like, you can follow through with the Phoenix. Mars is going to be heading towards the Blink Dagger next. And then, of course, Lina eventually gets those cast range talents and becomes infuriating to deal with. Speaking of those X's, well, he only just got back from the grave, and he's back in again. The arena is going to go down, so Toby's trapped inside. Mastery able to sidestep, but the boat through does connect on a gyro, and I was trying to keep him alive. It will be enough. They'll be able to walk away. They have to, in fact, because of that egg gun pop. Eknar zones them out. They'll be able to get this tier 1 tower, which is the real objective that Empire was after.
Yeah, it's very, very, very awkward how the Grimstroke, he kind of just ran in and just walked into the X range and just immediately got caught and died.
No, Aramis is... It's a rough one. He started off his series really well, but it feels like the last 2 games, he hasn't had the greatest of starts.
Yeah, and sometimes a game like last game, like it can get to you, you know, and
Yeah.
maybe you're overthinking things by now, and then things like this can happen.
That's an interesting thought as well, because like I've seen teams approach like the problem of losing a game where one of your players gets stomped very differently. It's like, for example, like some teams they won't give them the same same hero at all. They'll try and give the player like an easy hero that slots in very easily so they don't feel too pressured. Whereas others just try and like double down on whatever they were kind of doing before because they have this kind of redemption arc feeling about them.
Yeah, I think I kind of like the idea of, you know, just like go at it again. I think it shows confidence in your own player. Whereas if you ask your player to switch your hero, it kind of shows, you know, like, can we really trust them? And I feel like that's not really, it's not a very nice approach, I think. If you
it's
want
like
to
you're
inspire
losing
confidence,
faith, right? As your
Yeah,
own team.
yeah, yep.
I guess there's different elements. Like maybe it's a case of some teams they ask their players like, "Would you really want to play us again?" They might just be like,
Of
"While
course.
I want to redeem
And-
myself, it feels
Yeah.
crappy."
If you don't feel confident yourself, then of course not. But if you feel like, man, I just fucked up, you know, like whatever, like let's go at it again, then sure. Then you go with it.
I just found it interesting because I found like some teams have this kind of pan approach to it. It might just be the individual players, but like usually there's, you know, some teams will be, oh yeah, definitely we'll just like it's part of our strategy. You know, you screwed it up this game, it's fine, you can redeem. While others are like, okay, that didn't look pretty, boy. We're gonna give you something a little bit like easier to execute.
Yeah, and I'm really not a fan of an idea like that. I think that just shows you don't have, you know, trust and faith in your teammates, and I feel like, yeah, that's really not the way to go.
Arcane.
I like that, Parkat. You're like, I can just see you now, right? Let's say someone just inadvertently threw Meepo at you. You're like, well, this went a bit rough, boys, but I'm willing to do 5 more. At the end, you're like, please, never again.
I'll have faith in my players, but I'm not saying I want to play against Meepo 5 games in a row, you know? If there's a... You gotta respect the cheese.
What if you're the Meepo?
Well, if I'm the Meepo, then we definitely lost.
I appreciate the honest page in that book, right?
Yeah.
So you never know though. You get some teams where it's like, yo, I know you don't play this carry, but this is meta right now. You gotta learn this crap, right?
I mean, sure, I'll learn something new, but Meepo, that's just, you know, it's not in my.
It's never that
It's not
one,
in
right?
my, and never was, and never will be in my repertoire.
Yeah.
And that's
Aspects
just,
like
you know,
Meepo's. I feel like Meepo's one of those select ones that slides out of the kind of, oh, it's meta, you need to do it right now type hero, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but then you have specialists, right? You know,
Exactly.
that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So I want to say Broodmother, while it is still kind of a specialist thing, has slid a bit more towards like, you must learn this type thing. But Meepo has always been one of those kind of, you either do it or you don't type things.
Yeah, I also think it depends on which kind of brood we're talking. You know,
Yes.
the innovative, the 33 brood. That was I can't remember. I think he was here. I remember he told me this. He learned it from some guy in some pub, you know, and then he's just like, then he becomes the brood expert.
Dude, that's
And-
like the best feeling, you know, when you find that,
Yeah.
like it's like you found the #1 pot player or something in your pub game, and then he opens your eyes to something you never even thought of. But then you get all the fame and credit for it because you're the pro player.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think that's how most things are discovered. You find something in, like, by playing a lot of games, you realize this is good or this is not good, and then you can kind of incorporate it to your own. You can kind of make it your own and hopefully improve it or just use it.
What I'm hearing is I got my ass handed to me by this thing. It was so good. Aramis right now is having his ass spanked a little by Empire, but he's just tanking the ganks, really. Like, he knows this is going to happen. And that is one of the reasons we sometimes see Grimstroke picked, is he's meant to be the safer option for shoving the risky lane, right?
Yeah, like we can see the score is 2-11, so quite the lead in terms of kills. And, you know, like Viking have not really gotten off to a great start, but they're not too far behind on the gold. And maybe it's, you know, partly due thanks to this Midas from Toby, or maybe they're just kind of playing the map, you know, pretty well. Like we see Gyro, he's very close to the 2 top cores on Empire side. It's kind of the supports where the difference is. Lina and the Phoenix are a bit ahead of the Gyro and the Grimstroke at this point.
Yeah, and I think I think it's about even in terms of what both sides have when it comes to supports that need gold, right? Like Lina obviously likes a lot of gold, but so does Io. The other two, however, like Grimstroke, while he won't complain if he gets items, like his spells alone are where his potency have always lied.
Yeah, I think the big one here actually is just the Kunkka versus the Batrider, and this is also the last pick Batrider, and this is why it's a little bit awkward that they last picked this hero, but he's still down almost 3k to the mid hero, and there was not really any help from either side, so...
There's the guy dying who is at the post 2's net worth position. Like that 3 Slardar gets picked off. I mean, he's picked up his blink, but we haven't really seen him use it just yet. And now he's the one being initiated onto still. Urusy queued up the BKB next. It does kind of... It sticks this question in your mind. How much time can you buy before you have to go in these engagements on Viking? Because like you said, he missed that Batrider. This is a hero that is meant to give you options early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to be very difficult for them to fight unless they're finding kind of pickoffs with the Batrider. And this is also why I've been mentioning this boost of travel thing on Batrider, like while it allows him to be kind of mobile and they're splitting the map. It's so awkward because he can't find any kills. You know, he doesn't have a blink, he doesn't have a BKB. So going in and fighting for him is very difficult at this point. And so all they can really do is split the map until they get these, you know, BKB on bats or maybe even blink BKB. BKB on Slardar, BKB Gyro. Before that, they're just gonna struggle.
And it just feels like they're not quick enough to split the map, which is why we're seeing what's happening right now. As Empire are going to be ones to get their hands on the first Aegis of the game, stick it in the happy hands of a smiling knight. And it feels like part of that problem comes from the fact that because Empire have done a good job of keeping the wave always pushed in, we've kind of seen them shuffle around together, right? And it's never felt punished because the map, like the kind of cross sections are so small from one side to the other because these lanes are never pressuring Empire's towers.
Yeah, and I also think that's because of the fact that there is a Kunkka and there are no BKBs or Yules or anything. So if ever the Kunkka just ports into Fog and one of the Viking heroes are kind of hitting the tower, then he's just gonna immediately get caught. And yeah, you can maybe try to relocate in, but you're not really gonna kill this Kunkka fast. He's 2.6 HP with Halberd and Wand and a boat, so
and
it's very difficult for them to, very difficult to initiate on this guy, and also very scary for them to push against him.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like you're in this situation, I feel like if Troll and Kunkka are together, you just can't breach his Viking. Like those two alone sustain for so long at this stage that reinforcements will arrive in time. And here comes the Axe on the Boom. They do latch the two together. Lassier's going to come out, so dragging him away, but Boom is so slow here. He can't escape himself. BKB and the Battle Trance with the root coming out in the Laguna. Boom is going to die. And you just give him keys to multiple buildings here. They could easily look to just siege in. Probably tier 2 and then look to get control of the other waves because Viking have been shoving in top. Shad's been farming in the dire jungle. But look at this. Mastery's going. He's got the blink as well. He'll catch him. They could get the reload play out. And there it is. Celery's charging. Oh, nice spear away though. They tried to actually save the day. Shad instead will just have to BKB and TP out, which means Celery is left behind, high and dry.
Yeah, very nice play there by Mastery, recognizing that he's going to use the relocate, and he kind of spears him away. He forces the Gyro to BKB TP, and they still get the kill on the Wisp.
Definitely a cheeky little one. And, like, you know that kill is unlikely to happen on the Gyro, right? Like, you can see he's got the BKB. But it's just the fact that now you're burning these early BKB charges that should be so valuable. Like, it has to be against the line of the Empires on basically nothing.
Yeah, and you also see the Troll, he's queuing up this Basher, so in the future this won't really be possible, and it is going to be very, very difficult for this Gyro to start man-fighting this Troll with all of the backup that he has, and also the fact that there's going to be a Basher, and just how tanky the other heroes are on the side of Empire.
It feels like Viking desperately lack the most crucial element that they need, which is burst, right? Because you know, usually you think of these IO combos, it's all about, oh, you can never kill my guy and we'll just like win an attrition battle. You're playing against Kunkka Bo as well as the heal ray from Eknar on this Phoenix. Like you're not going to win a prolonged engagement, right?
And I feel like if you just reverse this mid matchup straight up, like if there was just the Kunkka on the side of Viking and this Batrider was...
Mars gone. They find a good pick. He didn't actually get the arena out, so the egg is going to be wasted. I think you were saying switch him around, but right now they'll be happy that they had the Batrider there, as it did get the crucial kill and should repel Empire away from their base.
Yeah, it's just that you don't. This is not really what you want to see from your last pick, right? He's down 4K, and he's also down 3-4 levels. I mean, you switch these two guys around, and all of a sudden, Viking are the ones with the advantage. So I'm curious as to how they think that this mid matchup should be going, or what is expected to happen from it. Because I would assume that this is not what they were, had in mind when they picked this hero.
It's also, I guess, the way of looking at it, like when you portray these two, a Bat Rider down on net worth versus a Kunkka down on net worth. Like I feel like a Kunkka can still do a lot more, right? Because the way his toolkit works doesn't require that he is in deep in the middle of the mess, whereas Boom every time has to somehow find his way to the backline, find the primary target, and drag them out towards his team. Whereas Lightless holds them in place and waits for reinforcements to arrive. Like this one. So Aramis is finding out the hard way. He's like, I felt this before, I'm going to feel it again. Thorin is off the mark, so he's wasting a little bit of time. He should be going down. Toby's going to hide in the tree line, so he won't be found.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, difficult scenario to be in right now for Viking. They can just keep splitting the map. They're just waiting for the Slaughter to get his BKB. And the Bat Rider now has his BKB, so probably once this Aegis expires, they're going to start looking for some ways to pick off some heroes.
Yeah, you're not quite a do or die, but you can kind of feel it reaching that point. If you can't make these big plays happen off the back of double BKB, like what will be the item pickup that will allow you to do anything?
Yeah, and I feel like it's really hard to find that item. Like, I can't say that there's one item that will actually just let them do whatever they want at this point. I think they kind of need to try to bait Empire into awkward engagements and capitalize on that.
Instead, Empire are the ones doing it to them. Celery separates, looking for the reload, relink up, and they can't interrupt him in time. So they do make it out. The ping came out on the Boom, but no Cigar, they can't get close enough. So nice dodge out by Viking. Not forced to use the BKBs.
Yeah, very nice relocate there by the IO. Just very good timing. He's gonna sacrifice his life, but
Life of an IO.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Like, you gotta time that perfect TP back. Can you still do that?
I don't actually know. I'm not sure if that's possible.
I haven't seen it in so long. I don't think they ever fixed it because it was technically to do I think it's to do server timing versus client timing. So basically you had to lag for it to work. There you go.
That's interesting.
The one situation where lag is good. It's like most of the time when people have lag and an excuse is why they screwed up a play. But I was like,
right.
Yeah, I done a lag, bro.
I can't do this. No lag.
See, it still works as an excuse. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, so Empire, they have their Basher on Troll now, the SNY. I don't believe that they're just gonna straight up go high ground. I think that they're just gonna kind of keep Viking in their base and then just wait for the next Roche, get the Aegis onto the Troll, get the cheese. Kunkka will have AC by then, and they're gonna have a lot of levels on all their heroes. And then just kind of try to either keep choking Viking until they have a big enough advantage, or kind of just go high ground with the Aegis.
Yeah, it almost feels like Empire are leaving this bot lane in its current state to try and give Viking rope to hang themselves, right? Like, they're kind of starving out the top and middle area of the map, which is easy to patrol together. And then if Viking come out too far elsewhere, then either you go there or make a move mid like this, where Toby is forced to use the BKB just to run away.
Yeah, and you just got that BKB on the Slaughter, and he has to choose it just to run away. It's not
That's 2 out of 2 BKBs used this way so far. Let's see if Boom can do something more with his. I should damn well hope so. Otherwise, that's 3 cores that have built BKBs simply to run away.
Hey man, BKB, passive item, or defensive item.
Good stats,
you know?
good stats.
Yeah, good stats, good stats.
No, in fairness, it's our mindset. It's wrong, right? Technically, Boom should be running away after he lassos someone. So BKB run away works.
Yes, genius.
This is the moment where he uses his BKB to just charge forward, and the other 2 keep using them to run away, right? And
or just use it, just to watch the glorious big Bat Rider.
Oh yeah, I mean everyone likes to be bigger. Toby, pretty big and small as he goes on top of Mars. They bring him down. Egg on the high ground. They can't really get across to it, or can they? They're trying to, but the stun comes out. The LSA is on point. Buys enough time that the Egg goes off, and this is a catastrophe catastrophe for the side of Viking. Celery trying to move away, will not be able to do so. Toby activates the BKB, looking to fight. James is going to be ran down by this Slardar. Boat through to give him more buffed up health. And Toby, that BKB's run out soon, my friend. You need to run for the high hills. Is looking for like a victory for Empire, not Empire, for Viking at the moment, rather. And it looks like Viking are able to juke and jive around Lightless and turn around. And this looks so good to begin with Empire getting the egg off. The LSA follow-up, but in the end, they're just caught holding their balls and running for the high hills. And they walk in, Boom says, Smiling Knight, you want any help with those? They'll jump in, Toby, stun on the 2, the buyback gets forced out, the Phoenix, they're under the tower now, they need to be a little bit careful, but Troll Warlord is going to be brought down. Dead for 65 seconds, Empire run out heroes to throw out this. Lightless is also going to fall. That gives them the keys to the tier 1 tower, probably a tier 2 as well, and they might even find the dieback onto Eknart, who gets caught in the tree line and brought down, dead for 75 seconds, and this is going to be multiple buildings falling in favor of Viking.
Yeah, wow. What a turnaround. That was crazy actually. It looked so terrible for them initially with the egg on the high ground and the Lina stunning 3 heroes, pretty much all the spells just landing, and then through some well played just some nice moves by Toby, he managed to blink away from the X torrent combo like right before the torrent landed, and then he kept pursuing, and also I think there was a buyback if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure.
Yes, they committed the buyback on the IO.
Yeah, the IO, right. And yeah, just a overall well-played fight by Viking. Like what looked like a terrible fight turned into something very nice for them.
I mean, you know, we were toying about the early Bs a little bit, but the BKBs in those fights, like do or die, it completely changes the landscape of this game. And now you're going to feel Empire, they really need to calm down. They need to rethink and come up with a more viable strategy, because dangling Mastery is definitely not the way to go. He's not a tanky boy at all.
No, he has the craggy coat and, you know, from a certain angle, but when you have the Slardar and you can kind of attack him from whatever side, then he can go down very, very quickly, as we saw just now.
Well, another fight's about to go down. Torrent out. Stun follow-up is good. They're going to drag him back and forth. If he gets the chance, Toby's dead. Lassie's going to come out. They drag across, separate the fight even more. Phoenix is going to be the return kill. Now you don't have your lasso for bigger targets. Shad is going to try and back away. Mastery does have the arena, but the burns and the balls are stopping him from blinking forward. Try for it now. They could easily reload out if you don't stun up the eye. On the other side, though, Aramis is keeping James out of the fight and busy. And it looks like Viking are getting ready to turn around. Empire will also follow suit by turning around and go back in, but no Mastery off the mark with a spin. He didn't commit the arena. All of a sudden, things might go bad. BKB comes out for Smiling Knight, but the right clicks from Shadow a little bit too strong. Battle Trance now he turns his attention on Io. Gets dragged across, though, separately doing the bigger target, which he didn't want, which was Gyro, but Gyro is being brought down. The bash looked good, but the heals up from Io are enough to bring down the Troll. They'll turn around, chase for more. Lightless has no escape either. And Viking, what's happened to Empire? The last 2 fights have not only been a win for Viking, they've been pretty goddamn definitive.
Yeah, some very impressive fighting here coming out of Viking. Just also even that just getting the troll to turn around there, and Jara, I'm not sure exactly what that mechanic was, but
I think he got a glimmer. He had just enough mana to glimmer himself, which meant the panic moment for troll. Nobody else near me has detection. I'm screwed.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, you know, 2, 3, 4 minutes ago, I felt like this game was, you know, just about done. Like, it felt like Empire just needed to wait a few moments for this next Roche and then just go and kind of siege and finish the game. And now it looks like Viking are very much so in control.
No, we definitely thought the coffin was almost sealed, the nails were going in, but it's just like someone out of a Kill Bill movie. More or less, we've dug our way out of our own grave, and Viking now are the ones who are definitely, I don't want to say favored at this stage. I mean, actually, just look at the win probability. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, it's around 50-50. Psych, we just updated. 68% in favor of Radiant. And it might seem like a drastic change, but the way they've taken these last 2 fights so convincingly and now have an Aegis in their hands, I support this change in probability.
Yeah, I mean, it went from, I think it was a 6k gold lead in favor of Empire to now an 8k gold lead in favor of Viking over a course of, what, 3-4 minutes?
It's pretty hectic to think how quickly this game has changed, and the volatility factor on both sides as well, right? Like, we talked so much about this troll. We bigged him up. We basically said, you know what, Smiling Knight, you turn this around. We think you're amazing. Best carry in game. And then it's like we totally forgot. This is Gyro IO, and when it seems unimpeded, which compared to last game is a lot less threatened by the possible on the other side, this is exactly what can occur.
Yeah, some people might even say that this gyrocopter is a real Chad.
I mean, he is looking pretty swole. I also just love that Toby, you know, there was probably a temptation, right? After he got his BKB, maybe I go like an AC, maybe I become a frontliner as well. But he's fully appreciating the fact that it is the gyro shot. We fully support the gyro. So I'll buy Solar Crest, I'll have the Orb of Destruction, I'll give you all the minus armor you need, and that crazy little whatever the hell gnome dude he is in his contraption will murder everyone on the side of Empire.
Yeah, I mean, he's committing to the minus armor pretty heavily here with the minus armor talent and the Orb of Destruction and the Solar Crests. That's, that's minus 36 armor.
You're going to feel the pain. You know what it is? It's that, I mean, we had that comment about Simpsons on the panel, and it's fitting, because what this is right now is this is the stop hitting him, he's dead thing, right, with Ralph.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Empire right now, I feel like you're going, oh.
You definitely dropped the ball at some point here. But credit where credit's due to Viking, because they picked it up immediately, and Smiling Knight, BKB's just to run away. But boom. Oh, he's a hunt. He's got the spider legs. 4-star forward, lasso. You'll see interrupt, but all they need to do is hold you still so that Shad can run you through with that DD. And hello. We weren't sure if we'd end up in this base, says Viking, but now that we're here, we might look to stay. They chase it on in. They force the double buy back out. They move away. Mastery throws down the arena. The boat coming through, though. Collides with their faces. Does stun them up on the spot. I was going to be brought down. The egg is about to actually explode in the face of Shad and make sure that he can't move away. But that's only one life down. You need to follow this up. You need to be good with it. What have you got really to work with, though? Because Boom is just burning through Mastery. Going to bring down with the Inkswell stun to make sure of it. Like that's to use the BKB, and Shad hunting under the tier 4s. Goes for the kill, and James able to find it. Now needs to move away. The Rune, the bash is going to come out. Smiling Knight trying to chase forward. Trying to stay on top, but Shad, this man has a vehicle, and all you have is legs. He moves a lot quicker than you do. The turnaround might be there. Toby gets X'd up and dragged back in the torrent, though. He needs to actually throw out some stuns to look to move away. With a glyph to support the damage output will force them away. Boom is separated from the fight and from his team. Just trying for that kill on Smiling Knight. He'll be able to find it. You want to see Bat Rider perform? Well, healer he is. Oh, it's going to be X coming out. Linus drags him back. We'll look to finish him off, but boom, he's still alive. How are you living? I don't know, but Empire on. What a ton of events. Not one, not two, but 3 fights in a row. Viking each time more convincingly forces the win and takes the series 2-1 as Empire tap out.
That was a very manly move there by the gyrocopter, and that was I mean, it looked for a second there that like that was gonna be some disaster, just going way too far with it, but they managed to come out on top of that fight. Some nice movements by both the Slaughter and the Bat Rider there towards the end, and yeah, what a crazy turnaround that was.
I mean, honestly, a baffling turnaround. You know, like when we saw Vikings' performance in the first 2 fights, like you can kind of see this going, but that final fight, it was almost like we mentioned that there's an hour delay before we started the series there. It's almost like Viking like, no, we're done here. This is the moment. We want our break. Next series can play with the other teams. We'll do our research, but we're not going to be going until past midnight, all right? We're going to get Empire out of this. We're going to take this for 2-1. We're going to throw it back across the panel because this is a fun one to dissect.
That was hype as hell when it came to it. Thank you very much, KP and Pycat Viking. Whew. It was looking scary for him. You guys are the ultimate curse, though. Whoever you go for just loses. So,
well, sometimes we have to be wrong. You know,
Yeah.
we can't just always get the.
And you can't predict play.
Yeah, that's true.
We can tell you
Our
what
defense.
should happen if both teams were to play perfectly. Same way you analyze a game of chess. You
Someone
know,
made a mistake.
mistakes were made and they were punished.
just have to ask the computer.
Yeah.
Computer number
card?
1, you want to go?
Ultimately, felt like, what was the reason they won?
The cost help him out. He's not computing right now.
Well, it's
The
much
Slardar.
better execution. Slardar, I mean, the gyrocopter, and they ended up the game much earlier than the first one lasted, so...
They had damage. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
They had real damage. The gyrocopter also went for,
Rebooted.
I think, a bit better of an item build, but that's mostly just force. Like, I like to see early MKBs. I think that item is just so value right now. If you're not going to go for a rapier 3rd, 4th item, you should probably include the MKB in your kit. But you're playing against the troll, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Just felt like maybe there was a lack of damage on the side of Empire. There were a couple times like they would go for the gyrocopter and not really be able to finish it off, and then ultimately the pace of the game just started to tip towards the side of Viking. This was the key fight. At this point, we were all just thinking, all right, this game's over. Empire is going to take it. And then right here, Smiling Knight gets kind of isolated. He chases after the gyro, but the Wisp is able to save him after the buyback, and then they're able to chase on.
Nice play-by-play right there. Keep going, keep going. The action is still happening on the screen.
As you can see, they continue to pursue. You would think with the score 17-6, this would be more favored towards Empire, but the way this draft works out, as you can see, there's buyback from Wisp, the turnaround, and all of a sudden they're chasing. Now you lose 2 cores. I think they get the Phoenix too, yeah. And then all of a sudden it's a 4 for 0. Well, 4 for 1 technically, I guess, but there was also a dieback on that Phoenix. So it ultimately just evens the game up because Empire took this play a little too aggressively, and they just got discombobulated. You got to pick a target and go for it. You can't get caught chasing.
There was too much heals coming out from this. They did not focus him down. His positioning was great, and also lack of Spirit Vessel on
They
Team
didn't have a
Empire.
Spirit Vessel?
They did not. Like,
That's
if
not
I
good.
saw correctly, there were 2 Heaven's Halberd, 1 on Kunkka, I believe, and 1 on Phoenix.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you're not kidding. Yeah, that's not good. The Kunkka in this game has pretty much got to change the way he would itemize, and this again goes back to the difference between tier 2, tier 1 teams. If this is a niche Kunkka, it doesn't matter that he's a beast, that he can carry a game, and he would do so anytime he queued in a pub. He's going to get first or second item Spirit Vessel, because you're playing against Wisp Gyro, and it's just straight up required. You don't win the game without one, especially after the change where now it's just this AoE dampening effect. And yeah, that's pretty rough. You don't need all these halberds. 1 is enough. The Spirit Vessel is by far the most value item you could pick up, and not a single player's got one.
I've got to say as well, Lina, first loss. There we go. It happens. It's possible.
Well, it is. I mean, Lina was really shining over the past few days, and yeah, it feels like she can't be picked early on because you don't know where she's gonna go. Like
Yep, the
whether she's
flex.
gonna be position 4 or she's gonna go mid, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away,
You've
know
woken up.
when to run. Huh?
You've woken up. You're back, Carl.
Of
Smart.
course, I've been back, baby. Vikings back. in
Even
action
Lacoste
as well.
looked at you that like, no.
I don't think that's it. No. This is the Cal that everyone's used to, like the 20% of a person working, but still enjoying
What's the other
everything you
80%?
say. I don't know what it is, but
Can't just. Okay, whatever.
Oh, I'm going to
This is
end
the
this
cost of-
discussion.
no.
as well.
What I'm
His
saying,
personality
this
is
was
about equivalent
This was
to
a
a pair of
compliment.
shoes. What?
No, this was a compliment. So your 20% is like my 100%. That's what I would want
That's
to
what I
say.
like.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'd have to point at the Phoenix specifically. I think that I can understand the reasoning why they want this double halberd, but Vessel and then later on in Ags is just so good. And I think that if you're going to play this hero as the 4 position, you kind of have to go for these items. I guess I take that back because technically, maybe that's part of the problem. Do you think that the Phoenix should have more of a farm priority than the Lina? Or perhaps it's just an issue with Lina support in general, that you don't end up with like a true 4, because you kind of need both these heroes to be 4.5s. The problem is because you have a Mars, again, differences between tier 2, tier 1 teams. I feel like if this is Team Secret, Zai is going to be taking a back seat, and it's his supports that are going to be eating the map. Whereas in this game, it felt like no one was really willing to take an L on their game, and then it ends up with nobody taking a bullet for their squad. Everybody's sort of prioritizing their own game, and no one buys a Vessel.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say that's like game losing. They lost solely because of that, but it's definitely a big reason why they lost that game. Like it's a Kunkka item. You get it early on. It gives you tankiness. It gives you much more kill potential. And this Wisp, like he wouldn't be able to do as much as
The what?
What? The Wisp. You say it.
Wisp.
Wisp. It's the same thing. Wisp.
That was better, yeah. The first one, but yeah.
Okay.
So
Just trying to help.
overall on how this has gone down, right? Empire are now out of it, but they will hit that Divine League. We spoke at Empire not being on the same par. They certainly look better, at least in what they were able to deliver here against Viking. But for an organization that was looking to find success again, do you think it's the team that'll be able to hold on to their position? Because T-Gov started one of those conversation points with how long does Empire put up with a team that can't perform to a higher standard that they've been used to in the past?
How far back in the past we're going?
Going very fast.
I think the
sadly.
Roman
Going
Empire
very-
was more of a threat than Team Empire was.
Hey, they're trying. They're on a grind. How long do you support it for?
15 years. I mean, I'll be honest, the last time I remember Empire being truly relevant was when Scandal was playing mid for them, which was
2016, 15. 13?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good old production. They got us.
Production, they
2011,
have our
12,
back.
and 13. Star Series Empire. That was when it was a threat. I wasn't even playing Dota yet. Banks, I don't even know. You were playing like Quake. Lacoste was.
CS was still around then. What?
I was good back at the time, you know. Maybe a bit earlier, a year or two.
2009, 2010.
I love how you just throw me onto Quake. You know,
I
like
mean,
Quake was
Empire-
actually a thing back then.
Empire had a good lineup, I think, in 2015, 16. I believe FN played. They had, who was
Yep.
it?
I mean, the
G, I believe. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true.
All right, before we go on to our next series, we do have to go to a break quickly, but I want to ask one more question to you two just before it comes to it. This Viking that you just saw here, are you more nervous now than going into the next match, no matter who they face, because of what
Definitely.
they showed?
Yeah, they looked much, much better like a month or two ago, I would say.
I was worried. I was definitely worried then.
Baited. Yeah, but I still feel like they can bounce back. They all somehow managed to find how to win, even though I still believe they lost this draft. They played much better, and I hope they can find the form that they had like
Yeah.
2 months ago.
What scares me is they go for the double IO gyro back to back, and
Yeah.
they played it a bit better. They had more of a lineup built around it, but it's just, it maybe it's a good thing because that is just a lot of confidence. You're playing for your lives, and you're just like, you know what, we just lost with it. Let's
believe
just try
in
it
it.
again, but we'll
Yeah.
do it better. And I would just hate if you lose that game to know that we played something we haven't really played thus far in the event twice in a row and lost both games would be soul crushing. So.
There's a method to the madness, and that madness was them at least winning, but maybe by the skin of their teeth there. Guys, thank you very much. Lacoste, you're swapping out, going for a little break. We're going to bring Lizard back in, but it's time for us to hit that break right now. Look at these two. They're so cute together. Carl's just trying to kick him out the seat, but he will be back. But Carl, when he comes back, you'll be the one that's gone. So be careful, you. Be careful. Break time, and when we come back, it's our second game. It's going to be HR taking on Tempo.
esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Game after game on our final day here of the closed qualifier for Omega League. And next up, we've got HellRaisers with their terrible new logo, but a good performance so far, going up against Tempo. It's going to be action from start to finish, but maybe not as much as we just saw in that crazy last game. Carl is sticking it with us. Lacoste has been booted out because we can't have Lacoste and Lizard on the same panel ever again. Oh, wait, that's later.
Wait, why not?
Ah, no. Oh, no.
Actually, I would love Lacoste here way more than Kyle with me. Right?
Because? Because why? Want to elaborate this?
I like you. You're great. What are you afraid of? No,
because he's been
like
hitting Lacoste 2 days in a row, but he knows if he hits you, it's going to be lights out for him.
It's nothing like that. It's just that the teams that are playing here, like most of our careers, we either spent playing with these guys, flaming them, or coaching them. So Lacoste has been a coach for a few of them, so he'd have a lot of insight here.
Yeah, a lot of players currently in the scene look up to Lacoste as both a role model and an inspiration. He's really been a guiding light for the scene for a while now.
I can't work out if you're being serious or not because of your voice.
Because
I have no idea.
First, he's just lying.
Yeah?
And second, he's just
okay.
setting up this for me. Please continue.
No, there's nothing else. Nothing else. Lizard, thankfully enough, he did swear a pact to. He made an oath of non-violence, so you can just mess with him whenever you want. Like he won't do anything.
Sure.
You can just do whatever you
Why
want.
not?
Furion,
because he's close to the edge. You've seen that earlier.
I like that.
See? So there we go.
Let's start with this. They had to ban the Venomancer. From HellRaisers, they just pick it all the time. When you think about this team, Clockwork as well, for Funnick, what's remaining? Something
so
like...
close to me. Why are you leaning in?
What's wrong, man? Why are you so defensive?
Don't move your chair anymore. You can knock the lemons over again. You've done it once already. Production are fed up
so
and picking up
defensive.
after
There's
you.
only love on this panel right now.
I think someone's been stealing our lemons.
Or someone's been throwing them at other members of talent. I wonder who. Evil man over
They
here.
went Rubik into Furion. I mean, that hero is another one that I think the better the teams, the more value Rubik's going to be. The more value people will place on Rubik. Because one, the players get better, and two, it's just a really strong laner. You apply pressure to the offlane, you push the lane, and then late game, we've seen how many times, the legends, Yapsor, GH, FY, Kuro, whatever. Everybody has the ability to make a ton of plays, and one of the only heroes other than Bane that actually can deal bonus stun duration, which is wild to me. I still can't believe that's a change.
I'm surprised they didn't just go for a Timber earlier on. The moment earlier on, like you can have one earlier pick and that's it. But like when you think about HellRaisers and Funnick, it's literally when they started doing really well in the scene. You remember in the charity event, they started doing it with the Timber and they were on fire. The way he plays it just makes his team be a little bit more relaxed. He's always in those danger zones, farming out pushing the dead lane, out pushing the hard lane as well. And danger zone, but they go with the Magnus instead. They did play a lot of Magnus +1 combos, which are very prominent right now.
So far, it just feels like a super simple way to play Dota. If you're in a single LM BO3, I have no problems. If you because Timber, it's arguably a better matchup, but it's more complicated. Like Timber, you've got to hit your spells, you've got to take decent team fights. Itemization can be complicated. Mag is really easy.
I mean,
find
Magnus,
carry, empower him.
As well, you instantly know that the Nature's Prophet has no business on the mid lane too. Right? You have this empower, he cares absolutely nothing at all about those treants. He will outpush them, outfarm them. So overall, Magnus is just a solid pick. Combo it with your Jug, your Sven, your PA, whatever you want. And
Jug Void, the immediate bans now. That's the thing about Magnus that's so sick, is you also have a big threat right now, the Anti-Mage. because AM is sick playing against both Brew and Furion. They just have no answer for him. What? What is it? What
Are
is
you wearing contact lenses?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, why does Lizard look? It literally just hit me like, why do you look
just-
so
you
different?
just realized.
Yeah, I've only just realized. I was like,
Yeah.
why does Lizard look so different?
Literally have one contact lenses left remaining. This is
Oh, so this is your final day.
the
You were
final
like,
day,
yep,
yeah.
cool. I'm just gonna pop them now. Best get ordering some more. It just completely now you really look full in the Greek mythology way. You're down.
no more glasses. Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw someone in the chat right, like very good outfit for Greek people wearing their glasses and stuff. So
Oh my god! Yeah, it did,
I literally can't
it's
see without them,
ruining
so-
my immersion. Yeah.
yeah, definitely ruining it. I do everything you see for the chat. It's full sellout.
I think you're sexier without your glasses as well.
That's why we were looking at.
Yeah.
That's like at
really
first. So you're just masking it. I see. Never mind. Can we go back to
It
the
was
draft?
true.
Troll has been banned
It
out.
was true. I wasn't lying. I was just looking at you like, Lizard.
Kyle, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but can you help? can you save us?
If we're looking for Carl Sabers, we know we're in a lot of trouble. Go on, Carl.
Got
Talk about
nothing,
what's on the
guys.
screen.
I'm thinking anti-mage for HellRaisers right now, and I think you've got to be spooked of that as tempo, especially when I see Drow get banned out. And I know this is one of the more underrated heroes. Slardar banned, like, the alarm bells have got to be ringing that there may be a new way HellRaisers approach this draft.
You have insider information, or you just
No, Way is the name of the alternate persona for anti-mage.
again. Look
Not
at
an
you.
arcana, a persona. Get it right. I got tweeted about that.
Oh,
'cause I
okay.
said it wrong.
Oh,
It's very important that there's a distinction. It's not an arcana.
Specific. It's so important.
It is.
We know.
After banning out the Slardar, they just follow up with your position 5, your sturdy Jakiro. It's a good combo with the Magnus as well. You have some Ice Path over that. You get another hero that's pretty decent versus the Nature's Prophet. So right now you know that on the safe lane and on the mid lane you will deal with him no matter where
Yep.
he goes, which puts him most likely in the position 5, right?
It's also nice because it means that the Furion is top and not mid. Jakiro is pretty adept at dealing with him. You can stop those early pushes. And it's actually kind of nice against the Brew too, because you can Ice Path after split as well and catch the Storm Spirit Panda, and you just sort of delay. You got a lot of wave clear. It's just a nice combination, and it sets you up for pretty much whatever you'd want to pick as a carry.
knowing tempo, Brewmaster picked up by them. This is not a hero that Mitch used to play. Like,
Okay.
this is not really an offlane hero for them, unless he really practiced it.
Secret practicing, maybe.
Maybe it happens, but I know his hatred towards micro heroes. God forbid, if a micro hero is picked, it falls into the position 4's hands 100% of the time. So we'll see. Maybe they have something hidden in store. Maybe it will be your position 4 as well. But
I like this choice, though. Similar to the AM in a sense where you have literally zero hard lockdown right now on the side of tempo. Get something with an escape mechanism. And the Ember is also much more hybrid, where you don't necessarily, like, you can play active, you can still go for a magic damage build. Like, if you remember the Game 5 Ana versus LGD TI8, he went for, like, I think it was a Lincoln's, is like his first quote-unquote real item. And he went, I think...
the Spectre only
Spec-
thing. Like, this is really what I wanted to say as well. Ember, I think the reasoning behind picking that is you don't really want to reveal your hard carry, your win condition.
Yep.
And it's a hero that can be decent versus Spectre, right? Like, you have that reach to get on top of her. You can punish her early on if your laning stage goes well. So
It's also because Dispersion returns damage the same method in which it's dealt, correct?
definitely correct.
That is correct?
Yeah. 100%.
Why are you second guessing yourself?
Because I just always do. I'm like, whoa, I was right. This
But
is
what
weird.
happened?
But if you Flame Guard on top of the Spectre, he's dealing Dispersion damage to you as magical, which you absorb. So you can just tank Spectre a lot more effectively than other heroes could. In addition, you just kill stuff. What?
But it's surprising for me that they went with the Spectre, right? Just because that same Ember Spirit can get on top of her. He's very active, and you have the Magnus with you. They picked the Ember first. They didn't pick...
He's really not sold on his own.
I'm really not
He
sure.
He doesn't believe
trust me.
himself or you. This is a problem. We have thrown Kyle into the
Don't do
void.
that.
He doesn't care. He's good like...
It's fine. Anti-Mage banned out by Tempo. Like, What else? Like, I can't. I'm just waiting for him to.
You
Google
wait
it
for
now.
him, right? And you tell me, out of these two so far, who you favoring more? If you didn't see the team names, which draft is looking better?
Both of these drafts have their ups and downs. I would say HellRaisers. I would go with them a little bit more, especially in the current meta.
Even while he's scrolling, there's mass confusion on Carl's face.
He does not understand.
It
Can
says
he
it's
read?
done. It's dealt. Fucking.
It doesn't matter. Look, they have the Magnus and the Ember. They have this Empower Sleight of Fist,
I
right,
was right.
Kyle?
I was right. That was important.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
First time in my life, I'm happy he's right.
Yeah.
Because you agreed with him, of course
Yeah.
you want him to be
I
right.
swear it I don't know. For some reason in my head that sounded so wrong. I was like, no, it doesn't. That doesn't make sense. But yeah, maybe
Kyle,
that was tweaked when they
There's
changed.
one
blade
thing I
metal a
never
few
doubted
years-
in you, and it's self-confidence and self-belief. But today, you made me very unhappy.
Let's get back to the draft here. We
I
got
think
the
it's because
bands
I
coming
agreed
out.
with him, nothing more.
Oh, and they last banned Animage. You know, I saw the Void. Wait. No, that's okay. Yeah, last band. Sorry. I get confused. There's so many goddamn bands now.
You keep getting...
It's
yeah, you keep
actually
hating
insane.
this.
There's
Look,
so...
look, the thing that's confusing about banning Anti-Mage is you have this Magnus and the Ember.
But the Mac
right?
could have just gone off here.
He
That's
can.
also...
He definitely can, but don't you think that looking at these first 3 picks from Tempo, you're kind of considering Nature's Prophet to be mid, and in the current state of the game, Magnus is really strong on the mid lane. But
Sure.
he can go off as well, definitely. It's an option for them. Magnus plus Rubik is an old school combo. Rubik's base attack speed has been buffed up a little bit. His laning is buffed up a little bit, and now you have Magnus with the Empower there too. It's pretty solid, even versus something like a Jakiro. So, sorry, not Jakiro, Nature's Prophet. If it's your position 5. Timber saw banned out by Tempo. Yeah, they're thinking the same thing. Right, Kyle? They're thinking that Mag is mid, Timber is usually an offlaner.
I just
That's
don't
what they
know how
need.
much I like that. I feel like an Ember single core is going to have a tough time. I just don't see what are you going to put off lane with Slardar band, Timber band, and Clock band. That's going to go.
It depends how you define single core. If you're saying that Magnus cannot transition into a real core that punches your whole team. Like, look at these heroes. You have Dark Willow, Furion, and okay, Brewmaster more or less, but these two already are susceptible to being just killed in one single RP if he goes for damage. But I have seen Arise flame everyone that goes for damage builds on Magnus right now. He says that's not the way to go, so...
I trust Arise. Saw that clip. Same with Attacker and Kunkka. You got to expect if somebody's played 5,000 plus games on one hero, they probably know a little bit about what they're doing. I actually love that pick in this spot. Whenever you're playing against Mag, you want to have something to kind of handle the RP damage. I'm surprised we don't see more Wyverns picked up.
Combo
We
break.
saw a few earlier in the groups, but it's dropped off, definitely.
The synergy, though, with the Furion as well. You can heal bomb onto the Treants. Same with the Brewleaks.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Sorry. No one should
Dirtying
use
up the
lemmings.
set now as well.
Huh?
Dirtying up the set as well.
This could be like
sneezed.
one of those...
Do you hate when you sneeze on yourself? What are you supposed to even do? You're
Just interested completely in Tempo's draft. If I didn't know them, I would say for sure, okay, this is your Brewmaster offlane. Most likely the Nature's Prophet will be mid. But because I know them, because I know Mitch and his tendency is not to play any kind of micro heroes, for some reason I think the Brew isn't off, even though that's the most obvious.
Well, guys, we've got our EGB odds proudly partnering with us here for the Omega League, and it is massively in favor of HR.
Yeah.
But before anyone decides to make some crazy bets on this, let's get the lowdown from you two. Carl, which way are we
HR
going?
has bigger names. They've had a better record thus far, and you could argue they're better players. I think draft-wise, they're pretty all in on these big ultimates. I think Ember Spirit's going to have a hell of a game for them to take the W, whereas Tempo, name of the game is their team name. Get towers early, constrict the map, and juke these big ults. Play a really up-tempo game. Be active with Spectre. I want to see a drums into Manta build. I want them to fight with Split and fight with Haunt whenever they're off cooldown. Constantly choke out HellRaisers. I personally think their draft's better.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think they need to slow down the Ember Spirit for as long as possible because he is the key factor of this HellRaisers draft. He's going to have that Empower to work with. It's not as strong as it used to be, so if you manage to slow him down a bit, you will be able to get Spectre to that sweet spot in which you'll eventually just carry the game. Let's just wait and see Mitch's Brewmaster. That's really what I'm saying here.
You're so excited for this, the smile on your face while you're saying it, but you're both going for HR by the sounds of it, yeah? But it seems like the draft has shown you a bit of a curve.
Wait, what? No, we like the other tempo, the other draft. Yeah.
You like the other draft? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I've been thrown through a whole cycle of this stuff.
Yeah, if you go with EGB's bets, right, you're going completely in HR's favor.
Yeah.
Like, they're heavily favored here, but we'll see. Like Bait was favored as well versus Tempo, and Tempo took that series.
Let's see how it all goes down. Thank you very much, you two mad men. The cute man, Carl, and the beautiful lizard. I've enjoyed him more and more. Look at him as Carl touches his leg. Don't try it like you didn't, just because the cameras didn't get pointed on you.
Nothing
saw it go
happened here.
Of course they're going to say that. Let's get to Zyori and Trent and see how this game is going to go down. It's been another interesting panel. You know how this all happens, guys. It just descends into madness after 9 days of all of this.
Yes, it's a hard job, Banks. Thanks for doing all that heavy lifting. Trent,
Yes.
welcome back, buddy. How you feeling? We've got another good CIS matchup here.
Yeah.
A core dazzle. Are we feeling confident or are we nervous about this core dazzle?
Not as confident as those guys because my short shorts aren't on camera. They're hidden well below here. I just wear my shame and my Leafs jersey. So go game 5. They had a tough job on the panel because they had no sweet clue where Temple were going to be putting these heroes. Luckily, we have the info for you guys. So it is indeed going to be Mitch playing the Brewmaster. So that's slated for your position 3 off lane Brew. He's going to be laning up there with DNZ on the Dark Willow. In the mid lane, it's Noob on that Dazzle. Pretty good setup because now either he's going to get the Magnus or he's going to get the Ember. And we've got a pause, by the way, guys, so don't panic. And that means it's LeBron on the position 5 Prophet. And of course, your Spectre is going to be hopping on the 1 there. So on the side of HellRaisers, it's all what you expect. Maybe there was some mystery between the Ember and the Mag. The Mag's mid, the Ember's top. Either one's not going to have a lot of fun versus Dazzle.
Exactly. Dazzle great in these melee matchups. I think we saw him maybe once in the earlier rounds of this event. The voice lines. Thank you, boys. And here we go. Resumed. And we are ready to rock and roll game number 1.
Look at the beautiful scenery of the Dota map. And all you guys do is just hit
It is
creeps.
majestic.
You know, you spend so much time looking at these little health bars and look at the beauty that we could be exploring.
Do you ever just stop and look,
No.
Trent?
There's no roses to smell. That's the real problem. Maybe next time.
Well, when Valve invents smell-o-vision, then we'll be in there.
Dave's on it, dude. He's working hard.
But yeah, the Dazzle core, the little that we've seen of it, it just hasn't felt that great. I don't know what this hero is missing right now, but there does seem to be a missing element somewhere. He reminds me of Timbersaw a little bit, you know, like he pressures really early. He takes over that early to mid game when the lanes break down. He's great in 5-man, but you don't scale super well.
The way I think about it is that it's just unfortunate that he's just like pretty much straight up worse than it was before. It used to be like pretty broken. And so it's hard to look at it now and like, I don't know, get a really good like, oh, we're going to dominate this game with this. But I still think it's like a very good strategy. It's just, it's more reliant on its laning stage than it was before because previously when people were running the mid Dazzle, all of the items that Dazzle bought were all better. They have all been nerfed since then. So it's,
Yep. Necro Book, Helm of the Dominator, Midas.
by virtue of that, it's I guess Midas is a little better with
True.
the XP game.
But that build has really fallen off.
I think we're off the Midas, yeah.
Haven't seen Midas Dazzle in ages now.
But yeah, just like Aura Gaming in general is kind of gone too, so that just means that you don't really have the same strengths.
But he's got Helm of the Dominator queued up first item on Noob, so he is going to go for that classic. Of course, the auto attacks, resetting the Poison Touch, one of the big reasons why that item is so specifically synergistic on the core Dazzle.
Yeah.
So looking at some side lanes, Ember Spirit Jakiro should be fine for the Ember up against this Mitch Brewmaster and Willow. Both sides with a little bit of kill threat, nasty support.
Yeah, Nick's very skilled Ember player. This is like one of his big heroes. And I think I was casting his game versus an Oracle recently. I'm pretty sure it was him, where he was just like constantly being very wary of the Flame Guard and watching her for that Dispel. So I believe that we'll be seeing a lot of the same stuff here versus Mitch with the split. He'll be watching for that Storm Panda, trying to keep an eye on that timing and ensure that he doesn't lose a lot of his damage that he's going to need.
And of course, down bottom, we've got the Spectre with the 5 Prophet being played by LeBron, and Funnick Chu on the other side. That's the Tide and Rubik, respectively. So far, okay for the Spectre here, but Funnick also putting some pressure on. DNZ getting harassed back by Maposhka up top. No real kill threat there, though.
Yeah, they a little bit tough on the last pick, right? Kyle was pointing out a lot of the offlaners were gone. I missed the last ban. I'm not sure if Centaur got taken out too, but
was Kunkka.
Okay, well, there weren't a lot of heroes left either way. And so Tide, I mean, popped in my head, but my first thought was, geez, that's a lot of cooldowns, though. But they did go for it, and that means that they have to do the waltz this game. Like, you don't really want to be breakdancing, you know, drop it all on the floor at once. You got to get a smooth rhythm, some motion going here.
But you've also got this Ember. He's a little bit less cooldown reliant, and Tempo aren't immune to cooldowns themselves. You know, you've got Haunt, you've got Bruce Split, slightly lower cooldowns perhaps. What is Ravage? Yeah, 150. So there is a little window there for Tempo, but they've also got similar concerns.
Yeah, and when you stack them up, I mean, you can match. You know, Ravage can kind of handle Haunt and Split sometimes, right? If you get a really nice Ravage, so then maybe you're gonna get a smoke after with the RP or something. So. We'll see.
Looking at mid, the CS battle is pretty even. Kasani doing fine on the Magnus. This hero feels a little unbullyable these days. He's just so tanky, does so much damage. It's kind of hard to stop him from getting farm. And even if you do shut him down in lane, well, he kills neutrals better than most. Compliments of the Empower. So,
yeah,
not unexpected.
You're against like TA mid. When I think of like who you want to face in mid, it's like Ember or TA as being like the best Dazzle like dominations. So not quite as good versus the Mag. He's got a ton of armor when he's under the tower, sitting at 8. So you can just kind of chill back there sometimes with the poison touch while it's taking down on you, and it doesn't feel nearly as bad.
Yeah. With extra denies on the Magnus, so is winning the matchup right now. And in this bottom lane, looks like Funnick is having a fine time on the Tidehunter. Chu going to repel the likes of LeBron. And back up top, I think DNZ is okay here. Nyx wraps around, pops the Flame Guard. Out come the Brambles.
He needed that Brambles, or he was in big trouble. I guess the Cinder Roof could save him too. Man, that's slow. Even level 1. 4% is pretty good when there's no boots.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So what do you think about Tide overall, though, these days? We don't see him a huge amount. I saw it picked. I was like, oh, this is cool. That was my gut reaction.
Yeah, I kind of have the same reaction whenever I see Tide. I mean, big fan of the hero. He's obviously a pretty big classic in the pro scene. Has fallen off the past couple of years, but used to be a lot more popular. Who doesn't love a big Ravage, right? Downside, like, he's been reworked pretty significantly, and that means that there's, like, kind of cool builds with, like, Desos and Crystals and stuff, but in order to give him those abilities, it just... You know, you lost stuff in other departments of maybe just being like purely a initiating hero like that. So I think he's just kind of fallen off in that regard. And then it just feels like the cooldown, like everyone's so fast when they play Dota now that that first Ravage can be pretty painful.
Yep, absolutely. 4-minute rune was an invisibility picked up by Dazzle. Neither mid laner has a bottle, so not really a 4-minute flip here. Just a 4-minute movement. Bounties come out. Was one of them denied? Nope. 2 for 2. DNZ got both. Even Steven. No first blood here at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think the only concern I really have for HellRaisers will be if they can just, like, dominate the first, like, couple team fights right now from the side of Tempo, because they really need a fast start. Because this Magnus is going to farm extremely quickly. Like, he's hitting the lane, he's going to the jungle, he's clearing that out, he's coming back, he's pushing the wave back, and Noob can't really keep up in that same way via neutrals. Some of Kasani's farm is in neutrals, that's why he's, like, lower on the net worth and everything, but I'm expecting that they need a lot of towers knocked down. I feel like the first split from Mitch needs to, like, take a tower or get a really big kill.
Yeah, Noob is doing it right so far, but it gets easier for the Magnus, right? He starts to scale better and better over time. So sometimes this mid Dazzle feels a little bit like a position 1 Venge to me. You know, you're dominating, but you very much, it's fragile. It's a fragile state of affairs. You have to make sure you don't make these gross errors and throw the lead that you have. Kasani in the mid lane.
This is exactly
fine
what you
for
need.
now.
Like, this is the sort of stuff that they have to do, because they need this tower down with this kind of a play, and then they need to like take the top tower split. And thankfully, Mitch did just barely live up top, it looks like, while his supports left. Two-man Bramble to just keep forcing them back, and Chu getting hit with a lot of poison.
Noob does have an arcane rune right now that ups his damage
Chu's
output a
dead?
little bit. I think so. Poison will take him down. That's a first blood for the Dazzle. Also, some cool synergy between Dazzle and Nature's Prophet, just being able to heal the Nature's Prophet Treants. Keeping that siege creep alive ends up being an easy tower push, and at 7 minutes, the mid has fallen.
Very well done. That's that's crazy, actually. He was just like even with the Magnus, and now he's 3,600 just about as he clears up this camp. So
doing it right. And down bottom, the Spectre has gone drum first, even before boots. Seeing this more and more commonly. No meteor hammers, just going for the value bongos.
The Draskell play. That's his item.
Draskell play.
Gotta get the bongos. Mitch left alone for a while, so he's getting some soul XP, but unfortunately he's getting zoned back constantly, and that TP's gonna be too late.
Yep, he's in big trouble. Obviously, no split, but they are going to drop a haunt. They'll commit this for maybe a kill on the Nyx. No level 6 on the Ember Spirits.
Give him the wave.
Away. And he's done. There it is. That's the new age taunt, folks.
Well, you know, if your hero doesn't have a taunt, you got to do it yourself.
Well, good use of the first haunt.
Yeah, that was great. I thought that was going to end up being a bad rotation just because there was no way they were going to get the save, but completely pays off. They managed to pick on Nyx before he gets level 6. Which puts him in the ditch? Almost.
Pick up sticks.
There. Yeah. I was going to say put them in the sticks, but I don't know if you guys call the woods the sticks. Is that...
You hear
the
that
boonies,
slang a little bit.
sticks?
I've only heard that in like New York. Because New York City's so metropolitan, but New York State is so full of trees.
New York sticks.
Poshka does.
Got it. Easy kill. And behind the tower with a long-range dagger, and that's going to require Funnick now to do the ultimate job of Tidehunter. The dead lane.
Dun,
Where's
dun,
BSJ
dun.
when you need him?
Level 7 now, going for a Vladimir's offering. He's pretty beefy. Actually, holding a point right now. He is level 7, hasn't skilled up the Ravage. Backstroking his way into the tower.
Very important part of playing Tidehunter.
Yes. If you're not backstroking, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's 100% confirmed.
I think that is one of my all-time favorite taunts.
I feel like it was one of the first ones I can remember people moving with, and that changed the game, you know?
Yeah. It's one of the first ones that I really like visually remember seeing the first time. Of like, oh yeah, that made a mark. Sometimes you have that feeling of like, I feel like he's slowly, like every taunt is just taking 0.1% away from the enemy carry's morale.
Well, he's doing his job right now. This is, Underlord and Tidehunter are very good at doing this at this point in the game. And look what just happened. They hit 3 heroes surrounding that tower. They've been forced out. They say, all right, fine, you're right. We can't deal with this. So their only other option now is that you can try and force him to TP mid and then go right back to pushing there and, then force an awkward engagement, like try and get better positioning on the tower where he can't just TP in with the Ravage.
Play a little ping pong.
Yeah, or you just keep hitting neutrals right now and be happy with the farm your Spectre's getting. But in her case, Nyx has rotated the bottom lane and has shoved her to the jungle.
Yeah, and there's still an opportunity cost. You're not really denying farm from HellRaisers either. Ember's still getting plenty of space to work towards his drums, and of course the Magnus, as we've talked about, he's accelerating and working towards his Echo Saber first.
Yeah,
item.
they're waiting for the tome on DNZ, and then they're going to smoke. So go get a kill with Bedlam. All right, who are we going to kill? Probably Mag, I feel like. Oh, man, he's level 9. God, he's so tanky. It's like 1,460 HP and 12 armor. I don't think they can kill Tide before he ravages, so they have to go bottom.
3 points in Kraken. It's a pretty tall order. I guess Rubik is really the easiest target of them all. Maybe the Jakiro will do. 1,100 HP on him. Rubik at 860.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, that was a bit dangerous for Nyx because he only had 1 remnant and it was down in the camp.
And back to farming we go.
Yeah, this
Mitch
smoke did not do anything.
Yeah, he's going to hold the tower. They've got a siege creep down here, though, so this is a pretty good push coming out of HR. Now Willow rotating over. Curse Crown. They see the level 6. They want to go in onto Maposhka. And it looks like they'll find it. Even LeBron coming in. Bedlam more than enough. Now back up top, though. They find Noob. They'll deploy a Ravage to secure the kill. A 1-for-1 around the map, but an advantage for HellRaisers. Remember, that Dazzle is a core.
And Nyx just took the tower. I mean, he just he walked past so they were killing Jakiro. Which is like, okay. Thanks, Maposhka.
And Nyx, there you go. Makes it back. Good timing there with the Curse Crown about to tick.
So first Ravage, you got a core. That's fine. You got a core, and they weren't anywhere near like an objective, right? Like the lanes are in a state where they can't really punish this cooldown right now. Like the Dazzle's dead. If they're gonna punish this, they need to like all TP to a lane right now, and just run at the tower. Apparently, it's Noob's plan because he instantly TP's back top and says, "All right, guys, we have 100 seconds. I want all my allies up here. We're gonna haunt for this. We're gonna Nature's Wrath for this. Wrath of Nature, whatever. In 30 seconds. That's the current plan." They would love a split. Is Mitch gonna live? Oh, Mitchy. Oh, he's dead.
Big fire. Primal Split comes out.
I mean, whatever. That's the same thing. No split.
And now the Spectre ult. Looks like they will chase down Maposhka.
That's a complete win. That's like 10 out of 10. Him splitting there is, I almost would rather he just died and then TP top and split. Because now I feel like, okay, at least he
They
lived.
also used Haunt.
Yeah. So they killed Maposhka again, but now they can't pressure top tower. They can't take mid tower, and they can't take bottom tower.
Yeah, and we've seen this before where these kills on the supports really don't matter all that much. Like a kill is a kill, sure, but in terms of the state of affairs, it doesn't really alter the map control or any objective taking. The Ghost is a nice pickup for Dazzle. That additional 25% slow on top of the poison is pretty deadly.
It works well, but like not when you're
it.
alone though. And plus you have a Tidehunter who can just purge it
Tide
anyway.
doesn't care, but it was a pretty big heal bomb actually.
I thought he's got a heal bomb of his own, right? The anchor smash with Vlad's.
Yeah.
Arms forever.
Dazzle is going to go for Greaves. I do like this a lot on the core Dazzle. Of course, the mechanic works very much in his favor. The CDR also reduces that debuff to not get healed by Greaves again. So it actually gives you so much value compared to regular Guardian Greaves, especially once he hits level 18.
Yeah, and then I wonder if he'll just go like Necro right after too.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like, is the late game Necro worth it? Because I always think of that as more of a farming tool to accelerate you to the big items.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll go like a Yules or something. Like, I wouldn't mind some way to try and break up this Magnus.
I mean, I think the Holy Locket is also an option when you go for Guardian Greaves like this. Again, the lower cooldown, that extra healing, it makes you a mobile fountain, Trent. Have you ever wanted to cosplay as the fountain?
Have I?
Just pick Dazzle, buddy.
Don't know.
I got you.
Oh, 20 seconds until they split again. And I do think this is the game where things are just like completely in the favor of HellRaisers as long as they stay static. Oh, LeBron has the Wrath Nature in 10 seconds now. No, LeBron, he is the support Nature's Prophet, but he's working pretty well towards that Orchid. So it's going to come out later, of course, because he's 5, but it will be something that Nyx has to play around for the whole game. Not as effective on someone like Tidehunter, of course.
Still a pretty tight game, though. You look at the net worth graph, in 15 minutes, been a pretty low amount of kills. And has it been more than a 1 or 2K net worth lead? We'll see Funnick up top now. Bedlam coming out. Wrath of Nature as well. But boy, is he tanky. LeBron comes in, and they kind of switch effort over to Chew. Funnick sustaining for now, but starting to get surrounded. All these Treants. Now the Ravage, though, connects on 3. Follow-up from Jakiro. Noob trying to heal up as much as he can. Brewmaster looking for the split, and he's got it. I think Funnick might finally be dead. Stick charges trying to sustain. Down he goes. But now RP connects on 2. DNZ falls, and the Dazzle is already used as grave. But Noob does make it out. Haunt from the Spectre. Not enough to save LeBron. And the Spectre will just have to retreat. Meanwhile, Chew on the other side brought down low, but baits in Mitch, and now Noob left all by himself. A pretty disastrous fight for Tempo. HR managed to sustain. They don't chain their ultimates, but the stagger actually works out better.
And that creep will not find the finish onto Chew. In fact, we'll just suicide in the tower. So there you go. Yeah, 4 for 1. I thought maybe they were going to save Funnick there. I think if the ordering was a little bit different, but I'm not sure exactly when he finished the blink on Mag. I think Kasani might have just been like just getting it, and that's why he was the last one to TP. But either way, it's not a big deal if Funnick dies. Sure, he'd like to live, but whatever. It's well worth it when you're trading 4 heroes. And once again, not losing a tower.
So Spectre going Radiance after Drum. And I was going to comment on this earlier because honestly, we've been seeing Spectre go for this item less and less. The value build-up items has been much more popular, like Drum, Diffusal, Manta, sometimes a Blade Mail mixed in there. This has sort of felt risky in a lot of these games where you have to fight early on. But to Spectre's credit here, he's pretty much gotten away with it. 3,300 gold. The hard part's almost over.
It feels a little bit like the classic Spectre draft of like, they have way too many stuns, we're just going to pick Spectre and use Dispersion. It kind of feels like that with this Radiance. Because there's a very good chance that Spectre just gets chain stunned like 100-0 in these team fights.
Yeah.
So the Radiance is not only going to help try and survive through that, but you're also still going to be dealing out your damage the whole time.
And I guess one aspect of that item that's never changed is like, it's amazing if you can get it, right? The challenge is having to pool up all of this gold with, you know, really no value in the interim. But here we go. Team fight breaks out. LeBron in the front line. Nick's going to try to chase him down. DNZ has already fallen. I think Tempo might have gone about this a little too confidently. Buyback from DNZ. Now Chu gets turned on, but Nyx continuing to put the pressure on. Almost gets LeBron, but Shallow Grave is there. Now Maposhka. He's brought down low, and he'll get finished off.
Nice saves.
A 1 for 2. HR now on the run. Skewer away. Terrorize. Going to push them even further. Funnick still pretty tanky, turns with the Ravage. Now Nick's trying to get into that back line. The RP follow-up as well. DNZ survives, but the Dazzle won't. No Shallow Grave. Mitch also down, and this Spectre gets destroyed. Kasani doing the big damage.
Oh my God.
That is the Magnus right there. 18 minutes, dude. He hits for like 300 a pop, and he has an Echo Saber.
He got them all chunked in there. And how free was Nyx during that fight, too? He did the vast majority of the damage in that one.
Half of it, dude.
Yeah. And, hey, at least they get to the deny on the tower. It'll cost him his life.
Lane, they find LeBron. That's another freebie. It was a pretty tight game, but now a 5K net worth lead, things feeling a little bit more rough for Tempo. DNZ maybe going to be in trouble again. Remember, DNZ bought back there.
That's one of those moments where you wonder if Spectre had gone like the Yasha or something. Like with how close things were, that could have helped turn that fight. Yep. But instead, she gets forced to fight with so much empty gold.
God, there's just no value on that net worth. It kind of, I don't know, is it fair to say that Tempo should have been more patient there and just play defensive until the Radiance comes out and fight around that power spike? Like, it's so costly for the Spectre to die there.
I think it's just too important to like stay ahead in this game and to keep tempo, as it were, as this lineup. Because the second you're behind on this lineup, you're going to lose anyway. So I think you kind of have to
losing
take
a team
those
fight
fights.
there ensures that you're going to be pretty far behind when you don't have an item on your Spectre.
Yeah, but if you don't take that team fight, then they're not going to cast any spells anyway, and then they're just going to walk at another tower, and you're just going to like have the same fight before Spectre has Radiance, you know?
I don't know. Is it worth just sacking a tower so that you can finally get that good engagement?
I mean, it was a pretty good engagement for them. Like, things started out fairly well. There was just a lot of stuff going for HellRaisers. They had a good ward in behind. But then Tempo, like, they got the save onto LeBron. They got a couple of heals to keep him going as well. Rubik got a bad steal on the level 2 Thunderclap, so he didn't even do anything that fight, really. Like, once he got stuck in behind, so it wasn't a total
Graves
disaster.
have been great so far, that's for
All right,
sure.
here we go. Orchid into the Brambles.
Okay, he's got the Yule set up, though, and that's the counterplay.
I guess there's nothing you can really do, huh?
Turns out Yule's is the option. I don't think they have anything for it. Great pickup from Nyx, and he actually wants a Radiance himself. A little greedy on this Ember, but the way these fights are going, seems like he'll get away with it. They'll find LeBron again in the river.
Oh, and Chu got the
14-8
teleportation.
now.
That's when I buy the wards as Rubik and just do all the cliffs.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Okay, there's the Radiance on Spectre.
Or steal the bounty runes. That's also good. Yeah, secure your own. All right, so Radiance. Haunt, Split. What does our Dazzle have? Greaves, but unfortunately for them, they are rushing, but they've scouted this, so Provic can get there. Oh, they got to hurry.
You got to go pretty quick. Roshan down to about 3k HP. It's a great Terrorize. We'll push HR out of the pit.
Oh my god, he's level
now what's the play for Tempo?
18. Kasani is out of control.
Dude, this is Magnus. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't stop this hero. He farms so stupidly fast now. The double empower bonus on Magnus, it makes him the absolute machine when it comes to farming. And he still buys
highest?
these tanky items.
Nyx is 16 and a half.
Yeah.
Well, Funnick's not really fearing this with the pipe. I'm glad he canceled that Deso, by the way. I mean, I admired it, Funnick, but I don't think Deso was the item.
Yeah, he's going to buy some more conventional items. And LeBron actually TP's out, but does still burn down in the well. And Roche, again, 3K HP. Can they get in here and contest this? 4v5, is it worth the risk? Apparently not. Roche is done.
Not a very good sign. Couldn't find the good fight. Didn't try a haunt initiation. Can they even initiate right now? Not really. They need Mitch's Blink Dagger. His Blink Dagger's not going to make this much easier, though.
True that.
Well, the mid dazzle was not necessarily a success, unfortunately, for them. This is pretty much the dark side of trying to run a mid dazzle, is that you run into a game like this. As you said, feels very similar to the Core Revenge. You kind of get stuck in this moment of it's like, I don't even feel like we have a mid.
Yeah, it's very easy to start feeling like an overfarm support. And I think that's kind of happening here. They'll find DNZ, a freebie for Nyx.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Remember, folks, there's odds available for this game at EGB.
They were looking pretty right on as this one started, it turns out.
Things have already shifted a little bit.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Noob's just grabbing creep waves with his Centaur back here. That's kind of cute. Unfortunately, they have a full wave on the high ground, so this won't do too much. Oh, there you go. They have the fortify. Okay, there we go.
Bottom tier 1. That's a little something for the Spectre. Working towards the Yasha now. The gold lead is growing for the Dire, but it's not growing that quickly. Like, Tempo are kind of stalling things out. They're still finding some space on the map. It's not good for them.
But what do you think the XP lead is right now?
I'm going to guess like 10K.
It's about 15K.
Okay, that's
the scary one.
Sizable.
Gold is like... Gold's okay.
Whatever.
But
2 level 19 heroes on the Dire, and Radiant have 2 level 10s.
Yeah,
Yeesh.
It's one of those things. It's like the spell power. Some of these heroes get so absurd.
And there's also a 10-second BKB on the Magnus that hasn't been used. So Kasani is still in this pretty free game kind of mindset right now. Looks like Assault Karas going to be up next. I think Magnus is becoming the real carry here.
He was the real carry all along.
It's nice to see Magnus back. You know, mid-mag. Pretty cool to see him in the driver's seat. 4-mag, we got a little old after a while.
Yeah. LeBron was all about that one, I remember. He tried the 5.
We saw Misery
too.
play the support Magnus yesterday, right?
I missed that one.
I think my game with Draskell.
Well, they're still staying at this top part of the map here. I don't know if they're gonna push the higher. I mean, how long do we have on Aegis? We have 2 minutes left. It's getting to that point where it might feel like a nice time to start heading high ground.
I would say so. I'm not sure exactly what HellRaisers are waiting for right now. Maybe the BKB on Ember, that's not too far away. The Deso on Tide's been queued up again, also not too far off. So maybe just waiting on this next round of core items. Even the Yule's Scepter on Rubik. We'll see LeBron get caught in the bottom lane. Nick's able to put him to rest.
Well, that scan does connect as they're trying to close in here.
They might find Mitch. Looks like Spectre's going to find a spot in the trees. Turns off the Radiance. Very nice. Now Mitch, though. There's the Ice Path. TP out. See you later. Well, at least he didn't waste Primal Split.
Yeah, there you go.
Not sure if he could have, even had he wanted to, but silver linings. Sad about that is how quickly they killed the Brewmaster. Like, that didn't even look like a core.
No, it really did not. I mean, he's very far behind his opponent of the
I guess
same
he is
role.
about on par with the supports, so fair enough.
All right, Funnick has now, as you said, finished out that Deso in combination with the AC. I like the pipe first, just to ensure that the game's safe, and then you can buy your fun items.
Okay, this is a little awkward here.
I think that was a safety.
Spectre's dead.
That was an attempted safety haunt, right?
Yeah, so I was watching Spectre die to the Ember, and that's the part I was like, this is real Spectre. What is he doing? And then he haunted to his death. That's a stolen
he's
haunt
got
now
haunt.
from the Rubik. So he's going to find Noob up top and look to set up a kill here. I was so perplexed by that because I couldn't figure out why the Ember, or why the Spectre was just fighting the Ember. Like, it looked like there was no hope of her winning that battle one-on-one. I'm not sure what the master plan was there.
I'm guessing she just got caught TPing or something? I don't know.
Well, now in the mid lane, these towers falling quickly. As you said, the vast minus armor. SOAC.
Structures are fortified.
Buyback available on spec. Won't be forced to use it. DNC, or DNZ rather, the space creator. Look how deep LeBron is, too.
I kind of want to see if Kasani's go for a blink skewer. I noticed he took the +8 armor. Did not go for the giant YOLO blink skewer plays.
Interesting. He's going for the boring. Damage, strength, armor.
How dare he? You can't buy 425 skewer range later. You can buy 8 armor. I mean, come on.
You can't. Yeah, exactly. Same with the level 15. You can't buy shockwave damage.
Middle barracks has fallen.
You can buy new
And buy
things.
strength.
You can't buy a new party. Also very important.
Can't buy new memories.
Oh.
Not yet, at least.
They're working on it. Another thing Gabe's working on. Funnick, he's going right back in. The creeps are close enough in the mid lane. He's coming back. He's dancing back and forth. He's backstroking.
Whoop, skewer. Not going to find anything. Mitch pops the ult. And outside of the base we go. There's the haunt. LeBron in the back line. Looks like they want Rubik. Spectre taunting him all the way. Maposhka also low, but Funnick will drop the Ravage and start to reset things a little bit. Buyback from LeBron. Sports dive died on the Dire, but there's nothing stopping these cores. All three of them quite rotund right now and able to maintain. Now the turn on to Mitch. Has some stick charges. That'll pick him back up. All 5 alive on tempo. Complements the buybacks. So still a 1 fight for HellRaisers. A lot of economic damage done.
I'm impressed that they kept Spectre alive. And now even DNZ's trying to dance back.
Oh, but they really haven't done much damage to these cores. Now Nick slowed down a little bit. Kasani in the back, actually dying to DNZ. Barely lives as he gets up to the high ground, and now Funnick isolated. Looks like HR just got a little too split up, and it is going to cost them. Now this fight does go the way of tempo. Nick's on the run. No more remnants.
He's got 200 HP. They have a ward. Oh, you're insane. How's Kasani getting out over here? They had vision, but Dark Willow.
They were totally focused on Nick's.
All right. I can't believe they've gotten even these kills, though. That is absolutely wild. Now LeBron in the back again. The Orchid's still in CD for 1 more second, then he gets telekinesed.
It ended up being a 2 for 4. Now Mapochka might go down again. Tempo are trying to push this to the limit, but RP comes through. Kasani will have a skewer. Grave does buy Spectre a couple of seconds, but she's still going to fall. LeBron on the low ground now. He's going to be in trouble, and it looks like Tempo have overcommitted. The TP home from Dazzle. He'll make it out just in time. But they are punished. 2 buybacks used by the Dire, though. Nyx and Funnick. A little sloppy for HellRaisers, but still in a pretty darn commanding position.
Those are very risky buybacks, considering your Magnus, who was still holding RP, was only at like 400 HP or so, and still went back in there onto some risky heroes.
They made it work, though.
And it is going to be worth it as long as they secure the Aegis and the Cheese as well, which they should be able to do very quickly. Once again with the Deso, the Gush, and the AC. Well, they're keeping it interesting. I guess HR really, they are respecting the Haunt, right? and just like how powerful that is. Because I look at their heroes and I just think there's no way they have damage to kill anyone on HellRaisers. Like, look at this Magnus. Like, I mean, he didn't die, I suppose, but like even Funnick, I'm surprised, despite, sure, it was a really prolonged and time-consuming fight and whatnot, but I really would not have guessed they'd be able to kill him.
Yeah,
with
he eventually just got 4v1 and
yeah.
It's a little overwhelming. I see what you mean, though. And remember, that was 2 buybacks, so it was sort of a 5v7 in a lot of ways.
True. Will LeBron survive this play down here?
Oh, Orchid comes out. Maybe a chance. TP. Oh, that was pretty close. But he lives.
Didn't. Nyx has Yules. Oh, I guess he just didn't get the vision in time? That must be it. Oh, he's out of Remnants. Okay. All right. That was still really weird, though.
It was a bit awkward. DD picked up by DNZ. Weird positioning for Tempo, though. They are going to haunt out. Willow, the one being focused by Nyx on the backside. But on the other end of the fight, the Mitch split. Being Funnick occupied.
Oh, they found Krylat there.
This is such a spread out fight. Willow, the only casualty. Tempo don't really get punished too hard for this, but don't really get much for it either. And that's a lot of cooldowns used. Meanwhile, HellRaisers, they've still got Ravage. They've still got RP. Braun in the trees. Blocks it out. Ooh. Ice Path misses, and he's good.
Man, he's like Houdini on this Nature's Prophet. I don't know how he keeps surviving. Pretty
these little spots in the trees.
It definitely should not be living, but he's getting a little lucky. Some of the ice paths and everything, and some cooldowns being there. He's just too good for common sense. And now they'll head in for the tier 3. So all things, the eventualities look like they're coming to pass here for HellRaisers. They just need to be careful. Don't want another bad fight. You don't want the Spectre getting too huge. We get 50 seconds before the haunt. That's where you should be able to tear up the side of Tempo.
Buyback situation risky for both teams, but HR break that tier 3. Bruce Split's still down for 50. Mitch might be in some trouble here. Pulled back in, big time damage. Shallow grave. Funnick still trying to press forward, but Cursed Crown enough to save the lives of the Brewmaster
on Spectre.
Yeah, she's in some trouble in the back line, trying to finish off these supports, but not going to be able to get there. Instead, it's DNZ that goes down. Kasani BKBs and turns to finish her off. No buyback on Spectre, and now things looking grim for Tempo. GG. Game 1 going the way of HellRaisers, 29-12. Official odds for this match brought to you by EGB.com. And they had the right idea. Easy for HellRaisers.
Yeah, pretty crushing defeat. I mean, they had a draft that is going to look like this if it loses. It is not going to be some game that it goes even for 35 minutes and there's a crazy fight and someone wins. It's like, no, you're either going to win really hard with this draft or you're going to lose in a fashion more like this. And they were not able to get off to the speed and ironically, again, the tempo that they needed. I don't know if that's like the whole brand of this team or something, but that was certainly required because those first ultimates, that's the problem with this lineup. It has to be perfect. And when you lose Mitch on the bottom, he has to split, sure, he lives, they kill him with Poshka. It doesn't matter. It's
just breaking up the momentum.
They could not get the map going for them.
Stopping the game plan. Yeah, there was a window there between 15 and 20 minutes where it looked like Tempo might be able to do it. The win percent was much in their favor, but then it quickly swung the other way. Team fight, too strong, Trent. But let's throw it back to our panel. Here's some of their thoughts about Epic Game 1 of this series. What's going on, Banks?
Thank you very much, guys. These panelists continue to get it wrong. You are the curse to the other team as it continues. You and Lacoste flip-flopping the whole way through. Didn't believe in Viking.
We call it flop-flipping, but yeah.
It's definitely flip-flopping.
Maybe in England. We do it differently in America.
Do it wrong in America, like many things, Carl. You know this.
I know. Well, in this case, I once again need to stop thinking so much.
Yeah, you do.
Gets me into trouble. Just go with the gut. I see Magnus. That team will win. Ultimately,
that's like my logic, though. That's not good.
You know what, as well? You see a team that has absolutely 0 stuns. You usually can go with the other team.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. They have such a complicated draft, honestly. Dazzle, Brew, Furion.
Spectre. It's like you
Too
just
cute.
need to be too good.
Yeah.
Like whereas the other side, you've got it's just hey guys, I've got Ravage. I have RP. I'm a empowered hard carry. Like what could go wrong? It's like Ember Spirit's just more stuns and more threat than the entire enemy team combined.
Like everyone in this region knows that we like to be a little bit way too bloodthirsty in the games, a little bit too Davai.
Yeah, yeah.
And it really did prove in this game. It feels so awkward watching from the sidelines and understanding what's happening on the team comms as well. That Davai, let's go, let's get him. And then you just go onto the high ground, get RP'd, ravaged, ice patted, macro-pyred, and instead of taking a small victory, you take a big loss. Like it happened a couple of times in this game, but I really don't think that's what lost the match. The problem is, I know for a fact that's what they'll blame. They'll blame these small skirmishes within the game, the tactics, but really what happened here is, on one side you have an utter meta broken ass hero playing mid lane, like you said, Magnus. On the other side, you have Dazzle. Like you're trying.
Yeah.
Also, not only that you have Dazzle, but you have Dazzle Spectre combo, which is. It's an oxymoron tempo as a team. Like you have this Dazzle that's supposed to be pushing on early, and then you have a Spectre as your fallback plan. I can understand that because Furion somewhat is buying that Orchid, so you're kind of sacrificing some farm that Dazzle will get for this position 5 Nature's Prophet, but it's not worth it in the end because you could pick something better there. You could have a Magnus perhaps. Then the game is easy. I wouldn't even say Ravage. I would just say RP, Empower, and this beast of a hero in mid lane. It needs to get tweaked.
Needs to get nerfed.
Yeah.
Is the Magnus really that broken then?
It's like again, it's this concept of like irreplaceable mechanics, right? You can't give cleave with any other hero. You certainly can't get. No other hero can just give itself like 70% base damage. Plus, you've got a BKB piercing AOE ultimate and a mobility / escape / catch tool, which is also another interrupt. And farming. Like you just do all the things that are good right now. You want to fight? By all means, let's go. The items that you can buy as a mag are also solid. Plus, it's multi-role. You can play it mid. You can play it carry. You can play it 4, 5, 3, whatever you want.
And you can't counter him on the lane. If you pick a hero that's good versus him in the lane, what he'll do is he'll go to the jungle and then he'll continue farming there. Eventually, he's gonna get his blink and he'll be active. He'll do what every Magnus does. So it's really complicated. But tempo overall, in the first game, again, they don't look that great. In the first game versus Bait, too, the same thing happened, but they really stepped it up in the second one, and it looked much, much better in that series. We'll see if they can do something similar.
So they start
here.
to adapt a bit more to their opponent and learn from their mistakes going into it.
I think they're a team that plays a little bit better, maybe coming. What do I know what they are? It's like we literally watched 3 series for them, but it looked like after a loss, they looked much better in the next game. So they're not a team that's going to shatter after just.
Yeah, they're not going to crumble away now, basically.
Even though in that Bait series they won in the end, but that game was completely handed to them in the last minutes.
That was Bait's big mistakes across many of those games for these guys. But HellRaisers do pick up the win here, and they are the team that we expect to qualify. We do want the epic matchup against Viking GG, potentially. Tempo have got a lot of work to do to push themselves forward on this one. I guess when I'm looking at it, right, you talk about the Magnus being so broken. Do you not expect it to be banned out a bit earlier? Like straight away first? Like we know Doom goes out the way very early. We see a Faceless going out a lot of the times as well.
Maybe instead of clock you can ban it out. Like perhaps you can leave the clock working.
What's the lesser of the evils?
There are teams that leave clock play tiny, like we saw there. I think it's easier to play versus a clock than it is versus a Magnus. I think Magnus overall swings at the.
Clock doesn't do stuff that's scary. Like it's clock. You know what he's going to try to do. He's got to find kills. It's annoying to deal with in the laning phase. Magnus, I think we will see Wyvern come back into the meta. I'm surprised it hasn't been here yet, but it's like the hard counter to the Magnus.
We have seen it a few times at the beginning of the group stage, and then it just dropped off from being used.
I'm just not sure why. But ultimately, the problem with Mag, we were talking about upstairs. It's like, think about Tidehunter versus Mag. Not only does Mag farm faster, you can help an ally farm faster. Your ultimate isn't stopped by BKB, and you deal way more damage. It just kind of feels too good. Like way too good. And there's so many compliments now because this patch has become more carry focused. Void is meta. Jug, Slark, Spectre, AM, Ember. You're always going to have a partner. So yeah, just ban it.
And when you think that all these strategies mostly rely around the safe laner, so your mid lane most of the time just needs to make a couple of plays here and there, and your carry is going to carry you eventually. So having a guy on the mid lane that not only will play make but also empower your safe laner, it's
the way
a
to
combination.
Your carry wins you the game. You just need your mid to not lose it. You just have to have a decent matchup. That's why we were also arguing in the previous series why like a DK made more sense to complement that IO gyro than the
Vengeful.
Bat. They had Bat Clock Course because it's just you're not all in on this one hero. And the other benefit of Mag, of course, is like you're always going to be a threat too. It's just that your carry also doesn't have to buy Battle Fury. And are they saying snap for draft?
No, not even close. Carl, you're really trying to rush forward on this, aren't you?
Nope.
Maybe next time you snap, they'll just put up that video of you.
Does just not work for him, or is it?
No, it's not even close. Good luck, boys.
Good
luck. Yeah, there you go, Carl. You got that information.
I just got 7 minutes until the draft. So
Winter Wyvern discussion though, right? We did see it in the early parts, and okay, probably against the lesser teams, but it was 3 picks, 0 wins. But I guess just not being utilized in that way. If you're saying it could be a good.
It's interesting because it's really historically it's really good versus Magnus. Heroes that are picked.
It's good against Void too.
Nature's Prophet as well. So you have a bunch of these heroes that are picked right now that are weak versus Wyvern. I'm not really sure why it's not being tested. Perhaps teams tried it out, failed with, and just resorted to pick something else. Like on your safe lane, what are you picking right now? You're picking Undying, Jakiro, Vengeful. Those are your 3 big cores. And I suppose with Venge you have Swap to sort of save someone, but it's way easier with the Winter Wyvern. Just pick the Magnus, man. Just pick it or ban it. And then you don't have to. Then you don't have to worry about it. There you go.
It's been banned out more times.
Pick Mag. No, you should ban it. No, you should counter it.
Well, teams are going to have to learn to play against it. They're going to let it all the way through on that.
I think Mag, Doom, Veno are just going to be gone in like every single T1 game. I think Void, Void, Veno, Mag, Doom are just not... Like, you're not going to see, I think, top teams taking out Clockwork in the first 2. It's just not the hero's power level is not
strong.
The same.
He's definitely not that.
It's more that it's matchup based. Like there are certain games Clock is really good, and other games where it's just neutered. That's why Mag, that's why Doom are so strong, because they're always going to be able to do what you envision them doing when you draft them for your lineup.
We've seen it. Doom was 100% just rocking forward. Lina still kept 100% though.
But you have to also think about the Dome and why he is so strong. It's very similar to the Magnus. He has the built-in GPM. There you go. You eat the creep, you take the Devour talent as well. Same like Magnus. Empower yourself, go to the jungle. Eventually, you're going to be useful to your team no matter what.
You missed the key one. They could have gone to the jungle gym. Boom.
I don't know why we pay you anything.
You started this whole thing.
If we start judging each other for bad puns, I'm done for. The other thing about Doom is they changed his talenting so that now you can get a Scorched Earth talent at level 10 and 15 instead of having to choose at 10. And you just become this like hasted beast. You do AoE damage. You get it's just nuts. And you're also deleting a hero from the game. It's like, what now? And the game is slower, to your point. Like, you're always going to have value. Ice Ogre is still one of the most value creeps in all of Dota.
Centaur, Wolf, or Ice, it's all very beneficial to him.
Yeah, basically, if you need defensive utility, all right, I'll eat an Ogre. You need more damage, okay, I'm Vendora now. And if you need initiation, you buy Blink and you have Centaur Stun. It's always going to be good. You can't adapt like that as a Clock. They have a 4 staff with the ability to leap out of cogs.
Not even that. Like when you're a Clock, if you're in a bad matchup on that offlane, already your game is kind of sucky because one thing about Clockwork is you really need to play with tempo and pace, and you need to get those first few pick-offs. If you don't, the game just completely changes for you. So it's very interesting that way. Like if you watched the last series that you worked with Lacoste, my friend.
I didn't watch it. I was here. I couldn't watch. Sorry.
There was a Clock. I'll describe it to you. There was a Clock. He saw that they lacked control.
I was working the series. I know what happened.
He wanted to buy an Orchid, right? Sure. And it came way too late. By the moment you have that Orchid, everyone else has a Yules or BKB.
Nah, that's not good. I like the Necro book people were going in the past, but then I've got nerfed, and now it's no longer.
It got nerfed too hard, yeah.
The Nerf hammer comes for us all. Maybe drums. Like, that's the thing. Clock can't buy drums.
Why not?
That's another problem. I guess. That's a
Why
good point.
not?
Meteor
I've
hammer.
argued that anyone at this point could buy a drum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think Meteor Hammer could be legit, but it's not. So that's all.
Just the way it is. Just the way it goes.
Hey, wait, let me check something.
7 minutes.
I love it's just
Not
the
yet.
hope, Kyle. The dream.
It's 5
He
minutes.
said it's
can't
still
you-
7 minutes away. That's not possible.
It's not his fault, though, right? We know whose fault it is, and we keep waiting in this situation. That's why we do this podcast mode. It's while I make...
Sure. Let's
fun-
ask, are there any questions for us from the audience?
No,
We just look at our cameramen
I
like...
was just flaming.
Oh, you're talking about Twitch,
Wouldn't
chat.
Yeah.
T-Gub's in there. He won't be flaming. He'll be in there.
Oh,
the whole
he's
time.
with them as well.
Oh.
He jumps on the train.
He's on their side. T-Gub doesn't even need to be part of the panel anymore. He's so involved in Twitch chat, he can just be that guy. He's like the super moderator. You've grown to love him, though, haven't you, Carl? He's like your adopted son.
Do you consider love a synonym for tolerate?
Yeah, I'm with
Okay,
it.
then I love him.
Twitch chat's asking to ban T-Gub. Oh, Twitch chat, you do give us some amusing moments like that. Poor T-Gov. He's had too much power. It's all gone to his head. We've been far too nice to him.
Yeah, he's been time
The
out.
British
people,
have that
that's it.
problem.
Coming from an American. Like, well, if Lizard said it, I'd get it. I can sit there and not argue with him. But coming from you, Kyle,
The British have too much power.
fair.
There you go.
Her,
Can't argue anymore.
whenever
Can't argue
now in my head for some reason I'm just thinking herd immunity.
Oh, great. Yep, great. Luckily, I don't live in that country anymore. I'm saving myself over here.
Yeah, I need to move. Right away.
Wait, help me. We've all done well on that, though. You left Bosnia and came here.
I will say it's pretty funny because my family
It wasn't
was all,
really that bad back then. So.
when
No, you only had to go a little way.
Yeah.
when this whole pandemic really got underway. I worked at Star Ladder in Ukraine, and I had flown to London to crash with my friend Sujoy for a
Good
couple
old
of days
Sujoy,
before
yep.
flying to ESLLA, and then everything was just canceled. And I was just like, oh shit. My family was adamant, come back to America.
No.
And I was like,
No.
I don't know if that's a good idea. And I was currently in the UK, and I'm looking at the news, and I see my big bro Boris like, have no fear, everything is fine.
Mate, you know what? Yeah.
And I was like, well, I got to get the hell out of here. Also, because I love Sujoy, man, never minds if I crash. But I think just saying, hey, by the way, there might be a global pandemic. Is it cool if I just stay here, see how this goes,
just
ride it
chill.
out? Like, I don't think that would have been a go. So, yeah, came to Ukraine. Good choice.
I'm never, ever, in any country ever, apart from the UK, going to recommend overthrowing the government when you've got Boris Johnson in charge. Because, like, I literally left on the day before Ukraine locked down, and it took a whole month after that before the UK went, oh, maybe we should lock down as well. And I'm like, what? Like, why does it take you a month when every other country's looking at this like, oh, we should lock down?
very
Everyone else is
interesting,
kind of near.
Like the West is looking at the East with so much scrutiny when it comes to the coronavirus and the response, but everyone in the East responded, well, besides Russia, responded quite quickly.
Yeah.
All these small countries that
Russia.
don't have nearly as much economic power.
You can't help them.
They have this real problem. These doctors, they start talking about the problems, and then they just throw them. So they just fall out of windows. It's crazy. How does that happen?
Yeah, it's really crazy because like
It's a head scratcher.
I remember the first time I said I was going to come live here. I actually remember the first time I came to Ukraine in 2009 for a CS event, and people in my family were like, "Don't go there. Like something will happen to you. It's so bad." Like,
Dude, how many people?
They were
How many
scared.
times people ask me if there's still war going on in my country, and I'm like, "Am I a joke to you? Like,
Yeah, like
what's
what's
happening?"
going on? And I said to people, I'm like, it's really like if you just leave your country, or just try and broaden the horizons. Bar the just news you're reading,
And
you might realize countries aren't as bad as you think.
Someone
they are.
in the studio even messed up Baltic and Balkans. You know,
Yeah, how?
It happens.
How?
Some people they just
Wait,
don't-
what's the difference?
American geography at its best.
Yeah,
Kyle.
funny, 4 out of 5 Americans don't even have a passport, let alone like leave.
Is that actually a true stat?
True
though?
stat. Google it right
Legit?
now. I challenge you. Google it.
I don't know if you're that sure now. I'm not going to
not.
Google it.
I just remember.
But I got
Okay,
you though.
okay. Your confidence again, Carl. Let's see.
There you go.
How many? Well, we've not got picks in yet, so I can still find this out. How many?
Oh, we are. Doom and Treant are banned out. Like we can slow down
You
the
can
podcast.
see that?
Yeah. I have lenses.
I need glasses.
Wow. Only 40% of US citizens have a valid passport.
40?
40%, yeah.
Well, I said 80.
Okay, yeah.
Or sorry, I said 20.
20, yeah. Okay, well, still 40% is very low, very low. I'm sure there's some countries, right, that just you have to have a passport.
You don't need a passport. Everything that you would want is still in America. Why would I want to leave?
Many reasons, you know. Healthcare, better quality of living.
Let's not flame America.
It's so easy, man.
so
You know what
It's
happened
so
last
easy.
time, King
What?
George, huh?
So easy.
What do you mean, what happened last time? He's definitely got rights to flame America in every way.
He's talking about some tea and some parties
Yeah.
and whatnot. But
Gotcha.
I see Drow and
I
Magnus
was so
banned out.
involved
We
with that.
got him.
That's about right. Wait, what was the other one?
Tree
Tree
and Drow,
and Drow. I can't
Doom
win.
and Magnus on the
God,
other
I'm
hand.
so
You need to
blind.
get some Okay, seriously, I know you got contact lenses, but I said this to you during Pushka. I know you may not want to wear glasses or whatever, just get it tested. Because what will happen,
No, I'm gonna
do the
get
same
the-
thing I did. I played CS with my face
wanna-
close to the monitor this long. I refused to wear glasses, and it just got inherently worse, and now I wear them all the time.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting till LASIK gets a little more advanced because I want to actually be able to shoot the lasers out of my eyes.
Why are you like this?
One day it'll
What?
happen.
You're not Superman.
No, soon I'll get X-ray vision. That's like the latest upgrades they're talking about. You can start seeing an infrared.
It's going to be looking at like augmentation, right?
Here's a good
DSX.
question. If you had the choice, right?
Yep.
And you could see at a different level, like wavelength, would you? Like if you had to see everything in infrared, but you could see through walls, would you accept that as an upgrade? But no longer would there be colors.
Depends what my girlfriend and my son look like. Like, I still want to see my son's cute face, and I still want to see my girlfriend
That's
for
such a
obvious
beautiful
reasons.
answer, man. You're such a...
You could use a
It's such a-
filter.
Yeah.
You could wear glasses that
And then I can, that's fine. Yeah, hell yeah, I'm going for infrared all day long.
Like,
what?
he has to wear glasses anyway.
Yeah,
like,
I'm already in
for
this
him, that's an
position.
upgrade.
It's
Even
like,
like,
That'd be really cool.
You just sold me the dream car. When's this happening?
I don't know, but you know what?
Got me excited.
If I'll see what I can do.
The power.
Maybe like 67 years or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Carl's investment fund into augmentation. I can't wait till we get to a point where it's like DSX though. You ever played those games?
No.
yeah.
Keep augmenting yourself and just become
That's
the world I want to
blast
live
of
in.
the past.
That's
man.
a world I want to live in, Blizzard.
We have a Pango, by the way, picked up by HellRaisers. So world
a
where
Phonic
we're winning.
special.
Yeah, it's a Phonic special right here. On the other hand, they answer with the Grimstroke, so that's kind of neat for them. They have the outpush for the Nature's Prophet with the Grimstroke, plus you have the Soulbind to work versus the Pangolier. So already they have these two things which are pretty neat. No, not a lot of control already for the Void Spirit, so he should have a decent game. Maybe on Nature's Prophet, if you get an Orchid quick enough, you can deal with him. What do you think? Good?
Sure, sounds right here.
Good opening from them. I want
No,
to
I'm just
see...
kidding. I like the Fury and Pango more personally because you just have this great combination. If you have Pango, you effectively dominate mid-game team fights, and Furion effectively forces the enemy side to take fights around their own objectives. And you bring the Pango, and it's like, well, you can fight us and lose, or you can leave us this tower for free. It just naturally complements the way these heroes want to play the game.
Man, I love Tempo to death, but the moment I saw Tidehunter buying Desolator in that first game, it makes me feel that HellRaisers aren't really feeling too threatened by them in that first game. That's why in this second game you're going with the Prophet and Pango. You're stepping out of the meta a little bit as well. You're playing these heroes that are Pango, let's say, a little bit more difficult to execute than your Tidehunter, than your Magnus, than the heroes that are played on the offlane at the moment, Venos and whatnot. So yeah, I would really like to see Game 3, but it's looking really tough for Tempo after
Already?
the first game.
Yeah, that's
after the first game,
already.
just the execution of the team fights. I'm not even talking about the drafts. Just the execution of the team fights and the way teams moved. And I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, by the way. The last time I flamed Tempo, someone wrote to them, and then they all well, not all, but one of them messaged me on Facebook. Why are you talking
On
shit?
Facebook?
Yeah.
Why are you Facebook friends with him? You just block. You still have on Facebook?
Yeah, I have friends there still.
To be fair, a lot
I
of
guess
people
I still have
use it.
Facebook,
Yeah, a lot of people still use him.
Do you ever?
In any case,
know what's
whoever
fun?
you are,
There's always
Take
that
care.
person. I think that there's no other social platform with such a high percentage of people oversharing.
Oh,
Like my
definitely,
favorite is when you
definitely.
just get random relationship drama just pass up, and someone's
That
like,
I'm not so like I'm quite an open person, right? You see, I talk about most things like that, but like dramas on types of your own relationship or like family dramas and stuff like that, that just stays between you. And like even friendship drama, you see two friends like beefing in the comments with each other. It's just like, wow, just you obviously got each other's numbers. Just pick up the phone. Just talk.
That's what I've never understood. I've had conversations with different family members about this. It's like if you want to ask a question, like let's say somebody asks you a question, right? But then you also see that they've posted it on social media. Do you feel like that kind of cheapens the request, especially if it's something like
100%.
meaningful? Because it's like, well, you're not really asking me because you care. You're asking everyone, but also me, because
You like want another opinion that you respect, but you didn't respect enough in the first place. You just asked me. You put it out there for everyone else. Yeah, that's like the only thing I put on requests on Facebook. I did this recently. It was just like, I need some advice on computer parts. I couldn't make a decision between a processor. That worked out
see,
perfectly.
In the future, just ask JJ, by the way.
Okay,
That's
cool.
the secret.
Mm,
That's
yeah,
pretty much what everybody in
that's
Dota does.
Definitely
There we
At
go.
Buckle. In fact, fans at home, if you have any tech
This
questions,
poor guy's DMs are going to be flooded.
at
He
Pitbuckle.
enjoys it.
Oh, really?
Love
Is he one of those like? That's what I needed. Someone who's like super geeky. Because I was like, I couldn't work out what's this do. What's this going to work with this?
He's great. There's nothing he likes more than doing work for free, especially for random strangers. I'm personally a huge fan as
I'm
well.
going to clip this and
but-
send it to him. I'm very sorry, JJ. If this is going to be your.
Man, we talked
fame.
about this clockwork recently. How
Here
he's
it
not
is.
really as strong as Magnus. They pick him up. Now, with Grimstroke, you have a decent combo. You have that Inkswell plus the initiation from the hookshot. But you have 3 heroes, out of which 3 heroes are able to deal with your initiation. You have Glimpse, you have Pango with Swashbuckle, and then you have Furion with trees and one.
What's so funny, Banks?
Do it again.
What's up?
Do what? what?
Oh, little elf ears. I've never seen you do it before.
You can't move your ears?
No, I can't. That's so cute.
Yeah, I can't. I wish I could do the one eyebrow, but that takes time.
Well, this.
Right, the eyebrow is easy.
Yeah, do the rock.
Wait, go. Wait, you get close on lizard real fast. All right, do it.
Is he baiting me? That's the question.
What? That's
So good.
wild.
I can't do the other one. I can just do that one. I've just literally just one.
It's just such
I'm
a good
pumped.
expression because there's like an
Definitely.
emoji
It's like-
that you can't replicate unless you practice.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson, man. Legend. See, you just hit him with that.
Dwayne the Rock.
This is what he did. The people's eyebrow from WWE.
All
Where
right.
it came from.
I can't believe that man is now like the #1 action star
Yeah,
in the world.
in the
and it all
world.
started with the signature move, the people's elbow.
Oh, I love that time as a kid.
And rock bottom.
Yep. Oh.
Hey.
And this is just one dude walking around in just wife hunts. That's it. And some pads. And that's all he had. That was his gimmick.
Hey, if it works, it works. Necrophos to pick up from Tempo, and then an immediate anti-Magoo. That is tough, and I already got to say, I am afraid for Tempo. You have nothing for this Animage, and you already have the Tempo. Like, you've got all the things that you need. You have the tower pressure from the Furion, you got the mid-game team fight and tower defense, Disruptor excellent to find pickoffs, and I don't see any way for Tempo to actually push towers right now. You're in big trouble.
Objective taking probably is their biggest problem right now. Over that, like besides that, they have ways of dealing with the Pango. You have the Grimstroke 12 push versus the Nature's Prophet. You have Void Spirit as well. That's going to be very active in the mid game, right? You have the Clock and the Necro on the offlane too. You have many things. You just have to. It's all about the perspective. That's all.
You're like a half Lacoste. Because Lacoste spends a whole segment looking that way. At least you every now and again just throw it back, look at us, and engage.
That's
Lacoste,
only because
Lacoste is just this.
He's doing some strange moves
The whole
man,
time.
and the camera is off, so I have to check on him every now and then. That's
No, Carl flamed Lacoste earlier because he was literally just not including us in the conversation. He was just talking a monologue like, "This is the draft that I see.
I really
Nature's
sometimes
Prophet,
feel
the
like
Pango."
turning a lit. Nah, I'm kidding. Never. He's great.
No, you at least do it in a nicer way. You're like, Carl, you're just gonna look to the wall. We got your iPad.
What do you think? He has an iPad. Never mind.
Yeah, he can't. You can't bait him.
Get away from me. Don't touch my stuff. It's
Right.
funny. You ruined.
Meepo banned out by HellRaisers. It's I guess Noob plays it on the mid lane for them. Or Krilliat.
Oh,
actually.
that by the way,
Krilliat plays it for sure.
Was going to mention it, but we were distracted by shenanigans. You have to ban Meepo in this spot because ultimately that was really the one hero that
solves
just
everything, yeah.
changes the win condition completely. Because Meepo provides your tower pressure. He's the hero that can take the Aegis, and you crush anti-mage.
You crush everyone there. Maybe Pango is a problem because of the shield crash. He gets like 100% damage reduction. You can't kill him.
Is Huskar a hero?
We have seen one Huskar and it didn't work out so far in the tournament. So I would argue that Huskar is dead off of stats, but our stats are literally one game, so it's not really a lot to go off from.
I think HR, you just go for the Quap, right? Quap, Puck, maybe a Pugna, but you want something preferably, I think, that doesn't get owned by Clockwork. You could also theoretically put the Fury in middle and take another support here, like a 4-position Earth Spirit as an example. You've got a lot of options. I think it's more likely they'll keep Furion on support. You just take a standard mid laner here that won't have any issues with the Necro.
I guess you get some extra magic damage. There's always music here.
Do you not hear the music normally? It's always like light music in the studio and probably a bit more loud on stream.
Is it on stream too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is really good here.
You never heard it?
No.
Oh, Kyle.
I need hearing aids. I need glasses. I need to go to the gym.
No, me and Lizard can sort you out of the gym. We can't help you with the other things, sadly. You're gonna go.
And there's so many things Tempo needs right now. And this Batrider puts them in a spot in which like you have to deal now with the bat problem too. You don't have a hero that... Okay, bat has been nerfed a little bit, but it hasn't stopped teams from rolling it mid and still winning with it. And your Void Spirit isn't going to have the best time as well. Even though you have some spells to mess with bat, stop him from chasing, it's still not that great.
I really like it because it denies the TA, which is another hero that typically matches up really well against the AM. And in addition, it's just one of those awesome combinations because AM is always going to be split pushing, farming, forcing rotations, and Bat thrives on opportunities to find single pickoffs, and AM's always going to provide the damage in a lasso once he grabs Manta.
Do you really think that TA was the pick for them? Like, I see why it's good, but AM eventually just takes over that game. I wouldn't see TA just outright winning the game for them.
It's just that you could go high ground. Like, it gives you Roche. This Jug, naked, I'm not really sold on. Looking at the odds, I just think HellRaisers just have this game as long as they don't throw. It's just play the game. Farm, don't lose.
Those AGV odds are massively favoring HR again. I can understand it. It sounds like you two are both saying it's going to be a 2-0 for HellRaisers. So rather than ask you why you're both picking HellRaisers this time, other than the fact they won game one and you went in on Tempo last time, how is Tempo possibly? Is there a way? Because this seems like a very more 80-20 kind of way than you guys have normally been more 70-30, 60-40.
They have a very similar strategy to the first one, but their carry is much more active earlier on. So you're actually now playing on a really high tempo. Last game you had a Dazzle mid, but your safe laner was Spectre, so you couldn't really, you had to wait for her. And that put them in a lot of bad scenarios in which they were fighting 4 versus 5 without Haunt, or with Haunt with 3000 gold on Spectre doing nothing without the relic, right? Now you have a Jug who's actually very active, who will be able to provide you at least with that healing ward early on, who will be able to push with the team. So because of that, the draft might be a little bit better, but hey, we went with Tempo the first time.
I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
They need to slow down the Furion, take somehow better fights in the mid game, and ultimately have a tower lead. We'll see. It's possible. If the Jug gets fat, he goes for this Battle Fury build. You can go toe-to-toe in a farm war against an AM, and inevitably you outcarry him. But you need to be 5 or 6 slotted, and I just don't know if that's the sort of game that Tempo's going to be playing for. I think they're going to get a little too over-aggressive and get owned in a Roche fight and lose the game.
Well, we're going to get, potentially, if it goes 2 over HR in this game 2, our amazing matchup of Viking versus HR, but Tempo could put a stop to that if they do deliver the tempo. We've got Zyori and Trent, and guys, I got to ask you, do you actually sit there and listen to the whole panel the whole way through and just go through this madness with us, or do you just zone out?
No, we listen to a lot of it. We also have our own side conversation to keep things fresh. You know how it is, Banks. You need a little bit of both.
Mostly judging. Lots of judging.
Yeah, mostly doing our own commentary on your commentary.
Yeah.
Full meta here. Jug versus Anti-Mage, buddy. Can the Jug do it?
Oh, she's a toughie. Excellent bands right at the end there from HellRaisers. I think they were just like, PA, Meepo, get them out of here. I feel like those are two heroes we look forward to try and like answer the AM. And now Tempo are left with the Jug. Now, Jug, pretty cool pairing with the Grimstroke. You guys have seen this before. I'm sure Inkswell is nice. No, you can't double Omni with Soulbind. Yeah, that would be cool. I agree. But maybe they're just going to hit some crazy Soulbind plays, right? It could happen.
Yeah.
There's sights.
Yeah, Scythe a weird one, right? It's a little delicate. You need 2 heroes on low HP, but certainly does give you some options.
That's not crazy.
if you can double Scythe for kills, then yeah, I think you're going to be in a pretty
If you
good
can
spot.
eliminate 2 heroes with 1 move, that game looks pretty good.
I'll give you that one, bud. That's some fair analysis. We'll see a skirmish over this bottom rune. DNZ going to be taking a lot of damage. The Disruptor helps setting it up. That's your first blood. Tempo already in trouble. Now Mitch is done. That's a 2-for-0 out of the gate. And let's take a look at the bounty situation. 3 bounty runes go the way of HR. So, yeah, about as rough of a start as you can get on the side of Tempo.
Well, actually, if the Anti-Mage had gotten the kills, it would be worse. So,
okay.
So it's okay.
Yeah, Disruptor getting 2 kills is so awful. Now he's going to get free boots and all these other amazing items to dominate the lane with.
Yeah, that's...
Poor HellRaisers. What a terrible start.
I can't believe they managed that. Yeah, that's not fun. Oh, man. I heard the groan when that Batrider got picked. I'm just like, oh, no.
Yeah. I wore my Batrider shirt today, buddy. It's purple even. Kasani playing purple. It's all lining up. I knew this pick was coming.
Yeah, it's a very quality hero these days.
So Noob going to be on the Void Spirit this time. Something that scales a little bit better than the Dazzle, but still has a bit of a similar flavor in terms of really needing to pop off early and ride that momentum.
His game looks kind of good though, right? If I'm thinking like how good is his Yule's killing ability? It's pretty good. Oh,
I'd say so.
Kasani's going for the dive. Oh man, these Batrider players, they always do the math.
They make it look easy.
They do. They make it look like it's always gonna work. Like,
but when you get the kill
so
first,
annoying.
it is annoying, and it's just a crazy good trade in favor of the Batrider. He gets the XP, the Void Spirit doesn't. The Batrider gets more gold.
Well, it wasn't first blood, so the Void Spirit actually got more gold.
No, it's still 200 to 135.
Oh, well, you actually looked at the breakdowns and said it was higher the other way.
Oh, well, I don't know which numbers to
Interesting.
trust, Trent.
Neither do I.
Dota and its multiple data points. Oh, my. Oh, we're looking at a Courier snipe up here. Chew. Oh, he's got the ward down. Hello there, cute kitty Courier. Say your goodnight. He had a Wraith band. Not anymore.
Well, things not quite heading their way just yet, huh?
No. And even the bottom lane, it's going pretty well for the AM. The Disruptor able to put on quite a bit of pressure, as you'd expect. Clockwork, pretty annoying against Disruptor, but one of the supports that does have some options. Doesn't have Glimpse skilled up yet, but will come in handy against the battery assault plays like that.
Yeah, gonna bring out another salve, it looks like. And more things, so gonna salve Nyx. Knows, I would think so, at least. Maybe after this wave. Knows the importance of keeping the AM farming, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess they also have to be worried about the flare, though. So until the flares fired out, they can't actually salve.
Yeah.
They're trying to bait the flare. Do you see this? They're sitting back here, not
Is that what this is?
salving. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He dropped the salve and walked into the tree line so that he thought he had cast it on Nyx. Oh, all right, Maposhka, I see you. I see your sneaky plays.
All right. Well done. Well done. This mid lane, though, a bit rough for the Void Spirit. The Batrider is dominating now, 15-8 compared to the 10-4. That's almost a full level advantage now for Kasani.
Yeah, Batrider into melee heroes. And the worst thing is that the Batrider pick was so good, like, depending on the hero, maybe you can put the Necrophos mid, but Bat is a hero that chews up Necro. So your ranged option isn't really viable in this case. So they got Nyx's Courier. Okay, but he is going to blink on there when DNZ is running low on mana.
All right, Kinetic Field's there. I think this is a kill. Mitch trying to heal him up, but it's not enough. Nyx finds it 4-1 now. HellRaisers continue the reign of dominance.
Man, he's got to get this ring on him, on Nyx. Desperately needs the ring of health. Hasten on Noob. Tough call. He goes back to the mid. I thought maybe he was going to run bottom with how low that AM is. It's just too risky.
He's not
like
level 6
thought
either.
about it. Yeah, I know, but it's just like
Yeah.
the state the game's in, you know, you're hoping for something. You know, you're not going to get anything on bat. And look at Nyx. Look how juicy this guy looks.
Top LeBron. He's taking some damage. Talk about juicy. This Pango, so annoying. Shu putting on a ton of pressure and secures another kill.
Oh, and a disarm, so you can't trade with him.
Yep. AM. Oh, Jesus, AM. Juggernaut forced just to run. The Prophet 19 and 10. The support Pango already having a
courier.
pretty big impact. Down bottom. There it is. Mitch. Finished off again.
Is an abomination.
Nyx having an amazing lane. 2-0 and 2 in 5 minutes on Anti-Mage and the leading last hit score. Uh-oh.
And top of the net worth. Yep. Everything looking good. At the very least, the bounty runes were up while that happened, and so that meant DNC, who was free, was able to get them, so they did not sack the bounties on the bottom lanes.
All right, yeah. They should go even. 1-1. Still the deep bounties remaining. Noob gonna go ahead and grab it now. No bottle on Noob right now.
It's coming. Same thing with
Oh, there
that.
it is. Okay.
They're both on their way out.
And up top, little skirmish here. LeBron on the run, but Funnick as well. The Blade Fury, I think it's going to be enough. It's certainly going to be close, at least. This Prophet's tanky, but no, 50 HP. He taunts his way out. Meanwhile, down bottom, AM links back to safety. No deaths.
And he does have the goal for the Red Health, so Nyx is just going over to pick it up. He's tired of his Necrophos and his Heartstopper aura.
Little misfire up top. Ink Swell.
Oh, Courier's going to walk right into Nyx. That's convenient, he says. Thank you. Oh, I love free gold. I was just
See
picking
you
up my
later,
Ring of Health,
DMZ.
and yeah.
Bat up by about 600 net worth mid. Obviously bad for the Void Spirit, but
And
still
Noob's just out.
salvageable.
Well, he saw he was 6 too. So he just assimilated right out of there and said, yeah, I
Once
can't
Noob
fight
hits
that.
6, then he can at least move around the map and try to make some plays. But as can the Bat.
Shu even coming in behind here. He's got 1 point in the lucky shot. How lucky can he get? Arcane Rune on Kasani makes this very tempting. Shu's going to head back. He is spotted under vision, I believe, there for a moment as well. So they do know that he's returned in behind LeBron. And having just used Inkswell being low on mana, they might want to be careful.
Yeah, another kind of odd Inkswell where it looked like LeBron wanted to go. The Jug wasn't so confident.
Shu's coming bottom, so they want to punish the Clockwork being gone. Bit of a tougher one to grab, but they have the Ward in behind too. And okay, yeah, no, not gonna matter.
They should have this no problem.
Look how
Kinetic
close he is to
field.
6. Oh, he just got it.
All
Okay,
right.
yeah, now you're scared.
A little scary, little scary. Shu gonna get caught by the scythe, and that's the kill. That's what you're afraid of. Your classic Necrophos turnaround.
Bonnie's
Now
here too, though.
Noob's here.
Courier has been killed.
Rotations from both mid laners. Glimpse back. This is where Disruptor comes in handy. Maposhka low. He gets brought down. DNZ still on the run. Flaming Lasso grabs Mitch, and now it's going to swing for HR. They grab 2 and still looking for more. Noob, no more Astral Step. A few more stacks of Sticky, and he's going to be a goner. Whammo, Trent.
Yeah, he's holding that to simulate.
Uh-oh. Comes back in.
Oh, LeBron has no
with the
mana.
TP, and
Okay,
yeah, that's
Tasani's so good. How did he read the fact that guy had no mana? Oh, and now Noob's gonna die.
Nyx comes in for the cleanup. I mean, that's like all those Inkswells I was talking about up top. It's like, yeah, sure, use the mana if you're actually going to have a go. But if you're going to consistently do these Inkswells while the Jug runs back to last hit creeps, you're going to need that mana at some point.
For him to just be like, he clicks it, like, first he's juking for the potential stroke, then he sees the stroke not coming, then he's like, oh, he has no mana, so he just runs back on him. Oh, what an
Works
animal.
out pretty well. And in the end, he gives another one over to the Anti-Mage, who's now
Exactly.
progressing even more quickly to the Battle Fury. Remember, folks, odds available for this at EGB.com.
Get in there fast.
More team fight action. Maposhka in some trouble, perhaps. Nyx pressing forward. There's the lasso. Nyx helps Kasani find the kill. Inkswell almost sets up a turnaround. A lot of low health heroes on HR, but Tempo really with no options to punish. As Trent said, get him in quick, folks, because this one's not looking great in terms of a game 3, at least so far.
It's a tough one. Once more here for Tempo. Well, we haven't seen the power of our Juggernaut yet. At least he's been getting some farm up top here. Like all 3 Radiant cores ahead of the 3 Dire cores, but at least the 3 Dire cores, they got something. They're all at 3K. They're playing better than that. I wouldn't put them that low, but I think that it's time to make a maneuver here.
Certainly so. You got Juggernaut ulti, you got Reaper's Scythe. Still need some ultis on your supports. Both Grim and Clock only level 4. So Tome coming up in a couple seconds. That'll be a big help. Looking at runes, looks like Jug's going to grab one up top. So it should be 3 runes for Tempo. That's certainly nice. They'll smoke up now and look for a rotation through the mid lane. Meanwhile, up top, HellRaisers gearing up to grab themselves a free tower. Glyph comes, but no TPs, and I think that one's going to be gone.
Yeah, that smoke is a little bit awkward when the tome's not quite here yet.
Yeah, that too.
But TNC, at least they've kind of mixed up where they're defending. If they had any wards down or anything, they wouldn't quite know where everyone was up to. That smoke's about to dissipate, though, as they dive the tower bottom on the Maposhka, but he is out of there.
Whew. Okay. Meanwhile, they do find LeBron. Not enough for a kill, though. Now Noob comes in. He'll take the Ink Swell. Does get the stun onto Chu, and they'll make it at least a 1-for-1. Now Funnick. He'll be just fine. Kasani with a lasso, but no blink. Just BOTs right now, and won't be able to close that gap.
Nice use of the Ink Swell, at least to try and turn that.
Yeah.
Get a 1-for-1.
Given the state of this game, a 1-for-1 feels pretty darn good.
They can hook shot into Scythe here, but looks like they want something bigger than just Maposhka. And Noob also waiting for a couple spells to come back.
Ultimately, though, they're going to have to deal with this AM. Still 4-0-4 in the KDA, and we know that he's going to outcarry Juggernaut. Jug also going for the Battle Fury, getting repelled right now by Kasani, and obviously way behind the AM in terms of the timing for the cleave. And also 3 levels behind the Anti-Mage. AM's level 10, Jug is level 7. That is that's alarming.
That is. They're smoking up now, too, running through this Radiant jungle, trying to find the pick that will bring them back from the brink. And they run into a smoke, but there's a lasso here.
They do find Kasani, though. They get off the taunt. A lot of damage. Ink Swell's there again, and they get the kill. Great pickoff. Hook shot in.
There's a Pango.
It's the Pangolier.
But he did Q already.
6. Reaper Scythe. Okay, Battery Assault.
Tempo. Tough kills to get there. Bringing down that Bat Rider. I like that idea because as great as it would be to kill the AM, I don't know if you really can at the moment.
Yeah.
He's going to have to join a ill-advised fight, more than likely, for him to fall here.
And they grab a power rune. 12 minutes. It's the double damage. Now the bottle of Noob, so they could look to take another fight if they wanted to. No Reaper's Scythe. No hook shot. Grimstroke actually holding the point for Soulbind right now, and doesn't go for it. Grabs the Phantom's Embrace at level 6 instead.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, not a very Soulbind team. I mean, the best thing you're going to have it for is definitely the Pango, right? That's like the whole dream of Soulbind this game. Other than that, it's not quite as good as we get another blow up there.
Yeah, there's that double damage rune at work. Very nice.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
This is definitely good. This is putting a big dent in the lead. Tempo are very much bringing this back from getting out of control. Anti-Mage, couple hundred gold off the Battle Fury now. So still looking at a fantastic timing there, especially when you factor in that he did complete the treads first.
It is still such a hard game, though. It's like, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Like, yeah, it is looking good, guys. They're getting some kills and some picks and everything, but think about this Anti-Mage with Manta.
Yeah.
It's a pretty scary thought, I feel like. He is going to shred Mitch if he gets a chance.
Is there any way this AM can, or geez, this Juggernaut can itemize, give themselves a fighting chance? Like Battle Fury, fine, you got to keep tempo. If you don't get this, you're just completely behind. I get it. What do you go after this? Is this a basher game? Is this like, are you gearing up towards an Aghanims? Is there anything Jug can buy to actually go blow for blow?
He can do the Manta build too, right? Where you can Manta spin when you're in Static Storm. It's
okay.
It's like broken. I think unless it got patched, but recently you're able to Manta, and then like the time frame as it's like coming back from the vulnerability, you can get off Blade Fury because you're not silenced.
That sounds pretty busted.
Yeah, it's pretty busted.
Huh. See our vision maps here, what the Dire see and what the Radiant see. Kind of a cool angle. Now Kasani down bottom, initiated on under the tower. Reaper's Sight, they found the Bat Rider again. LeBron, though, takes a big wrap in nature. Funnick comes in, takes a Soul Bind. That'll slow down the AM. Glimpse, Juggernaut coming back in. He's got himself an Omni Slash, but it's only level 1. LeBron gets popped in the back. Shu bouncing all over the place. This Jug might be in trouble here. Gets the healing ward down. Kind of a back and forth fight. Now it's HR that
I think he tried to glimpse back in Noob. On the Void Sphere. Maybe he thought he already assimilated, or maybe it was the Arcane Room messing up his timing, but you can't bring him back. It's very frustrating when you're playing Disruptor, because I'm a big Disruptor fan, and once Void Sphere came out, that was a little bit annoying, is that he can just like super easily dodge Glimpse. Like, it is not a concern for him at all.
Yeah, totally.
As Dota Plus is starting to believe in the Dire.
Is it really?
They're doing
46,
it. I mean,
54.
look how many kills they've gotten in a row. This is crazy.
No, they've leveled out the gold lead, and also the experience lead is closing. It's less than 2,000 now. Still, Nick's getting a lot of space. He's got an ancient stack here, so he'll be able to clear that out pretty soon. As you said, still issues, right? It doesn't fundamentally change with the panel set. AM will take over this game. It's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when, and that clock is still ticking. So despite making all the right moves, Tempo still have a lot of pressure to continue doing this.
I am
need to keep shutting down
stunned
this
that they've
Bat
done
Rider.
this good of a job, though, because this game felt like a death sentence with how far behind they were to start in the first 10 minutes.
I mean, these kills have even changed what Kasani wants to do. He had a Blink Dagger queued up and now feels like he has to go BKB instead. 2 Yule Scepters now complete on Tempo. Necro gets one, as does the Void Spirit. So
Fast items, baby.
This is big.
They need some drums. They don't really have the heroes for it, though.
Shu now in mid lane. Yeah, looking pretty free there.
Why you? Why not you?
Yules is so good, guys. When you have the setup heroes for it.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're playing against Sven.
Why Sven specifically?
Because he dispels Yules with the boom,
I
boom,
see.
pow
Yeah,
Aghanim.
okay. I just
Sven
didn't
does
know
not
why
give a
you
shit
brought up
about
Sven.
Yules.
Well, usually I think, you're stunning that guy, But yeah, you're right. Stormhammer dispels. They recently, if you guys didn't catch that patch note, you can now appropriately use it on Yules like you should be able to.
Like, does anything else counter Yules the same way like the Superman Sven does?
Not to the same excitement.
I don't think so. Yeah. There's definitely some theatrics there. That's true.
Yeah, it's good.
12 to 13 at 17 minutes. Production, dare I ask, can we see some odds? Can we see what EGB is
Begging for
offering?
the odds.
Have things changed now that this game has leveled out? I don't know if they're moving odds. I assume so, since they pop up during the game. I don't remember what they were
I believe
before,
that was
but
the
there
same.
you go.
So,
okay.
There you go. It's just reminding you of the glory. They are the same.
Dota Plus might believe, but EGB does not.
No, it's like, no, we're going to keep these things.
Anti-Mage is a scary hero. He's got the Golden Bashers too, so talking about theatrics.
Very important.
Tier 1 mid, soon to fall. That is a lot of Treants, but okay, never mind. It was a lot of Treants.
I don't think they can really accomplish anything unless the AM commits to it right now. Because they've lost that little edge that they had, right? Like the Bat Rider, Kasani's job, and like, Weehaw makes mid-bat look easy, but there are so many games lately where this gets picked, and this is exactly what happens, where the Bat Rider is not able to like play this leading role that Weehaw does on the hero. And he really is on another level.
Yeah.
And suddenly you wind up in a situation where like you're on the back foot and like you have Disruptor on the back foot. Not a great hero. Bat Rider can be good on the back foot. Oh, they got the good hero.
They found Nyx. This is a big kill. The follow-up. They've got the taunts, the silence, the stuns. They need a little more, though. Soulbind, he can't blink out. The lasso, it might still be enough. AM sustaining, alive. He blinks out. Noob dead. LeBron down, and now they'll get DNZ as well. The ultimate turnaround, the clutch mechanism. I cannot believe that anti-mage survived.
Oh, that's a killer. That is an absolute killer of a fight to lose right there.
Fudge.
Just before the Manta too. Oh, they had their time.
Damn. That was... And the Soulbind to follow it up. Like, I thought that was going to seal the deal, but shout out to Kasani, a clutch lasso there.
Yeah, big saves. And that's where they just, that's where you needed your Jug. I mean, he wasn't there for good reason. He's farming, but, the AM's the one hero that you run into, and you're just like, oh, God, we need Omni right now. Like, we need this damage to cut through. The counter spell's too much.
Well, back to a 4K net worth lead. The edge has returned for HellRaisers, that's for sure.
Man, Dota Plus is such a fake friend. It dropped them so hard. It's like, nah.
It ditched.
It's like 30% now. It's like, you had your chance.
EKB very close on Batrider. Right now, the net worth lead is mostly the gap in the carries. The gap in the carries and then the supports. But still the cores of Tempo in an okay spot. Mitch looking for Greaves, not too far off. The Jug, he's going to go for Manta as well.
Maposhka now. I hope he just goes straight Axe. I think that's the professional Dota 2 player build. Whoa, Maposhka. All right, you definitely need the Axe. You only count on the ulti.
Not the ideal glimpse there.
You got to start counting to 4 in your head.
Is that the big brain disruptor play?
Yeah, it sends them back to where they were 4 seconds ago. So that's how you use Glimpse. You see where you want them, and then you just count to 4. You can look at the clock. It's up at the top. It helps you. Disrupt, it's a special case with Void Spirit, though. I get why he messed it up, because he knows that he's kind of panicked to it because of the Dissimulate. So,
yeah,
no flames on Maposhka. But he's got the Philosopher's Stone, so I better see an Aghanim's this game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I will agree. Void Spirit is uniquely annoying against the poor Disruptor. And the Aghanims, oh, it's the sweet treat that makes this Disruptor so good. He's turned into an okay lane support somehow, but his scaling, Trent, oh my.
Oh, it's the best.
Now Kasani charging in, takes a silence, now trying to back it out. Hook shot, Omni Slash, dead Batrider. Oh, that was a rough start. Anti-Mage didn't even make the rotation. Big cooldowns used there. A glimpse back onto the Clockwork, but I think Tempo will secure a tier 2 tower out of this.
Yeah, they're very happy with this. And, in that timing, they didn't take Roche before. Nyx is jumping his way through the pit now, but might be something where when they had won that last fight, perhaps they could have just all-in on the Roche's HellRaisers, because I think that's something that Tempo might look for pretty soon.
One silver lining for this Juggernaut is that now that he has the Battle Fury, the Manta's coming pretty close, the gap between him and the Anti-Mage isn't really growing that quickly. They're both farming at a pretty comparable rate. The longer this goes on, that 3K gap will start to feel less and less significant. There is a Basher up on AM, though, so he has that flying out right now. Abyssal going to be queued up next.
And that's not going to take too long. And then right now, HellRaisers are just trying to not lose too much elsewhere in their heroes. AM will get to the AM point. It's really about how strong are your other 4 heroes when AM hits that 6th item and is ready to Abyssal Blade this Juggernaut. And I feel like Blink BKB is Kasani's whole game will finally be okay, because that turns it into ease of execution, right?
Yeah.
And they're not going to have a Lincolns, I don't think. They're not really going to have any option versus that. So, you and I could hit a Blink BKB lasso one of these games, right? It gets pretty easy at that point.
It definitely dummy-proof spat to a certain degree.
It's great.
Yeah. We haven't really talked about Funnick too much this game. He's just gone for a lot of value items on this core Prophet. Mech, Drum, Medallion, soon to be Solar Crest. Good stuff, but no big ticket items as of yet.
Yeah, the big ticket items aren't that great this game. The only option would have been the Orchid, but it's not really good versus Void Spirit and Necro because they're just going to rush the Yules anyway. So.
Ooh, hook shot. We'll find the AM. Can they actually kill him here? Silence. Root. There's the Manta, and he's out. Maposhka does die elsewhere. Like on that back line to Noob. There's the BKB from Kasani and grabs onto the Void Spirit. No Yules, no Astral Step, but the wand charges will be enough. I guess okay for HellRaisers, given that started with AM in the danger zone and might end with just a dead disruptor. But yeah, now Kasani's going to get sandwiched. And Reaper's Scythe, he's done.
They're putting him in the grave. That's a Roche. I mean, winning a fight right here.
Yeah.
Batrider dead for 70 seconds. Seems like the play. Healing ward is up. They can just go in there and take it. No real chance of a contest here. Unless Chu wants to go really wild, but without the Blink Dagger, it can be pretty difficult. How bad are their lanes? Mid lane's coming in. They want to push that out. But they will indeed head into the pit.
Okay, there's Noob, though. He's going to grab the Haste Screw, and he does get it in the bottle. So maybe he can live here. A lot of stun lock, though. No chance.
That's a sick kill. Now it's 4v4. Unfortunately, they did use the roll, but they're going to grab some bounty runes. They could come and throw a Static Storm in here.
The Roche isn't falling that quickly. Down to about 50% HP. They'll have to move fast, though.
I don't think this is worth
coming
bringing
in.
AM with Omni Slash. Seems like a bad idea.
1,000 HP on Roche. They're getting closer. They might go for a steal. Hook shot off the mark. Static Storm
Funnick's
comes
in there.
down.
He got it.
Snatched by Funnick. They also get one of the Dire Couriers, and now the retreat. Looks like Tempo get the Aegis. Can they bring down Funnick again? They get a disarm on one. Kinetic Field trying to help him out. Funnick pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. Batrider coming in.
Couldn't
now
get the
grabs
Omni
a
off this
lasso.
time.
Maybe they can kill this Jug. Now the Omni comes out. That'll counter the BKB Batrider. Ends up being a very sloppy fight for the HellRaisers.
Still
AM
duels
in,
here on
though.
Mitch. They have control elements.
He's already popped the Mana Void.
Oh,
Chu
nice
gets another ult, but gets silenced. Oh, no. That Pango had a big option to turn that around there, and they completely shut it down.
And again, additional Yules remaining.
Find the Disruptor also. This is going to be a follow-up kill onto Maposhka.
That was one of those, like, you got the Aegis, now everyone else just run. We're not winning this fight, you know? I think trying to bring in Kasani and everyone's very dangerous.
Yeah, they need something to make sure this Jug can't get a free ultimate. The Batrider BKB is nice, but obviously does nothing against the Omni Slash. Bat had a Ghost Scepter or anything there. He absolutely could have lived and maybe turned things around.
They've reached a point now where they have given away so much in all their heroes besides AM. Like, they have taken pretty bad fights numerous times. If they still win this game, it's a true sign of just like how hard this draft is to beat with the, you know, with the tempo heroes.
I would say so, and also just a sign of what AM can do when he plays from ahead the entire game. He still hasn't died. This is the one thing that HR are hanging on to. He's turning into like an alchemist type vacuum cleaner at this point. Where it's him way up here, and then his team way down here.
Yeah. Hey, just
Butterfly up next, though.
Kasani's having such a bad game. It's like,
it started so good, and then turned so badly.
Yeah. He's just, every time I look at him, his items are just not going anywhere. Is he not going to go for the blink now after all this?
Apparently not.
I mean, I guess his AM's strong enough that he's kind of missed the window where he really needs the blink. Now he just doesn't want to die to Omni Slash.
Looks like Jug is actually mirroring the exact build of the Anti-Mage. It's almost comical. They're buying the exact same items, just Jug's a little bit slower. Now he might skip the full-on Abyssal and just take the Basher into Butterfly. Which makes sense on Jug. You need attack speed for that ultimate to scale. So this is that point where you need like an MKB or a Butterfly or something than just the Manta.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta kill Nyx.
Juggernaut is such a weird hero, Trent. He has the power with that ulti to just cripple team fights, especially with the Basher once he gets this next item. If they can maintain this kind of state of affairs for another item on the carries, I actually think Jug rebounds and starts to get like dumb with the Omni Slash.
Or it does nothing because of Treants.
Yes, yes. I mean, you're right.
Yeah,
but
it just gets pulled away to the side or something.
The Bash is crazy good against Pango. He can cripple the Batrider. it's so random, right? It could jump into creeps and do nothing, or it can destroy the back line and secure you a triple kill before the fight even really begins.
I think part of the reason this game is going to be still pretty good is that, again, everyone else on the Radiant is so poor. Like, the wealth is all in the AM, and so the defensive items aren't really there for these Radiant heroes. I mean, you have the BKBs on Kasani and Funnick, but those don't do anything versus the Jug, right? In terms of the thing he's looking for in the Omni Slash. And then Pango still trying to build a blink. Maposhka went for the Glimmer. Maposhka, get the Aghanims. You can do this. Don't buy any more small items. I better see an Aghanims next.
Oh, yeah. Up top now,
Nice.
Nyx, he'll be fine.
2 islands cast for a counter spell.
An amazing counter spell.
Quality blue card right there.
Dire are scanning.
Actually, they're not islands. It's the blue mana produced by islands. Yeah, shut up. All right. I was just trying to reference MTG. Leave me alone. All right. Sneaking their way in. Under the guise of smoke. Kasani, he's got the lasso.
They find the Jug. Abyssal into lasso. Is it enough? The Jug sustaining? No, he's done. Does have a buyback, though, and an Omni Slash. Now the roll forward. Yule's Scepter resets. The buyback comes out. Static Storm. Kinetic Field. Not quite on point. The Radiant might have overcommitted here. Now the Omni Slash flies. It does secure the kill onto Funnick. Shu has also gone down. Sani looking to be in some trouble, and there's the Reaper's Sight. The buyback from Jug, well worth it.
Yeah. And that shows that poverty of the other heroes, it really punishes you. Because they have to buy BKBs because of Noob, because of this AoE silence. I mean, you saw them getting crippled on the Disruptor, for example. So they need BKBs even on these bigger heroes, like Funnick and Kasani, and then the Omni Slash still just shreds them. At the very least, Nyx got the blink out. That could have been rather hazardous considering the bashes.
Right. Still a 4K net worth lead for the Radiant. Even with the buyback, it was a gain for tempo. Pressuring the tier 2 now.
I mean, I gotta click some items here. They don't have any Force Staffs, right? They have any Force Staffs on the Dire? They don't have any Force Staffs. They have
Force Staffs
2
in this game.
Yules. I feel like... Sorry, I'm a Posh guy. I gotta let her rip a little. The Disruptor play has been pretty subpar. I would say his Static Storms have had close to 0 impact this game. And we're
the last
30
one
minutes
was certainly pretty low impact.
I think Disruptor, there's a burden when you pick this hero. You know, you're sacrificing a little bit of your laning stage. I mean, they had a great lane, let's be honest, but they could have dominated even more with another hero. And
we're seeing more and more that level 2 Thunderstrike is kind of enough to secure a lane. Like, yeah, it's not like a Warlock level keeping a Spectre safe, but it's more than sufficient.
Yeah, well, he also started with a bonus like 400 gold. So,
oh, yeah.
that
This
kind of
is,
helps.
I mean, take that out, though. We've seen this a number of times with the 5 Disruptors where we expect it to be a really rough lane for the carry, and it goes surprisingly well to the point that I don't think we can say it's surprising anymore, bud.
Nah, I think it's so surprising.
All right, we'll see.
I think they needed those early kills.
We'll see. Down bottom, nice Abyssal Blade initiation. They get LeBron. Buyback there as well. Now the lasso on the Mitchie. BKB, hook shot in. Not going to do much there. Hungry for more, though. Inkswell, Jug on the hunt, Rolling Thunder away, and they will get away with this. HellRaisers happy to force a buyback, and this time they make the great escape.
Okay, some bandits here. Oh, hook shot misses.
Oh, he's got an Ags on the Clockwork. That's how he had another hook shot.
And Kasani's got the spider legs. That's what keeps him alive from not just fire flying into the trees.
Kasani's good. So, all right, what do you think here, dude? Overclocking Clockwork. Are you digging on it?
Yeah, this is definitely the build. I've seen this pretty much every Clockwork in the games I've been casting now. Pretty much does the same build.
Especially against AM, actually gives you some decent lockdown options, right?
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it kind of suits the support role of the Clockwork because you're just doing the same thing every time, right? You will happily trade 4 seconds of stun in order to get bonus damage and double your spells.
Well, this is one of the ongoing problems that Nyx can just do this. He forces a glyph solo, a TP back from Mitch as he picks up a double damage rune. Still able to play an Intimidator. Oh, glimpse back though, DNZ. BKB from Funnick, he'll TP home. Reaper's Scythe. Does not go
No
through
longer
BKB
pierces
anymore.
magic.
And DSC will also get caught.
Just notifying the viewers.
And Reaper's Scythe would have been a great tool there 2 years ago.
There is an overclock here. He's under the ward, but DNZ just realizes that unless he has the double hooks, he's not going to have enough to keep Chu in place. So lets him go.
Let's check out our win rate here. 53-47. Dota Plus does not know what to do with this game. It's just slowly gotten closer to 50-50.
I really like that he finished the Abyssal. I think that was the play. Not going for the Butterfly. I think the Abyssal actually puts fear into the AM a lot more.
The proper jump. He will still go Butterfly. The gap is growing, though. It's now like 5.5, 6K, so the AM is still maintaining this +1 item. But he's got the Butterfly and 1,800 towards the Scotty now.
The thing I see is that no matter how bad the game is for the Radiant, like, that can still just cause the death of Jug.
Yes.
And I think
100%.
that's still an issue. Like, they don't really have that same threat onto the AM, right?
Do you think there's a place for the Aghanims on the Jug this game? Like 6th item, maybe. Butterfly Ags.
I don't know. I see it get picked up a lot, but he probably needs an MKB.
That is true. The Ags is... it feels so good, though. It's such a short cooldown. And once you have the Abyssal, it gives you the ability to jump. LeBron, speaking of jump, caught in the mid. BNZ, maybe in a little trouble. Nope. Just illusions. They see Roche, scouted out by the Dire Courier. Hook shot misses. I think they know that that's a dieback on the Grimstroke, too. Yeah, it's still on cooldown for 5 minutes. This is a guaranteed 4v5. Let's see what HellRaisers do. Right now, split push in the bottom lane with the Prophet. Looks like they're trying to bait that a little. And
they still have no initiation.
They do smoke.
They never bought the blink on Chu. He's sitting on 2,600 gold. So their initiation is just Nyx. But again, fortunately, there's not really a way to punish that. And, well,
We've got Disruptor as well, and Clockwork's just going to die. Man, the Abyssal, so good. Easy pickings. Well, that's Roche now. It still kind of feels like HR is going to do it.
Yeah, it does. I don't know what to do. Wait, did Mimosa just buy a gem? He did. All right, that's acceptable. I kind of wonder if he's going to buy a blink. I would not be mad if he bought a blink, just because there's no PKB heroes in the Dire. And even though they have Yules, if you have blink on the Disruptor and blink on the Pango, it's a really nice combo.
Yeah.
There's some games where you just have to sacrifice the Aghanims, as much as I love it. I think maybe he should have chose between Glimmer or Blink. I don't know if he should have even gotten the Glimmer first, but it is against the Necrophos, so that's probably partially why.
I agree that this game is starting to come down entirely to catch.
Yeah.
And it feels like a pretty crucial tool on a hero like Disruptor.
And I bet Batrider would be a good hero with Blink. Has anyone ever tried
finish
that?
Roche. And Tempo, yeah, I think it's been tried before, but a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. At Storm, though, Roche still standing. They're going to jump right in. The Bulldozer, he gets stopped dead in his tracks, though, with the Soul Bind. AM, he's sustaining, but now the Omni Slash comes out. It is going to get the Batrider. Noob picks up the Aegis. Reaper's Sight comes out as well. It's not looking good for the Radiant. 5 alive still on the Dire. AM, one of the lone survivors now for the HellRaisers, and he's in big trouble. This could be his first death of the game. Gets the Aegis, blinks away, and now the great chase continues. They've also found the Disruptor on the other side. He TP's out, and Nyx actually does manage to survive.
So, Noob, passing off the cheese. Nice. All right, handing over to old Crylat there on the Jug. That was pretty good. Mid-fight.
That was so chaotic, buddy. But Roche died to the Dire, and they got the Aegis.
Yeah. Maposhka had a good sack storm. I got to shout him out if I'm going to flame him. That was a pretty good one that time. He got in there without any mobility items.
AM split pushing right now, though. He's trying to hit this tier 3. Does force 1 TP back to 3 TPs. That'll defend the high ground mid. Maposhka maybe looking to grab one. Nyx comes back. He'll find LeBron. And Mitch
too.
Now he's going to get caught. Let's have Greaves and a Yules, but I don't know how you live through this one. Team inbound, but Tempo probably just going to be throwing bodies at a lost cause, and they'll start to retreat. Yeah, that's definitely the right play. Great call from Nyx to go very aggressive and absolutely bait those TPs. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, that was really good.
And Nyx still deathless.
It's crazy, like, when they're playing ahead, like, in just those situations, how good their lineup is in comparison, right?
Yeah, 100%.
The only thing that can screw them now would be if Noob gets a really good Lincolns right here and catches Kasani off guard. And if they waste the lasso.
All in on the butterfly. So he does not have buyback, short gold.
And then he wants a rapier, huh? That's a much better solution than MKB this game, I'll say that.
It's going to be a necessity. Tier 3 tower mid, done. Now onto the barracks. Glyph's already been used. Hook shot in. There's the buyback from Necro. And HR just sound the retreat. I think that buyback is really all they wanted. And now just about 5 figures of net worth and XP comparable, about 10K. Oh no, 10K favor still for Tempo. Whoa.
Yeah, that's because
Nice.
those
Jumps
radiant
down to
heroes
5.
that can't do anything, right?
Yeah. AM's 26 and the next highest is level 20.
So far for the neutrals, they did get the Illusionist cape on both teams, so Jug, pretty much, happy, not as happy as an AM, of course. And now they're going to be like, oh, it must be an Illusionist cape, guys. At least it was only a hook shot. Then they also have the Princess Knife for it. Oh, that's real.
They jump right in. That's a dead Mitch. That's a dieback. They just saw him come
The
back
AM
in.
Omni Slash. He got the counter spell off. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That is the hard counter. DNZ's done. So is the Juggernaut. No buybacks available on the 3 dead heroes. And that one counter spell completely shuts down the strategy of Tempo. That was a dirty way to end this game. HR taking it 2-0, 27-26 as the GG comes out.
That was so good, it crashed my client. I just saw those golden bashers going nuts and realized what was happening.
Yeah, it took me a moment to process as well. You got to give a lot of credit to Nyx that game. A lot of things going his way. It was a great AM pick. He had a lot of space. He had an amazing start, but 12, 0, and 11. Deathless in 40 minutes, involved in a lot of fights. Hell of a performance.
It was a good AM pick. I mean, I don't know what else you could have done to try to win that game. That's so hard, man. I really feel for a team that loses something like that because it's just like you got outdrafted and you played so hard. And yes, you could have won that game still, but you were just so far up against it that it shows you where the strategies were at there and how you got beat there. It's a really rough way to go out.
Yeah,
is what I'd say.
Absolutely. It's one dynamic we didn't really talk about, but counterspell onto the Omni Slash. Damn. Back to the panel. Let's hear their thoughts.
Thank you very much, guys. HR managed to get the 2-0 in the bag. Your flip-flopping worked out, boys. You managed to get it done. Not flop-flipping. Not allowed to do that in Communical anymore. You managed to get some success, though. First correct one of the day.
That's how we roll. Anti-Mage, man. It used to be written on my notebook. All my notes on my drafting strategies, the title, ban Anti-Mage.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. It looked like, considering how well lanes went for HR, the game was going to be a complete disaster 20 minutes in. For Tempo, and they're going to lose it real fast. But no, they held on.
Yeah, they pushed back.
Yeah, Juck definitely complemented their playstyle way, way better. They had a couple of really good team fights here and there. They would win a team fight after getting 5-man Disruptor Static Storm. Some of these plays were really good. But then again, some other plays, like going for these pickoffs on an anti-mage, then losing that kill just before he gets Manta, and he survives on 10% HP, they lose 3 heroes. All small things. Big thing is how you push, how you defend yourself versus split push, and how you strategically set yourself up to take big objectives. And that's big objectives, I'm saying tier 3s and Raxes. They got played so easily by a single anti-mage split push. They lost the game right there. They had the advantage. Took Aegis Cheese.
They lost the game significantly later. It was like 40 minutes later, actually.
What?
They didn't
Four
lose the game
minutes.
there.
4 minutes
Literally
later.
there. Huh?
4 minutes later.
You say 4, I say 12. I'm just saying there's a hole in his argument. Please continue, though. You're
Just
making a
ruin
very
his whole
eloquent
point, you know, destroy the analysis. Lizard was on a roll, and now we're in a situation where he's like lost his whole point.
No, I haven't
no,
lost his. I haven't lost my point because he's just a mole trying to undermine you. But no, like the thing
I
is,
did voice the Underminer in the first Incredibles movie.
there you go. But you can't just TP out the way they did. You lose 2 heroes just for trying to defend versus a split push versus an anti-mage that is already TP'd back base. These things really do matter quite a lot. They set you up for failure because later on, after you did that, you force yourself into buying a Necro, who then is very vulnerable to dying in the next fight, not having a buyback, and your complete win condition is out.
Yeah.
You're throwing it out the window.
I will say, a big part of this, though, I loved the item build from Funnick on the Furion. I think the drums, we've talked about it, you can just buy drums, they're always good, but to go for a mech after, just saved his AM in one of the critical team fights. I think it's going to be the next replay. Not
Is
it this one? Yeah.
No,
Big
yeah.
TP in, immediate mech, saves his anti-mage, and then all of a sudden they get a huge turnaround, and it's all just because of Funnick. Like, that is just such a sick play there, and this is really where things swing, fully in control of HellRaisers. And
Is
from
it
there,
though?
it's their game to lose. Huh?
It is, yeah.
What?
They were doing well. They were doing really well before that. Anti-Mage was on the brink of Manta. It was hard for them to lose this, but I have to notice a couple of things that also Trent was talking about. You have this Bat Rider that's forced into a BKB, and he doesn't have that blink early enough, and he just feels like a hero that's easily replaced by many others on mid lane. You can't replicate the same playstyle, just like he said, like he does quite a lot with that hero, no matter what his mid lane performance is like. Most of these other teams, Bat Rider just feels like he falls off. In one situation in which you have Void Spirit with an Aghanims, every single teamfight he's doing way, way more.
And we keep seeing it with the Bat Rider, right? It's still a heavy pick which comes into it, but its actual success hasn't been that high throughout the league.
It's still good, it's still alright, but I think it's just lesser teams trying to copy the bigger ones.
Just having a look down now for the stats on it. Yeah, so pick 17 times, 40% win ratio, so do the maths, Carl, come on, quick math.
What were the numbers again?
17 picks, 41%.
I believe that would be 8 and... no, it's 7 and 10.
Perfect. Thank you, Carl. I love having you here.
That's
Come on,
not
snap,
too bad considering he's picked in the first stage as well most of the time. Okay, this
We had two
this
last
draft,
picks for it.
yeah, this draft was last pick, but still, he's picked quite early on, sometimes banned out too. There's a lot of vengeful spirits in the drafts as well. There's a lot of these picks that naturally counter him. Jug is in the meta, Lifestealer as well. You have Void as well, so it's not an easy meta to play the bat in. That could be the reason for 40%.
Thank you for that information. Listen, there you go. Breaking it down. HR moving on forward though, and now they set us up for the matchup that I'm very excited about. Them going up against Viking for this final spot, because I'm just going to keep pushing this storyline that you guys at the very beginning got me sold on. Yeah, Viking, HR, they should be both qualifying here. But sometimes the brackets just don't work out that way.
Yeah, sometimes they don't. There can be only 2.
It's not only one. It's only one that qualifies right now, but there's only 2 that can go
It's the same
through.
with the Sith. There's just one who will prove to be stronger than the other. And they will be the ones that ascend.
Let's have that conversation point, right? Out of the 2, because you've seen them both.
The
Carl, you
originals,
were watching
for
Blizzard.
sure. You saying which trilogy?
No, I
Oh.
wasn't going to say Rich Trilogy. I was going to say out of the 2 teams we saw today, who do you think performed better so far, HR or Viking? Because I'll be honest, Viking were a little bit like lackluster to what they normally are, but with HR, was this just an easy opponent?
It's definitely an easier logo.
You love
Just
it,
use
don't
the
you?
line bar on MS Paint. It's like, haha, I made it. We did it.
Some people like minimalistic
approach.
drawing. Yeah. there you go.
Minimalistic's almost underselling it. I don't think you can get more minimal. You'd have to like get rid of one of them. Then it's like
Like
you just
just one
imagine
line.
it's the monster.
What they
winking
should
at
have
you.
done is they should have done the eyebrow, the people's eyebrow with it. See, they've just done this. Yeah.
Raisin. I don't know if
one's
that really,
raised, one's normal. Just do Lizard's face. Yeah, there we go.
Or they could just write hell on it, on the one eyebrow.
Oh, like a
that's
tattooed
raised.
one.
No, like because you raise
Under the eye or above the eyebrow.
Just a teardrop as well. They go with the blood. We're getting into a real gang.
Yeah. To your point, I'm not really sure. I think Viking underperformed. I just didn't really feel like their Wisp Gyro was at the same level as just others that I've seen play throughout the history of Dota. I think that HR certainly had more, I don't want to say of a game plan, but I think their drafts were just cleaner, and I like their openers a bit more, specifically the Fury and Pango. And I know for a fact that they can play that on the support. They can play core. It just seems like Fury and specifically is a hero to watch out for. And Mag. Like, we got to think about getting rid of this Magnus. I don't want to see it in this finals.
Ban Mag, ban Doom, keep it safe. Ban Void as well, definitely.
Yes.
Those 300% at this point need to be out of there. We actually saw so much Void across this entire close qualifier, though. Like, we've seen Doom 3 times. We've seen Mag a few times. But, like, Void has been in so many games.
It'll be really interesting to see if these teams do ban Void, to see which carry heroes fill the void that will be left.
Hey.
Take him out of the pool.
I'm letting you have one more. There you go.
That's
Thank
right.
God he's gone from the panel after this. That's how you can end
That's
it.
That's all for me, folks.
Carl is done. And Carl,
There you
thank you
go.
very much for all of the fun across these 9 days. That is you done, though. We're going to bring Lacoste in to sit next to Lizard. We're somehow allowing this to happen. But everyone who is watching at home at the moment, we're going to a break. It'll be a bit longer of a break. HR have just played, and we do want them to be at full strength, full energy, get some drinks in them, have some food or whatever to be ready for this epic matchup to try and qualify. So make sure you're back here in about 25 minutes or so to watch the drafts, watch all the madness go down, because we've got HellRaisers taking on Viking GG.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
It is the final game here for the closed qualifier of the Omega League. It is all boiled down to this point. Yesterday we saw 5 men qualify, and now we will come into play to see who will be the second team to make it to the Immortal League. The rest of the teams, bar the bottom 2 in Motachi and Evil Corp, will be heading to the Divine League to battle it out, but everyone wants to be up there with the Immortals, and to break all of this down, I've got Lacoste, I've got Lizard. Time to shine, boys. You ready for this one?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be the best Dota we've seen so far. These two teams were playing against like tier 1 teams. They managed to win a couple of the games against them. HellRaisers, I would say they're a new CIS powerhouse. They just need a little bit, something extra to reach that tier 1 level. They're a bit inconsistent. I think that's the problem with a lot of the teams. Like they have everything besides, consistency to play at the same level.
Maybe Chuvash is that one extra thing, that one extra ingredient that they needed. They lost Roger recently, right? Now they have Chu instead. Is it an upgrade? Is it a downgrade? Not quite sure yet.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that first, when they formed with Roger, they looked, like you said, like a real upcoming powerhouse. Yeah. Panic looked like he's the true 1%, but for real now. We'll see. Chuvash, he's an outstanding position 4 as well in the scene, in the CIS for quite a long time, and I believe he can do well.
Now when we come to this, right, HellRaisers, their win today, not so long ago, was very clean in comparison to what Viking were able to put up there. Viking, we came in, we all sat there saying, oh, should be the 2-0, should be the favourites, and yet they had some questionable drafts. They had some questionable decision-making of how they executed throughout the game. Going into this, I would have said, yeah, Viking, this should be an easy match for you. Or not an easy match, but one where you are the favourites in it. And now, I'm maybe not too sure.
Yeah, looking the way HR play, I wouldn't say... Like, this is, for me, at least, straight 50-50 matchup. I can't really pick one of the teams to be better. Like, Viking looked, overall, I would say, in the last 6 months, like a better, more solid team.
Yep.
Like, they are the team that managed to stay together for quite a while, and I think a lot of the teams that are like tier 3, tier 2 teams could look up at Viking and just like do what they're doing to reach the high level.
Yeah, I'll say Viking has one advantage. I think it depends. Do they cling to their own strategies? And that could be their downfall. But if they play these new strats that I have seen them play, well, perhaps not new strats, but strats that actually definitely fit into the meta, like their Slardar combo, Slardar offlane, Mag mid, Jug safe lane, or the pick-off from Boom with the Batrider mid lane, or Storm even. If they're playing this fast tempo kind of a playstyle, I don't think there's a tier 2, tier 3 team that can match that up. Definitely. But if they cling back to their Wisp Gyro, like it looked good sometimes bad. There are holes in that strat.
And obviously HR would have been able to watch this, right? They probably would have seen it before they played their game, have a good eye on it. So maybe it was Viking just throwing something out there, a little bit of like, you know what, we had an easier opponent. We'll just try something a bit different in there and make you fall into this trap, give you a false sense of security.
Yeah, I don't think this is the place or time to try something like that. You know, I'm pretty sure they were giving their 100%. On the other side, HellRaisers, like they had a clean execution against Tempo, even though I feel like if you had to compare Tempo to Empire, like Empire seemed like a much better team. Like even though like I have some friends in Tempo, you know, so I might be a little bit biased towards them.
Lizard already said
there you
some
go.
of his story as well.
Yeah.
We have some players that we're really close to. Wisp banned out by HellRaisers, so we won't see any Wisp gyro. HellRaisers just decide. But this something that you asked earlier, is this the time and place to try out new strategies?
First game, you can do it. Like
In the last series, that's enough. Like you can see it here as well. Wisp banned out. You don't have to. You don't have to test it out here. You just test it in the game before,
and
because of that, it makes HellRaisers ban out the Wisp. So
already one ban spent. Venomancer's still in a pool. Like both of these teams are very familiar to open up with the Venomancer or just straight up Clockwork. I don't know. The Doom just seems as overpowered hero. No one wants to play against.
They have their Pango, they have their Bat, they have their Timber Saw as well on the side of basically Phonic heroes, right? Pango as well. Nature's Prophet from the last series might come into play too, but I like that Magnus and Doom are banned out, man. Like you just can't.
No.
If you don't have first pick, you have to ban those two.
Yeah.
If you do have first pick, you can maybe maneuver around it, ban out something like a Wisp.
Well, Venomancer once again still in a pool.
Yep.
I don't know why this hero received. Like they removed the healing regeneration thing from his passive. It's just the hero that does so many things. The vision with the wards. He can solo defend the tower. I don't think any hero can do that. He's very annoying. You need to approach the ganks with smokes. So they go with the Clockwork, the second one I mentioned.
The poisons thing, like once it's level 2 in the laning stage, feels ridiculously strong. Like there are some heroes that deal well with it, against it. That means, but overall,
no one likes to play against Venomancer. There isn't a single hero that says like, "Yeah, I'm playing against Venomancer. This is gonna be a great lane." But I mean, something like a Lifestealer Jug is okay, but you can still be zoned out depending on the hero that is paired up with the Venomancer.
Yeah, and Clockwork is the hero to pair it up with.
Yeah.
You have your Clockwork, you have your Shaker, perhaps Tiny, and that's about it. Those heroes that protect Venomancer and just allow him to do his own thing. Can pressure if the lane is right with Gale. If the lane is not right, you just protect him a little bit until he gets Poison Sting and the wards. And there you go. The lane is good again. And Viking, man, they're taking their time.
They're really
What's
giving
up?
this some thought.
They're going into reserve time even.
When I'm looking at you, James, I feel like you could be the guy playing the Venomancer.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll go for the easy hero.
Really? Really? Like I would
Does
say
it
he's
not?
your undying spirit breaker.
These are all
Why are you
like,
giving me
disgusting
0%?
heroes.
Axe.
Axe, yeah.
Yeah,
Axe,
there
I'll
you
take.
go. Dragonite.
Yep,
That's,
thank
you
you.
see, that's him.
And Mars. Don't
Okay,
forget
so
Mars.
Venomancer can be picked here, but I'll say this. Enchantress is one of those supports that can be good against him because you have built-in heal. You literally do not care about his Gale because of that and Poison Sting, and Impetus just shreds through him. You don't have to reach him for that to work. Like you just hit him from distance. The question
The
is,
vision game is very strong if you open up with Clockwork and Venomancer. You have Rocket to scout things out. If they're doing Roche, one of them is dead. There's going to be Venomancer filling that role.
we actually had the game with Night Stalker, Clockwork, Veno, followed up by a Tinker. It was disgusting. So much vision on one side, the other team just didn't stand a chance. It was ridiculously strong.
Now that you mentioned Tinker, like yesterday I was thinking about the hero. You need to be very careful about, balancing the hero. It's like if you give him just a tiny bit more than needed, he's OP. And then like he just ruins pub games. He ruins the pro games as well.
It's these heroes that basically Dota has problems with a couple of heroes, and yeah, some players might name different ones, but everyone knows Broodmother, Meepo, Tinker, perhaps Huskar every now and then, but you can nerf him, you can balance him. But these three are extremely hard to balance.
Weren't you a Meepo specialist?
I am. I used to love all these heroes. Arc Ward and Meepo, Visage, that's my jam. But it doesn't mean that I don't hate them at the same time.
Yeah, why don't we see Visage?
So, some heroes that are played on mid lane are pretty strong against him. I don't think the hero is weak. I think we just aren't seeing him from these teams. You see,
Yeah, you have to
teams
control more than one unit, that's why.
you see Nigma play it. You see some tier 1 teams still pick it up. So he's not dead, but needs the right circumstances.
The Governor and me were setting up hotkeys for James yesterday, and he's asking like, what do I need this key for? Like, select all other units.
Yeah.
Like, am I gonna be controlling any other
there
units?
You
don't need it.
You definitely need that hotkey.
Meanwhile, I have to say my hotkeys are absolute garbage. Like
that's why I had Lacoste and T-Gov, because they took me through the idea of where do I place my hands as a Counter-Strike player? So what's comfortable for me? And then just play around all of that stuff.
Yeah, I just got adjusted to the most ridiculously bad hotkeys and never moved on. Like my items are Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3, so I have to press 2 buttons.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Because I play a lot of micro heroes, and I liked my control groups to be on 1, 2, 3. So
there's a lot of other buttons you're
I know.
Hey,
around that.
Just
if you think about it, it's a lot easier to press 2 keys instead of one.
Instead of one.
It's much faster. Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Lizard's career in a nutshell. It started with the keybind, it went
Imagine
from there.
clicking this and this.
And now
just
imagine, look, it's not only that. Like, I got used to it. I can be fairly fast. However, imagine now when you have to shift Q,
Shift
an
Alt
item,
something.
shift
And then
Q,
an action.
Shift Alt, and then suddenly your keyboard is changed and the hotkeys don't longer work.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a wild ride. Anyway, we have a Spectre in the first stage here, picked up by Viking GG. They took a lot of their time to then just go straight ahead and pick that Spectre. A hero that isn't really threatened by Clockwork in the laning stage. I think that's also one of the reasons. But the one proper main reason is hero is just strong.
Yeah. And they ban out Necro and Viper. These two heroes like are arch nemesis of Spectre. Like, she doesn't like to play into those two at any stage of the game. Like, once you have Reaper's Sight, and also Spectre's looking for these prolonged team fights where Aura just shreds her and loves to play into like half HP is always going to be low, and she needs to be afraid of Reaper's Sight. You use it on her, add some extra timer on her death, so...
And the break, right, from
Yeah.
Viper, it's just a hero that deletes you from the game. You have to get that BKB to be on a timer, but once you get it, it's just awkward. You have Radiance BKB.
You're saying Spectre's strong, right?
You
what's
have some
the-
stats prepared.
What's the stat?
Just
Tell me.
throughout Omega League, it has had 4 wins out of 11 picks.
Well, that's what, 40%, 30%?
36%.
36? Yeah, it's fine.
6%
Yeah,
win,
that's-
right? That's really not fine.
For me,
It's strong!
no,
Considering
hero,
the hotkeys you're playing with 36% win rate, it seems like really high to me.
look, Spectre really is still good. The thing is, there are some teams that try to play it in the beginning,
They did, yeah,
of
lots.
the Omega League, and they just failed with it. It's all about
And
how
they
you
kept
will
picking
play
it as
around.
well.
They keep picking it. Yeah, even I was against it the first 2 days. I was completely
remember.
against Spectre. I was talking about her. I said that the hero is just very good in pubs, but you can't replicate the same idea and play style in pro gaming, because people are playing more compact. Someone is going to have a mech. You won't kill everyone with one single ult. They won't make too many mistakes.
They had a similar draft, something with Venomancer, Spirit Breaker. I believe their carry was Sven. James already typing
I'm looking, don't worry.
Veno, Spirit Breaker, Control F. Still gonna take you less time than Lizard to use this item.
I'm just using iPad as well, I'm still faster than him.
We have Timbersaw. There you go.
Veno's extremely strong.
What's the win rate on Venom? Tell us.
73%, 19 picks,
that's-
28 bans alongside it, so people are respecting it.
One thing though that this Venom has got not going for himself is the fact that Morphling has been picked up on the other side. Now Morphling used to be When they changed the poisons thing and they added that healing reduction to it, it looked like he's the hero to pick versus Morphling, but it really didn't play out like that in multiple games. Many games that I watched in the pro scene, they pick Venom into Morphling, Morphling just doesn't care. Once E-Blade is there, he shotguns you down from 100 to 0. The lane as well, you can poison sting him, you can gale him, he just goes lower, heals up, and he's ready to fight again.
He comes back, yeah.
Yeah, so the laning stage might be a little bit complicated, but who are they going to pair it with? Is this Nature's Prophet going to be...
Looks like a core prophet.
Yeah, so far at least.
I mean, that's the beauty of Nature's Prophet. He can be played at pretty much every single role, from 1 to 5, and we've seen even like LeBron in the previous game just rushing Orchid on your position 5, which is extremely good. I think Orchid is one of the most overpowered items right now. They reduce the mana cost, and you're threatening the kills on these maneuverable heroes like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, which they don't really like to buy. Like a Dispel early on, something like a Yule Scepter. But Venom is the natural Spirit Vessel carrier. So against Timbersaw and Morphling, you need to have one. You need the hero that can farm it fast. Like, just go straight into one of the reasons why they banned out Kanka.
Yeah, when you're looking at Venom, we mentioned these brawler type heroes that will secure his laning stage. You already have that in the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker itself for Viking GG has been pretty successful. Aramis, I believe, if he plays it, he goes for that Aghanims very early on after, like, power treads, let's say, 1 Bracer Wand into Aghanims. And last pick, Treant Protector. Okay, this is...
It's a very good Queen of Pain game. There's Stormband out, also Ember could be the one building the Spirit Vessel. I believe this is such a great either Queen of Pain or Ember game. They have literally no lockdown for them. You need to use a hook shot, he can easily get out of that.
Yeah, they're completely limited on control. Anything with high mobility is good for them here. Like you mentioned, Ember, Queen of Pain, Void Spirit, all of these heroes that get around quickly. They basically need a playmaker right now in their last pick.
You have late game secured
Ember,
with Spectre, so you need someone that's going to be making space, someone that's going to build Spirit Vessel. Could be Ember, could be Venomancer. It's just going to be decided throughout the game how the game is going, who's getting more farm, because they need one ASAP. Against Timber, Morphling, and Treant providing the heal.
Look at these odds from EGB. Our partners here for the Omega League are still quite favouring Viking despite what we'd seen from HR. This is how they've crunched the numbers. But how do you guys crunch this draft? Lacoste, starting with you, my friend. Which way are you going?
I'm a big believer in Ember Spirit. If he's going to be able to pop off this game, I really liked him as the last pick. In the previous series, Viking didn't really utilize their last pick. They had Venge position 5, which I really disliked. But this game, like, I wouldn't say I favor their draft more. I just feel like they have enough in the late game, and they have tools to actually go to the late game with these heroes.
Mr. Lizard.
I think from the last few games I'd go with Viking, but for the same reason that he mentioned he'd go with the Ember, I think Morphling can be really problematic for him, right? If they mix up their lanes a little bit, even if you put Morphling mid versus Ember, you just crush that lane, man. And then later on you're always a problem for him. You turn into him, Flame Guard, Searing Chains. It can be problematic. They're in complete comfort zone. It's hard to say. It's still a Spectre game, but like you said, 36%. Let's go with the Morphling for me.
So you're going with HR.
Yeah, let's make it fun.
You're going with Viking.
Yeah.
You got to split. On just the drafts, if you didn't know the team names, just give me a percentage before we get into the game. How would you say
I would say the
drafts
are pretty even. I'll slightly favor Viking.
Yeah, same.
Okay, still.
Like, I would favor the Morphling pick over the Ember a little bit, but then you see Venomancer as well on one side. Slightly favored for Viking, not a lot.
Well, let's hopefully get to it. Hopefully Lyrical and Trent are standing by, ready to deliver this game. I'm more excited to see what Lyrical's going to have behind his green screen and what madness the production have done with it all. It is time for us to get into our opening game. He's in the whirly world once again. He's spinning out of control. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Banks. Yeah, we're out in what's the Pollock thing? The Pollock
Jackson
artwork?
Pollock, yeah.
Is that how it goes? Oh, you're a cultured fellow, aren't you, Trent?
Oh, I do what I can.
Looking beautiful in that jersey as well. I'm sure that there's only good teams on it as well as we hop into this game number 1. Viking GG versus HellRaisers, the real grand finals, sorta.
That's right. Our second grand final, whatever made Kyle mad yesterday. Going to the Immortal League. Dun, 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 dun. This is your chance. Chance. You have to pretend we're in a stadium.
To make,
yeah, something like that.
History.
You got to play versus the big teams. They've been lying in wait. They've been hanging out together, watching your games, laughing a little bit. Show them not to laugh. You got to get up that Immortal division. You got to crush them.
I love to hear it. That's an inspirational speech, Trent. You should be a coach at some point in time in the future. It's gonna be amazing, dude. Chuvesh just got that little ward taken out there from Celery. Well done, Mr. Man.
Boom. Pretty solid start. So it's the lanes. I was not sure what was gonna happen because I know there are several teams that would be like, we got to send the Morphling mid, we got to get the matchup, but then your Prophet would be kind of weird on the side. Like I feel like Prophet would be kind of good versus Veno, but at the same time, you sort of want the Prophet to get the quick levels so that he gets the fast 6 so he can rotate and get the kills. So it will be Morphling versus Veno in the bottom lane. And we all know Morph has his fun attribute shifts, and Treant has a flat heal. So flat heal plus attribute shift equals easy life for Morphling. But there's a Spirit Breaker, so he can always tip the scales with a potential play.
Definitely. It's the way to do it, you know? And then you also always just, I think whenever you watch these games with Spirit Breaker, as Toby is going to take a couple punches.
Yeah, level 1. I've only hit the orb. I mean, he's got the boots, so it kind of works the same way, but interesting strategy to punish the level 1 of the Veno right away. Makes you think of like Darkseer or something, or, you know, someone who you just want to instantly run at the start. Who? What? Hero?
Well, not exactly, right? Well, he was banned out.
Darkseer's some Darkseer.
Yeah, he was banned this game even. But I think that I like what you're saying, because if you just allow this Venomancer to sit back and poke at you, it's the worst time in the world playing Dota. It just sucks.
Yeah.
He does so much damage with it over time. I mean, 48 magical damage just with 1 hit at level 1. Like, what? How is that fair?
Doesn't seem fair at all.
No. It's crazy. But yeah, the thing I was going to talk about is eventually Aramis taking the Spirit Breaker, running around the map, and possibly causing some trouble. Nature's Prophet is a hero that's somewhat gankable, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. I like the Ember in that regard because I do think it pairs well with the Spirit Breaker, but I have pretty serious hesitations about picking Ember into Morphling like ever. It feels like Morph is the hero you pick into Ember because you're like, oh yeah, good times ahead. You know, I got my Morph into the Ember, but as you can see at the top of the screen, boom, you know, this guy, famous for his Queen of Pain, also spams a ton of Ember Spirit, so he's well aware. Believe it or not, they do actually know things like hero matchups like we do, and he obviously thinks that this is completely fine in this game for him.
Dude, if we're going to be honest, though, he's getting kind of bodied here. 8-8 on the Nature's Prophet versus 4-1 for the Ember.
I mean, what are his advantages in this lane?
Yeah, it's
a relatively low armor hero for a mid. He starts out, you know, lower than Nature's Prophet. So the Treants, he can't really go full slight.
No, it feels like he needs to go Flame Guard to be able to kill the Treants later. But right now, at least these early goings, it's just not really working out that well. And Nature's Prophet's getting everything he wants. Kasani is owning.
That's a lot of damage.
Top lane, haven't talked about it that much, but the Timber Saw going up against the Spectre Enchantress, I don't really feel like there's much that Viking can do to pressure Funnick here.
No, his life is good. The real question is, like, when does Chu just kind of leave him alone? The benefits, you have pure damage from the Impetus, but, I mean, you guys have seen the new Ench. It's not really the Impetus that's very crazy early on. As Chu is continuing to fake body block this camp.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, it has a sentry in there.
And he is going to take a lot of damage. Has to actually salve up afterwards, but Ench is going to break it. TP out by Chu.
All right, that was sick.
Damn. Oh, but they're still going to know that the D-ward's there. Damn, Celery. All right.
I think he D-warded a sentry initially as well, so that's why.
Got it.
Okay. And we're still pretty certain it was there. Plus, he was outside the box that time, too.
Gotcha. Well, take another look towards mid here. Not much has changed, but at least you're still getting some levels here on the Ember, which is nice, and staying fairly even with Kasani. So he'll at least be able to make some rotations later on and all that good stuff as well, and farm up the jungle if he needs to.
Yeah, jungle will be the big one. dive down bottom. We do have as Maposhka is. Oh, he gets the bash. Give this guy another bash.
Oh, needs one. Needs just one touch. And they
Denied.
are gonna get the deny. Oh no! And now Choose made the rotation over. They thought they had first blood, but they didn't. They didn't know.
Oh, there's so many creeps though. It's so hard to make that chase with battery assault.
Yeah.
Nyx is just like, you know what's worth a lot of gold? Creeps. So
Yeah.
gonna head on back over here. But we'll have to worry about the dispel this game, right? From the Ench for that living armor. You can't count on it necessarily.
That's a good point. And they're going to go on him again right at the start here. He's getting jumped on. Do they have any way to stop this? Well, Nick's still walking away, and he looks to be pretty fine. Maposhka might be in some more trouble, and he instead is going to be the one that draws first blood after he just respawned.
The only way this is going to hurt them is if Shad has a rough time top, right? Because this is costing his top support on the Spectre, but he's currently still under the tower. Funnick does get a deny right in his face. So there's that. But Shad's also going to get both bounties. So they're going to get all 4 bounties unless Kasani TPs.
Which it does not look like he will. He's taking the walk over there instead. And looks
Shad
like
went for the creep wave instead. So
mind games.
fair enough. Now they're scanning like, guys, he didn't go there.
The seeds of fortune.
Now they see him pulling the creep wave back. Chad is just going to take this wave. He can't really stay in lane against the Timber very effectively. Timber's about to get level 6 here, but he does need to keep this wave away, particularly with that catapult. That's how you can just lose your tower super early against the Timber.
Yeah, this is the right play down bottom. Nyx is getting hit again, but does have the heal, and Ench is not close enough by. They popped the ulti from Kasani. There is a Quelling Blade prepped on Toby because he was cutting down the trees anyway for the treant. So there's not even like this free sprout that you might expect on someone like the Venom. I mean, he had tangos as well, but will still be there for a lot of the game too. That was a super value Quelling Blade for a ranged hero this game.
And I mean, Kasani's gone, and this is a catapult wave into their mid tower. So this is going to be some pretty decent damage here, as it looks like they also were able to send the treants over to deny the rune down bottom. Hoof Stomp onto the Clockwork. Chew just going to run away. And still Nyx is farming. Kasani top in terms of last hits. As he's going to stand toe-to-toe here. Has the heal coming in. Celery. Didn't actually enchant it off. Used the enchant instead on a creep to pull that one over instead. Okay.
There's certain heroes that take a lot of focus in the draft when you discuss them, and you start like thinking the entire draft around them. And I think like Morph, Ember, and Spectre fit that bill. But so does Timber. We have like not talking about Timber at all, as again another fight happens down here.
Celery under control, being brought down lower and lower. Waveform in, manages to find that kill. Maposhka's going to go down as well. Now the Gale onto Chew. He might need to be denied here. Can Nyx hit it perfectly? Trying to wait for the clap. Didn't quite land in time. Good play there by Viking to make sure they didn't manage to get the deny on HellRaisers, but they won't be able to really pressure Nyx any further here. Doesn't feel like, at least. Oh, Kasani comes in. Toby trying to back his way through. Oh, one last touch with there. The stick barely able to keep him alive. Well played.
And they had the Observer Ward there too that was scouting out for that Wrath of Nature that almost spelled their doom. But yeah, this is a game where what is the answer to this Timber Saw?
I don't know, man.
Like Venno can plant at the tower, but if that happens, because they're almost at that point, if he wants to actually pressure, it's as you pointed out before, a very good thing that they got rid of that catapult wave, because that would have been a really, potential dead tower, and I don't think anyone could have shaken him off that. Now Funnick is going to move to the mid lane. He's got 4 points in the armor, so his damage isn't that high, but he does have complete territory potential of I'm just going to stay here.
Well, and the other thing about that is that normally that is a thing where Venno can hold a tower with wards. He doesn't even have it skilled up yet.
That's a good point.
So I don't know, man.
Won't be happening.
This is going to be tough. Aramis, he's getting chased down. They do still have the Chakram to try and run him down if they want to.
His damage is so comically low.
Yeah, he can't do it.
It really is funny when you only have the ulti does a lot, sure, but it's just like this is other than that he's the same as a level 2 Timber.
Yeah, it's not great, but he can hit a tower quite well, and particularly with Kasani nearby.
Yeah, it kind of replaces the catapult too by having the treants, right?
We do have 4 heroes coming towards the mid lane. Everybody trying to go onto the Nature's Prophet. Nobody wants to deal with Funnick. They're just going to leave him alone, but everybody charging in. Funnick's like, come on, guys, hit me. Leave my buddy alone. He wants to jump in. Could find Aramis here. Chakram goes out. Is going to be able to land that kill. But can they get any more afterwards? Shad is going to go for the dagger up towards the north, and that should spell the end of the majority of this fight. Celery still trying to run away. I think she's quick and well. She's
I don't know how many chakrams they need to hit. 2 maybe? To get the
he's got tranquils on Chu. That should be enough here.
I don't know. She's fast, man.
Slow.
I think she's fine.
Oh my God, Celery! What the hell?
They needed 2 chakrams.
Oh my God. Tranquils are gonna kick in again. No. Okay.
It's end. 365 with brown boots. I think this clock's gonna catch up. If he starts catching up, she can just turn around and poke him again.
That's fair. Well, Celery making the move out. Now stealing some camps. Gonna maybe get a bounty rune as well. What more could you want?
That's pretty valuable. 10-minute rune. Will Ember be fortunate here?
Oh, Cogs.
Pretty good.
But it is going to be picked up by Aramis. And Enchantress gain another one. Chu, does he manage to get the last bounty? He does. Okay. So it is going to be a 2 for 2 instead of a 3 for 1.
And it meant that Funnick got the rune instead, so he wasn't able to refill his bottle after all that because Chu's stealing the rune. So now he has to go back home. And it's delaying his own time before he can defend the mid tower. Meanwhile, Nyx went up top and has just been chilling on the morph, really hoping no one notices.
Well, looks like they haven't. He's fine. He's having a great time.
This is Funnick.
Treads, double wraith.
I clicking these wards and realized, oh hey, these are pretty weak, guys.
Yeah. It's a great start.
If there's one thing we know about Tree, it's all or nothing when it comes to the tower push.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is that sort of slow down style that you would anticipate with a Veno. But likewise, when you sort of have the slow push into a tree, it just doesn't end up doing anything. And this is just more time for the Morphling to come online. I mean, Spectre Ember on the other side still feels scary to me if I'm looking at this draft as HellRaisers. What do you think as we see Celery just get bopped?
I would... What team would I rather be on right now? I think a lot of it depends on the Haunt plays, right?
Okay.
Because the Spectre, if he finishes the Midas build, which it looks like he is going to, it goes into the whole, like, I'm not doing anything, guys, but I can Haunt. And Haunt is really nice when you have Ember and Storm Spirit, right? So if they can use that vision to kill off Kasani, I mean, I just assume they can't kill Funnick.
Right.
So I don't even think that's an option. But maybe killing the Nature's Prophet can slow him down and they can, like, force Funnick to one tower and then push another. They actually can't do anything versus Funnick. Saying that as he's dying. But there are 4 heroes here for in my defense.
On the other side, they get Shad too, though. So Funnick is going to try and Timber Chain away, and they might give up now, actually. We'll see. He's got the healing still on him.
Did he screw up a Remnant or something?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he went back to the... There was an Invis bottle up top. He did give up.
Well, yeah. So that, I mean, that doesn't end up working out too well for Viking GG at all. They lose the Spectre top, and then they manage to get away on that Timber Saw. Chu now going to get ran down a little bit by Boom. Going to go for the Remnant forward. Haunt afterwards. Okay, Shad trying to come in for the kill steal. Gets it. Well done.
That's kind of Haunt, but I don't know if that's worth it or not. I mean, it's worth it for the Spectre, yes, but in the overall game plan, I don't think it's going to feel very good.
Yeah. More pressure on that mid-tier 1 tower here as Aramis again trying to sort of keep that Timber Saw back. And this Ench creep actually is going to be enough to sort of tank through and let them get the tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, they gave up the defense of it. I think Maposhka a bit too focused on bottom perhaps for the defense. And he was healing mid a little bit, but maybe they needed to keep that one fully charged.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I'm wondering, like, if this game goes towards the later stages, is Morphling good enough that he can sort of, not the player, but the hero in this game, good enough to sort of carry them through it all, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think they have heroes that are weak to, like, items. Like, I feel like Ember's a hero that items can kind of defeat him. You don't necessarily have to, like, counterpick him if you can buy the correct stuff.
Right.
And Prophet is, like, an item-based hero, where it's mostly about the Goldie farms.
Down bottom. Again, they find Shad, chasing him down. One more hit is all they need, and they're going to get the kill with the battery assault. So, Haunt used after dying, then comes back bottom, dies again. I mean, he's got his Midas, but this is a tough one.
Yeah, that is a little disappointing, I'm sure. He's like, can I get a neutral item? He's going to be Iron Talon now. Nice.
There you go. Something.
Yeah, I mean, I think Morph is like one of the best. It's like Morph and AM are pretty equal in my opinion of being able to like completely carry a game. I think it's a lot easier on AM, but Morphin can do it in more games.
Well, again, the jump through, Aramis brought down very low. That Wrath of Nature did so much damage, and Chu just trying to walk away. He's taking a lot of damage. They switch back over into the Ember.
Oh,
Waveform through,
so
finds
good.
the kill, double for Nyx, and he's still got this. He can go back in for another slight chains combo in a second, as Aramis already going to be bullied back down. There's the adaptive strike waveform in, triple kill for Nyx, easy as pie.
Now he's the platinum Ember spammer. but damn, Morphling is really good versus Ember. Does not feel great.
Oh man, that is a tough one.
He just got a triple kill at 15 minutes.
Well, and he's 5-0 win in general too, with over 100 last hits. Like, this guy he's moving.
And he did so much damage.
Yeah.
I mean, to his credit, Funnick did just as much as well.
Yeah, it's true. And I think it
here we go.
wasn't captured, and there's the Wrath of Nature.
4 heroes. There's a tower nearby.
If they can't get this, this feels
they
so
already
bad.
quit, I think.
Oh, like the game, or I don't know.
Not quite. They are starting to surround this tower, though. They're going to plant the ward down. They see the tree, and now that's a much easier kill.
Yeah, more than happy to take this guy. Overgrowth, Nature's Grasp. Pushka will die. Now TPing down bottom. On a boom, Orchid reveal. Oh, but there's the Yule Scepter afterwards, and that has to stop. Boom actually not going to decide to go in with all this team nearby.
His courier was on a haste rune, so he went back for that.
Got it. So now they're bringing 5 down bottom. And they
That
know
Overgrowth, I don't think they can fight this. I think this is a perfect timing from Viking GG. They actually have got the Timber Saw.
chase down. Control is there. All the regen in the world will not keep you alive, Funnick. So they do manage to get that. And we'll have a glyph afterwards with some tree armor, but this tower will fall.
They're trying to get top at the same time, as you can see in our picture production quality.
Okay. And then they stop.
Oh, you know, you got to defend a little bit. So, yeah. Trade a tier 1 for a tier 2. Still good for HR at this point. Blizzard Funnick isn't great, but he's obviously had a pretty good game up to this point, so not a huge deal.
And what's he building next? He's going for just pipe. I like that a lot. Or mechanism, excuse me.
Mech, yeah.
Interesting.
Anyone building a pipe?
I think he's going to get
Venno
it
Ember.
He has a hood as well on top of that, so he could just go back for it. All the tanky items. Ooh, and now an Essence Ring. I like that. That's going to be a Funnick item.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite neutral items right now. It feels good on anyone. I like that one I can still use at like 30 or 40 minutes on support, depending on the game. Obviously, I haven't gotten my Philosopher's Stone. It's the real one you need.
They're going to run into Mapochka yet again, who is going to be able to throw out the Nature's Grass, slow everybody down, uses another Overgrowth.
Why?
I don't know, man.
Why you do this?
I mean, you could maybe make the argument that like he didn't want Funnick to get gone on afterwards. He's like, all right, I'm going to slow him down, but yeah, it's a weird one.
I guess they're not necessarily initiating fights, really, but it would still be good if like they ever want to push another tower. Because like part of the reason why they were able to take that bottom tower, I think, is there was no threat of the Overgrowth just coming out, even if the tree like bought back or something.
Yeah, that's true. It does sort of spell some weird parts of it. Chu is gonna get chased up top yet again, and they throw the armor onto him. Immediately, everybody backs off again. Just want to take control of this area one more time. It looks like. But mech now done on Timber. I think they have a Philosopher's Stone as well. Yeah, Tree's holding on to that one.
Oh, nice.
That's a good
Veil eggs. Actually, he needs Blink still. Veil over Meteor Hammer, by the way.
I guess you can still farm with Nature's Grasp, and then the idea is like what you.
I mean, the Veil is pretty good for like the Clockwork spells. The Morphling stuff is a lot of magic.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be useful for Wrath of Nature, but you never know.
There's a chance.
Happen.
But yeah.
It's okay.
19 minutes in though, it's a 3,000 gold lead. Still things looking pretty solid for HellRaisers. And I'm sure this has been pointed out the panel as well, but the new logo, you love to see it. As the Clockwork is just going to hook on in, and one Chakram brings down Bambi.
Is that the official new logo?
Yeah.
Angry eyebrows?
Yeah, man. They raise hell and lift their eyebrows.
Well, their last one was like an H and an R over the devil.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
But now it's just 2 red lines?
Yeah. Well, now Clockwork could have come on in here. They try and find him. Toby going to be under control. Maposhka, Overgrowth back up again. Let's have the root down, and now Boom going to jump on in, try and bring down Maposhka. He's already going to die. Haunt out afterwards. 2 supports already dead. Can they find any more? Nyx is the call. Does manage to land there with the ulti, but mantas it off yet again. Waveforms away and is just kept alive. Now, have they gone a bit too deep? Okay, TP back in. Clockwork's trying to make it happen. Kasani pops the BKB. Chu trying to run in and make a little bit of magic happen. They get the Orchid there onto the Spirit Breaker, but they will lose Kasani. Still, though, so much damage coming out from the rest of these heroes. Flame Guard on the Morph going to be lifted. Chase in. Boom still trying to make his move forward. Funnick is dropping super low, but Nyx
big cleanup.
might just play cleanup here. Sleight of Fist comes out. Double kill for him. They can't find anybody else afterwards, though. It doesn't look like.
Chad lives, though. That is big, because his game has been really hard, and he makes it out of this fight now well ahead of his teammates, and he's actually catching up to even the Nature's Prophet. It's like 1,000 gold behind. And I did not think he was going to get that close by this point in the game, especially. He's now Manta and Midas finished. Feeling pretty good. Looking towards that Scotty. Great item versus Morphling. And I don't think we're ever going to get a fight recap.
That's fine. We knew what happened. We saw it.
Yeah, but I want to see how much damage Ench did. She stole one of the Morphling Mantas.
Ooh.
There's actually, and then it was like laying into Kasani, and it's one of those things you just kind of ignore.
Right.
But, you know, a Morphling Illusion does quite a bit of damage.
That's true. He's going to have to be really careful with that mana usage from here on out.
Oh, there we go. It finally popped up.
Nice. Well, 1,800 damage. That's not insignificant.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you can't really, like, you know, you have the Manta when you got a Manta. I don't think you can really play around it, but...
That's true.
Maybe someone could, like, try and nuke them down a little.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Get a Dagon.
There you go.
That's always my solution nowadays.
I feel like that's like a hidden Spectre counter.
Yeah?
You know, if you're that support, like, if you're just buying Glimmer to try and live through it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, Dagon's like stats now, guys. Have you guys seen the build up for this thing? It's completely different.
It's pretty awesome. I was shocked the first time I saw it. I was like, oh, wow, yeah, I forgot about that in all of the other changelogs that we had in that giant patch.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bunch of different types of stats. I'm down to see it.
The build up's so bad because, like, you buy, like, this expensive recipe for 2 more all stats.
Yeah, that's true.
That part doesn't feel great. But, you know, it's just the one for killing illusions. There's something there still.
It's not the highest value. You make it back up with the gold that you get from killing the high level illusions. Sort of. Up top, Nyx might be in some trouble here, but does have the Aegis. Does have Manta afterwards if he wants to get it off, but he did not manage to get any agility switched back to strength. So he will be dead and comes back to life. Now gonna think on his sins and run back to his side of the river.
Even game at this point. Feels like they maybe need to be like a little bit more ahead right now for HellRaisers for me to feel like really good in this game, you know, because there is a Spectre and an Ember, but I mean, Morph is still on top, which is very good, and is heading towards the BKB after this E-Blade. So maybe Nyx can, as he's taunting, you know, flex off these shotgun plays. They're heading straight for Boom right now, who is still just sitting on Yules.
Yeah. Damn. Do you see that?
Yeah. Get out of there.
I love the like waveform in, and he was like able to get the chains off as he was waveforming.
Yeah, and yet and then the Ember still got out. Yeah.
Well, it didn't hit on him. Really,
Yeah. It's depressing, you know. I make this cool play. Now they want to smoke right away. Oh man, I've seen like 4 double smokes today. They're trying to use this Ember morph.
It's about to wear off too. Oh, but he's gonna depop Flame Guard?
I think he must have. Yeah, it doesn't show. I'm pretty sure when you use it on the morph.
Okay. Well, got eyes on him. Hookshot comes in. Well, E-Blade jump, but the Yule Scepter needs the Chakram. Doesn't quite manage to get it, but there's the Orchid afterwards. And they will manage to kill him.
I don't think he had a remnant down, did he? I think he was out of remnants.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So big plays there. Bringing down the Ember, now push it in for the tier 2 tower.
There is some empty net worth kind of, I feel like, too, on the side of Viking GG, where like the Veno, I think Toby hasn't had the best Veno game in terms of like actually applying that Veno pressure that you're hoping for, but damn, that's a big kill. Soleri got, was that with a creep or something? He killed an MKB? Okay, it wasn't done. He's still 1,000 gold away. All right, that's not quite as bad.
Yeah. Still, it's pretty big. Nyx, they're gonna throw out the Overgrowth now. E-Blade combo brings Spiritbreaker down to almost nothing. Funnick trying to come in and clean up afterwards. They got Treants blocking him the whole way. Double hook and chain in. Just for style points, they're getting the kill.
Man, we got the chain gang here. Timbersaw and Clockwork. Got some strats.
It's crazy. So down bottom, they're gonna go. Kasani, he doesn't need a courier. He's just gonna start pushing down the bottom tier 2. So this to me feels like it's super danger town for Viking GG.
Yeah, it's real bad. Like some GG level territories right now.
It's really spooky. So tier 2 tower about to fall, and they are probably going to have the pipe pretty soon off of this as well. And then it's Greaves pipe on the Timbersaw. And I mean, do they have really that much sort of damage mitigation stuff on the side of Dire? Doesn't feel like it. It's like no teamfight items.
Courier has been killed.
No, I don't think they do. Not really have the heroes for it.
Yeah. Oh, hook shots onto a creep. Shoot. One to be pushed away afterwards, and 3,000 gold lead. As looks like the rotation is looking to take over this side of the map and maybe secure themselves a Roche.
Well, Aegis and Cheese will be back up in about 3.5 minutes, probably 4.5. If we're being realistic.
Sani, BKB, TP's out. Realizes I don't want to be here anymore. So what's Radiant's play then?
Radiant's play is just take all the towers they want. I mean, they kind of got caught here. This is a really good side push, but they're actually using this catapult. But I think they can win most fights right now.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, you wish you could fight the Spectre, right? But she's gonna be playing super far back and just trying to like farm from the base so that she can haunt in. Because if they were able to initiate on the Spectre, then that would be a big problem. Because then that limits your potential of aggression. Right. Ideally, Spectre is somewhere, rest of the team is somewhere else. So Spectre wants to be haunting into a fight. So if they go to the Spectre, you're done. Right. That's why Shad is just like running to Fountain and throwing daggers back and forth. If Shad gets caught, their game's like over.
Yeah. That's a tough one. It does have an Orb of Destruction. His Midas is off cooldown. Slightly frustrating, but that's fine. And he does have the full Scotty actually coming out now as well. So that's a pretty huge pickup, particularly against the Timber.
What's the HP going to be now? 2625. That is quite good. And that's on Agi treads. And going right for the heart, so... Oh, that's the courier is getting picked off here. Kasani tries to come back for Soleri. Man, he's like a bounty hunter or something this game.
He's doing it.
Tips him. Like, what were you thinking, huh?
Thought I wasn't going to come and go for you? What the hell? Aramis, they pop the Shivas. In some trouble, rooted for the moment. He's going to get the hook shot there. Chains owned it too. Full combo comes out. Aramis able to live, though. Throw out that Veno ulti now, trying to bring it onto everybody. Haunt, throwing up Makoshka right at the start. Now he's going to be under control. Funnick trying to turn back in on the Greaves. Shad running away. So far, 2 for 1 with 1 buyback. Now Nyx trying to go toe-to-toe against Shad and the Spectre. Look at the damage coming in. And with the Scotty, it's blowing him up. He's got to get the heck out of here. Does have another waveform, but no mana. There's the stick pop and then the waveform out, but still in trouble. Nyx under control. Nyx down.
They will try and finish off Aramis. Yeah, I don't know if I like the way they started that fight. I felt like they kind of forced it for no good reason as the Radiant.
Yeah.
It's like Chu thought he might have had something as he's dying with that hook shot. But in the end, not going to pay off for them. That's a dieback for Aramis, but it's also 3 kills and forcing the buyback out onto the tree. Now, the best case scenario, of course, is that Roche spawns frame 1, and they have like a courier in the pit or something, and they can take it. But even then, the Morphling's going to be back. Everything will be ready, so looks like they're not really going to get to capitalize on this in terms of the H and the cheese.
And that's Scotty, though.
All right, surely they're going to get Soleri this time, right? He has been so greedy in here.
Well,
don't give him a return kill. All right.
Moshka, get out of there, buddy. That Harpy Stormcrafter is a menace.
So they're unable to stop the Bounty Rune steal as well there from Boom. And here comes the Boom. Here comes the Haste Rune. He's like, All right.
I wanted it.
Was a little scared of the Orchid and then using himself, but he's all right.
Yeah. You're talking about the HP levels. Spectre also just got that 400 health talent at 20, which still is just like so ridiculously insane that's.
And then wants a heart,
right? Yeah. This is starting to get into like you got to do something really quickly on HellRaisers, and Roche super fast spawn.
Wow, that
and
was
they
like
see it immediately.
Instant. That's the benefit of Clockwork and Nature's Prophet, though. Like, they were kind of destined to have this. And might have been important to try and control this area of the map for Viking GG and, like, try and plant down. Because once you're forced out of here, you can't get back in.
Oh, man. That's crazy. The timing of that one spawning. And now they're going to get Aegis and Cheese. And this is what they need. Because I feel like you sort of have to win now to some extent if you're HellRaisers. What do you think?
Not win now, but yeah, you need like to flex your advantage. So I do think they're still stronger right now until Ember has like 1 more item or 2 more items maybe. Then the game gets very difficult. But like if the game coasts where it is, it's very good for Viking GG, I feel.
All right.
So yeah, I would like to see HR actually pressure over the next 5 minutes.
They're on top of a ward. Got some vision, or is that it's double ward, or is it just a sentry? It's hard to tell. There's an observer ward there too.
Oh yeah, I see the little hands.
Who are they going to go on? What is the opening for them? Toby thinking about going high ground. Aramis spots Chu. Decides to not go there as he sees Nyx up on the high ground next to him. And yeah, as you mentioned, obviously not wanting to get the Spectre, the one initially initiated on, but sort of a similar situation for Nature's Prophet, I feel.
Yeah, he just wants to TP in the backline of BKB because they still don't have anything to BKB besides the ult, right? Of the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. Well, and Nature's Prophet now is also starting to, he's already had crazy net worth, but I feel like we're going to start feeling it more with the MKB finish. He's got Cheese 2 on top of the BKB. Starting the fight on Funnick is scary.
What's the story of this Miposhka medallion? I thought he was going to save up for the Blink, and then I was like, well, okay, Blink's like kind of bad versus Spectre.
Nyx. Under control, Nyx. How does that happen? That's just Aegis down for nothing. That's the second time this game. Hookshot comes in, waveform through. He's going to try and turn this fight. It's looking kind of okay, but everybody gets hit with the ulti. Haunt out afterwards. Kasani already starting to get blown up. Boom. He does get silenced there. Eul Scepter afterwards, though, to take it off. They've already lost the Clockwork, now losing the tree. Kasani getting brought down lower and lower, and he is going to eventually be killed as well.
The next really just going to TP out?
Unbelievable.
Well, he's lucky that he got out on that, but yeah, the Scotty, the cheese pops, and you're just like, well, that wasn't that great. Not a huge heal coming through.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Not how you're expecting these fights to start. If you're more likely just dying to like create a fight outside the base, sure, but yeah, Toby getting that giant ulti off, very well played. Just makes the game very hard to fight into.
Mm.
I think the window might have shut here, guys. That's the
Shad's
heart.
just a monster.
I think that was it. That was like the big last hurrah of like, okay, this game's in our favor. Now it's gonna be, we need big items. Like I don't even feel like I'm seeing the damage out of Kasani. He's been going damage the whole game, and sometimes I feel like I wish he just had a mech or something, but they've gone that way on Funnick instead.
Yeah, it's tough, and this is that situation you get into so often on Timbersaw, where like you've had a decent early game, you're able to be a bully around the map, but now you find yourself bottom of the net worth in the cores and just not really able to progress in items that much. It feels like it's been a tough one for him across the board. Yeah, I'm not sure what you need to do with Kasani. Maybe
I wish he'd have gotten like a scythe, maybe.
Yeah, that could have been cool.
Like after the Orchid, but he's gone more for this like BKB Scythe, maybe instead of BKB MKB, but I can't really fault him on the MKB because he also has the Mindbreaker, so he's like, all right, well, I can silence, and if he uses that, then I can Orchid him. So, like, I have a counter for Boom, but now Boom has a 10-second BKB, and they're smoking towards you. And this is that big item that scares you. This is the one that, like, evens up the fighting, and then when he gets Aghanims, his life is just, like, how do you kill him? Right? They're going to need that Clockwork Aghs on Chu. He should probably have the Stone, because, frankly, I don't know. Like, Maposhka, his items aren't really doing much for you anyway.
Yeah, the medallion always feels like it's sort of an answer to, okay, we need to be able to take Roche quickly, so I'm going to get it now, or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that kind of idea. But then, if you lose the Aegis immediately afterwards, you're kind of, it's not great. But Morph now has a Scotty of his own. We're ready to see it.
And they do have a mech on the Ench, so...
Yeah. This looks like it's Satanic that's going to be completed for Kasani. That should help a little bit as well. Still doesn't really deal with the problem of the Scotty. But we'll see. See how it goes.
Just going to right-click.
Be a right-clicking guy.
Yep. That's the plan.
I wonder what he goes next on Maposhka, if he does just try and go Ags or something.
I kind of think you just buy a Blink, and you just hope that Haunt doesn't completely screw it.
Yeah.
You hope that, maybe you can get a good initiation off with an Overgrowth, because their initiation is still relatively weak outside of Clockwork, and I don't think Clockwork wants to be the first one in. He's gone on and torn up.
Oh my god, Kasani now. Turning to fight BKB, TP out.
Nice Orchid. That was good.
Yeah.
Orchid's the Spirit Breaker and TPs.
That's
This
what
BKB.
needed. Jeez. Yeah, this is just Viking GG looking incredibly clean here in this game. Game number 1. Didn't panic, didn't hit the eject button. They just sort of kept their calm and were able to make the moves they needed to, and now in complete control of this game.
Yeah, I would have thought 2 Aegises would have been a very good sign of victory for HellRaisers in this one. But Viking GG, they just leaned back and let it happen. I think Shad has done a great job of just not getting picked off in like terrible situations in this mid and late game. Like, the way that he was just playing the high ground and not getting crazy greedy with his farm has completely paid off. Like, he's still sitting at the top of the game. Yeah. And just because he like relaxed a little bit, it just means that they weren't punished really hard in those like 10-minute window, really, where it felt like HR should be able to dictate good fights in their favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. He's played a very clean game. Has died twice. I think those were both early on, even in the lane stage potentially. But he has now Abyssal Blade that's going to be the next thing on his docket. Love seeing him just keep the casual repair kit in his backpack also. An extra bit of HP regen is always nice to see.
Now I see a Nullifier being drawn up here for Kasani, so I'm going to try and use that instead.
Okay. I guess for the Ember is my guess?
Yeah. Continual Dispel.
Okay.
Gives him something. And the Waveform Tread. They have like one last hurrah here, right?
Okay.
I still think the fights are in Viking GG's favor, but they're going to get just like easier and easier for them as the game progresses. So HellRaisers need to take that big fight sooner rather than later.
Right.
Oh, that's a good item though. The Blink on the Veno. Blink and Aghanims. Oh boy. What a gross spell. And it's got a 60-second cooldown. That is so insane. And the 5-second poison no duration. Oh my god.
Exactly. So it lasts 23 seconds, and it's on a 60-second cooldown.
Like if he hits,
nice ulti.
if he hits everyone at HellRaisers, they can't fight.
Yeah. No, they really can't.
I mean, no wonder they're buying Daedalus. They're trying to kill everyone before they die.
Yeah.
It's like we need crits.
Chu's gonna go down yet again. Found up on the top side of the map there. Yeah, that's kind of insane. Like, I'm sure that there's some spells that have like worse uptime than that are just sort of neutral abilities, right?
Yeah. It's 3,000 damage total before reductions.
God.
It's pretty good.
So nuts. Well, 18 to 23, a good old charge coming through. He's gonna pass through Nyx actually and stop the charge onto Kasani. They were waiting for a haunt play there. And I mean, that's the thing that's just so devastating about this combo, right? Like you just charge and then you haunt afterwards. And it's like, what are you gonna do? Part of me feels like they need Lincolns, but as you said, you also need to be able to just kill people before it happens. Like,
yeah,
there's so many problems right now that they need to deal with in this game. And Viking GG just continuing to play flawlessly. Oh, thought I was gonna get a caster curse there.
The seeds of fortune.
My goodness.
Slayer that glimmer and not gonna save.
Salary.
Oh, they're starting to fight. This is gonna be buying back.
That's a good play. And then the Venom ulti onto everybody except for Chu. And Chu, he's not long for this world anyways. Nyx BKB'd, but still under control. Tries to waveform away, has 2 charges of it. BKB's out immediately. And, well, 3 dead, 1 buyback on the tree. Yeah, man, it hurts. It hurts.
And that's surely a bad sign when the Venom feels like as long as I just blink into the entire scrum and ult, we're gonna win.
Yeah. Like that fight started with their enchantress dying, and they're like, "Yeah, this seems like a good one. Let's go."
My fight recap says that Spectre died, but Spectre didn't die, right?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Just making sure. For some reason, it says Spectre died.
The game cannot handle the insanity.
It just can't. It can't take it.
Octarine Core Abyssal Blade for Shad. And yep. So the question now is who does Spectre want to makes life hell? Who's the person you kill here?
Everyone, because you have 2 haunts.
Okay. All right, that seems fair. 2 haunts, 2 abyssals.
Yeah.
Well, thought about the overgrowth. Thinks better of it. No buyback for 78. And this is going to be a tier 2 tower taken. In the meantime, Nyx is trying to get some split push going. It's not looking great though. Ooh.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Waveform through. Did use his Yules, but Ember still has Aegis anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, there's like too many things on this Ember now. Aegis, Aghanim's coming soon. Went for the Octarine before the Ags, which is kind of cool. Was really banking on it being an Ags and not a refresher in the Roche, I think.
Poor Kasani. Oh man. He's gonna Satanic, but the Abyssal comes out, he just dies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your position too, right? Like that. This game is completely falling apart. Now the Haunt comes out afterwards. Nyx gonna be Yule Sceptered up. The control is there on to the Ember Morph, but Funix still trying to do what damage he can. Chasing in. He's going to get the Timber Chain up to the high ground. Aram is still running in after him. Shad is also low on mana, but doesn't need it. The bash is there. The kill is there. 3 are dead at the moment, and Viking GG are just looking unstoppable.
And Shad is godlike on the Spectre now.
Yeah, man. It truly is. So the tier 3 tower trying to be held down for as long as possible. They will finally manage to bring it down. They buy back on the Nature's Prophet, maybe looking to take this fight. As they do have the Morphlane switching back over into the Ember Spirit yet again.
My Shad hasn't put in the refresher yet.
That E-Blight did nothing.
No.
Oh, man. And now Yule Scepter lift up onto Ember. He's going to walk out of there. Still fine and dandy as the racks are falling. Apparently they don't want to buy back on Funnick. But I don't even know if they would have been able to do much anyways. The Force Staff in, and Kasani, they try and turn, try and take this fight. Toby been brought down low, but he is still going to be able to do a ton of damage. Boom, jumps back in yet again. Shad chasing, looking for some lockdown. They got the Morph in their sights. Good overgrowth to try and keep him alive. But the slow and steady beatdown, the charge through afterwards, adaptive strike. Chains are going to land. Haunt comes in, round 2. He gets the waveform over, but there's the Abyssal Blade. And that is the kill that they wanted. Now turning into the fountain. Blows up Maposhka. Oh, and
Chad hits Nyx with the tip. I'll see ya. I'll see you next game, buddy.
Impressive. Viking.gg. They made it work, man. Pick late game heroes, win the game.
That was a tough mid game to get through. I'm impressed. I mean, you can also say that like maybe HR had to be a little bit more aggressive and they laid back a little bit too much. And it does get hard when you have a Timber, like notorious hero for being like a little bit bad at pushes. But I don't think you can use that as an excuse when you have a Morphling and a Nature's Prophet too. So they didn't get those like huge clockwork plays that I feel like has been carrying the hero in a lot of these matches, where he's able to just get these like absolutely nutty mid-game plays that like transition to the next tower. And they had the counter of that with Aramis's own aggression on the Spirit Breaker, a hero that we frankly don't get to see enough.
No, and I mean, he does kind of what, Clockwork did with Aghanims without it. So sick stuff. Impressive showing indeed from the guys on Viking.gg. Let's head on back to the panel, see what they thought. There's going to be one analyst that's going to be gloating as per normal. So go on ahead.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Lyrical can descend into the wild world behind him. Maybe Trent will pick up his Pikachu again. Maybe it'll be an evolved Raichu. Production, I'm still waiting for him to have to evolve form. It's the last day, you know.
And that's trippy. Lyrical is tripping me the hell out. that background. What the hell is happening there? I can't get nauseous from watching it.
Can you remember who you picked, though, Liz?
Don't you see that I'm trying to move the conversation away here?
Well, you're just so trippy, you could have just said, oh, yes, it was Viking. I 100% picked Viking.
I was tripping. That's why I picked it.
So you went lyrical, huh?
Look, they looked in control on the side of HR. Mm-hmm. It looked fine. The moment E-Blade was there on Morphling as well, it looked like he could. He actually used it on Spectre, dished out like 50% of HP with one E-Blade shotgun combo. However, the moment they managed to stall the game off and get Skadi completed on Ember Shiva's on Ember and Skadi on Spectre, Morphling just melted. He stopped being a hero in the game. I didn't see him contributing in these fights. He was hitting himself harder than he was hitting Spectre. And one extra thing is, you take Roche twice, you lose Aegis twice without putting up a fight. He just gets picked off.
Yeah, Morphling was caught 2 times with Aegis. Like, there was no team behind him. Like, the team thought that first time, at least, that he was gonna die the second time in a row after the Aegis. And sadly for them, sadly for Viking, they thought it's a trap, so they just fall back. But great performance by them. Some things I learned during this game. Apparently, Spirit Breaker is a real hero.
Yeah.
He can do so much, actually. He managed to lock down Morphling before he can get his Morph off, just ganking from the side with 800 move speed. And I just love the itemization on Viking. You have this Skadi reducing the HP, lifesteal. Same goes for Spirit Vessel. You have new Shivas. On top of that, literally, Morphling didn't feel like a hero at later stages of the game. And Furion, he was so far ahead at the start, but also Ember Spirit managed to make a comeback. At one point, we discussed about the game. I thought they're not going to have enough damage because of the item build that they were going for, but they went tanky. At one point, Spectre had 5.3k HP with 20% dispersion. That's just insane. You can't bring her down.
Yeah.
I know it's a very, very small sample size, but Spirit Breaker is 3 for 3 right now.
That's all them. That's pretty much all Viking playing it. Aramis has been on point with the Spirit Breaker. He always goes for the very similar build. Power Swords or Phase Boots straight into the Aghanims.
Yeah, he got drums. New drums is just
Phase Boots and drums, right, with the charge are really strong. And then Aghanims just to round that whole thing up.
Well, he's single-handedly making it look legit.
Yeah, HR, they look like they have an answer. I think they were trying to bait Vikings to pick that Venomancer. It's very annoying for Venomancer to play against the Treant. Like, he was just healing the tower. Tier 1 tower on the bottom lane for HR was standing for 17 plus minutes. Usually that tower falls very quickly when you have an offlane Venomancer. And also they rotated Timbersaw twice to actually save the tower.
This fight here as well is the same way. Like twice in a row it happens. This time, however, Morphling does get out, but he does lose Aegis and most of his teammates, right? So you lose the Aegis at the beginning. You don't really utilize it aggressively at all. You get picked off, and then afterwards, it's their team fight. Skadi, Spectre, Shiva's on Ember. That's the name of the game for me. Overall draft, I still think HR did well in that department, but they just got outplayed and perhaps baited a little bit into this Morphling pick. They just itemized so well against it.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect example of how the good itemization is going to win you the game. If you decided to go like a damage Ember, if your Spectre didn't go for that Skadi, I still feel like Hand of Midas is not the greatest item choice on Spectre, but it gives her levels. Like, her level 20 and 25 talents are insanely good, so you want to get to that eventually a bit faster than you usually does. So I might be wrong here. I need to see what tier 1
it's been
teams.
buffed up.
Yeah,
Midas has been buffed up. And I see a lot of tier 1 players even practicing heroes that benefit from it, like Arc Warden and stuff, so it's like unnatural to say Midas Factor is good, right? You just you don't want that. Like, usually for this hero there's always one item to boost you towards, like a stepping stone towards the Radiance, which is what in normal games you would go for. And that item back in the day was Mask of Madness, then perhaps it was Yasha for a while, then perhaps Necros in the last patch. Now it became Midas because Midas is back, but in some other game that Midas just doesn't work because you're pressured earlier and you're finished off before you reach your timings. And I believe that HR did have a decent timing with the E-Blade had they not wasted their opportunities with the first Aegis and then the second one as well. Yeah. But that second one, the game was already looking rough for them.
At one point, Venomancer had a Blink, had Aghanim Scepter. You pop that ulti, and the fight is just over. Like, no items is going to save you. If you have, like, Pipe, if you have BKBs at that point, BKBs will be down to 5 seconds, and it's not going to be enough.
Has that Magic Lamp as well, right? If they try to shotgun him down, because he's still squishy, right? Even with Aghanim, so that item... On some heroes you might say it's not really the perfect tier 4 item, but on Venomancer it's pretty legit. All you have to do is press R with Aghanim, so as long as you're alive to do that, you're good.
Now, what we saw there from HellRaisers at least, right? Do you consider this to be, because you spoke about the Roger changing for Shuvash coming in, is it now after you've seen this amount of games from HellRaiser, can you see a distinct difference?
I wouldn't say I would see a distinct difference between them now and them with Roger. There's definitely a slight difference in the position 4s that they would play, right? Yeah, you could see Roger with Clockwork, but his playstyle was a little bit more chaotic. Maybe it's true they're a bit more stable, but also their peak isn't as high. Yeah, you understand what I mean? Roger,
so they've traded, right?
Yeah, they're traded
in a
peak
bit.
for stability, pretty much. That's how I see it. But I have to say that after this first game, Viking are looking like complete favorites to me. We'll see in the next game or two, but...
That's what my next thing was going to be. How much of a difference do you just see from that first series in Viking where we were a bit like, oh, okay, they're like you said, potentially baiting HR in for that IO ban, but... Is there a huge difference in what you saw from Viking playing more like themselves in this game?
Yeah, this looked like a more solid Viking, the one that I'm used to seeing in the last few months, where their decision-making is really on point. And now, like, I really love the team even more after seeing the way they itemized. Like, this is what is going to win you the game. And to go back to the Roger Chu situation, a couple of times during... this game, I was like, what you doing? You know, because there was some missed hook shots connecting on the creeps, some cogs blocking off his team. So not the greatest Clockwork performance.
Like, the first series we had Tempo on one side, Empire on the other, and Viking, yeah, they did have a rougher matchup perhaps, but also what I really like about these teams is when I see they discover ways to win the game. And that's what I see from Viking really often. It's like a game is going badly, and you as an analyst, you have seen like player, analyst, whatever.
Just waiting for it.
You have seen a million different scenarios, and you're kind of like, okay, this is how this game is gonna play out. We know most of the time, you know a little bit earlier what's gonna happen. But they find some different things, like itemization, like Lacoste mentioned, or some better, bigger plays that they do in this game. It's putting them one step above everyone else here in the qualifier, at least.
It's those smaller details we keep on talking about, right? If they want to take it to the next step and show themselves. How long has it been in Dota for a team to come through that didn't like have all this years of experience, right, to break through to a top team?
It's been since at Finum, right?
Yeah, that's my first thought. Like there were 5 unknown players, and they managed to place second on the major when we only had 3 majors per year, which was a pretty big deal.
When was that?
It was huge.
It was Boston, I believe.
Yeah, it was Boston
Yeah,
major.
I'm trying to gauge how long ago it was.
How long ago? 4 years ago, I believe.
Was
Wow.
15 or 16?
Time is flying. now.
Yeah, it really is.
Especially when you're just gaming all the time. Like years pass
just
by,
like-
you're in the
Just
same
Dota, the meta's
position.
changing, and that's all you know.
Yeah, pretty much.
But 4 years really since that kind of a breakthrough. That's crazy.
Well, we had Wings also. They won TI. Like no one knew who they were. Suddenly, they just wiped everyone. Couple of Cinderella stories in Dota.
Yeah, would you consider X-Alliance now Liquid something similar? They do have Koikwa though, right? So he's been like in the scene for a long time, and they've been home players too before. So I guess you can't.
Yeah, they play
they-
Khan
yeah.
professionally. Not that it means anything, but
Yeah, look
you
at
know,
Kyle.
Yeah.
He's just
Good job,
Yes.
but now when he's not here, you know, it's not.
Hey, we're taking
needs to be
shots
on
at
back.
Carl
Take
whenever
it
we
back,
can,
yeah.
you know.
Wait for when he comes.
Seriously though, you guys didn't see the video yesterday, did you?
No.
No, sometimes we have to sleep, and
No, Lacoste. You're supposed to be watching the stream. If you're working it, you should know everything that's going on. That's what Twitch chat would say.
I was in Twitch chat. People know. I always say hi.
Yeah, I said hi. I was there with you.
I was paying more attention to the chat instead of the videos, especially if Kyle's on the video. Like, yeah, I'm turning that stuff off.
Makes sense. Most people do. No, so me and T-Gov made a nice little plan because you know 5 men got the 2-0 win.
Yeah.
Carl went on this big rant about how it would never happen. It's just Cyber Legacy, this whole thing. So production went and clipped it, yeah. Then they went and took the part of Carl saying that and did a GTA themed wasted bit. They played it after. yeah. We're gonna have to show you, see, because it was so amazing. And then Carl was just sat there like, that didn't happen. That wasn't me. Like, it's like a fake video. So then, just at the very end, we played it again. You know, just to rub it in a little bit deeper to him. Production, if you can do any magic, just tell me in your ear and show these guys again. Because any chance we can to just ruin Kyle on a waste man. Because he went in on the whole fact that, like, obviously T-Girl's looking after 5 men and that, there's no chance here. It's like...
It's, you know, like, it's fine. I like when someone really speaks his mind, is a little bit courageous. Kyle maybe overdoes it here and there, but...
Yeah, this is
doesn't
definitely
matter.
one of them.
I like players also that bring some beef to the scene, trash talk.
That's
a little
what we were
bit on
talking about
Twitter, right?
earlier.
Like, as long as you do it at the right time, because there are some players that do it after the games have been done, and that's just poor. I don't know. I don't like that too much.
But I also
For the
don't like
games.
the wishy-washy answers where it's just
Yeah.
like, they were the better team.
Production just
Production is savage. Like,
But, like, look at the kind of teams that they get. They lose, right? And they go, they were the better team on the day. We just didn't perform well. That same thing over and over again. How many times have you heard that? I'd like a bit of like, okay, yeah, they got the win, but like next time we're gonna smash them, like that kind of thing. Like we're
and
definitely.
that's also cool. That's
yeah,
also cool.
I want that kind of interaction.
As
right?
long
We've
as you
got
do
too
it
many-
before the game starts, before the next game is right happening. As long as you do it like that.
you want to be confident saying
Yeah.
things like that. So after the game, if you're right and it's 50-50, you can say, I told you so.
You'd be like, yeah, see, 100%. Oh, well, next time we'll get them. I just don't like the political answers the whole way through. It's like, oh, they were so good. Like,
Both teams are great. and,
yeah.
I feel like it's a 50-50 draft.
On this day, this team.
We know they're not like that as well. We know 100%. They're sat there saying, yeah, cool, we're going in with this full mentality.
But sometimes it is 50-50. Like, you can't really say, especially when tier 1 teams are playing, you know that there's so much stuff going on. It's not like, okay, we're going to pick this to counter this. It's so much more strategy and tactics involved into that.
Unless you're secret in the last 6 months, then it's been a bit different. It's been you just talk some random stuff, and then in the end you say, yeah, Secret's going to take it. And most of the time it has been like that. But they did take a short break. They haven't been playing for, what, a month or so?
Yeah, I believe that's going to strongly affect Team Secret. Now they're going to suck. Yeah, how about
they're gonna someone went in there and changed their hotkeys to Alt-1.
We wonder who that could be. Who would be the strange person that would ever use
Team
that?
Secret is just on another level. The way they've been playing, the way, like, it's so stable. Like, they have players that make the limits of the heroes, like, go past 100%, if that makes sense. I mean, you can't go more than 100%, but still, you have to sound smart, say something smart. That's what I'm just trying to do, even though
they
it doesn't
push
sound.
the limits. They do it
That's
really
it.
well.
And no one else can catch them. No one else is pushing the limits.
No one else.
Not like them.
They're setting the bar real high.
And everyone else is too short to jump.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing analysis.
Check this one.
Oh, we're winning.
Check this one. We have a Magnus band and most likely possibly a Doom band coming up.
Yeah, you don't have a first pick. You have to spend one ban on Doom. Otherwise, the other team is going to grab it, no doubt about it. But I believe they're actually thinking, do we ban Venomancer or do we ban Doom?
Yeah.
It could be the thing. Even though it looked like they have the answer for the Venomancer with the Treant.
What do you think about the Wisp, though? It's been banned out in the last game. Will they ban it out again? HellRaisers, I mean, not Viking.
About to say, yeah.
Keep it in. That's also something interesting. Viking GG, you could adapt to the first game. You could perhaps eliminate that Timber, who wasn't really a problem later on in the game, but I really think it comes down to the team's execution. Timber did Timber things for the majority of the game. He pushed in, he was unkillable, he drawn in all the attention to himself while Morphling was farming, but eventually things just strategically fell apart for them.
Timbersaw just destroyed his lane, made a good rotation, defended that tier 1 tower on the bottom lane for a very long time.
He allowed the tri-lane as well because
because
it's one of those heroes that can stay alone.
He actually stayed alone against Spectre. And at one point, Spectre was just leaving the lane, playing position 5, picking up bounty runes for her team because she couldn't do that much.
Dude,
one of the reasons why she decided to go.
Check the ban out. First phase.
Interesting.
All right.
Boys, I'll be honest, my eyesight is not good. I don't have my iPad. What got banned out?
Anti-Mage got banned out in the first stage. It's not something that really happens way too often.
Especially, we don't even see it picked that early normally at all. We haven't.
We haven't, no. But just throw a curveball at them, perhaps. That's the thing.
Confusion has been cast.
Okay, so now they can ban out the Doom, but then you get the Veno, I suppose. Yeah, they ban out the Doom. And now the question is, do you take the Veno? I think you do. Like, that hero is still Enchantress. All right, it worked for them in the last game. Again, it's a hero that doesn't really care too much about the Veno in the laning stage.
What I love about Vikings draft is that whenever they pick hero, they're not just picking the hero, they're also blocking something that enemy team likes to play or that could counter their hero that they just picked. Not in this stage since it's a first pick, but overall, like right now, you do not want to have Necro, and HellRaisers really love to play that hero where you have a Dispel against the Ghost Shroud.
Same goes for something like a Beastmaster, right?
Yes.
Like you don't want your boars picked up, so
yeah,
there are some things.
That's also the hero that HellRaisers love to play. So they go with Tiny. We've seen a couple of Darkseer Tiny combos where it was
And I can't believe they didn't
potent.
go for Venom, really. And it's such a instant pickup by Viking afterwards.
what they can do right now in HellRaisers is get Oracle.
Yeah.
I would prefer Oracle against Venomancer, and then you still have, like, Oracle needs to be paired up with the position 4 hero who can do much. You know, has that initiation, but they go with the combo that I just mentioned.
Yeah, Tiny Darks here. We have seen it. It's been drafted in this tournament as well multiple times. A lot. Most of the time what happens is this combo really doesn't pressure the safe lane that hard. And because of that, you have this carry that will just out-farm everyone on the map. If you remember,
one win as well out of the 9 picks.
9 picks of the combo.
The combo? No.
Or the Darkseer.
Just of the Darkseer, yeah.
I mean, usually when you're picking Darkseer, you're getting some sort of combo with him like this one. You're either getting Tiny Darkseer, Clock Darkseer, or Earth Spirit Darkseer. So it isn't really big of a difference what you're going for.
Tiny's our 4th picked hero of the entire tournament so far, 20 times.
If I remember correctly, they played Sven against Darkseer and Tiny combo.
And
I mean,
owned.
Yeah, Sven really loves to play underneath the tower. Like, you have extra armor, extra HP regen. You're gonna get all the creeps, have Warcry to buff up your teammates in case they decide to run at you.
Look at the bans coming from Viking GG. They're
What if we ban all the late game heroes and we pick one and then they can't go late game?
It's big brain drafting right here.
Next level.
Yeah.
This is what Lacoste wanted to see.
It's actually very low IQ what I just said, but whatever.
It's actually happening already. You see these teams banning out like 6 bans are pretty much reserved right now for your hard carries in every single game that you're watching. So they're just putting it one step ahead, maybe 8 bans now instead. Void, Spectre, Anti-Mage, Terrorblade. It's just such a big emphasis on your position 1 right now in the meta that it does make sense to try and just ban them out.
And this is why we keep seeing all those flex picks coming, right? So they can just hide as much as possible, give themselves as many options to change things up.
Most of the carry heroes are not flexible. Like when you see Doom, Jug, Spectre, Morphling. Okay, Morphling could be played at different lanes, but Anti-Mage, Terrorblade, you know he's going to be safe lane. Yeah. Like right now, he does not have any chance of being played at different roles.
One thing also that Darkseer allows you to do is allows you to get this hero that doesn't really have a lot of mobility, right, as your position 1. Then you have the Surge for him. You don't really need a vessel like Clockwork or Slardar or something that's going to carry him in the fights. I'm talking about Lifestealer that they just banned out, so that goes out of the window. Never mind. It is a decent hero as well, like you said. Sven farms well under the tower. Same pretty much goes for Lifestealer. You wouldn't really be banning him out if you wanted Sven though. So even though there was the old school times, old school vacuum into Stormhammer, right?
It's possible, you know, just go for the Vombo.
You have Veno versus you. It's a lot of kiting early on.
Because they picked Ench already. Usually you would want to ban out Oracle against the Darkseer, purges off Surge and Ion Shell. That's one of the reasons why Viking, they need to pick up something that builds into Yule Scepter to have this ability to just completely remove it.
This is what we talked about. Who was it?
I believe someone had the same three heroes.
Same three heroes, and Beckett was like, okay, on the left we see a team that really wants to win, and on the right we see a team that really wants to have some fun. And this is there's a lot of fun in this draft. Like you have the Darkseer combo with the Disruptor, with the Tiny already. The Vombo combo is there. But not every team is going to allow you to get that vacuum on 3-4 heroes into Disruptor ulti, especially when you have such aggressive lineup on the side of Viking GG that can be playing out of their comfort zone, like on your side of the map constantly.
So it's a lot of fun for what HellRaisers might want to try and do. It can cause a lot of chaos, but it's going to be harder to execute.
It is. It is not really easy to execute, especially with the vision that Venomancer and Clockwork provide. Like fighting at a choke points, good for scouting things at Roche. You have Enchantress taking over the creep, so the vision game is going to be pretty strong.
Did it happen? Did they ban out all the carries? Jug remains. I mean, you could go for Sven, I suppose, still. Will you get kited? No. it's not banned out, right?
No.
It's one of those. As long as time when it comes to Dotes, Jug versus Sven. On one side you have Jug, who plays a little bit faster, but on the other side you have Sven, who will outfarm you eventually, no matter what you do, unless you get that Battle Fury and go into the farming mode. But he has a built-in Battle Fury, and they go for the Sven. Yeah, I'm surprised they go for the Jug and they leave the Sven in the pool. This is...
And somehow we have a good reading on this draft, you know. Just
It's almost like you've seen it before.
talking before, maybe that's it, you know. Have photographic memory.
No, it's the Balkan.
Ah, yes.
It's the talent that just...
What would
just
Carl
the blood?
call it? The what?
The Baltics.
Oh, that's it.
It's just a little bit up north.
Just slightly different, you know.
Not a big deal, man.
The thing is, they don't have anything. I mean, they have hook shot, but that's really not what threatens Jug once he spins. And Jug is fine playing into like Venomancer, Clockwork. Also, HellRaisers heroes, you have Tiny and the Darkseer, which is going to be providing good vision in the front line with the Blink Dagger, Surge, so there's always going to be good glimpse back. This is what I really like. You need to have good vision heroes when you have Disruptor.
You have a lot of attack speed. Enchantress is susceptible to dying to that Jug. Same goes for Venom. Like that's true. Jug is a decent pick for them overall.
Okay.
I'm just still concerned about the whole...
how they put it together.
How they put it together against the Sven. The laning stage, I have seen the same thing happening with Darkseer and Tiny trying to threaten that Sven, and then he just clubs them out of the lane, farms under the tower. He's going to be supported by an Enchantress. That lane will not be easy at all to pressure.
And remember, when we started talking about Sven, BSJ was like, oh, it's being played loads in America. We hadn't seen it at all. The further we got on this tournament, we've seen it more and more. He's currently 3 for 3, 100%
really
living
strong.
the dream.
Well,
Surprised that he's not picked more.
That's what BSJ was really confused about.
It's just not in the meta here in EU. People aren't playing it that much, and that's it. Like they haven't picked up the recent changes. They don't think he's been as buffed as he really is, and that's I think the bottom line.
Problem with Sven was that his ulti lasted 15 seconds less than it would last now. So you see him popping it. If you lose one hero who has a buyback, you're like, yeah, we're going to wait 10 more seconds. We're going to buy back, take the Roche. He can't fight us. Now it's a different kind of story where he takes the whole team fight and still has some seconds left to either take the Roche or go for a tower if you win a team fight.
Viking GG banning out the Batrider, something that they have picked up quite a few times on that mid lane, right? But they are playing this time around versus some heroes that it can be a little bit difficult to play against even if they get it. Maybe they have something different in mind as well for their mid lane. But
I'm gonna throw something stupid in, but I would love to see something like a Death Prophet. There's no real burst damage, builds a Yule Scepter. It's gonna give them much stronger team fight.
Alright. No,
Not sure if they play it. I don't remember.
Like
seeing
they just
it.
need, yeah. It's Boom. It's Viking. They go with their co-op. It's just one of those heroes that they like to play. I guess TA isn't an option as well for HellRaisers, but overall that Prophet is good. I like it. I like it more when I have saves to combo her, like any Vengeful Oracle, anything like that. You are playing versus a Tiny. He can toss you back. There's Jug.
We're talking about Quap?
Yeah, nah, Death Prophet.
Death Prophet?
Quap I don't have any problems with. Quap I like here already. You have Tiny, right, to catch you and Disruptor ulti. You can itemize a little bit against Glimpse. You will need...
I just wanted to have a hero that Juggernaut is afraid of. And he's also afraid of Queen of Pain because of the pure damage plus a pushback on that ulti. They go with Nature's Prophet once again. I don't like the Nature's Prophet as their last pick, I have to say. Like I would have loved to see something with more control. You have Tiny and you have Disruptor Static Storm. That's going to be like your lockdown, especially for the Queen of Pain. I believe on Nature's Prophet you just go straight into Orchid, and this game Queen of Pain might need to adjust properly. Like you know that he's going to go for that item, so you go straight into Yule Scepter, prepare yourself, great against the Static Storm, buy some time. I'm all with Viking. Like, I've seen the similar lineup coming up from them before, and this Sven, he just popped off.
So Lacoste, you're all with Viking. We got the EGB odds on the screen at the moment. They're very close now after that one, though. It started on a bit more favored in front of HellRaisers, even after the win for Viking. They at least showed us enough stuff to show them they can get the job done, maybe going into the second game. Lizard, you staying? Are you riding and dying on HR, or has this draft swayed you over to Viking?
And I see Furion on one side, Sven on the other. There's Arteezy baby raging in my head right now. I can't think straight, but I'll go with the Sven. You buy some Quelling Blade, you get out of the trees.
You get Aghanims.
You get Aghanims, you Superman your way out.
Superman your way out. You guys weren't too sold, though, on this HellRaisers from the start, right? The bit of the wackier style. You definitely didn't sound like you were a fan of Lacoste, especially on the Nature's Prophet. Have they got a timing they need to hit? There's a moment that HR need to find success? Because it did get close, at least in that first game.
Healing Ward is great against Venomancer to reset the fight. You know, if they don't kill the Healing Ward, it also opens up the Roche for them. So if Viking like loses 2 heroes near the Roche pit or post 12-13 minute mark, they could easily go into Roche pit with 3 Ents, Orchid on the Nature's Prophet plus a Healing Ward. So that's something that Viking needs to care about. They need to have like buybacks ready, especially on their Clockwork, who's a big threat in defending the Roche pit.
Kiting potential. You have the Furion that I mentioned before, you have the Darkseer with the Surge as well. Kite that Sven for as much as you can in these fights. Once he pops that God Strength, it's a different sort of a beast now. You can't man-fight that at all. You need to run. So if they manage to kite him out for a couple of those extra seconds, they can take a fight.
Well, this could be the final game. Lacoste, Lizard, thank you very much for all of your thoughts. We've got Lyrical and Trent back again. Hopefully Trent has been given an evolved Pikachu. Maybe Lyrical is still spinning in LSD madness, and he definitely is. And it is a Raichu. We did it. It happened.
Wow.
Amazing.
Thank you.
You got a friend.
Finally. And all I had to do was give it a Thunderstone. Just bribery like I get my real friends.
Exactly. That's how it all works.
Yeah.
Kids at home, learn your lesson here. And also take LSD, apparently. That's the other thing.
What?
Man, I hope that doesn't get clipped out of context.
That would never happen.
But yeah, we've got a great start here. We've got ourselves some interesting heroes across the board. We were talking a bit about the Darkseer before. One thing that we might see in a moment here, depending upon how it goes, is the fact that everything's purgeable, and Ench is a bit of a butthead against him.
Yes, but what will you purge?
Oh.
Aha.
That's a good point. It's a good question, and well, you can't purge yourself, and gonna get hit with that Thunderstrike a couple of times. So already a decent start.
Yeah. Now if she finds the purge creep, though, now we'll really be talking. That's the levels on levels, am I right?
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Figure all this out. Yeah. So Ench versus Darkseer. The battle of purging Iron Shell and purging the Surge. Something that Funnick's going to constantly play around with. It gets dicier when you have someone like a Tiny, though. I mean, this is a hero that throws his own, moves into the mix when it comes to the stun and the toss. Maybe, Ench, a squishier hero, might get punished trying to be a bit too greedy.
Absolutely. That's something that they're going to need to watch for. And obviously, it doesn't feel like Shad is going to be under too much trouble, as they're already just starting beating away at Funnick if they can at the beginning. And going to take over the range creep instead. Interesting. Stun comes out afterwards. Celery taking some damage. But they're going to be able to get a nice little bit of pressure back the other direction.
They're kind of using this to tank the wave. I mean, knows that the camps are obviously going to be blocked at the start anyway because they're not going to spawn. Plus, Drew's going to sit in one of the two.
That's nice. Other lanes that we can't talk about, there's going to be action up there, but it could also be a little bit of action up top where already Aramis is going to get hit with that Thunderstrike. Some pretty good damage out that way. 2 mangoes as well on the Disruptor, so he's going to be able to keep the pressure on. But Nyx versus Toby.
Toby ended the last game 6-2 and 19. So we're going to try and continue the Veno play and see if he can make a clean sweep in the series. was kind of a weird Veno game. I said like didn't have the best Veno game because it felt like he didn't really do Veno things you expect in terms of like holding towers, but he did secure the late game team fights for sure with the Blink and the Aghanim's, where it's just like that was part of what made that game feel like there was no comeback potential on top of the Scotty and the Shivas and whatnot. So got what needed to be got to win the game.
That's what the Veno life is, really, you know? It's the what is it, Rolling Stone song, can't always get what you want. You find sometimes Veno gets you what you need. That's what they said, I think.
There you go. That's what it was all about, it turns out. Big Dota players, those Stones. I find once you're into your 60s, it's the perfect game.
Absolutely. Well, down bottom, Funnick gonna get the surge off afterwards, but the impetus, Celery.
Pretty far.
That's the kill.
Tapped at 1750 distance. That looked about right.
Jeez. It's so much damage. And that's one of the downsides, again, is like even if you do get the surge off, you're going to take a big impetus shot afterwards, potentially. But we'll see. They should have an okay game, hopefully.
Gotta do the dance. How good is his rotations? You know, sometimes Tiny can be saved by the side lanes versus the Queen of Pain. Bit of a tough one. Throughout the game, usually kind of a good hero, especially in those earlier engagements. Queen of Pain, funnily enough, despite being like a mobile hero, sometimes to support Tiny, you feel you can punish her if she doesn't realize where you're positioned when she blinks, right?
Yes.
She blinks in with like level 1 or level 2 blink. You come around the corner like, gotcha. Give her the big 1-2. So Chu will be looking for that.
And obviously able to get better positioning off with a surge on the Tiny as well to maybe catch up to where you wouldn't have been able to be previously against the Queen of Pain. So that's something else to watch for. Maposhka in some trouble up top. He's going to get battery assaulted down. Gale comes out. That's a dead hero, but Nick's looking to make a little bit of a cleanup kill afterwards. He takes down Aramis. And now Nick's just going to have to get hit by the cogs one time as he heads out afterwards. And Avalanche tossed down bottom now. Trying to find Celery, seeing if they can get that kill. Surge up, punch down. Need 2 more, but nah, not gonna happen. And instead, it's a turnaround and a Chu. He's gonna go down. Okay.
Nice play there from Chad. Very involved carry. Look, he missed the range creep to get up there and secure himself a kill. That guy did the risk reward, decided it was worth it, and it paid off for him. And we had concerns that Ench might get bullied if she got a little bit too aggressive, but with the help of a Sven, there you go. Not many position ones actually offer control. Sven being buffed, it is nice to have that back, because right now, it's like kind of just Void, right? And then now Sven's popular again. So now we got Sven. Wraith King, he's trying to be popular, but with all the Doom bans, we're not really seeing him anymore.
Yeah. I mean, even when it was, Doom getting picked up all the time, I still felt like Wraith King was just still losing games anyways.
It wasn't great. Everyone's like, this will be good, right? And I was like, I don't know. This is worth it, guys.
It's true.
Although, all you Herald players out there, he is like the highest win rate, I believe, at the Herald bracket. So they actually can't handle. You know what it is? I think it's because the skeletons control themselves, and that's just a huge boon for that bracket down there. So
they unintentionally discover split pushing. That's what happens. I like that. That's great. All right, we're getting close to the 5-minute mark here. Double Iron Show Wave pushing in onto the Sven down bottom. You can see up top they're pressuring back Aramis, and it should be a pretty easy 2 runes up top for Viking.gg. And it looks like Celery is going to be able to come on in and snake one as well. So not bad. 3-for-1.
Using that move speed. So 3-1 and 3 bounty runs.
Boom. Taking the rotation up top, trying to get a couple more hits. Aramis bringing it low, but the healing ward is out. It's not quite enough to keep alive Nyx. So a good rotation.
Down bottom at the same time, they're on the Shad too, and the Iron Shell damage is just enough.
Wow.
Big pop-off that they needed there. However, the Sated Tormentor is also out here with the Hadoukens. But Chu gonna get surged out.
Yeah, and that's the weird one. Celery used the enchant to try and slow him down and get enough damage out, but once that's used, very long cooldown now, 20 seconds at all levels. So you can't actually just sort of spam it out to try and slow. You have to wait for the surge.
The inability to refresh was, I know, I kind of like that change too. I think it makes the hero a little bit more interesting, even if it is kind of a nerf. I mean, overall, she is better, I think, so.
Right.
Fine. She'll grab just another Sated Tormentor.
Nice. Toby.
Nice, good.
Taking some punches. Kasani, DD rune rotation. Now popping the Wrath of Nature afterwards. They're trying to get aggro onto Celery down bottom. They do manage to throw the stun to interrupt. And now the chase down coming. Here comes the boom. Brings down
Surge. Yeah, he lost a little bit of it as he was stuck in the push from the Sonic Wave, and now Solarius going for the big play, hoping that Funnic's going to stick around and try and jungle a little bit. Has an OBS. And
Ooh,
he
does get sight of him.
Yeah, he comes up. So he's like, yeah, I kind of want some of this.
This is big.
Gonna find him there. All right, how much damage will this take? Hadouken and the slow. If Solari makes this play, this is gonna be sick. Now there's a surge.
Oh, we didn't get it in time. The enchant. Dang. That would have been clutch.
I don't know. He was pretty taggy at that point. I don't know if he would have got it.
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough. Well,
But still, you zone him out of the jungle, so now Funnick has to go farm elsewhere.
just go to the other jungle. It's fine.
Now
Be
Slayer will
okay.
take your jungle, though, so it's okay.
Good point. He's actually going double null tally on Funnick? What the hell?
Nulls, baby.
All right, I'm down. That's very interesting. Well, other lanes, Kasani's been left alone since Queen of Pain's been rotating around. She has been getting kills, though. Boom's been doing it.
You know, it's probably just that karate chop that he really wants.
Yeah.
You know? He wants to really buff the damage. That thing is one of the most satisfying right clicks in the whole game.
He, like, staples them to his knuckles, and it's like brass knuckles.
Yeah, it looks
Okay.
good.
I like it.
I'm
Doesn't
looking
have
through
that.
Funnick's recent games. Man, he hasn't played Darkseer in a hot minute.
Well, let's see how it goes.
I sprout anew.
Many heroes around this top side. Chu is waiting nearby to go for a tossback play potentially. So need to be very wary about the positioning on the side of Viking.gg. They do have a lot of Plague Wards nearby as well, though. So I don't know, this is not an easy gank to make happen. Or maybe it is.
All right,
Toss
nature
on to
though.
Aramis. Nix, he's got that Omni Splash available. They rotate in.
Can we
Nature's
applaud
Prophet
that
as
toss,
well.
though? I mean, that was so nice.
Wait a minute, big old Sonic Wave, holy moly. Lavochka getting dropped down very low, and now Celery shows up as well. Double kill, trying to kill him off. He's going to be able to get the TP out. Not enough. Nobody
No
dies.
kill Sonic Wave.
Wow.
All right, sick toss, though, right? Punishing
Yes.
the clockwork within his own cogs. Tosses the Veno in so they all get stuck.
Yeah, that
Very
was good.
nice.
That was a lot of damage out from the Queen of Pain, but no kills in the end. So, tough stuff there indeed.
So let's see this double null. What do we get from our double null? He's got 6 spell amp. All right, cool. He's got 1.20 added mana regen, 3.6 with no clarity running.
Okay. Mid lane,
That's
they're
kinda
going
okay.
after Chu a little bit. And gonna actually be able to bring him down. You know, I wonder if it's because, like, so often when you're playing Darkseer, you just end up with, like, just Greaves or something, you know, or, like, just a big pipe. You want those big items. And so he's trying to fill in his inventory with other stuff to make it worthwhile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not bad. He's Soul Ring that dead.
I'm surprised he's not going Soul Ring. If I'm
It
gonna
was
be
a bit of a
honest.
classic Darkseer item, but I feel like we almost never see that item now, to be fair.
Let's get some mana regen out of the Knolls too, which is nice. 0.6. Oh, gun comes out. Does he have anything to get him out of there? No points in vacuum at the moment, and Chu is just dying to the cleave.
Chu
He's gonna
just
get
wanted
the
that
toss
bounty rune.
afterwards. And, well, everybody else getting out except for Chu. Onic able to escape.
We'll say that he saved his life.
Yeah. He's a helper.
All right, well, this game pretty much dead even. At least scoring Dota Plus, it's actually 50-50. All right, finally, it ticked over a tiny bit for the Dire. But at this point in the game, how farm is my Sven? Pretty farm. That feels pretty good if I'm Viking GG. What about my Nature's Prophet? You know, he's got 3 kills already for Kasani. That feels nice. He's going for the Orchid. How clutch is the Orchid this game? Forces the early Yules on the Queen. Pretty obnoxious for Veno sometimes. Maybe with the Orchid and the Static Storm, they can actually focus down Toby this game and stop him from getting his ulti off. That would be huge for them because they were not able to do that at all last match.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what item build he's going to be going back for on the Veno here. You know, you've got already Bracer, just a bunch of little items to try and keep him alive. Also just holding on to a poor man shield because why not? So that could be something to watch for. And he's gone for much more of the ward build this game, trying to hold on to towers, control area, and make any fight into them feel kind of bad. So we'll see how that goes.
Seems like a good call versus the Nature's Prophet, right? That's a lot of Kasani's attempt to snowball in this game will be based off of towers.
Yeah.
How good is Spin TP this game? It wound up okay, right? They got hook shot.
They got the Veno under control. He's dead. They didn't drop the wall for that one from Funnick.
Yeah, it's fine. And that Veno illusion going.
It's got an Iron Shell on it too.
Yeah. Strats are coming out.
So
that Orchid is not far away. It's really close. It's going to be way before this Yules.
Shad not quite able to get the Ancient stack there to the side, but it is still stacked up a couple times. We'll come back and clear through that later. He's just going to try and AFK farm now and get into that first big item.
Yeah, he's scary. Midas into Echo, and then work in your BKBs and your Aghanim Scepter. Don't think he's going to deviate much from the popular build at the moment. I think Kasani has to carry this game. Nice glimpse back. They had the ward on the high ground. It's a pretty old ward. Don't be the biggest loss they have at the ward right now, but... Larry? Oh, there we go. They already hit the sentry. I see they went up there.
So yeah.
All right, there's the Orchid. So someone go mid. This Queen of Pain. Maposhka volunteers instantly. Says, I'm in down for this. Let me just get the Q on. She's dead. Wait, what level is this glimpse? 2? 3.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I think they got her.
No, because the Blink's 1300 range.
Vision. Pull back in. Static Storm. There it is. Orchid. They hook shot to try and interrupt down super low and is going to die. The Soul Burn. Nicely played.
Yeah, that must have been kind of close, I feel like, right at the end. I think the Soul Burn and the right click had to do it together right at the end there.
Right.
Oh, she might have had that blink, but yeah, really close on the glimpse.
Oh, good placement and showing the strength of Disruptor against just that Queen of Pain, who obviously is a terror early on, but first gets glimpsed away from trying to take a fight, and then afterwards gets glimpsed to her death.
And the other problem with that will be when she even gets the Yule, she'll have to worry about using herself right into a Static Storm after.
Yeah.
So it's not even total safety. If she dies again, you might see her just rush the BKB. I feel like that happens fairly frequently on Queen of Pains these days. And then that leads into our problem from the first series that I was casting, where you have a BKB into Jug, and then he just Omni Slashes you, and you feel like there's no item you can get to save yourself.
Right. There's don't blink. Blinkless Queen of Pain. Just hang on to it for when the Omni Slash comes out. It's the only option.
Let's go E-Blade.
I like that idea.
Yeah, there's something there, right?
Hook shot. Find Maposhka. Gonna glimpse him back in, but the Gale afterwards. And Maposhka will eventually go down.
He couldn't even deny the first. He tried. Oh, that's going to give a invis over to a Queen of Pain as they pressure the mid lane. Probably no detection here either, so very safe push now.
They have that 1 point right now into wall, or rather a vacuum from Funnick. Which is not the best in the world, but at least that's sort of set up a combo potentially.
Yes, with its refined cooldown of 60.0. Thank you, Valve. Always keeping up with even the old memes. Still checks out.
It's the way you want to see it. Battle Fury for Jug. Still a ways away after going for those drums phase. But he is fairly farmed. On to catch back up as Funnick does have Surge available. Drops the wall onto Aramis, vacuum in onto 2. Static Storm down afterwards. They did get that Poison Nova off though. The Omni Slash gonna blow up Celery, and then they kill the Venos. The Toby goes down as well.
Yeah, and if Boom doesn't come back in here for the Regoose, then they're gonna get away with this one. Hey, early Poison Nova isn't that scary. It really jacks up with the levels. And they're putting it in with the Catapult now. Invis Rune is still there from Boom, but they have the Sentry prepped here, so be careful not to get too crazy.
Glimpse pulls him back again. Obviously no Static Storm, but they do secure the tier 1 tower mid. Big pickup there as both teams have lost their tier 1 mids.
At this point now then, you need the Yules on the Queen of Pain. Again, it's not safety, but she has to go farm that because she's so close. Celery almost has the Glimmer Cape, which would be nice. Shad, considering the blink first, how good is the blink?
Boom. Boom. They got him in some trouble. Really wants it in Bizrune though. Oh, what a save.
There is a sentry down. Oh, she blinked anyway. Okay.
Damn. Dude.
Oh, wait, hold on. She's coming back.
They got vision
Hold
of her.
on.
Oh, no, boom. Not like this. Oh, they're thinking about going.
Oh, wait, Potion could do it. He could glimpse her back.
Well, maybe.
Nah, he doesn't want to.
Ah, they thought about it, though.
It would have given away their ward.
You get the Queen of Pain kill, though.
Well, then they all TP in, and the follow-up wasn't right there, and there's no Omni Slash, and what if she doesn't die? And then
Yeah.
I think I liked it.
Okay.
I think it might have been a bit too much. She does have her Yules now, so there you go.
So at these early goings, you were talking a lot about Sven and how he's having a great game. Is he the type of hero that you feel pretty comfortable with Viking GG going forward, or do you think that like all of these timings and the fact that Quap hasn't had the best start is going to sort of become a nail in the coffin for Viking?
I think it's okay because his BKB is like so good this game. They don't really have any way to control him through BKB on that Sven. As the hook shot comes through, nice initiation onto that disruptor.
Ball already down. Boom, finding Funnick. Sonic Wave hits onto a couple. Doesn't get the Darkseer, but the
Nice
toss afterwards gets the kill on the Quap. So that's 2 already down. Sven trying to get in, but Shad, he's getting blocked by the trees.
I'd
I've
curse
seen
him.
this before.
He got sprouted in trees. He was already surrounded by them and then double sprouted.
And shoot. Oh my goodness gracious. Almost managed to get the pick off there. But in the end, Kasani goes down for the Quap. It's kind of trade-ish even, but it's probably Toby dying is the bad part.
The most important thing, though, is that Shad did not die after going for this pretty risky blink first. I mean, I like it for the game. It's just kind of like if you don't get kills with it, you're really going to suffer, right?
Yeah. Well, and that signals to me he's probably not going Aghanims, right?
Probably not, no. Once that's picked up, I don't think you want double dip in there until like way late.
So Sprout's going to become kind of an issue for a while, it feels like then.
Yeah, unless he plans on going back for a Battle Fury. That seems like a problem. So I'm going to guess he's not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I really thought the eggs was a pretty good idea based around that because it gives you this giant cast range on the Stormhammer, and there's a glimpse back.
Yep. They're going to be able to find the finish on to the Enchantress, so it's something to watch for. Obviously, later on, much later on, you know, around the third at Roche or something, there's a chance you could pick one up, but I don't know. Depending upon the rest of his team to help him, I guess. They got 4 staffs. They have a 4 staff.
They have a 4 staff.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Double damage.
All right, well, nice job from HellRaisers. I thought this game was getting a little out of control here, and then suddenly they burst back. Of a DD now pressuring the bottom tower. Nyx is going to be moving on to actual items post Battle Fury, and they will sneak some bounty. Oh, a courier. No, that's his courier. I'm insane. Okay, never mind. Got a little overexcited there. Just wants to get his BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
All right, you know, I just watch too many couriers die a day. I make assumptions when a Nature's Prophet starts TPing somewhere.
It's a dangerous world.
It really is for the sport couriers.
Going up high ground. Hello. Avalanche. Oh, Sonic Wave. Nyx getting beaten down. He does have a DD still with Omni Slash available and drums. Dual Scepter lift up. Do they have the control that they need? Funnick moving into position. Kasani TP's in also. Dangerous territory. Aramis finding the backlines on the post. Kasani gets pushed back afterwards. Darkseer combo comes out with the Static Storm, but it's not looking like it's quite enough. They blow up one. Kasani gonna get stabbed actually. Oh my god, and they get out with the Nature's Prophet. Dude, who
died to the
force-staffed him?
Orchid, actually, before he got into the wall. The Soulburn got him.
So that was, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the Veno forcing him in and got him killed, right?
I think?
Oh no.
Was he going to kill the Prophet?
Maybe.
Or... I think he tried to force that away from the right clicks because he knew the Soulburn damage was stacking up for something, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Got it.
Because he didn't actually hit the wall, so he didn't create the illusion, so it wasn't that anyway.
Okay.
But hook shot back. Or, well, you know, glimpse back after the hook shot, but Boom's already in there.
And Chu trying to turn it back around. Aramis and Celery nearby. They're going to be able to find that enchant slow beatdown blink away. Enchantress cleans up, and now eyes on to Chu, who still wants to chase him down. Has the blink dagger available in a second. They need a rocket flare.
Oh man, that was close.
Oh, God. He's going to blink the other direction. Chew over there. Nick's being pulled back in the other direction. Very awkward fight / runaway.
Remember, he never used Omni. So,
Still
and
ready.
Nature's Prophet, he doesn't have buyback. I was going to say his BKB's back now because he actually just fought without it. But Bill Gun's back again, and that's going to break up this fight.
Super bizarre game.
They need a lot to get done when they get this Sven BKB. He needs to really like mop up one of these fights. I think so far, I will say I think Aramis's Clockwork has been pulling off some like better setups than our previous match. I feel like he's having an easier time than Chu did, but he needs to keep it up because he doesn't have like a Darkseer or something on his team. His offlaner is not an initiator. He's just like a pure damage and like defending hero.
Right.
So it's all on the Clockwork to set things up for this Sven, and we all know Sven really thrives off of that like double stun initiation. I like the Darkseer or some like some sort of a setup that makes it free for you.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
And being able to sort of corral them into position with the Veno, and then afterwards get that Clockwork hook shot is probably the way that they want to go. Fighting around choke points feels like a nice play for them. But then again, you're also
making the call here for the smoke. He wants them to push out the waves and then head in. He's worried about a Roche. They've been scanning the pit as well. It's what 22 minutes. Now they want to retake this outpost because they had it before.
And they are seeing that Toby is nearby. Silence is there. Glimpse not quite close enough. It was very close actually.
Yep.
But couldn't get there. So they will be able to get out with the Venomancer, retake that outpost as you said. No tier 2 tower taken on the Radiant yet. But they might be trying to set up to secure this top one and then maybe
They
control
smoked
that
under a
outpost.
ward though. They didn't kinetic field that high ground. They had a sentry down. I really value position 5s that can do that.
Yeah.
Because of like, it's so often that, especially in pro games, you'll see where there's a sentry that's actually covering a hill, but then it doesn't get rechecked. You get this false sense of security. So like, whenever you're playing these heroes that can like scout high grounds, it's so good. Exactly like he's doing now. Like now he's gonna regret the fact that he didn't do it there because he feels like their smoke got found out. So now he's just spamming it like, oh yeah, okay, I screwed up.
Yeah. Well, and these things happen. It's going to be interesting to watch. I think that Roche fight that we're probably going to be seeing in a little bit here, if they even really want to go for it. I mean, it's kind of scary going into either of these teams, honestly, into the pit. But I kind of feel like Viking can set up more effectively in an area.
Yeah, it's really tough. At peak, this is huge. The BKB for the Queen of Pain. I am impressed that Boom managed to get this that fast because I think he was in desperate need to actually fight the Roche, and I thought that the HellRaisers were going to end up like... Actually, I kind of feel like Viking GG would force the Roche fight too early and then get punished with just the Sven BKB, so I'm glad that they didn't because I feel like that would have been pretty bad for them.
Yeah.
There's an issue of Nyx still because he's freely pushing the bottom lane.
So both of these cores having BKB on Viking.gg. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Nyx getting some free pressure out on bottom, trying to finish off his Sanjin Yasha. And then on the other side, you've also got a Halberd that's been picked up on the
That's the big hero.
They can get him. That's a big kill. On it goes
now he
down.
has the buyback. If they can all get out and then they Roche with the buyback, that could be good.
Poshka, he just ulted nothing. And on the other side, they try and get the jump in, trying to bring down this Sven. Look at the damage. Needs a couple more hits here. The vacuum pulls back onto 2 kills off Chu. Now Shad need to run away. Nyx is still surged forward.
Aramis is going to tank it.
Yeah, and that's going to be just a quick and easy dead Clockwork, it looks like. Although
no one else can get back
maybe
the
not.
cogs.
Okay. He's gone.
Yeah. The clumsy net really helped. If Nyx didn't have that, he would have lived.
So, they buy back on Funnick. And
how did Queen die?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I guess she just got caught, yeah. The Orchid, I guess, maybe after Yules or something. Oh,
I think she straight up just got omnied and Wrath of Nature. She died within like a second and a bit, so didn't even have time to Yules or Illusion. She had a lot of options. Maybe we'll assume the Yules was on cooldown. Let's go with that, because we don't know that for sure.
Well, HellRaisers, they're in the pit right now, but Quap is here yet again. Clockwork gonna buy back. Ready to send in some illusions. Roche is down to half HP, though. It's really hard to just leave at this point. Actually, Nick's deciding to go for the Halberd instead of keeping the Sanjin Yasha.
Yeah, as soon as God King work. I like this right now. Very good versus the Sven. Obviously, very reliant on the BKB. So he wants to use it at the perfect moment. You can force him to cast it before he even jumps in fear of the Halberd. And he's still using Iron Talon. Is that really the best he got? There's an Imp Claw. Why does Ench have the Imp Claw? Am I crazy?
Oh, you can still cut trees with it. That's why.
That's a great reason to have an Iron Talon.
Jesus.
Good brain, Shad.
There we go.
I had to really... That's why I ask these questions. There's always a good answer.
I completely forgot about that. It's been so long since I've held an Iron Talon.
Yeah. Man, good call. Well, I still think you should have bought eggs, but that's all right. That's a good answer.
Fine.
Attaboy. Wow, good thing they dropped an Iron Talon. Augmented his entire build around it.
Yeah, that's one of the few times that you actually see that, where you know a sort of an item will so like fundamentally change your build based off of it dropping.
Looks like they lost a Philosopher's Stone somewhere, by the way. It's unknown.
Oh no.
Radiant
That's
what I
not
see.
right.
Radiant unknown, and the Dire aren't even using there. So I don't know. We got a pre-game deal or something that we're not going to rock the Philosopher's Stone this game.
I like that. You know, something is just sort of it changes the way Dota's played so much. Like, no, we're not going to play with that item.
I thought we got rid of GPMs, but we have the respawn time item next.
Yeah.
Remember like 6 life lone druid?
Oh god, it was awful. Or Veno that had like, was it like 100 seconds or something? 60? I don't remember what it was.
Techie's had a really stupidly long one too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this Philosopher's Stone, but I have no idea where it is.
Not base or anything. Well, Nick runs back in, checks out the Roche. Says, how you doing? See you a little bit later on. And go
It's
back
like
to farming a
torture
bit.
report Roche. You know, he just hears these rocket flares firing outside. It's like he's in the middle of a war. They come in, they beat you up, they leave you for dead, but not quite dead, so you can just slowly regen up and come back again. They're screaming outside.
I think he's actually, this is just hell, you know? This
Yeah,
is his
this
own
is-
personal hell.
It's isn't that what it is? Isn't he like sentenced to some fate or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard Slack say that before.
Yeah, he stole the cheese. Wasn't that what it was?
That sounds about right.
See, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, it feels like a pretty harsh punishment for stealing a piece of cheese. Doesn't seem fair.
Was it like a starving family situation or just some gluttony, though? That's the real question.
I mean, he's a Grievil. He's starving constantly, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay.
Unbelievable. Shopkeeper. Gotta show
they-
some mercy.
Yeah, they're not feeling very confident here on this initiation. They got Queen to the side. The hook shots lined up. They don't want to jump the jug first, but now they smoke. Toby innocently banana mancering his way over there. There's a Yules on the jug.
Lift him
Trying
up,
to create
hook
chaos.
shot
They
in,
got
starting
Sonic.
the fight, but then the blink afterwards. Tossed over to the side. They're fighting on the
Oh, there
cliff.
it is.
That's danger territory. Meanwhile, the Omni Slash comes out, bouncing back and forth on top of Chad. It's not enough to get the kill. Now, buyback coming from the Enchantress. Everybody on Viking.gg grouped together.
Man,
Booming
Shad's
over
out
the
of here.
blink out.
He's not coming. He's coming back.
All right, he's going back in round 2, maybe. Blink away again. They get the glimpse to pull him back, but that's the BKB. Well played.
So Slary bought back, and then Funnick also died. Was that all just a 1-for-1?
It looks like it. Well, no, technically 2-for-1 because of the buyback. Because Clockwork did too.
Yeah. I gotcha.
I mean, I don't know. This still doesn't feel super great walking into the
Ooh,
pair
back
right
in
now.
on Slary.
They can get him again. That would be really nice. But he does manage to get out of there. Shad,
I mean,
thinking
there's
about
no
going back.
Sonic Wave. There's no God Strength, so I think he feels confident kind of poking up there right now, right?
There's also no Omni Slash, though. I don't know if anybody should feel confident. Just get out, everybody. Run away.
Man, how annoying that you lose an entire neutral slot just because of Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that's not great.
No, that does not feel fun.
Like, he could be having an Orb of Destruction right now. You could have an Imp Claw. Even Pupil's Gift's pretty nice.
But that farm speed.
Right.
Sweet, sweet 15 attack speed and 2 armor. At least it gives attack speed. Got something going for you.
A little something.
What a stalled out game here. Not favoring the Radiant the longer this stalls because they're not getting any farm onto Shad really. And then you have a Nature's Prophet who's just like gaining and gaining and gaining because he can be all over the map. This is the classic Nature's Prophet, right? Always feels good when the teams are just like footsying around Roche because you're going to farm the entire time. They took that tower on the bottom lane very early. I'm guessing they were controlling both O posts, and indeed they were because, you know, very unlikely that the Radiant are going to get that O post back. So that was a hit to the old XP.
Yeah.
And they constantly have to be worried about the bottom lane to the point where they're forced to flare it over and over, which means they can't necessarily flare this area of the map up top in the dire jungle to like keep an eye on where they're rotating to.
Yeah, it's sort of that big thing where you're like normally thinking, okay, well, we're comparing the Sven to the Nature's Prophet. Really, it's the Nature's Prophet to the Quap is the comparison, and he's up 7k gold. Those two mid laners working out a lot better for Kasani, but sometimes it does kind of feel like this hero just doesn't end up making the best use of his net worth, like you were talking about last game.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh. Got some dust in there. But yeah, Nyx right now, Scotty done. Do we have
Shad
any
has
life
seen the
steal?
light though. He's working on it.
Yeah.
He wants that slot back. I wonder if he'll still keep it. He probably will, because, you know, what's the Prophet going to do? He'll wait until, you know, if he ever jumps someone that's not Kasani, he'll then just sprout him right after.
I mean, but there's so many other better items, aren't there? Like, even if he took the Fairy Fire, you know, maybe, boom.
Well,
Rules.
I mean, he can't move.
Chase, hook shot in afterwards. They already purged the Surge, and now chasing for more. The vacuum wall back only onto one. Not really what they wanted. Kasani now going to get pushed back by the Cogs as well. Already lost one. Now going to buy back on the Disruptor. Clockwork goes down as well. Boom. Forced to blink away. Benno trying to retreat. Shad, he popped his BKB, or rather his God Strength, but couldn't really get in on anybody.
Yeah, it felt like they just kind of got the good targets right away. Nice Sonic Wave from Boom. Pushed back the Disruptor, but then she just BKB'd and jumped forward as well, so forced that buyback. And they just lose Aramis again.
Yeah. He's trying to get towards his Aghanim Scepter also. But in the meantime, you know, with Darkseer back up again in a second, they're going to have Omni Slash available. I don't know if they still ever feel comfortable going into the pit. Like, I feel like it has to be like a complete 5-0 team wipe, and then they have like Healing Ward up afterwards or something.
Well, they need God Strength to even... Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the Radiant.
Yeah.
I think the Radiant can just start poking. I don't think there's a big concern at this point because the Jug has the Scotty. They're feeding him tomes, trying to get Nyx to level 25 as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they're happy to be in here right now.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. They do have Venno nearby also. Could start building up the Plague Wards. It does feel like they're getting ready to fight this. Avalanche, but the Eul Scepter afterwards. Chu being slowed down. Roche very, very low. And it looks like Nyx is going to get it. The jump in coming from Aramis again, the Madman. Going to be pulled back in a moment, possibly. They have the wall down, creating that illusion. Aramis trying to run away. Cogs pushed back, but the glimpse will be there. And with that, again, sacrificial Clockwork.
Bit of a wasted wall, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Clock was probably dead anyway, but... So that does open an opportunity for Shad maybe in the next team fight if they push too soon.
Mm.
You know what Sven really hates, guys? MKB. Not a Sven item.
No. No, it's not wonderful. And now pressure up to high ground. Got Boom gonna try and blink back and get to base. But they're already sieging and punching away at it. Really hard to just sort of whittle down Nyx with that healing ward just back behind him as it gets taken out. Okay, they go for it. Nicely done.
The seeds of fortune.
Smoke out afterwards. They want to try and take this fight, it looks like. They do have God's Strength back up again.
Radiant are scanning.
They're forced to. They know they need some sort of a smoke play. They're just hoping that they're going to split up and try and farm something, push waves, and they got Funnick.
Yep.
Only Greaves. He should be dead. He has the Stormhammer Dispel, so he just throws it at the Yules.
Well done.
And Aramis says, you guys let me die twice in a row. I'm taking this bounty. Might have been more than twice. I'm trying to build an eggs here. Where's that Philosopher's Stone?
Where was it?
Someone find it. Can
Dude,
I
that
take
sucks.
theirs?
That's such a big game-changing
Well,
loss.
I can't believe both teams don't have it in use. That's the hilarious part. Like, what's Disruptor holding? I mean, all right, he's got Telescope now, so I mean that's kind of fine. I'll agree with that.
Makes sense.
Someone needs a Telescope. I'm gonna find this thing.
I believe in you.
You just don't miss anything.
Although that being said, it's almost better not to have found it at this point in the game, right?
Oh,
Like-
for your mental state?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely true.
All right, Aghanim Scepter finished for the Sven now.
Dire's courier
Moment
has
of
been
truth if he
killed.
decides to switch it out. I still like the idea of some of these big items,
Radiant
but
structures.
I think he actually just needs the Iron Talon. I'm with him on this one. As shitty as it feels, they gotta have it. Because he's just gonna Stormhammer, and then he's gonna get sprouted, and then what's he gonna do?
Yeah, that's fair. God, it just sucks. I'm gonna play Sven like that. Juggernaut, though, he's got the Titan Sliver. And is gonna have that butterfly done now as well. As soon as the courier comes back out for him, I think.
How about some new items, since we've just hit 37 minutes?
Okay.
Oh, hey, what if you got spider legs?
Oh, that's the item. That would actually
the
be
items.
super hype.
Feels a lot better than Iron Talon. I mean, he's already ditched it for the orb at this point, so he does believe in the Aghanims.
Okay.
I think I'd probably go a combo, though.
Oh, wait, but they already got all their tier 3 items. So they didn't get the spider legs. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn it. Man, spider legs are tier 3. What an item.
it's great.
Anything in tier 4 that can save us? There's not, right? Oh, the flicker! Yes!
Oh, that would be really
thank
great.
God, we finally found a good use for flicker. It just gets better and better.
Dude, what if you accidentally flicker and you end up in the sprout?
You're outside the sprout. You find your way in. You just start sprouting next to you.
Exactly.
The next level play. There is 1 minute left on this Aegis as they start hitting upon the tower.
Tower has fallen.
Okay.
Tier 3s mean nothing.
Structures.
We ignore them now, guys. Remember, do not throw your lives away for a tier 3. They're really good for glyphing, and that's about it.
Well, and now at this point in time, we're sort of just waiting out. As soon as that Aegis is gone, I mean, does it anything really change for Viking.dg? Do you think that they need to keep playing scared once the Aegis is gone, or can they fight again?
I think they should try and gank the Nature's Prophet at 40 minutes when he tries to take the outpost.
Okay.
And I think if you're HR, you should be looking to take that outpost at 40 minutes, and that's probably where our next fight's going to be.
Okay. Ooh.
They're already starting to... Everyone knows
Yeah.
that's what's coming.
Yeah. There's only one place that they can fight for this this outpost here, and Nyx walking up high ground. Yules again breaking the surge. He's 25, so gets the 475 health talent.
Has been killed.
Meanwhile, Kasani gets the courier kill. Aramis is going to get blown up. Boom, trying to find him afterwards. Vacuum used. And they just got to run. They can't take that fight.
Hurts.
Aegis will be reclaimed now.
Shu will champion the outpost.
So 6,000 gold lead as HellRaisers taking a pretty nice lead here early on into the second phase of the game. Game number 2. Don't you say it, Trent. Don't you say it, Trent.
I just said the words early on. How do I salvage this at 39 minutes? Shu goes in. Wants to get a toss it.
They're going to try and run down Chu a little bit and beat him up. So they managed to get a return kill. Now, looking for more. Ooh, Nyx.
1 second till Blink Yules. Boom's too scared. Does not want to go high ground. That's fair.
Radiant
Nature's
are
Prophet also
surrounded.
got the teleportation cooldown
Oh,
removed.
yes. Perfect.
That's real nice.
There's a bounty down bottom. Mr. Nature's Prophet, sir.
Dude, he's so farmed. Holy crap. Nullifier. He's got Prince's Knife. He's going for Satanic next. That's pretty horrifying.
Oh, hey. They've, oh, no, never mind.
Oh,
Wait, is that the Radiance? Anyway.
they got Flicker. Does Shad take it, though? He's got the
I
leveler.
don't think so. I think he knows that they need his damage.
Yeah.
That's the Radiance Philosopher's Stone, so they stole it. Right?
Oh.
Wait, no, never mind. The Dyers is unknown. That is the Dyers sitting in the fountain.
Okay.
Never mind.
Meanwhile, Glimpse pulls back one, hook shot, finding the disruptor, wall drop down right on top of him. But Makoshka taking a lot of damage, going to die to the Sonic Wave. Can they find any more afterwards? Field Scepter lift up onto the Jug, still very little control. And the panel was not wrong about this being a good Jug game. Just able to do everything that he wanted.
Yeah, he did a very good job of just abusing the spin TP. He wasn't scared of just like hook shot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was still pretty far out there several times and just like willing to push the limits. It also helps that he has the backup of the Nature's Prophet, as well as like high mobility heroes like Tiny and the Surge to make it so that like you never really know if he's pushing completely alone. It's less likely that you want to just like hook shot onto him and hope that your reinforcements will get there in time before you die to him.
Right. That makes sense.
All right. Queen of Pain side. This game is not out of reach. It feels like really difficult, but they have things like Scythe. They have a Sven. They need that giant moment. Oh, there's that Scythe.
Okay.
But he's too far back. Oh yeah, they have the Fear too. That's also so good.
Things maybe starting to come together as far as like an avenue to take this game forward, but it's definitely not easy. God, Nyx is so farmed right now that he just doesn't have he has his Yasha in his backpack.
Yeah, he never went for the Manta. I like that. I think it made a lot of sense actually this game because the Queen of Pain got so beat mid that she couldn't even go Orchid, right? She had to go Yules right into BKB. Just because she was versus Nature's Prophet, so fair enough.
Now, it's sort of that awkward moment where if you're able to get like a good initiation off from Viking.gg, it feels like they can sort of take the fight, but I don't know. I feel like we just haven't seen Nyx ever be in a particularly bad position or ever be worried about going down in this game, you know? It's kind of just had it free.
That's pretty accurate.
He is the first one forward here. Toby will find him. Trying to bait the Omni Slash. That's not going to work.
I've seen that one before.
Maybe it'll go for me. All right, hook shot in, able to get the cogs, push back onto one. Sven jumps in, blows up Kasani. That's pretty big. Sonic Wave on the other side. Now chasing forward. They're going to get the long range jump onto Funnick. Look at him chase him down. Omni Slash is out. It's not going to be enough.
That brought him to
not enough damage. The fear is there, followed up by the stun. They're going to take down Nyx.
Oh, they're buying back, and Jug doesn't have buyback.
This is kind of insane. I don't know about this one. Yeah, Jug doesn't have buyback. You guys got to run. Funnick is dead again.
Oh, the diebacks. Oh, Chew.
Oh,
no.
What
you doing?
He is getting run down. Shad on top of him. That was the most value God strength ever. Like, he kept it till the end.
Oh, and he's like, oh, no, I don't have it for Roche.
Dude.
It's okay at this point, guys. I think you can handle it. Well. We found ourselves a Dota game.
Yeah. Sven did more damage than the entire Dire team in that fight. Like, the switch over of the odds, you can see it's, I don't know, there's going to be some interesting things going on here. So we're getting closer and closer to what could be a 2-0 if HellRaisers are not careful. I don't know.
All right, so what just happened? Nature's Prophet didn't cast anything, right? He just straight up died. I think he bought back and ultied, I think. Like, he just didn't get any right clicks off. He just got completely blown up. The chase on the Darkseer was a bit rough too. Maposhka now also dead.
I mean, I don't know.
This is the greatest Agnes of all time.
It's pretty insane.
The talent synergization between like the 1 second Stormhammer and the 5 second cooldown removal is brutal.
Dude, Disruptor doesn't have buyback. Everybody's coming back to life, but they just pop God Strength again. I don't know. This is looking scary. The other thing, I was looking at like how low level everybody is. Funnick's level 18. He's below everybody on the Radiant team right now. He just ate a tome. But still, like, you need those talents as Darkseer. Full set of rack stun.
Well, he's got some nulls.
He does have some nulls.
You were right about the empty slots. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah. Going round 2, maybe? Thought about it on the Nyx, but decided not to.
Abyssal versus the game ender, the Shadow Blade. Ooh, that's a spicy pickup from Shad.
Wow, yeah. Obviously, Echo Saber now building into it makes a really nice Silver Edge game, hypothetically. Anything that it breaks, really? Not really.
Well,
but...
if he got it on Nyx before the Omni.
Right. That's a good point. That could be really nice. All right. 46 minutes in, it feels like there's been a radical reshifting in terms of net worth. As you look at the graph, oh my god.
Does it flip fully? Oh, yeah, there it is. There's that Dota Plus
flip.
fake friend again. Oh my god, you guys can hit your spells? I love Radiant team.
Yeah.
I've always loved the Radiant. It's like 2 games in a row where it feels like HR are dictating the first 75% of both games.
Yeah.
And then just one good fight from Viking GG. And to me, that always just says our draft is better.
Yeah.
That's usually what it means. It means that if all we do is win one fight, you know, as they do catch Soliri. So, again, not over, but looking good.
And down bottom in the meantime, here comes the Boom pushing out the wave. And they're going to have a double catapult wave here with people nearby. Okay, no, they're TPing back. But still, there's going to be a ton of damage onto this tower. Connie TP's back to deal with it. And Nyx, I mean, they don't have the
number 1
for this. The stun comes out, the fear, everything. Oh, but the force
hookshot number
keeps
2
him away, and there's the fear for the kill. The Omni Slash gets off. Unbelievable. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep him alive. The healing ward was out. Nyx actually getting out of there. Oh my goodness, the stun down though, and it didn't dispel. Not sure about that one. Hex trying to turn a cheese out. Boom, jumps forward. It's all about saving Nyx. Can you keep him alive? Everybody else might die, as Funnick is eventually going to be pulled down as well. Still eyes on Maposhka. He's going to get killed off also. And they managed to get 3, all of them with no buyback.
Yeah, that was weird. I guess the Stormhammer must have been focused on the Darkseer, right?
Okay.
I assume that's what happened.
I thought it hit an AoE though. Or was that one of their Yules maybe? If it was the Quap's Yules, would that dispel it? I don't know. But regardless,
done.
It is going to be moving forward for the tier 4 towers. They did use Omni Slash. And I mean, there's no God Strength though. So this is looking like it's a pretty easy rundown for them potentially. They're also going to use the glyph. Tier 4 towers assaulted, 7 seconds until Disruptor. They find an opening here onto Nyx. Hookshot as well. Just trying to control, trying to burn that mana. The Ancient exposed and Viking.gg are going to be able to take it. Ladies and gentlemen, impressive showing as my entire game just crashed.
Yeah, that's been happening to me a lot lately. Don't worry, I'm still in there to give you all the knowledge you don't need to know. As Viking GG, probably the team most expected to make it out of this section of the whole qualifiers. A team that has been competing against a lot of these top teams for the past couple months now, and really trying to make a name for themselves as new players and a team that is prepped for this level of play. And very well done in 2 games that it showed the, what was Kyle saying earlier? Strategy over tactics. I feel like in the end, their strategy was sound. They had this idea of how they were going to win these games, and they just had to find that moment like once. And so both matches flipped in their favor, and now they're heading to the Immortal League.
They had their Eminem moment, one shot, one opportunity, and they took it, and now it's on back to the panel. You're right, you agrees with you. Let's see if the panel agrees with us. It's going to be Viking.gg taking it.
How can we not agree with you, Lyrical and Trent? Thank you so much for that. What an epic game for us to end this with. And that is it. Our final Immortal team is Viking GG. The panel got it right. We saw them nearly go to a 3rd game, though. Oh my.
Never doubted them, but man, this game was close. As expected, we said that this was going to be the best Dota we've seen so far, and it definitely was. Like in terms of net worth, in terms of like executing the team fights, it was just entertaining to watch. Like if you go from the start, like strategy, tactics, I just don't want to go back to that. I think Kyle started something, but we can just keep the strategy, keep it simple. Enchantress in the laning stage, you have Enchant against the Darkseer, removing the shield, removing the Surge, so the bottom lane was not that potent at all. And like fights were extremely close. And once again, it comes down to the itemization. I think my MVP for this game is Clockwork. What he did.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes it's your position
turnaround.
for who makes the difference. Like his hook shots, the execution. He goes in. Then Sven follows it up with the Stormhammer. It's just a beautiful Dota to watch. And we expected Team Viking to be here, be invited maybe. But, this was a good practice for them.
They goddamn earned it, I think,
Yeah,
right?
they
They had to
Pushka
fight hard
League,
for it.
Coming from Pushka League and that qualifiers, failing to manage it. Here, however, they were the hungrier team for sure. They really deserve it. They wanted it. And I'm just constantly impressed by this damn team. They just find ways to make their strat work. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this game in the middle was gonna go HR's way. When Sven was just not farming as much, let's say, as the Jug. His item progression was there, but it didn't feel as threatening as the Juggernauts and Furion as well, with the Halberd, with the Nullifier, with the Hex. They had everything they needed on the side of HR, but Viking, they just execute so damn well. That high ground fight, I think it's this one, the way it started.
That's the fight, yeah.
Yeah, the way it started before Aramis, man. He hooks in, eliminates two of them, just pushes them with cogs back to his team. They clean up the two of them, then they continue on the rest. There's a buyback from the Nature's Prophet, which is pretty much this. He TP'd in, BKB, then TP'd out. That's it.
I'm
That's
just
the
kidding. I'm not gonna take.
He was like,
take that fight. Yeah, and in the end, you had 5 heroes of Viking having buyback against 5 heroes who did not have a buyback. So this is where this fight, like how's he still alive? Like they needed an extra hit from Sven to actually bring him down. Then there's gonna be like a 4-staff, Glimmer Cave, Surge, you name it. Healing Ward kept him alive. They didn't even manage to kill him there, but yeah. Entertaining Dota.
Yeah, 4 Quelling Blades as well, and we mentioned it on the side of Viking GG. They weren't messing around. They saw multiple tier 1 players being just completely ignored and eliminated from the game with the Furion Sprout. So everyone having that Quelling Blade to be able to help each other out, which was really nice. Venomancer with the 4-staff as well. Itemization, execution, big strategy, small strategy, tactics, whatever you want to call it. This team is on point right now.
really.
And once Queen of Pain hits level 25, my favorite level 25 talent in the game, like it's just AoE fear. you screw up the whole team fight with it multiple times.
It's such a low cooldown as well. Like literally, Vengeful Spirit needs to buy an Aghanims for that, and you get it on your swap, like on your ultimate. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain jumps around, Scream of Pain, few seconds cooldown, does the same thing again. It's very strong.
Jump around Screen of Pain, if we can say House of Pain as well, just throw it in there as well. They could have gone all for
Jump.
it. Yeah, see, there we go. There we go.
Old school.
I was rocking it with Liz for a second. You missed the trick on that one. But you know what? One thing here for Viking is not only was this a hard run, you had to fight off against a HellRaisers that were looking strong in that last game. That Juggernaut was looking really beastly, but the Sven keeps it 100%.
Sven keeps it 100% with the help of Toby and Clockwork. That last fight, man, I'm gonna say it again, around that cliff. Venomancer baits the Jug in, and then Aramis zips behind, just separates them in 2 different directions and forces them to fight alone. It was just a moment of
That's
brilliance.
the only way you were going to win that as well, right?
They were in a rough spot. Like they definitely weren't out of the game yet, but they were in a really difficult position in which, let's say, it was easier to execute for HR than it was for Viking. Yeah. And it's not the first time that we see them. It's hard for them to execute, to make these right moves, but they make them and they take the games.
I was afraid at one point where they lost 2 tier 3 towers. You're playing against level 25 Nature's
Why were
Prophet.
you afraid?
Why am I afraid?
Logic.
Yeah, I'm always with the losing team. I can feel their pain. I've been on the loser side much more time than the rest of these players. So I know how it feels.
We all love the underdogs. That's at least in the current situation.
I don't think that's called underdog.
They definitely weren't the underdogs.
Losers. What I've been through.
Let's take a look, though, at our Immortal playoffs, right? Let's see how that all goes down. Let's watch how it's all got to this stage, how they made their run here. because this is starting with what we'll be looking at right now. Things have not been seeded, so we can just look at this on face value of where it's at right now. But this is what we're stacking up on our standing. So our two teams have not been put into their groups just yet, but this is what we'll be looking at when we next come back for the broadcast. Oh, it's beauty to see.
These are the best teams in Dota, you know. It's going to be a pleasure to be a part of it. Since this year we're not having TI, it's been postponed because of reasons.
It's our online TI.
Yeah, it is. And it's going to be great. Looking forward to it.
VP adding their new coach, right?
They added the art style, yeah.
Old new coach.
Old new coach. Yeah, he comes back again.
Yeah, he was there before. Now he's back in. Then he was out. Back in.
Ooh, I've just had it in my ear as well. Group A, 5 men. Group B, Viking.
It doesn't really make too much difference
for
for them. They're still gonna meet tier 1 teams one way or another. On one side you have Nigma, EG, Virtus Pro. On the other you have, I mean, okay, Virtus Pro, Navi, and Alliance. Let's just list all of them. It doesn't matter really. Like, you can't single a team out. And it's going to be difficult for 5-man and Viking, but I think it's going to be a great experience for them and for us as well.
Massively, right? The whole difference of level we've been talking about in Dota and what these players and teams have to offer. We get to see how it's all going to go down. What did production say to you? Because I didn't get it this time.
I can't say it. But to the viewers at home, like, the production here and what they've been telling us, it's funny. These are like 100% pure memes, and it's making us laugh. Sadly, you can't hear it, but if I'm smiling, if they're making me laugh, you know it's good.
I want to add that feature at some point. Just like a little thing that pops up, production call-in of what they say. Some of it's just been straight fire.
Well, not this.
This one is not safe.
This not
not PG.
Okay. Okay. We'll stay away from that one then for the moment. Guys, that is it. We are done for the closed qualifier. It's been 9 days of non-stop Dota action. We've seen some incredibly low levels, but we've seen some awesome plays as well across all of it. What's been your favorite moment, Lacoste?
Favorite moment? Tough to say. You know, we just started. And yeah, some of these teams have bright future together. Like, kind of sad that HR and Viking had to be
true
here, you know, so we're not gonna see both of them. I think they kind of deserved it the way they played, but sometimes things are not easy for the teams. We're gonna see 5 men. Also, the team that looked very promising, old school players. Ace seems like he's back on the form, and yeah, just great Dota overall.
Liz, what about you, mate?
I'm just hyped, man. Looking forward to the tier 1 Dotes. This is kind of more relatable to me. This qualifier as well. It's somewhere where I would usually get stuck. But I have a bunch of friends there as well in Tier 1 and looking forward to watching all of them play. It's gonna be hype. It's equivalent of TI.
Well, a few days for us all to get ready for it. Guys, thank you very much for one last time here.
Thank you, James. This is your last day. It's been a pleasure working with you. You're an awesome guy, and we're gonna embrace you as Dota community. You're one of us now.
Look at you guys. You're too kind. You're too nice. For everyone watching at home, that is it for now. But just in a few days' time, we'll be continuing on with the... Oh, is this my acceptance? There you go. I got given a sweet there. It's perfect. I'll cherish that forever. Thank you, Liz. That's your way to do it. But that is it here and now for the stream. We'll be back in a few days' time. It'll be the Tier 1 Dota competition. You guys will not want to miss it. This has been a fantastic closed qualifier, and expect an even higher level of production and talent coming your way when we get to that Immortal League. We'll see you guys real soon.